Chapter 1. Unable to muster the energy to get out of my hospital bed, tears began leaking from my eyes. As my eyes roamed the sterile room, I thought to myself, I must have the worst luck imaginable. What god did I piss off, and why was he making it his life's mission to screw up my life as much as possible? As I laid there, I began reviewing the many tragedies that had happened to me over the past 15 years, beginning with my parents dying in a car accident when I was 2, leaving me all alone in this world. If that wasn't bad enough, I developed leukemia at the tender age of 4. If regular kids have a hard time being adopted, they don't have anything on sick kids. No one wants to take a child who may be dead soon. As time went on, I spent more time in the hospital than I did at the orphanage. It wasn't all bad. Many of the doctors and nurses became my surrogate family. When I was 7, I overheard the doctor telling my caretaker that I had less than a year to live. However, I always had been a stubborn child, and I managed to eke out 8 more years of life, but by the time I was 15, I gave up. I was exhausted. Every day that I still lived seemed to be a fight. If it wasn't leukemia, it was the brain tumors. It seemed that this body was defective somehow. I managed by losing myself in fantasy books, often imagining what I would do if I could only visit these magical worlds. The last book I read was The Order of the Phoenix, written by J.K. Rowling, and I hoped to stay alive long enough to finish the series. Praying to every god out there, I pleaded for a do-over. When that didn't work, I started to get angry. It wasn't fair that this was my life. I wanted to live, to explore. Exhausted, I fell asleep. Later that night, my body shut down for good and I felt myself slip away. In another world on September 2, 1977, at precisely 4 in the afternoon, deep within the heart of St. Mungo, the Wizarding Hospital. In the paternity ward, a young woman with golden hair gave birth to a son. Curiously, immediately after being born the babe was silent and refused to make a sound. After the healer gave the child to his mother all swaddled up, she asked what the child's name was. Once the young mother was finished naming her son, the healer left and a young man entered the room and asked to see the baby. The healer gave the swaddled baby to the young man, and he spun the child around all excitedly. In response, the babe began wailing, and as he did so the glass in the nearby windows shattered. Hundreds of miles away, high in a magical castle, in a room that has not seen many visitors, an enormous leather-bound book lay upon a pedestal next to a heavily feathered quill. Moments after the glass shattered in the maternity ward at St. Mungo's, the feather rose up and dipped itself into the inkwell. Afterward, the book opened, and the quill wrote the name, Alexander Fawley. When the quill was finished writing, the book snapped shut and the feather floated back down to the pedestal and the room was still once more. 5 years later. Today marks 5 years since my rebirth. As traumatizing as it was to be reborn as a baby fully aware, I am happy to be alive. I still don't understand how this happened. I don't even remember dying, and as more time goes on the more my previous life seems like a dream that I can barely remember. Which I suppose is a blessing. Still, if someone is going to be reincarnated, being reincarnated as a wizard in a world full of magic makes me believe I hit the jackpot. I had so much bad luck in my previous life that the universe decided to compensate me for it. However, this brings about a critical question: is J.K. Rowling a god of some sort? Did she somehow create this world, or did she have visions of this world and write what she saw? If she did write what she saw, how accurate was she? Did she embellish to write a good story, or did she record the events as they unfolded? While pondering over these deep philosophical questions, a booming sound shook me from my thoughts. Alexander Fawley. Downstairs, now. I jumped and felt a sinking feeling well up inside of my stomach, which only happens when a child hears their mother speak in that tone of voice. After exiting my room on the top floor of our 3-story house, I started descending the steps at the end of the hallway. While descending the stairs, the paintings that hung on the wall started snickering and hooting that I was in trouble now. As I approached the ground floor, an encouraging voice rang out from the final painting along the wall: "Courage, my boy." I turned to the painting to see an encouraging smile coming from an old balding wizard. Cracking my knuckles, I responded with a confident grin, "No worries, I believe I know what this is about and I have mentally prepared myself for what's coming." After reaching the ground floor, I strode purposely through the family room towards the dining room where I would do battle with the monster known as Mother. Before I entered the dining hall, I paused and took a deep breath to reassure myself of victory. As I entered the dining room, I stopped in the doorway to take a good look at what awaited me. I saw Mum sitting around the round dinner table, her long golden blonde hair hanging over her shoulders. Next to her sat my father, whose face was hidden by a magazine advertising flying brooms. As I entered the dining area, my mother's blue eyes immediately shot up and made contact with me. She said in a surprisingly sweet voice, "Please sit down, Alex." Not for the first time, I tried to compare Mum's current soft-spoken voice to the booming one that called for me earlier. I had trouble reconciling the two manners in which she spoke. The latter was carefully spoken, with a slight French accent accompanying her words. The other was not spoken so much as screamed, and when her voice rose to that level her French accent came across more severely. After I pulled out the heavy wooden chair and climbed into the seat, I brushed my long dirty blonde hair from my eyes and smiled as widely as I could to bring out my dimples. I knew that they were a weakness of hers. Yes, Mum, I said with all the innocence of a 5-year-old. Mum's eyes narrowed, informing me that my ploy to appear adorable, while usually effective, would not deter this upcoming battle. Do you have anything you would like to tell me? She asked me. I thought to myself, not falling for that trap. Rule number 11, never admit to any crime without overwhelming evidence. As several responses occurred to me, I selected one that I hoped would distract her. I said in a bright voice, "It's my birthday, I'm 5 today." Mum acknowledged my opening statement with a nod. I started a mental scoreboard. Alex -1, Mom -0. However, after I studied the slight smirk that appeared on her face, I felt a sinking feeling in my stomach. After what seemed like an unusually long silence, Mom set out a glass jar half full with a label that identified the contents as mandrake leaves. She asked, "Are you sure?" I acknowledged my mother's parry to my opening thrust. The current score flashed into my head, Alex -1, Mum -1. While most children would inevitably crack at this point, rule number 15 dashed across my thoughts. When confronted with vague evidence about your supposed crime, double down on your denial. Several avenues of attack appeared in my mind, and after selecting the most appropriate one, I countered, "Presents," and reached across the table to grab the evidence. Mum's eyes widened, clearly not expecting that particular response from me. Alex -2, Mum -1. After Mum held eye contact with me for a moment, she pulled out a small white crystal and set it on the table and murmured, "Revelo." After speaking the spell, the dining room seemed to disappear, and a place I was all too aware that I was not allowed into without supervision appeared. After a moment, the wooden door slowly creaked open and I observed myself sneak into the room carrying an old tattered book. After shutting the door behind me, a broad smile appeared on my face as I looked about the circular room. The room was lined with shelves that surrounded the place and stretched to the ceiling, full of ingredients. In the center of the room was a table in the shape of a crescent moon with a sturdy cauldron sitting in the middle of it. I set the book down on the table and the book seemingly opened of its own accord. The book opened to a page containing instructions on how to brew a pepper-up potion. It was one of the easiest potions to create and was designed to cure someone of the flu and other common illnesses. After memorizing the list, I went to the shelves to gather the ingredients needed for the potion. I climbed up on the first step of what looked like a double-sided rolling ladder. After speaking the first name of the component that I needed, the ladder began rolling around the shelves until it reached a particular spot. The step I was standing on started rising and the steps on the back half of the ladder began to sink. After rising to a particular point, I found the ingredients that I was looking for. Grabbing all the ingredients, I made my way back to the table to begin brewing the potion. Suddenly the scene disappeared, and I focused back on Mum's face and noticed a shark-like smile had appeared on her face. I thought to myself, "Alex -2, Mum -2. Anything you want to say?" Mum asked. I couldn't help but compare those words to when a judge asks if the accused has any final words and is about to pronounce a prisoner's guilt along with a harsh sentence. After thinking furiously for a moment, I looked at my dad and thought, "Sorry Dad, but rule number 21 clearly states that when confronted with overwhelming evidence of your crime, the next step is to shift blame." As I looked into my mum's eyes that were shining with the knowledge that she had me and there was no escaping her justice, I responded, "It was Dad's idea." As the word left my mouth and resonated throughout the room, my father violently spat out the coffee he was drinking and lowered his magazine. "What? Henry, explain," Mum shrieked and turned her wrathful eyes upon her brown-haired husband, who was currently suffering from a bad case of bedhead. After meeting his wife's angry gaze, he turned his dark eyes towards me, with the burning unspoken question appearing in his eyes, "Why would you do that to me? Haven't I been a good dad?" After meeting Dad's reproachful eyes, I felt a flash of guilt but consoled myself with the common knowledge that when meeting an angry mama bear you don't have to outrun her, you only have to beat the person next to you. Waving his arms about, trying to convince Mum not to rush to judgment, I said, "No such thing, Camille," Dad quickly defended. Knowing that Mum needed a final push, I sealed Dad's fate with the final nail in the coffin. With the most innocent voice I could manage, I asked, "But Dad, didn't you say that the pepper-up potion was so easy to make that a 5-year-old could brew it?" After hearing those words, Mum's eyes narrowed like laser beams and she remarked, "Interesting." "Now Camille, it was just an expression," Dad stuttered. Satisfied that Mum had found herself a new target, I thought to myself, "Alex -3, Mum -2, Dad -0. I quietly snuck out of the dining room, but before I could make the final getaway, I gave the condemned a last glance to remember his brave sacrifice. As I met Dad's gaze, I noticed a sly smile appear on his face, and I couldn't help but think, "Danger, Will Robinson." "Danger. It's true, dear, I did say that," Dad said to Mum. "I told Alex that a 5-year-old could brew that potion. However, at the time of the alleged brewing he was not 5, as he just turned 5 today." As Mum heard these words, she murmured, "That's true." I couldn't help but think, "Well played Dad, Alex -3, Mom -2, Dad -1. I blanched at Mum's expression after seeing her face once it turned towards me, and I thought, rule number 35 in the event you ever notice that Mum makes that face, run. I raced through the living room trying to make a getaway. Mum shouted, "Oh no you don't!" and whipped out a wand and flicked it towards the heavy drapes covering the windows. As I ran, the drapes came alive and began reaching out towards me. When they were unable to reach me, they started magically extending and were able to catch me. After wrapping me up so that I couldn't escape, the drapes lifted me into the air and presented me as if a gift on a silver platter before my mother. "Does the condemned have any final words?" Mum said with a shark-like smile on her face. Rule number 99 popped into my head: if punishment is unavoidable, respond by being too adorable to punish harshly. "But Mommy, you were sick and I knew that the pepper-up potion makes people feel better." "I just wanted you to feel better," I said in a small voice. Mum's expression softened, and she responded, "The potion that your father gave me the other day was the one you brewed." I slowly nodded and thought Alex for Mum -3 Dad -1. Mum's heart melted a little inside, but she steeled herself and said, "Alex, potions are incredibly dangerous. If brewed incorrectly you could hurt yourself. How do you think that would have made me feel?" After hearing these words, my eyes shifted down guiltily, unable to meet my mother's gaze. She continued, "As for your punishment, we will get to that tomorrow. Now, today is your birthday, go upstairs and get dressed for the day. Your aunt and uncle will be arriving soon, along with your grandparents." After being released by the drapes and set down, I trudged up the stairs towards my room. All of the paintings on the wall made clear that they agreed with my mother that what I had done was indeed foolish. After getting to my room, I threw myself on my 4-poster bed. I tallied up the points, and I thoughtfully considered that what ended up being the best defense to the situation ended up being the truth. I honestly did want my mom to feel better, so I made the potion. The fact I also really wanted to make a magic potion was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Chapter 2. After Alex had trudged up the stairs, Camille turned to Henry and said, "Can you believe your son did that?" Henry replied with a cheeky grin, "Why is it when Alex does something naughty? All of a sudden, Alex is my child, but whenever he does something impressive, he is your child." Camille flipped her hair around and said, "Humph. After over 10 years of marriage, sometimes it's like you don't even know me at all." Henry grumbled under his breath, "There is no knowing crazy." Right as Camille was getting ready to respond, a small elf-like creature with large green eyes and drooping ears suddenly appeared with a resounding crack. It was wearing a white toga, stamped with the Fawley family crest, a hawk surrounded by stars. In a high-pitched tone, the elf squeaked, "Master Henry's mother has arrived and is waiting in the foyer." Henry responded, "Thank you, Lola, for letting us know." The elf disappeared with a crack, and Camille complained to Henry, "Your mother wasn't supposed to be here until noon." "I know," Henry responded, "but she was probably eager to see Alex on his birthday. Lately, she has been hinting that she would like to spend more time with him and begin teaching him a basic education. Ever since the Death Eaters killed my father in the war, she has been getting kind of lonely in her house, and it doesn't help that my brother rarely visits, being so busy with his ship. I know, I will cut her some slack, but if she thinks that she will need to spend a lot of time teaching Alex, then she has underestimated his intelligence. He already knows how to read and write, as well as his numbers. He picks up things so quickly it's almost unnatural," Camille responded. Henry replied, "Even if she doesn't have to teach him very much, it will be good for Alex to spend some more time with her." Upstairs in his room, Alex had no idea that his parents were deciding how he would be spending the next few months. Some time later, I descended the stairs into the living room, where I found Grandma sitting with my parents drinking tea. It was hard for me to keep my eyes off of Grandmother's enormous burgundy hat. Woven into the cap, was a hawk that seemed to be glaring at me. "Don't you look at me like that, you big dumb bird, I didn't weave you into that monstrosity." After I greeted Grandma, my parents waved for me to sit next to them while they discussed recent events. Just as the boredom got to be too much to bear, a loud thump could be heard coming from the solid black cabinet that was over 9 feet tall. After a moment, the tall cabinet suddenly opened and the salty smell of the ocean filled the room. A tall raven-haired man stepped inside wearing a long black duster. Following closely behind him, was an Egyptian woman with long flowing dark hair, wearing a black sleeveless dress with a twin golden snake armband adorning her arms. "Are we too late for the party?" The man spoke in a booming voice. Camille rose with a smile on her face and said, "John, Nefret, I'm so glad you could make it, and where is little Omar?" Nefret responded while shaking her head. "Omar couldn't come, my father took him on a trip to South America, and he hasn't returned home yet." "Now, where is the little wizard?" "I recently learned about a fascinating custom in the States. It has to do with hexing the birthday boy," John interrupted and made a show of looking around the room. I jumped up with a smile on my face and dashed out of the room while shouting, "You'll never catch me alive, you old pirate." John looked at his brother with an incredulous look, "Did he just call me old?" John pulled out his wand and gave chase while shouting, "This will not stand," calling a dashing young pirate wizard, an old man. As I ran out of the living room and past the dining room into the kitchen, Uncle John caught up with me, so I dove for the stairs leading to the basement. "Oh no, you don't, you little brat!" Uncle John shouted. He flicked his wand at me and all of a sudden I was floating in midair. With a satisfied look on his face, he returned to the family room with me floating behind him. After being brought back to the family room, I shot a pleading look at Dad for him to intervene. The gleam in his eye told me in no uncertain terms that this was payback for trying to throw him under the bus earlier and he would not be intervening. As I floated helplessly before the rest of my family, Uncle John mused, now what spell would be most appropriate for the birthday boy? Dad weighed in with a malicious gleam in his eyes, there is always the tickling charm, and I know for a fact that Alex is extremely ticklish. I glared at my father with death in my eyes and promised retribution for this harsh betrayal. Sensing Uncle John getting ready to make his move, I made a last-ditch effort by pleading for mercy with Mum. With a smile appearing on her face, she whispered with a grin, "Well, it is a foreign tradition, and you know I love learning about other cultures." Uncle John pointed his wand at me with a Cheshire cat grin and chanted, "Rictus Empra." A silver burst of light erupted from his wand and hit me. Unable to move in the air, I laughed uncontrollably as the spell tickled my entire body. After several minutes of this, with tears streaming down my face, and kicking the air uncontrollably, a well of energy swelled up inside of me and burst out as I screamed, "Enough!" Abruptly, the tickling spell ended, as well as whatever spell was keeping me suspended in the air, and I collapsed to the ground with a thud. After catching my breath, I dusted myself off with as much dignity I could manage. I glanced around the room and went to the only remaining safe haven in the place, Grandma. I climbed into her lap, and her arms wrapped protectively around me. I glanced at my speechless family and stuck my tongue out. Uncle John smiled and admiringly said, "That was an impressive display of underage magic. I sense another strong Fawley wizard in the making." Mother preened at my uncle's praise, attributing my burst of magic as her own accomplishment. "That's nothing, why just the other day my son brewed a potion without any help from anyone," she bragged. "I do believe that Alex is our son," Henry interjected, trying to remind Camille to share my deeds with him as well. "Humph," Camille tossed her hair with a quick turn and challenged, "Oh, and who is the master Podiwinner in this house? The second he begins enchanting objects and blowing stuff up is when you can take responsibility." My father visibly deflated at her words, conceding the battle. I watched the unfolding drama, and a smile tugged at my lips, while I thought, who needs a TV when one's family is this entertaining? After my mom stopped teasing Dad, Nefret spoke out in carefully worded English, "When will Alex begin school?" I perked up and chimed in with an unmistakable eagerness in my voice, "Hopefully soon." My dad shook his head and replied, "Not for a while, Hogwarts doesn't allow students to attend until they are 11. He should be going in 1989, had he been born 3 days earlier, he would be able to start in 88. After I heard that it would be almost 7 years rather than 6 until I could attend Hogwarts, I glared at Mum to let her know that I blamed her. Mum saw my expression and laughed, "Don't look at me like that, you were supposed to be born on the 25th of August. It was you who decided to take your sweet time, so you only have yourself to blame." After seeing my indignant expression, Uncle John stood up and said, "Don't worry, little guy, time will pass faster than you think. I might have brought a little something to keep your mind off school." I watched Uncle John with eager eyes as he opened his leather duster and made a show of sticking his arm into the inside pocket. A laugh escaped me when I saw how his arm magically sank up to his shoulder while he was digging around in his small pocket. "I know I put it around here somewhere," he stated. "Ah, here it is," and pulled out what looked like a black rock half the size of a football. Uncle John tossed the rock towards me and said, "Think fast." The first thing I noticed after I caught the rock was the heat rising from it. I studied the rock a little closer and saw strange geometric patterns randomly placed on the rock. "What does the rock do?" I asked. Aunt Nefret interjected, "It's not a rock, it's a Lamisu egg." She handed me a book and said, "I think you will find this useful." I glanced at the cover and saw the title Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. Underneath the title were many different images of magical creatures that randomly moved around the book as they pleased. Mum asked in a worried tone, "Is it safe?" Uncle John responded, "Of course, a Lamisu will bond with the first thing it sees and consider it a family. It only becomes dangerous if something threatens its family." After hearing Uncle John's reply, Dad narrowed his eyes, and pointedly asked, "Is it legal?" Uncle John innocently pointed his hand towards himself and protested, "Of course, I would never break any of the increasingly stringent and unnecessary laws the Ministry has been foisting on the wizarding world." I heard my father respond in a tone that would accept no nonsense, "John." Uncle John pulled out a document and waved it like a white flag and said, "Okay, I give, here is the necessary immigration form approving the Lamisu entry into the country." It wasn't easy, but Amos Diggory is an old friend, and he works in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Beasts. I smiled and asked, does this mean I get to keep it? I saw my parents look at each other and have a silent conversation with their eyes. With resignation in her voice, my mother responded, yes, but it's your responsibility to take care of it, we won't be doing a thing. With a broad smile on my face, I hurriedly assured them, don't worry, you won't have to do a single thing. I silently watched the egg, expecting it to hatch at any moment. After a few moments, I shot Uncle John a look and questioned, is it broken? He replied, they can only hatch on a night with no moonlight. It was times like these that made me miss having all the information of the internet at my fingertips. How did people handle random questions that they needed an answer to before the internet? I felt a pat on my head as Grandma said, lucky you, I do believe that there will be a new moon tonight. Why don't you go put that up into your room for safekeeping? My father said. I got up and rushed upstairs. After entering my room, I set the egg carefully on my pillow, and after making sure that the egg was secure and not in danger of rolling off the bed, I returned downstairs to find several more presents awaiting me. I looked at my parents for permission. After receiving the nod, I tore into the presents in a manner that is only cute in a child. Deciding to work from smaller to larger, I grabbed the smallest gift. After I tore the wrapping, I saw a little blue leather journal with my name etched in the top of the cover. As I looked up, Dad explained, it's enchanted to hide its contents, so no one can read what you write. I ran over and hugged him and whispered loudly, thanks, Dad, this will be handy to keep secrets from a certain nosy Nelly. I pointedly didn't look in my mother's direction. Humph, I would never do anything so deceitful. Mum replied indignantly. Go on, open mine next. Mum quickly changed the conversation and pointed her wand at a book-sized present and flicked it towards me. The red-wrapped present launched itself at me. I quickly reached up and caught it before it could take my head off. The gift seemed to shake in my hand as if it couldn't wait for me to unwrap it. I threw a disgruntled look towards my mom for nearly taking my head off and tore the wrapping off. I found a book with the title The Fundamentals of Potion Making. It's a handwritten book, Mum explained in a fond voice. I was able to get someone special to write it, Nicholas Flamel. After hearing that the author was Nicholas Flamel, I looked at Mum, unable to articulate how much it meant to me. I reverently held the book. Within these pages was information written by one of the most famous wizards in the world. Flamel was over 600 years old, and the only publicly acknowledged immortal wizard of our time due to the creation of the Philosopher's Stone. A loud whistle shook me from my thoughts. Uncle John exclaimed, how did you get him to write that book for Alex? Mum replied with a huff, I've been telling people that we are related, but no one ever seems to believe me. Everyone laughed at her disgruntled expression. I set the book down and reached for the last remaining present. It was a long rectangular box. Grandma spoke as I removed the lid and found a long broomstick inside. It's a Fawley family tradition to get a broomstick for your 5th birthday. I only vaguely remember a few of the different models from the Harry Potter books. I asked eagerly, is it a nimbus? No. Dad and Uncle John's voice angrily rang out at the same time. You didn't tell him, Uncle John accused Dad with a betrayed look. Dad harshly retorted, he is only 5, he doesn't need to know. I interjected, know what? Uncle John and Dad seemed to have a wordless argument, before Uncle John threw up his hands and shouted, fine, keep him ignorant. After a few awkward moments of silence, Grandma broke the ice, no, honey, it's a blue bottle. She turned to Mum to reassure her, it's the safest broomstick available. It's nowhere near as fast as a racing broom, and has dozens of spells to ensure safety. I jumped up and hugged Grandma, thank you so much. I turned and ran to Dad and pleaded with big eyes, can we please go outside and fly? He replied with a smirk, I don't know, more guests should be coming for your party in a few hours. I mustered up all the adorableness I could manage and pleaded with puppy dog eyes. Please, I'll be good, it won't take very long, please. Fine, he relented, grab your broomstick, and we can go outside and have your first lesson. I jumped up and ran outside, eager for my first lesson. Unfortunately, I've learned things rarely go as well as you plan. Chapter 3. I ran out of the house into the backyard, eagerly imagining how I was going to soar through the air and conquer gravity. I swung my leg over the broomstick and shot an impatient look towards the house. A few moments later, my uncle swaggered into the backyard with a broomstick slung over his shoulder. My father followed closely behind. Uncle John said, not so fast. If we're gonna do this, we do this the proper way. I raised my left eyebrow in response and questioned, is there a wrong way to get onto a broom? He laughed and said, put it on the ground, stand next to it and command it to your hand. I vaguely remember this tradition from the books, but I always thought it was rather stupid. Why would you set a broom on the ground only to tell it to right back to your hand in the first place? I shot Uncle John an unimpressed look and replied, that doesn't seem necessary, I already have the broom in my hand. Father interjected, there is a good reason for this, broomsticks have many different charms and spell layered into them. One of the simplest is rising to the owner's hand when called. His face brightened as he continued in what I called Dad's lecture mode. As a broomstick gets older, there is a chance that some of the charms and spells wear off. A good rule of thumb is calling the broomstick to your hand. If it works, then the broom is most likely fine. There have been plenty of wizards who hopped on an old broomstick and climbed into the sky only to fall when the charm stops working. That's why you should always use the command before getting on a broom. I gulped and thought to myself. What the hell? You mean that one of these might just fall out of the sky? If I'm going to take off into the sky, I want a little bit more of a guarantee than most likely. I set the broomstick on the ground and said, but this is a new broom, so it should be fine. Right. Uncle John chuckled mischievously, and claimed, not being 100% sure it's gonna work is half of the fun of flying. It'll be fine, my father soothed, now reach out with your hand and tell it to come up. A picture formed in my mind. I imagined the broom rising on my first command, just like Harry did, then I would soar through the air like a bird, the skies would be mine to command. I reached out and said, up. The broomstick did a convincing job of playing dead. After carefully nudging the broom with my foot, I looked at my dad and said, you were right, we should always test a new broom before trying to find out if it's defective, this broom is obviously broken. Uncle John started laughing at me. What? I defended, it's clearly broken. Dad walked over and put his hand on my shoulder to comfort me, it can take a while to get the hang of this, let's try again. I decided to give it another try and said, up. You're asking the broom when what you need to be doing is telling the broom what to do, my father explained. Maybe he just doesn't have what it takes to be a wizard, Uncle John mocked. Closing my eyes, I reached out and commanded, up. Instantly, the broom rose up and smacked my hand. With a grin on my face, I shot a victorious look at my uncle. Dad smiled at my expression and said, now hop on the broom, but don't kick off the ground yet. I carefully followed my dad's instructions, determined not to have the same type of flying experience as Neville did. Good, Dad praised. Coming up next to me with his broom, he continued, now what I want you to do is gently kick off with your feet. The broom rose into the air after I made a small motion with my feet. I shot him a nervous look as I hovered a few feet off the ground. Dad shot me an encouraging look and said, very good, now I want you just to get used to being off the ground. After a few minutes, I questioned, I thought that this would be more uncomfortable, I can't really feel the broomstick, it feels like I'm sitting on a cushion of air. Uncle John replied, that would be the cushioning charm coming into effect, many wizards use brooms to travel long distances. Putting all of your weight onto a stick for a few hours would be extremely uncomfortable. My mother poked her head out the window and shouted, Henry, I need you inside for a moment. Before heading inside, my dad turned and said, don't do anything until I get back. I thought to myself gleefully, watch out world, now that I conquered gravity, there is no stopping me now. In response to my lofty thoughts, the universe decided that I was getting a big head, so it decided to play with me for a bit, and I began slowly rising into the air. I yelled towards my uncle, why am I going up? I made a hopping motion trying to force it back down to the ground, but was unsuccessful in doing so, if anything that made it worse. Uncle John sarcastically answered, you're going upward because brooms are designed to fly in an upward fashion. Keeping a death grip on the broom, I retorted, that isn't very helpful. Who said I was trying to be helpful? Uncle John replied with a Cheshire cat smile. After I got the broom to stop rising around 20 feet off the ground, I shouted, how am I supposed to get down from here? You know how birds push their babies off trees to teach them to fly. Fly baby fly. Uncle John mockingly yelled while flapping his arms. It had never occurred to me before this moment, that my uncle was crazy, hell maybe my whole family is crazy. I mean, who thought that giving me a broomstick when I was 5 and leaving me to the tender mercy of a crazy uncle was good parenting? I decided to pull out the big guns, I'll tell my mom, I threatened. For some reason, my threat only made him laugh harder. Unknown to me, inside the attic, the rest of my family watched me flail about in the air. I feel like we should have told him that the blue bottle broom has an anti-falling charm put on it, Camille whispered to her husband while watching from the attic window. He'll be fine, once he gets over his initial fear, and starts controlling the broom, Henry comforted. Besides, this is how our dad taught us how to fly, and everything worked out just fine. Camille tore her eyes off of her son floating in the sky and challenged, then why aren't you out there doing it? Henry smirked and replied, because while I'm sure Alex will one day look back at this fondly, he has an incredible memory, and he sure knows how to hold a grudge. In the sky, after a few minutes of panic, the initial fear began to leave me, and I began to appreciate the view. Well, this isn't so bad, I thought to myself. Seeing that I had somewhat calmed down, Uncle John shot up next to me and said, that wasn't so bad, right? On the inside, I swore that one day I would have my revenge, and replied with clenched teeth, yeah, it's not so bad. Alright, I'll show you how to control it. Broomsticks are controlled in 2 different ways. First, is direction, you use your hands and push the end of the handle where you want to go. To go up, pull back, to go down, push down, and to go left or right, pull in the direction you want to go. Uncle John explained. What if I just want to stay level? I quickly said. He replied, that's the easy part, just let go, you're not gonna fall off if you do. The cushioning charm supports your entire lower body, so balance isn't an issue. I had to send multiple commands to my fingers before they would loosen. It was like they didn't believe my uncle's words. After I removed the pressure on the broom, it immediately stabilized. Like this. I clarified. He continued, good, now speed is even easier to control. If you want to go faster, lean forward, the lower you lean, the faster you go, and to slow down, all you have to do is sit back up. Now, let's take it slow and do a few laps. I learned a valuable lesson while flying. If you fly around with your mouth open, be prepared to swallow a bunch of bugs. After the flying lesson, I stopped and hovered around 100 feet off of the ground and admired the bird's eye view of the house grounds. The red 3-story brick estate was an impressive sight. In the back was a large glass greenhouse that I knew better to enter. Inside were many of the plants that Mom used in her potion making. Some were relatively harmless, others were aggressive and could do a lot of damage if given a chance. In the front was a rarely used dirt road that leads to a paved road. A large iron gate prevented anyone from entering our property uninvited. On both sides of the gate was a large stone wall that stretched off in the distance. Enjoying the view? John called out to me. I nodded and pointed to the sea of trees and asked, how big is the Fawley property? Around 1,000 acres or so. Your grandmother's house is on the other side of the forest. This land has been our family's land for over 1,000 years. He continued, one of our ancestors was paranoid about a raid from the newly established Ministry of Magic, and so he made the whole property unplottable and set all sorts of concealment spells on the walls. Supposedly he built himself a vanishing tower where he could bunker down out there somewhere. When your dad and I were younger, we spent many hours looking for it, but we couldn't find it. Maybe you will have better luck. I swore to myself that one day, that magic tower would be mine. I could already picture myself in the tower doing powerful magic and cackling madly. All right, that's enough for today, you still have a party to look forward to. Uncle John informed me. After heading inside, Mother told me, go upstairs and get ready for your party. I invited many of our friends over and they will be bringing kids your age to play. But I don't want to hang out with other kids, they're so annoying, I responded. Mom and Dad looked at each other with concern in their eyes and had a nonverbal conversation. It will be good for you, it's time you met kids your age who aren't family. We are concerned that you don't have any friends your age to play with. This will be a good chance to meet some of the fellow wizards and witches that you may end up at Hogwarts with. Dad replied. Fine, I gave in, not wanting my parents to continue to worry about my lack of interest in hanging out with children my age. Chapter 4. As the day wore on, more wizards and witches arrived at our house. Some arrived on brooms, but most came through the flow network. Among their number were my 3 aunts from my mom's side of the family. As they arrived within the fireplace, I noticed that they brought with them their gaggle of kids consisting entirely of girls, 9 of them to be exact. Deciding that discretion was the better part of valor, I left the room in a hasty retreat, determined not to get volunteered to entertain my cousins. I retreated to my father's study, where he and my uncle were debating with some old friends of theirs from Hogwarts. The subject was whether the Appleby Arrows or the Windburn Wasps were the better Quidditch team. I'm telling you, the Arrows have got this next match in the bag. They have 3 good chasers, and their keeper is one of the best there is. The Wasps have no chance at all. Dad argued. Rubbish, snorted a brown-haired wizard. The Wasps have 2 world-class beaters who will prevent the Arrows chasers from scoring, and they have the better seeker. Come off it, Amos, I wouldn't call their seeker better, at most they are about even, Dad retorted. Uncle John shot a smile my way and interjected, all right, let's ask the little guy who's better. Everyone in the room turned in my direction. Without saying a word, I pointed at my blue shirt with silver arrows that were always moving. Of course he sides with the Arrows, the poor boy has had them shoved down his throat his whole life, Amos scoffed. Uncle John winked at me and asked, what are you doing in here with all these stuffy wizards? Go have some fun with some other kids. I'm sure some are running around here that are your age. Just don't burn the place down. Amos moved a young boy with dark hair into view and piped up, speaking of which, this is my son, Cedric. He is about your age, why don't you boys run along and see what sort of trouble you can find? I froze once I heard the name. I was not prepared to come face to face with someone from the books. I didn't know how to respond. What do you say to someone who has been marked for death? Eventually, I stammered, nice to meet you. I'm Alex. Cedric gave a hesitant smile and replied, Cedric. Not knowing what to say, I awkwardly blurted out, want to go see my egg? He raised an eyebrow and hesitantly replied, sure, why not? I motioned him to follow as I headed upstairs, carefully avoiding the attention of my French cousins who were running and driving the adults nuts. After making our way through the house and up the stairs to my room, I closed my wooden door behind me with a sigh of relief. I walked over to my bed and grabbed the big black egg and turned to Cedric, and said, "Check this out." Cedric came over, and I handed the egg to him. He ran his fingers over the strange patterns. He asked curiously, "What is it?" "It's a lamusa," I gleefully responded. "Cool," responded Cedric. While studying the egg, my door burst open. Cedric and I jumped and nearly dropped the egg. Angered that I almost dropped the egg, I carefully set it back on the bed, and I turned on the intruder and yelled, "Get out!" Breathing heavily by the door was a blonde-haired girl who said, "Shhh, they may hear you." Confused, Cedric asked, "Who?" "Those little French monsters," she retorted, "now be quiet." I felt conflicting emotions within me. On the one hand I wanted her gone, on the other, I had the feeling she would not go quietly, which may attract the attention of the monsters. Deciding that one more addition to the room was better than the rest of my cousins finding us, I sighed, "Fine, you can stay, lock the door behind you, and don't touch anything." "Ooh, what is that?" she said, looking at my bed. "It's my lamusa," I proudly said. "And that is?" she questioned. Annoyed that she did not respond the way Cedric did and too embarrassed to admit I hadn't the faintest clue what a lamusa was, I dramatically said, "It's a magical beast of great power." She smirked and asked sweetly, "What does it look like?" Glaring balefully at her, I mentally added her to my list of nemesis. "It's kinda hard to describe their species," I said through gritted teeth. Meeting my eyes, she countered with a knowing grin, "You know, there is nothing wrong with not knowing everything." Somehow we ended up in a staring contest. Glaring at her strange purple eyes, vowing to myself that I would die before I would let this little girl get the best of me. Interrupting our strange staring contest, Cedric, holding my book, Fantastic Beasts and Where They Come From, said, "This book states that everyone is unique, they take many different forms, cats and bull-like creatures are most common. They also have wings, and sometimes they can even develop horns." After hearing about the strange species, I gave Cedric thumbs up for coming to my rescue. I shot a triumphant look towards the girl, and haughtily said, "I told you it was hard to describe their species, I don't know what it looks like until it hatches, because each one is unique." She looked at the pair of us suspiciously and huffed, "Fine, I was just saying." "So, what's your name?" Cedric asked. "Anna Lancaster, what's yours?" she replied. Not quite ready to forgive being challenged, I grunted, "Alex." "Cedric Diggory," Cedric responded with a natural smile. "Wait, you said Lancaster, you wouldn't happen to be related to Taylor Lancaster, who plays keeper for the Appleby Arrows, would you?" I questioned. With a proud nod, she replied, "That's my dad." I mentally erased her from my list of nemesis and casually asked, "Is your dad here today?" "No, my mom brought me, right now, Dad is practicing for his next match." Mentally disappointed that I wouldn't be meeting my favorite Quidditch player, I asked, "Who is your mom?" Anna's face fell and quietly said, "Barbara is my mom." "I think she is friends with your mom. Does she have anything to do with potions?" I queried. Anna carefully nodded. "I thought her name sounded familiar, I heard my mom talking to my dad about her the other day." Anna narrowed her eyes and sneered at me, "Oh yay, and what did your mom say about my mom?" Confused by her words, I replied, "Only that her apothecary was one of the best, and that's where she got her rarer ingredients from." "Why? What were you expecting?" Not expecting my response, "Oh," she responded in a small voice, "yeah, her apothecary has a lot of connections and is able to get a hold of all sorts of ingredients." After a moment of uncomfortable silence, I changed the subject. "So is there any possibility of getting tickets to see the Appleby Arrows? They are my favorite Quidditch team." "Maybe, I can always ask," Anna replied. All of a sudden, my mom banged on my door and raged, "What do you think you're doing hiding in your room? I thought we had discussed you getting to know some kids your age." Shooting an embarrassed look towards Cedric and Anna, I retorted, "I am hanging out with some friends." Not believing me, she tried to enter my room but wasn't able to get past the locked door. After a moment of silence, the door was thrown open with a bang, she entered with her wand out and hair whipping about madly. Seeing that I did have company, her hair settled and she said righteously, "Well, it's nice that you're up here with friends, but everyone else is wondering where the man of the hour is, so get your butt downstairs or else." "Fine," I gloomily responded. Turning to Cedric and Anna, "Let's go." Surprisingly the rest of the party wasn't terrible, having Cedric and Anna by my side made the rest of the party go by in a flash. As people began to leave, a tall woman with blonde hair came over and said, "Come on, Anna, time to go." As she and her mother headed toward the fireplace, I called out, "Maybe sometime, said, and I can come and meet your dad." Seeing her mom's nod of approval, she said, "Sure, it'll be fun." Then she shot me a sarcastic look and mockingly said, maybe you can bring your magical beast of great power along, and then she disappeared in a green flash of fire. Annoyed that she got the last word in, I turned to Cedric and sighed, girls. Girls, he agreed. Luckily, Cedric and his father were among the last to leave, as they were on their way out. I thanked Amos, thanks for getting my Lisu approved. Winking at me, Amos replied, whatever do you mean? And then he grabbed Cedric and disappeared with a crack. Later that night, I lay in bed, thinking over the day's event. I had met people from the books, but instead of characters, they were real people. What was I supposed to do? Should I tell them about their future and risk sounding like a crackpot? Hell, maybe me being here alters the future, perhaps this universe is only similar to the book and not 100% accurate. Deciding I would need more information before acting, I put it out of mind. Opening Fantastic Beasts and Where They Come From, I turned to the sections on Lisu. Lisu are protectors and guardians. Upon birth, they will create a lifetime bond with the first creature or person that they see. They are highly territorial and protective of what they consider family. It has been confirmed that they can see through most disguises such as invisibility cloaks and polyjuice potions. They also seemingly can sense when another is directing hostile thoughts towards them. It is unknown how they can do so. The ability to sense danger makes them effective protectors and guardians. It is currently unknown how they can detect threats. Absorbed with reading the book, I didn't notice the red glow emanating from the patterns on the egg. The egg, seemingly annoyed that I wasn't paying attention to it, rolled into me. The egg settled down after I gave it my full attention. A long 2 hours later, and I was barely able to keep my eyes open when I heard the egg begin to crack. My sleepiness vanished into thin air, and it was all I could do to stay still. A small piece of the egg broke off, and a paw emerged. From there, the Lisu sensed freedom was within its grasp, and it increased its struggle, which broke the egg into many pieces. A small dark bundle rolled out and landed in my hands. I brought it closer to my face to get a better look. It was cat-like with black fur and tiger stripes made of gold, its wings were covered with dark midnight blue feathers tipped with silver upon them. Small little black nubs adorned its head, and it let out an adorable cry and bit me on the hand. Ouch! Not expecting to be bitten, I dropped the Lisu on the bed and felt a wave of energy pass through me along with the knowledge that it was a female. Seemingly upset that I was no longer holding her, she mewed like a kitten. Realizing that she was most likely hungry, I called out, Lola. With a loud crack, our house elf appeared next to the bed and bowed, yes, Master Alex. I hurriedly asked, do you have any food? I think she's hungry. She smiled widely, happy to be of service, and snapped her fingers and a plate full of fish appeared on my bed. Here you are, Master Alex. The furry creature launched itself off my hands onto the plate and began devouring the fish at an incredible pace. When all the fish was gone, she ambled back over and curled up in my hands and began purring contentedly. Rubbing its head, I asked, now what should we call you, little one? She cocked her head and looked up at me with surprisingly intelligent green eyes. Athena, I whispered, you look like an Athena to me. Athena nodded, indicating her approval, and promptly fell asleep. The next day I couldn't wait to show my parents how awesome Athena was. It was then that I discovered if I so much as set her down, Athena began wailing at the top of her surprisingly loud lungs. On day 1, it was adorable, but as time went on, I found it increasingly annoying. Chapter 5. The following week, while sitting around our dinner table eating breakfast and playing with Athena, my mother declared, it's time for you to begin your basic schooling, so you'll be spending your mornings at your grandmother's. I protested, but, I can already read and write, what more do I need to learn? Mother rolled her eyes, there is always more you can learn, and it will be good for you to spend some time with her and out of this house. That's a low blow, Mom, I thought to myself. Deciding that I needed a new strategy, I countered, but you said that I could start helping you with your potion making. She shook her head and responded, I am about to begin brewing one of the most complicated potions there is. It takes over 6 months to brew, one mistake or slip up and the whole thing would be worthless. So I can't afford any distractions whatsoever. Unable to help myself, I curiously replied, what potion? She smiled, sensing that she had successfully distracted me, Felix Felicis, otherwise known as Liquid Luck. If I can pull this off, it will bring in so many galleons that I will be able to relax over the next few years. Hearing that there was a potion for luck, my jaw dropped in surprise. Why don't more wizards make the Felix potion? Having a bottle of luck in your pocket seems like a useful thing to have. I questioned. She replied with a proud look on her face, of course, everyone would like to have some, but I bet there are less than 50 potions masters in the United Kingdom who could brew the potion. Another consideration is the cost of ingredients. Only wizards and witches who are very sure of their skill would try to make it. Failure is too expensive. Not to mention, if you want to be able to sell your potion, you have to have your master potions license from the Ministry of Magic. Confused about why someone would need a license, I asked, why would you need a license to make the potion? Not to make, to sell, my mother corrected. Sensing the question I was about to ask, she continued, every potion that is sold is required to have a magical stamp on it that is registered to the potion maker by the ministry. When a potion maker registers with the ministry, they receive the mark. Officially, it guarantees that the potion maker is a qualified potions master, and the potion is safe for consumption. I am sensing a but coming, I replied. She smiled and tossed my hair. Yes, registered potion makers have to re-register every 5 years to continue selling their potions, the fee is 100 galleons. A confused expression appeared on my face. I demanded, why is it the ministry's concern if someone is selling potions? I thought that their sole purpose is to make sure that wizards obey the statute of secrecy. The license sounds like the government invented it to make money. She smirked at my outrage and replied, you are a Fawley through and through. Your father and uncle sometimes go on and on about how the ministry is constantly expanding its authority. Officially, it falls under their purview because an incorrectly brewed potion could theoretically break the statute of secrecy. All I will say on the subject is, would you want to drink a potion from someone you don't know? At least with the license you are somewhat secure in the knowledge that whoever made the potion knows what they are doing. After mulling over her words for a few minutes, I pointed out the flaw in that logic. Couldn't a potion master create his brand, and over time build trust with their customer base? Her eyes dancing with mirth, she smirked and responded, wouldn't that be a good idea? But, then the ministry would miss out on all of those hard-earned galleons. Deciding to shift the subject, I casually said, speaking of Master Podiwoners, I met Anna Lancaster the other day, I think you are friends with her mom. Yes, she runs a very successful apothecary. Mom replied. I continued, she had a strange reaction when I talked about her mom. I think she assumed people didn't like her mother for some reason. Mom sighed and said, that's because she is a squib. Most witches and wizards don't like talking about squibs. One of the biggest fears in a wizard family is your child being a squib. Magic is such an everyday part of our lives, it can be difficult for squibs to remain in wizard society. Well, Barb wasn't going to let the fact she had almost no magic stop her. She was able to convince her grandmother to help her start an apothecary. She ran into some trouble from the ministry. Some of the people took issue with a squib having such a lucrative business and they argued that she had no place in our society. That couldn't have been easy, I replied, not knowing what else to say, and glad that I didn't mention that I thought that Anna was ashamed of her mom. Now stop trying to delay your schooling and head over to your grandmother. Mother shooed me out of the dining room towards the fireplace. Grabbing Athena off the table, I made my way to the fireplace in the family room, while grumbling, fine, I'm going. After I made my way to the fireplace, my mother held out the glass bowl full of fluid powder. Grabbing a handful and throwing towards the ground, I shouted, Fawley Cottage. A green fire containing no heat erupted from the ground surrounding me, which yanked me from my house's fireplace and belched me out at my grandmother's fireplace. Coughing from inhaling all the surrounding ash and smoke, I stumbled out of the brick fireplace thinking, whoever invented the flow network is 7 parts crazy and 3 parts genius. I mean, what kind of wizard looks around and says, oh well, since no one uses the fireplace for its intended purpose, I know. Let's use it for transportation, so it doesn't go to waste. As cool as it is, I swear, when I come of age, I will learn to apparate, so I don't have to deal with all this ash and smoke. A few minutes later, I heard my grandmother's voice, head on back, dearie. As I made my way through the wooden cottage, I noticed all the pictures that covered the grey-colored walls waving at me as I passed. Some were of my grandparents when they were young, others had my dad and uncle running around in them. I even saw one of myself. Let me tell you, there is nothing weirder than finding a picture of yourself as a baby waving to you. Finding my grandma in the back room, I noticed she had set up an old desk next to her that had a pile of parchment and several books. She looked up and greeted me with a smile that all grandmothers develop. Have a seat, and we'll get started. Not wanting to sit through lessons about stuff I already know. So I bragged, I have a near-perfect memory, it has helped me learn how to read and write, and even my numbers. Without missing a beat, she smiled, pointed towards the quill, and said, show me. I grabbed the feathered quill, dipped into the ink, and quickly wrote, Alexander Fawley, son of Henry and Camille Fawley, then I signed it and slid it over to her with a smug grin. Tisk. Tisk came from my grandmother as she looked over my parchment. Grabbing a quill, she quickly wrote something and slid the paper back towards me with a smile, now try again. Confused, grabbing the parchment, I looked at what she had written and saw in flawless calligraphy, Danielle Fawley, wife of George Fawley, and mother to Henry and John Fawley. Comparing the two styles was like comparing night to day, hers looked like it belonged on an invitation from royalty, whereas mine looked like chicken scratch. After trying again, I slid the parchment across the table, quickly trying to showcase my annoyance. Without so much as looking at it, she said, when your words resemble mine perfectly, we can move forward. She looked me in my eyes and smiled sweetly. I'm sure a bright young man such as yourself will pick it up in no time. Oh grandma, what big eyes you have. Somehow grandmother's smile had morphed into something much more sinister. After wincing at the hand cramps to come, I began writing. A few hours later, my grandmother peeked her head back into the room and decided to take pity on me. That's enough for today. Standing up quickly, not wanting to give her a chance to change her mind, I bolted from the back room. She followed and made a peace offering as we made our way to the living room. Come on, it's time for lunch. Afterward, we can talk about anything you want. Later, as we sat around the living room with the grandmother sitting in her favorite yellow chair and drinking her tea, I blurted out, so why do my dad and uncle hate the Nimbus Racing Broom Company? A large sigh escaped her. Setting her tea down, she responded, that is a long and complicated story. Your grandfather was a brilliant wizard. Against his father's wishes, he started Fawley's wondrous enchantments. One of his biggest dreams was to design the fastest racing broom in the world. He dedicated his life to the project, then he met a fellow wizard by the name of Delvin Whithorn. I gulped after feeling the room chill after she spoke his name, her eyes flashing dangerously. She continued, Delvin wasn't a very talented wizard, but he had a good head for business and was able to get Fawley to bring him on as a partner. Jack would handle all the enchanting and designing, and Delvin would manage the business. For several years the business flourished, not only in Diagon Alley, but Delvin was able to take the business to greater heights. At one point, orders were coming in from all over Europe for their products. Taking a deep breath, grandmother closed her eyes, and with a bitter look on her face, she continued. Then one night, everything changed. When the Death Eaters killed Jack in 1967, the whole business slid to a grinding halt. Suspiciously, the warehouse where Jack did most of the work burned down a few nights later. Then 6 months later, Delvin Whithorn opened a new company and released the Nimbus 1000 and advertised that he created the fastest racing broom in the world. Hearing the story aroused my suspicion. Did Delvin have anything to do with the Death Eaters killing grandfather? I questioned. Not that I could ever prove. His father had thrown a dinner party for some of the most influential members of the ministry, and Delvin was in attendance. She responded bitterly. How convenient for him, I sneered and continued. But why was he able to get away with passing grandfather's work off as his own? Shouldn't you have been able to go to the Ministry of Magic? She replied, I don't know how, but he had somehow gotten Jack to sign over everything in a magical contract. Everything concerning the racing broom was compensation for making the business more successful. It was an overnight success. Every professional Quidditch team wanted the Nimbus series, and it quickly became the most in-demand broom in the world. Nobody was interested in Jack's story, and that is why we do not fly any Nimbus products in our family. She finished. Seeing tears form in my grandmother's eyes, I decided right then and there, that the Whithorns hadn't heard the last from my family, they would pay dearly for every one of my grandma's tears. I went over and gave her the biggest hug to comfort her, and so she couldn't see the anger in my eyes. Chapter 6. The days began to blur, and before I knew it, I was 8 years old and no longer an only child. My mother had given birth to adorable twin girls with black hair and blue eyes. Sitting at the dining room table, I watched Mum battle with the twins. They had just turned 2 and were being a textbook case on why 2-year-olds are known as the Terrible Twos. The twins seated and locked into their high chairs were putting Mum through hell. Towering over the girls, Mum wearing her grey-stained potions robe, commanded, Girls, eat your oatmeal. Sasha, the twin on the right side, responded with an eloquent, no. Not to be outdone by her sister, Rebecca put her 2 cents in by sticking her tongue out and spitting. A smile strained my mother's face, and she promised, not only are you going to eat it, but you are going to like it. Rebecca's blue eyes widened as if she couldn't believe her mother said that. Deciding that Mum needed a wake-up call, she locked eyes with Sasha, and they both grinned and pushed their bowls in opposite directions off the high tables. Mum's smile froze in shock, and when the bowls hit the ground and cracked, her left eye started twitching. Blonde hair erupting madly behind her, she pulled out her wand and angrily threatened, You little brats, you're going to stay in those chairs until you eat. She waved her wand, and the bowls flew back up to the table. She grabbed a chair and pulled it in front of the twins' high chairs, determined not to move until the girls ate their breakfast. By the time I finished eating, the standoff was still going strong, with no end in sight. Deciding to help Mum out, I walked over to the twins, giving Mum a sly look. I made a grabbing motion towards Rebecca's breakfast and said, You know, since you don't want this, I guess I want it. Before I could take it, she grabbed her bowl. Mine, she said, with an offended look on her face. She grabbed her spoon and began shoveling the oatmeal into her mouth as if afraid I would try again. Turning my head towards Sasha was all it took to convince her she was next, so she too began to eat quickly. With a bewildered look on her face, Mum glanced at the girls eating and then back to me, then again to the girls. After a moment, her eyes shifted towards me suspiciously and accused me, This is a conspiracy, and you are in on it. Snorting with laughter, I replied, You just need to know how to speak their language. I blame you, you never acted like this when you were little. If you had, I would be more prepared. She whined. Deciding to change the subject before it became my fault the twins were troublesome, I asked, "Where's Dad?" "The match begins at noon, and we are supposed to meet up with Cedric and Anna before the game." "I'm here," Dad's voice rang out. After turning, for the first time since being reborn, I was struck speechless. Dad was trying to win an award that declared that he was the Arrow's biggest fan. His long brown hair was pale blue with streaks of silver through it. His skin on his face was magically turned pale blue as well with 2 silver arrows on each cheek. Wearing a robe that had pictures of the entire team flying on brooms. He eagerly asked, "You ready for some Quidditch?" With a grin on my face knowing how much this was going to embarrass Anna, I eagerly begged, "Me too." With a knowing grin, he pulled out his wand, and began twirling and twisting it towards me, saying, "A little of this, and a lot of that, perfect." Grinning, I turned to Mum and asked, "How do I look?" She summoned a mirror and pointed it my way. Seeing my reflection, I grinned. My face mirrored my dad. I turned to the twins and asked, "What do you girls think?" Both of their eyes widened with fear as if realizing that their parents could turn them into different colors. Seeing their wide eyes, Mum began cackling evilly and threatened, "Guess what happens the next time you don't want to eat?" Turning to Dad, I asked, "Can we go already?" Not about to be left behind, Athena climbed up the back of my clothes until she was perched on my shoulder as if to announce she would be coming as well. "Hold on, we're waiting on Cedric and Anna to get here," he patiently reminded me. When Cedric arrived, he took one look at me and doubled over with laughter. "Oh, Anna is going to hate you so much." Smiling mischievously, I replied, "Don't you mean she'll hate us?" When Anna arrived, and she saw all of us decked out in blue and silver, she blanched and stammered when she saw our grinning faces, "Don't you dare." By the time we had all arrived at the stadium, all of us were covered in blue and silver. Glaring resentfully at me, Anna warned, "So help me, the instant I get my wand, you're dead. Do you hear me, Alexander Fawley?" Wincing at her full use of my name, I knew I would need to watch my back in a few years. Trying to distract her from her anger, I consoled, "It's not so bad, your dad is playing. I bet he gets a kick out of seeing you like this." Before she could respond, the announcer interrupted in a magically enhanced voice, "Here come the Appleby arrows." Our section in the stadium went nuts. Shooting into the sky announcing their arrival were silver arrows that exploded into blue sparks. In response to the silver arrows erupting into the sky, a loud buzzing came from the sea of black and gold from the other side of the stadium. The announcer continued, "Here come their fated rivals, the Wimborne Wasps." Seeing her dad take up his post near the 3 goals, Anna's personality changed from a well-behaved lady to a demon child, screaming at the top of her lungs, "Destroy them all, Daddy, make them regret being born." Mwahaha. Seeing her cackle madly, I shot Cedric a worried look, while remembering her early promise of vengeance. The game began with the arrows chasers grabbing the quaffle and scoring within the first minute. Silver arrows followed our cheers, however, the Wasps recovered and began beaming across the field to even the score. The arrows chasers tried to intercept, but the Wasps beaters were able to break apart their formation by sending the Bloodjares to intercept them and made their way to the goal passing the quaffle back and forth. But, just as they made the shot, Anna's dad was able to block it. Anna, Cedric, and I cheered as loud as we could. The match ended abruptly. 30 minutes later, the score was 80-10 with arrows in the lead when the Wasp Seeker dove towards the ground, with the Arrow Seeker right on his trail. Luckily, a stray bludger caught the Wasp Seeker on the leg, snapping it, and he crashed towards the ground, and the Arrow Seeker caught the snitch. The game came to an end with the announcer declaring the Arrows' victory at 230-10. Stunned that the match ended so soon, we looked at each other and started celebrating. While waiting for Anna's father outside the stadium, the 4 of us were discussing the match when a mocking voice rang out, "Fawley, it's good to see you." My father's hand that was on my shoulder tightened in response. Turning in the direction of the mocking voice, I saw an older man in his 40s approach our little group in a swagger. He was wearing an immaculate black suit with golden broomstick cufflinks that adorned his sleeves. His black hair was slicked back into a ponytail, and on his face, a small goatee hid a weak chin. But his eyes are what marked him as dangerous. They were piercing black, full of intelligence and ruthlessness. I watched his eyes move from my father, over to my friends, and then come to rest on me. As his eyes met mine, my hair stood up, and Athena's tail wrapped protectively around my throat, and she hissed a warning. An oily smile appeared on his face as he turned his attention to my father and sneered. "So, Henry, how is the old business coming along?" In a tightly controlled voice, Dad responded, "Everything has been going well as could be expected, Whithorn." He nodded and replied condescendingly, "I am surprised that you were able to keep it afloat after I left. Old Jack was a great wizard, but a terrible businessman and shopkeeper. It didn't surprise anyone when the warehouse burned down. Nothing but sloppy management." After hearing him insult my grandfather, my hands clenched in anger, turning white from the lack of blood. Sensing that something was wrong, Cedric and Anna closed in around me as if they would somehow shield me from this man's words. I saw my father, who I had never seen once act in anger, twitched his hand towards the pocket that kept his wand. Knowing that he had struck a chord within my father, Whithorn smiled. Wanting to defend my family's honor, I replied scathingly, I don't think he was a terrible businessman, just a bad judge of character. After all, he wasn't able to see you for the rat you are. Whithorn's eyes snapped to mine, seemingly looking for some knowledge within them, and after a moment he smiled and replied, what an accurate choice of words, young man. A bad judge of character is indeed a great way to describe old Jack. He paused dramatically and continued, why else would he have been running around with he who must not be named, ... Shocked, and not knowing what to say about this bombshell, I turned to my father. Only to see his blue face beginning to turn red in anger. How dare you? My dad bellowed, pulling out his wand. Whithorn remained unmoved by my father's actions. Just try it, Fawley, he hissed, you know who my father is and what he is capable of doing. Before anyone could make a move, a good-natured voice rang out, now, what seems to be the problem here? The tension seemed to break as everyone glanced towards the sound, everyone seeing Taylor Lancaster striding confidently in his pale blue Quidditch robes. His dark brown hair was slicked with sweat from the match. Taking in the scene, he paused, his friendly brown eyes found his daughter. Suddenly remembering where we were, my father put away his wand, swallowing his anger. Delvin Whithorn's expression turned on a dime, as he replied smoothly, Mr. Lancaster, we're just having a bit of fun, no harm done. Congratulations on a match well done, if you ever need a new Nimbus, don't hesitate to look me up. Turning to leave, he shot us a smirk and swaggered off. Anna's father watched him leave with a puzzled expression on his face. Turning his face back to his daughter, only now did he seem to realize that her skin and hair were dyed blue and silver. His eyes dancing with mirth, he laughed and teased, Anna, seeing that you are such a big fan. From now on, before every match, I'll turn you blue and silver. Cedric and I began snorting in laughter. Anna shot me a vicious look while stamping on my foot. Hey, why are you only attacking me? I grumbled. Seeing our antics, our parents began laughing. Let's head home so we can go give your mom the good news, Taylor interjected. By the time everyone had gotten home, it was late in the afternoon. Deciding that I needed to organize my thoughts, I didn't greet anyone and I retreated to my room to think before confronting Dad about what Whithorn accused grandfather of doing. I sat at my desk, pondering everything I knew about my grandfather. Was he a Death Eater? Why would he have been a supporter of Voldemort? No one else in our family seems to hate Muggles. I mean, the Ministry isn't very popular with our family. But I have never seen any indication in our family that would explain him being a Voldemort supporter. However, we are an old pure-blood family, maybe he was a Death Eater. Unable to make heads or tails of the situation, I turned to Athena, who was lying contentedly on my bed and asked, what do you think, was grandfather a Death Eater? Ignoring my question like it wasn't worth responding to, she closed her eyes and went to sleep. By the time night had fallen and no closer to an answer than when I started, I decided to confront Dad about the truth. Knowing that I would probably find Dad in his study, I headed in that direction. Pausing at the door, I got a good look at my father brooding in his favorite chair with a glass of brandy. Walking in, and sitting across from Dad, I softly questioned, is it true? With a heavy sigh, he responded, it's not that simple. With a stubborn look on my face, I argued, yes it is, either he supported he who must not be named, or he didn't. Meeting my eyes, he replied, when he who must not be named first rose to power, do you think he went around holding a sign that said I'm a dark evil wizard? No, he was persuasive, he knew just the right things to say to bring him support. A lot of people like to forget, but at one time, many wizarding families supported him. He had a lot of supporters until he revealed his true colors. So that makes it okay, I replied, feeling disgusted. Let me finish, my father angrily interrupted. He continued, to understand everything, you have to step back in time and look at what allowed he who must not be named to rise to power. Most of what happened can be traced back to the signing of the International Statute of Secrecy. It was never popular among a lot of old pure-blood wizard families, but after the families of Muggleborns and Half-Bloods began getting attacked in religious fervor, some wizards put their heads together to think of a solution. The solution they came up with was the Statute of Secrecy, and to enforce the statute, the Ministry of Magic was formed. Every region created its version of a government, and all of a sudden, many wizards who previously answered to no one but themselves found themselves underneath a government they did not want. I interjected, how did the wizards regulate themselves before the ministry was created? And how does the Ministry of Magic being set up lead to some wizards hating Muggles and Muggleborn wizards? He explained, each region had a small wizard council, but mostly wizards governed themselves. He continued, as to how the statute and the ministry led to some wizards hating Muggles and Muggleborns. There are several reasons, but it mostly has to do with the loss of power. Before the ministry, old wizard families ruled like kings, they answered to no one. Then one day, a group of half-blood wizards and muggles-borns got together with some purebloods and decided that all wizards everywhere would have to obey this new law that was passed, and to enforce it they created the Ministry of Magic. Needless to say, not everyone was impressed. However, they couldn't go against the majority, and every time the ministry expanded its power, added a new tax, or made an obscure new law that prevented wizards from doing something that they previously had been allowed to do, it only made things worse. This all led to some wizards to dislike muggles, and some wizards to hate them. After all, had it not been for all the muggle attacks, wizards wouldn't have to go into hiding, and the Ministry of Magic wouldn't have been created. But that still doesn't explain the hatred of muggle-born wizards, I interjected, not entirely convinced. He thoughtfully considered my statement and replied, well, muggle-born wizards often bring in new ideas to our society, and that isn't always popular. For instance, the idea of the Hogwarts train was the idea of a muggle-born wizard. Before then, there was no set way for wizards to travel to Hogwarts, most either flew or travelled to Hogsmeade, via the Flow network. After the train was made, some of the purebloods raised a fuss complaining. They didn't want their children on that muggle contraption. To these wizard families, the muggle-born wizards represent the muggles' intrusion into our world. Seeing that I nodded in understanding, he continued, now, when he who must not be named first started gathering supporters, he wasn't disparaging the muggle-born wizards. He started off whispering that the ministry shouldn't have so much control over wizards, that it was time for wizards to return to the past. He was a very persuasive speaker and was able to gain a lot of support. Our family has never been huge admirers of the ministry, so my dad began attending some gatherings. Now, what I do know is that at one meeting, he who must not be named's message shifted, no longer was it about wizard freedom, but instead about muggle suppression and casting muggle-born wizards down. According to what I found out, my father openly disagreed with he who must not be named's speech and stormed out with about 10 other wizards. My father and the others were never seen again. In a small voice, I asked, how do you know what happened at the meeting? With a heavy sigh, he replied, we didn't know anything for the longest time. One day Dad just didn't come home. It wasn't until 3 years later that we found out anything when my father's best friend came to our house in tears. He was at the meeting as well, but he had been put under an unforgivable curse called the Imperious Curse. It can completely control someone's will. They had him ambush and assassinate his best friend. It was only after the Death Eater who had been controlling him was killed that he regained his freedom. So why don't you use his testimony to clear grandfather's name? I challenged. Closing his eyes in resignation, my father responded, he killed himself less than a week later, he couldn't take the guilt of everything he had done while being controlled. Not knowing how to handle all this information, I sat silently across from my father, watching the logs in the fireplace burn down. Before I left for the night, my father reminded me, don't ever let anyone say that our father supported you-know-who. He was simply one of the first wizards to challenge him and was killed for it. You should be proud of him, for being able to stand up and speak out against him. Many wizards were too afraid to do so. Before I left, I questioned, if all that is true, then was Whithorn involved with the Death Eaters as well? From everything your uncle and I have learned, he wasn't. We still don't know how he got our father to sign that magically binding contract. I believe the fire that burned down your grandfather's warehouse was that bastard's way of profiting from the chaos of our father's disappearance. Dad responded. Now, get your butt to bed before your mum finds out you're still up. As I returned to my room, my mind still going over everything I had learned, I made a vow to myself that no matter what, I would get to the bottom of Whithorn's involvement. And once I found out the truth, he would pay dearly for everything he put my family through. Chapter 7. Over the next couple of years, I continued with my education. Most of the time I spent at my grandmother's was in her library. While there, I focused on reading her books on history and on basic magical theory. However, trying to learn magic from a book with no instruction is like trying to learn to play the piano listening to someone else play. You may get a few keys down, but mostly you're just fumbling in the dark. To learn how to do magic, you need proper instruction. A book can't just give you the guidance you need. All the adults in my life refused to provide me with lessons on it, saying that I would have plenty of time to learn magic at Hogwarts. The one exception was potion making. I continuously bugged my mom to let me watch her work. While she always acted exasperated, I think she secretly loved that I took such an interest in potions. As I got older, she began letting me into her potions room to watch her work. During which, she began to trust me more and let me help her prepare the ingredients. It was then that I learned why many wizards had trouble with potions. Ingredients had to be prepared precisely, and any deviation would lead to the potion not being made correctly. On top of that, being able to maintain focus and attention to detail, for extended periods, can be very mentally draining. Once or twice a week, I would head through the Vanishing Cabinet in our living room to my uncle's ship. I began learning Arabic from my aunt. It was always entertaining on their boat, they traveled all over the place. Jealous that I started learning Arabic, my mother insisted that I learn French as well. When I had free time, I began trying to experiment with underage magic or wandless magic. I found it about as easy as herding cats. Wandless or underage magic is unpredictable. Sometimes something would happen when I was least expecting it, other times I would nearly pass out from trying to get my magic to activate. Persisting with my experiments, I discovered a few things that helped. For one thing, underage magic is not about doing spells. You can chant a spell until you are blue in the face, and nothing will happen. Underage magic or wandless magic is more about the need and then letting magic fulfill that need. By the time I was 10 I had mixed results when experimenting. Most of the time, I could get something magical to happen when I wanted it to. Unfortunately, the magic would do what I needed in unexpected and unpredictable ways. Deciding that being able to make magic happen at command at my age, even though it was unpredictable, should mean that I was rather talented at magic. However, it's difficult to judge my progress in magic without other examples to compare my control over underage magic. I knew that there was probably a limit to how far I could take wandless magic. Even at the height of their powers, both Dumbledore and Voldemort chose to continue using their wands, only using wandless magic for small spells. From everything I read on wandless magic, the best analogy I can think of to compare it to is to imagine magic being like a body of water. Next to the water is a large hole you want to fill. Wandless magic is like trying to use a bucket to fill the hole with water. It can be done, but not very efficiently. Whereas using a wand would be like sticking a fire hose into the water and having it blast out the other side to fill the hole. Sitting on the edge of my bed, staring intently at a red quaffle resting on my desk. Arms stretched out before me, I commanded, "Come." Athena's head perked up, thinking I was speaking to her. After seeing my stare was directed towards the quaffle, she huffed her annoyance and sprawled out on the desk. In a louder voice, I demanded, "Get over here." The quaffle flew across the room towards my face. After catching it and raising it to the heavens, I declared to Athena in my best Super Trooper impersonation, "I am all that is man." She gave me an unimpressed look and flicked her tail at me, as if to say, "I bet you can't do it the same way again." Determined to repeat the experiment, so that I could try and attain the same results, I set the quaffle back on the desk and tried again. Focusing on my desire, in a dramatic voice, I whispered, "Come to me." The quaffle disappeared in a puff of smoke and reappeared in my hands. I sighed, "Not what I meant, but I'll take it." Trying once more, I said, "Come to me." Seeing the quaffle refuse to move, I forcefully commanded, "Get over here." This time the whole desk shot across the floor and after bumping into my bed the quaffle rolled off into my lap. I looked at Athena and declared, "That counts." Athena shot me a reproachful look, annoyed that I interrupted her nap. She got up, stretched her wings, and jumped off the desk. Gliding out of the room, she shot me one final look before disappearing. Deciding that I was done for the day trying to force magic to conform to my wishes, I threw on my coat and grabbed my broom. Heading downstairs, I was planning on flying around our property on my ongoing quest to discover our family's mysterious lost tower. The instant my feet hit the ground floor, my mother's voice rang out from the basement, "Alex, I need you." I froze, not wanting to be heard. I swear it's like she has a sixth sense about these things. Sneaking through the house, I made my way out the back. Hopping on my broom, I heard Athena bleat her annoyance, trying to stop me from leaving her behind. As I zoomed into the sky, she took off behind me. Athena's silver-tipped midnight blue wings flapped gracefully, lifting her into the air. Heading to my favorite rocky hill, I landed with Athena following closely. I pulled a rolled-out map out of my coat and spread it on the ground. The map showed the boundaries of our family land. When I decided to search for the tower several years ago, I drew a grid search pattern on a map that I drew. As I searched each section, I would cross them out, so I wouldn't keep searching in the same area. I was glad that I had Athena with me since she could see through magic. She should be able to give me a heads up if she saw the tower. Picking a new grid on the map to search, I grabbed my broom, turned to Athena and patted my shoulder, and said, "Come on, girl, you know what to do." Bleating cheerfully, she launched herself towards my shoulder. Once she established herself there, I complained to her, "You know, for someone who has wings, you sure do love people carrying you." Deciding that my comment didn't merit a response, she chuffed and licked her paw, pointedly ignoring me. "All right, I'm sorry," I apologized. Choosing to ignore my apology, Athena turned her head, refusing to look at me. Knowing her weakness to flattery, I added slyly, "Obviously a creature as beautiful and magnificent as you, deserves to be carried around." Reaching up, I scratched the base of her horns, knowing that was her weak spot. Decided to accept my statement magnanimously, she rubbed her head against my cheek and purred her approval. Now that Athena had forgiven me, I intoned, "All right, you know what to do. If you see any magic, give me a sign." Getting on my broom, and heading off to search the new area, I stayed about 5 feet off the ground and went at a pace only slightly faster than walking. Almost 3 hours later, exhausted and ready to call it a day, Athena let out a yowl, indicating she saw something. Adrenaline flooded my body, chasing away the exhaustion as I looked to Athena, who was staring off towards my right. After heading in the direction where she was staring, we came upon the entrance of a steep ravine. "You have got to be kidding me," I complained. The shadowy ravine had fog so thick I couldn't see the ground. Looking at Athena, in a loud voice, I declared, "I'm not going in there, I've seen how this plays out. Going into a place like that is how characters die in the movies. A person sees a spooky place, and instead of running away, they ignore all common sense and head inside, where they are inevitably killed or eaten by something." Shooting me an unimpressed look at my rant, Athena scoffed. "Fine," I grumbled. "Just so you know, if I go down, you go down with me." We carefully inched our way into the ravine, hovering a few feet off the ground. The walls became steeper the further in we went, reducing the amount of light shining down. After a few twists and turns, I noticed out of the corner of my eye, our family's coat of arms. Nudging Athena, I whispered, "That has to be it." Emerging slightly from the rock wall was a hawk with piercing eyes. Surrounding the hawk were glowing stars. After running my fingers over the stars, admiring the spell work which created them, I reached for the hawk. It had so much detail to it, one could see individual feather strands on the feathers. As soon as my hand neared, the stone hawk seemed to come alive, its eyes glowed and it bit my hand hard enough to draw blood. Shaking my hand, I cursed, "Merlin's beard, that hurt." Seemingly satisfied with the offering of blood, the hawk settled back down. Next to the coat of arms, glowing light in the shape of a door appeared. Reaching out towards the light, my hand sank through the glowing stone like it wasn't there at all. Taking a deep breath, I went through the bright door. Passing through felt like walking through a wall of water, but not getting wet. Darkness greeted me on the other side. I called out tentatively, "Hello, is anyone here?" Responding to my voice, 7 glass lamps bolted to the walls lit up. Looking around, I found myself in a large circular stone room, with dust covering the stone floor. I jumped as a booming voice rang out all around me, "Intruder, how dare you breach the inner sanctum of the Fawley family? Begone from this place, otherwise I shall destroy you." Defending myself, I called out, "How can I be an intruder, when I am a Fawley?" The voice paused, considering my statement. Then rang out, "Come up here, boy, let me get a good look at you." Looking around and not seeing anyone, I questioned, "Where are you?" Responding in a tone that seemed to question my intelligence, "At the top, of course, get on the platform." Seeing a raised platform, I went and stood on it. After a moment, the platform rose off the ground into the air. Passing through an opening in the ceiling, we began to rise. After going through the opening, another floor came into sight. Not stopping, it continued, keeping count of the levels we passed. I noticed we came to a stop on the 7th floor. Stepping off the platform, the voice rang out again, "Good boy, now come over here and let me take a good look at you." Glancing in the direction of the voice was emanating from a painting on the wall. It sat next to a stone chair raised several feet off the ground. A suspicious person might even call the chair throne-like. On the top of the throne rested a hawk's head. Extending from the back of the throne were wings, and the armrest ended with hawk's talons. It sat there, intent on intimidating all who came before it. Trying to draw my attention from the throne, ahem, the painting coughed. Turning my attention from the throne to the canvas, I noticed a wild-looking wizard, wearing black robes on the wall. His long dark hair streaked with silver was wild and untamed, framing his hawkish face. Seeing that my steely grey eyes matched his own, he grinned and said, "I'm glad to see Fawley blood still runs true." After meeting his gaze for a moment, I questioned, "Who are you?" Smirking and puffing up his shoulders, as if he couldn't wait to inform me, he proudly replied, "Anton Lambert Fawley, a former member of the High Wizard Council, creator of this tower." His voice trailed off after seeing that I didn't recognize the name. "How could you not know who I am?" "I built this tower," he complained. "Yay, but no one has ever actually found the tower." After seeing his downtrodden expression, I added, "If it makes you feel better, the tower has always been a family legend. Kids in our family have been looking for this tower for hundreds of years. So why didn't you tell anyone where it was?" I inquired. "Humph, I would have. Unfortunately, I died soon after completing the tower in 1710. I still can't believe that it took so long for one of my descendants to find the entrance to the tower." He huffily replied. Waving my hand in front of the painting, I angrily asked, "What the hell was with that stupid bird biting me?" His face brightening, "Ah, that was one of my better ideas. When the hawk detects Fawley blood through biting, the portal to the tower will open." Wagging his bushy eyebrows, and giving me a hopeful expression, that clearly wanted me to ask what would happen if someone who wasn't of our line got bit. Rolling my eyes at his expression, I asked, "And what would have happened if I wasn't a Fawley?" Beaming, he responded, "I'm so glad you asked. If someone not of the family line tries to enter, the portal opens to an enclosed room, around 500 feet below the solid rock." "Couldn't they just apparate out of the room?" I questioned. replying with a sinister grin, not with the enchantments I placed on the room. Mwahaha. Hearing him cackle madly, I realized that this guy had a few screws loose. Deciding to change the topic, I asked, so how did you hide the tower so well? I can't even count how many hours I spent flying over our property looking for it. A proud look appeared on his face, and he bragged, one of the many enchantments that I laid upon the tower made the tower look like a tree, and what better way to hide a tree other than in a sea of trees? I conceded, that is rather clever. Proud that I had admired his work, he eagerly continued, that isn't even half of it. I spent over a decade turning this tower into a fortress able to defend our land. Every floor has been specifically enchanted to make sure that our family could survive almost indefinitely in the tower. Were you the one who wrapped our property in the stone wall? I questioned. Yes, that is merely the first layer of defense, pointing at a round table a few feet away. He said, look there, boy. Glancing at the table, I noticed that the surface of the table was a map that showed our entire property. What I found interesting was that there were even a few glowing dots on the map. As if sensing my question, Anton explained, the white lights represent people on our property, it makes it easy to see intruders. Rolling my eyes at his paranoia, just who were you expecting to assault you? Muttering to himself, he grumbled, you can never be too prepared. Looking around the tower, I asked him, how am I supposed to get out of here? He scoffed and said, that's easy, all you have to do is become master of the tower, then you can easily come and go as you please. Anton pointed towards a ring that was resting on one of the talons protruding from the armrest. He dramatically said, all you have to do to become the master of the tower is wear the ring. After you put it on, the tower will be yours to command, that is, if you are worthy. With an apprehensive look at the ring, what happens if I'm not worthy? I asked. Anton smirked, nothing permanent. Deciding that it was worth the risk, I reached out and grabbed the ring. The ring had a rectangular topaz stone on top, stamped into the stone was our family's coat of arms. Taking a deep breath, I shut my eyes, not knowing what to expect, and slid it onto my right ring finger. After nothing happened, his voice rang out, Mwahaha, you should have seen your face. Anton started laughing so hard he started rolling around on the ground within his painting. So, how does this ring work? I asked, annoyed at his antics. After recovering, he replied, with the ring, the tower will recognize you as the master and you will have access to all of its functions. With a sinking feeling in my gut, I asked hopefully, I don't suppose you have a book listing of all its functions? Offended at the question, he indignantly replied, of course not, a book could be stolen and used against you. That's what I am here for. I left my painting to advise the future masters of the tower, I know everything about this place. I even stuck a permanent sticking charm to the painting to make sure no one can remove me. I grumbled to myself, of course, the crazy wizard made sure no one could remove him. However, a thought occurred to me, so I clarified, you said you advise only the tower master, right? Of course, I consider it my duty to help the master of the tower succeed in their plans. Sensing that I had finally found a willing teacher, I pulled out the enchanted journal I had gotten for my 5th birthday. After whispering the password, the pages began to fill with questions, thoughts, and ideas I had written over the past 5 years. With a wolfish grin on my face, I said, I have so many ideas and plans that I need to discuss with someone. With a knowing smile on his face, he said, well then, my young master, let's begin. Chapter 8. Relaxing on the hawk throne, I was grateful that Anton had added the cushioning charm to make the chair more comfortable. Tapping my fingers thoughtfully on the cover of my journal, I started with the question I considered most important, is it possible to change the future? Taken aback at the questions, Anton narrowed his eyes and studied the serious look on my face and carefully responded, that depends on what type of knowledge of the future you have. For the most part, knowledge of the future comes in 2 different varieties, prophecies and visions. Confused, I asked, aren't those the same thing? Shaking his head, he clarified, there are huge differences between prophecies and visions. A vision is about a possible future. If you know what's coming, you can begin to make changes, but you have to remember, the more you change the more the outcome is changed as well. It could even change to the point where you have no idea what is going to happen. On the other hand, a prophecy is different, it's impossible to change a prophecy. But, if you know the future, shouldn't you be able to circumvent the prophecy? I stubbornly argued. Shaking his head, he responded, that's not how it works. Look, a vision can be changed because it is only one possible future based on people's most likely actions, but there are still many different choices people could make that could lead to a different outcome. A prophecy is only issued when every possible future leads to a certain event. No matter what choice you make, the ending is always the same. That is why prophecies are rare. Think about how many different choices people make. Now imagine that every possible path leads to the same conclusion. That is why it's impossible to change prophecies. Nodding my understanding, I clarified, so, if I theoretically knew of some deaths of people I wanted to save, I would need to wait till the last minute to save them. Otherwise, if I take action too early, the future could change in such a way that I would have no idea what was going to happen. He shrugged and replied, that would be your best bet. But, trying to change the future can be frustrating at best. There have been plenty of wizards who drove themselves mad trying to manage the future. Opening my journal to the first page, I found two names staring back at me, Cedric Diggory, and Sirius Black. I was sure that there were others that Voldemort and his followers killed, but for the life of me, I couldn't remember their names. While my memory of this life was nearly perfect, the memories of my previous life have been fading. It's like trying to remember a dream. It's easy to remember the dream, but the details become fuzzy. The most important name on my list is Cedric's name. If I can't save my best friend, then what the hell is the point of knowing about the future? As much as I would like to help Sirius get out of prison, I can't risk changing anything that will put the knowledge of the future at risk. Otherwise, Wormtail will kill Cedric in our 6th year during the Triwizard Tournament. Burying my guilt towards Sirius, I consoled myself that I would take action to make sure he didn't die early. Realizing that I hadn't spoken anything for several minutes, I moved on to other topics that I needed to be clarified. Deciding to tackle a problem that I had been trying to think of a solution for, I asked, do you know anything about the magical trace that gets put on underage wizards when they start school? Anton's eyes twinkled while he stroked his wild beard and said, ah, the trace. It was a controversial topic back in my day. The trace was one of the main reasons why I resigned from the council. That's when I saw the writing on the wall. The council was changing. We went from almost no interference in wizarding lives to hexing and tracking our children. A few years after I resigned, the council was dissolved and the Ministry of Magic took its place, and I'll bet it's only gotten worse. Although even I have to admit, they figured out a clever way to implement the hex. Wanting to avoid the trace if possible, I asked eagerly, how does it get put on? Smirking at me, he taunted, I'll give you a hint, it's something that every underage wizard goes through. Let's see if you can guess what it is. Running over everything I've learned about this world, both from the books and over everything I've learned over the last 10 years. I guessed, does it happen when you buy your first wand? Grinning at me, he replied, not a bad guess, but no, it has to do with your invitation to Hogwarts. The invitation is a magically binding agreement. When you send the reply that you will be attending, you must sign your name. That is how the trace gets attached. Every wizard must be very careful when signing magical documents. If a hex or a curse is attached, it is exceedingly difficult to break. The reason why it's so difficult is that if someone willingly signs their name to something, it allows the magic to sink deep within them. Besides, I imagine that if you can break the trace, the ministry would find out almost immediately. The better way would be to trick it somehow temporarily. Seeing my disgruntled stare, he consoled me, but I don't think you need to worry about the trace 2s mainly used to track magic out in the Muggle world. As long as you are on our property, they wouldn't be able to tell it was you that cast the spell. We continued to speak over questions and ideas that I had until I realized that I had been away from home for most of the day, and my mother was probably about to send out a search party. Reassuring Anton that I would be back soon, I left the tower to head home. In the following months, I spent every free moment I had at the tower. One of my favorite spots in the tower was on the 3rd floor, where there was a library containing Anton's collection of books. While I was glad to be able to read more books containing magic, most were useless without a wand. What good was a book of spells that required a wizard to have a wand? Before I knew it, the fall of '88 had arrived, and I turned 11, knowing that Hogwarts was less than a year away. I redoubled my efforts at trying to learn all I could. It was slow going, but I was confident that I would probably be one of the most prepared first-year students to attend Hogwarts in a while. A few weeks after my birthday, I was watching the twins run around the house. They never seemed to run out of energy. Feeling a tap on my shoulder, I turned to see my father standing behind me. He made a motion with his head, indicating I should follow him. After arriving at his study, he found his way to his favorite brown recliner. He motioned for me to take a seat across from him. We sat in silence, the only noise being the pop and crackle from a small fireplace. Knowing that my father would speak once he was ready, I just enjoyed sitting with him. In a low voice, he said, you know, you'll be leaving us next year for Hogwarts. So, I was hoping to spend more time with you before you left. It seems like I've barely seen you over this last year. I was hoping you might want to start coming to the workshop with me. A pang of guilt flashed through me, regarding how much time I've spent at the tower lately. He continued, I know you normally spend your mornings learning with either your grandmother or your mom. But, I thought that it's high time for me to do my part in your education. No son of mine isn't going to excel at charm work and enchanting. After looking around to make sure no one was close, he leaned in and whispered, your mother and I have a little bet going on about what your favorite subject will be, charm work, or potions. She keeps on bragging about how much of a head start she has, considering that she has spent years teaching you all about potions. But I'm confident that my workshop will lure you into the wonderful world of enchanting. By the time I'm through showing you how everything works, I sure potions will seem rather tame. Ecstatic that I would finally be allowed to go to the workshop where he did all his charm work, I eagerly responded, nothing would make me happier. I have always wanted to see how you make everything in the shop. The next day at breakfast, Mom eyed me suspiciously, while Dad smugly sipped his coffee. The twins, oblivious to the silent competition going on between Mom and Dad, started complaining that they didn't want to begin schooling with grandmother. I winced, feeling sorry for them, as their hands were destined to cramp up, trying to meet grandmother's calligraphy standards. When breakfast was finished, we used the flow network to travel to Folly Wondrous Enchantments in Diagon Alley. The front of the shop was full of enchanted items. On one side of the shop were larger things like magical tents, vanishing cabinets, school trunks enchanted with various spells woven into them. On the other were smaller, more delicate pieces, such as mirrors, clocks, and other small household items. Seeing the front of the shop was always exciting, but I had never been to the basement where he enchanted everything. Heading downstairs, we came to a massive steel door containing our family's crest. He pulled out his wand and tapped the stars 7 times in what seemed like a random pattern. Once he finished, the door swung open, showing a vast rectangular workshop. Tables lined the walls, full of items and knickknacks that he was working on. The middle of the workshop was empty except for a table in the very center. Surrounding the table was a large circle etched into the stone floor. After studying the strange loop for a moment, I turned to my dad and asked, "What is the circle for?" Seeing what my attention was focused on, he responded, "That's a protective warding spell I cast so that I can experiment with new spells and enchantments inside safely. You have to be careful when doing experimental enchantments. If you mess up your charm work, there is a chance for the results to be rather explosive." Eager to see how objects were enchanted, I asked, "Are you working on anything new right now?" Popping open his briefcase, he reached in and pulled out some old parchment and replied, "Well, that's what I was hoping to show you. Recently, at your grandmother's, I came across some old drawings of your grandfather's work that he had been working on outside the warehouse." Looking over the parchment, I saw several sketched broomstick designs on the parchment. Confused, I asked, "Didn't all of grandfather's work burn up in the fire or was stolen by Whithorn?" In a somber tone, he replied, "I think that these were some ideas for future designs that he drew at home but never got to take to the warehouse. This may have been one of the last things my father worked on. I was hoping that we could work on it as a father and son project." In my mind, I began imagining how we were finally going to take down Whithorn and the Nimbus Racing Company, finally getting revenge for my grandfather. Eagerly I asked, "Can we be finished before I go to Hogwarts next year?" As soon as I asked the question, Dad started shaking his head. He replied, "There's no way we could have it finished before you leave for Hogwarts. Designing a quality broomstick isn't as simple as putting charms onto a broom and flying off into the sunset. Many standard charms don't last very make charms last longer. Enchanters often have to design variations of the charm to see what's most effective. That's why there is such a variation in the quality of brooms. My father spent years designing custom charms for his design. If there weren't any variation in spells, all flying broomsticks would be equal. If we want to build a broom that can beat the Nimbus, we'll have to start from scratch, not to mention, brooms have dozens of spells laid into them, so we will have our work cut out for us. There are other things to consider as well. Such as materials, matching the best type of wood to charms can be tricky. One variation of a spell may work great with one kind of wood, but perform differently in another type. It will take years for us to build a broom better than the Nimbus. After all, they have a 20-year head start on us. If we want to make a broom faster than theirs, we will have to get creative." Hearing the magnitude of the project didn't sway me at all. I would do anything to get revenge for the pain and suffering Whithorn has put my family through. Growing up without a family in my previous life had made me realize that the most precious thing in my life was my family. May God have mercy on anyone who dared to harm my family, because they would get none from me. Wanting to banish the violent train of thought my mind was wandering down, I asked, "What are we going to name it?" With a wistful smile, Dad responded, "When I was young, Dad always said he was going to make a broom that could shoot across the sky like a bolt of fire. What do you think about naming it the Firebolt?" Chapter 9. During the following months, I spent nearly every day at the workshop with Dad. The work was slow going, Dad often having to stop to work on enchanting to replace what was sold in the store. Every once in a while someone would even ask for a custom enchantment. He loved it when someone would request something new or unique as it could challenge his skills. We did end up making some progress. After months of experimentation, Dad created a brilliant new control spell that would bring the level of control someone had over the broom to a whole new level. It seemed like the moment you thought of changing directions, the broom already started to turn. Perhaps the most beneficial thing to me was that I got to see how spells were created. What I saw my father doing to create the spell, changed my thoughts on magic forever. After he had succeeded in creating the new spell, it got me thinking. Spell creation is similar to a program being created on a computer system. A wizard talented enough to create a spell is like a computer programmer, they can create a program. After they make the program, they save the program to the computer, and anyone can learn how to use the program even without knowing how it was made. Time marched on, and the next thing I knew, there was only a few weeks until my Hogwarts letter arrived. In May, my parents ended up having to take a 2-week trip to France to help out Mom's sister. Due to the limited room they had at their house, I was going to my uncle's ship for 2 weeks. Every time I passed through the Vanishing Cabinet in our living room and moved to the Vanishing Cabinet on my uncle's ship, I marveled at the power of magic and the many different applications for it. When I stepped out on the ship, I found myself in the holding room that Uncle John kept his cabinet in. Knowing he and my aunt were probably on the top deck, I headed upstairs. As I walked up the wooden steps, I mused to myself that one of the reasons I loved this ship was its design. It was like one of those old pirate ships from the Pirates of the Caribbean movie. The main difference was the size of the inside. While on my way to the top deck, I passed several witches and wizards who also lived on the ship. They were from all over the world and most of them greeted me with a smile as I passed by. It took me some time to find my way to the top deck because, while the outside of the ship was normal-sized, the inside of the boat was the size of a cruise ship due to clever expansion charms. When I reached the deck, I noticed that the ship was anchored outside the city of Alexandria, a port city in Egypt. Seeing that my aunt and uncle were lounging in chairs under a ridiculously large pink umbrella canopy, I headed over. Announcing my arrival, I greeted them in Arabic, knowing that my aunt much preferred speaking in her native tongue. Uncle John. Aunt Nefret, how have you been lately? My uncle cracked an eye, looked me over, and said, you know, a little of this, a little of that. Knowing that their son Omar had started his first year at Uagadu, the wizarding school located at the Mountain of the Moon in Africa. I asked, how has it been having Omar away at school? Perfect, miserable, my aunt and uncle replied at the same time. Hearing his reply, Nefret smacked him upside the head and demanded, oh, and who has been moping around the last 6 months? Finishing her tirade, she shot me a relieved look and said, he'll be back before you have to head back home. Your uncle has planned a surprise trip to take you both on. Hearing her words, I turned to my uncle and saw him wordlessly pull out 3 tickets to the regional dueling finals in Brazil. Ecstatic, I said, that's awesome, I have always wanted to go, but Mom has a dim view of the dueling league, so she has never let us go to one and Father isn't about to cross her in this matter. The next day, my uncle told me over breakfast, well, you can either stay here or head out with me. I have some business at the underground bazaar. I raised an eyebrow as I had never heard about the underground bazaar before. Seeing my expression, he replied, you can think of it as a version of Diagon Alley. Always happy to see more of the wizarding world. I told John, I want to go. Before leaving the ship, Uncle John pulled me aside and gave me a gold bracelet to put on. After I put it on, I asked, what is this bracelet for? He pulled out a mirror and said, we're headed to a place where I would rather no one knew your real face. Upon seeing my reflection, I was shocked. An adult stranger stared back at me. My new appearance made me look like a local. Amazed, I said, this is bloody amazing, this bracelet is better than the polyjuice potion. Shaking his head in response, he replied, you can't compare them to a polyjuice potion that can turn you into anybody, this bracelet has a set appearance. It doesn't matter who puts it on, it's always the same reflection. Useful to be sure, but the flexibility of the polyjuice potion is what makes it so valuable. As we made our way through the city of Alexandria, on the edge of town, we came to an empty lot where there was an ancient sandstone archway. Seeing the arch, I asked, where does it lead to? Winking at me, Uncle John replied. That would be telling. Rolling my eyes at his answer, we continued. As we approached, he informed me, all you need to do is put your hand on the archway as you pass through. If you have a magic touch, the archway activates. Nodding my understanding, I grabbed hold of the stone as I passed through. The next thing I knew, we were standing in an old courtyard that held dozens of stone archways. Before I could say anything, Uncle John informed me, the archways are one of the main ways wizards in Africa transport themselves. They have been using the archway system for thousands of years, I believe they inspired the wizard who invented the flow network. Not being able to smell the sea informed me that we were no longer in Alexandria, so I asked, where are we? We're in an old section of Cairo, where muggles don't have access to this place, he replied. As we began walking, I noticed certain similarities between the underground bazaar and Diagon Alley. They were both full of magical shops where wizards and witches sold goods. I noticed that the main difference was that the underground was full of twists and turns as we made our way through. We eventually made our way to an old shop that was full of strange items. As soon as we walked inside, a middle-aged Egyptian wizard wearing teal green and golden robes stepped out from the back area. Holding his arms out before him in a loud voice, Johnny my boy, how have you been? With a grin on his face, John replied, pointedly looking at the wizard's bald head. Better than you, Seth. At least I still have all my hair. Seth reacted by holding his hand to his heart as if wounded. I grinned at the antics between these two who were old friends. Interjecting myself into the conversation, I asked, aren't there spells that can make hair grow back? Seth looked me up and down and asked, and who is this man who speaks with a child's voice? This is my nephew. I had him put on the changer bracelet because I would rather not have certain individuals recognize him. Ah, I will secure the shop. I want to have a look at the boy. After all, we are family, he responded. Pulling out a wand, he flicked it to the doors and windows. The door locked behind us, and all the windows darkened. Once the shop was secure, my uncle nodded to me and I took off my bracelet. Curious about our relations, I asked, how are we related? Coming over and sweeping me off my feet in an enormous bear hug, he boomed out, I am Nefret's uncle, that makes us family. After speaking for a while, Seth boomed, now on to business. He brought out a large trunk and slammed it down before my uncle. Watching the lid of the trunk shake as if something was trying to break free. I asked, what's in there? Rubbing my hair, John said, maybe when you're a little older, we can talk about it. Hearing his reply, I shot him an annoyed look. Before leaving the shop, I put my bracelet back on, and John shrank the trunk and put it into his coat. We spent a few more hours going to random shops. Some we were at for less than a minute with my uncle dropping off a package, others took longer. When we were finished, we made our way back to the arches and passed through them. What awaited us on the other side changed how I viewed my uncle. On the other side were two wizards and a witch waiting for us in a triangle formation. At first, I assumed they were preparing to use the arch until one said, you know John, he isn't happy with what you've been up to lately. You have been cutting into what he considers his for a while now. My uncle narrowed his eyes and spoke two words in such a deadly tone that it sent shivers down my spine, move, now. The sound of his voice promised violence if he was not obeyed. At first, I was worried about being outnumbered, but I noticed the strained expression on the witch and wizard's faces. It took me a minute to realize that they were terrified of my uncle. It was a strange sight to me, as I had never seen this side of my uncle before. Speaking in a pleading tone, look, he just wants to make a deal. Uncle snarled, if he wants to make a deal, then he can come here and tell me himself. He brushed past them as if he had no fear of turning his back on them. We spent the remainder of the trip back in silence. Once we made it back to the ship, his whole demeanor shifted. Relaxing, he turned to me and said, I'm sorry that happened. Confused about the whole situation, I asked, who were those guys? Running his hand through his dark hair, he responded, it's a long story. Seeing my unimpressed look at his attempt to shrug off the events, he said, all right, we can talk. Follow me. Heading below deck, we went to his office. The first thing he did was pour himself a glass of fire whiskey. After taking a few sips, he spoke in a sorrowful tone, you know, it's kind of funny how life turned out. When you're young, you have all these ideas for the future, but then one day, life kicks you in the teeth and everything changes. For me, that day happened when my father died and disappeared, and then Whithorn betrayed us. I was still in my 6th year at Hogwarts back when it happened. My original plan was to graduate and join my father in the business. Your father was the one who wanted to travel the world. After the worst happened, everything changed for me. I was no longer thinking about the business, what I wanted was revenge. I threw myself into dueling, learning everything I could about fighting. Taking a deep breath, he continued, after I graduated, the first thing I planned to do was challenge Whithorn. He was out of the country then, but I tracked him down to Egypt. That's when I met Seth for the first time, and he gave me a wake-up call. He sat me down and told me that if I took Delvin down, that I would be dooming my family. You see, supporting Delvin from the shadows was his father, Declan. I told Seth that if his Declan came after my family, then he would meet the same fate as Delvin. I'll never forget how hard Seth laughed at my naivety. Looking me in the eye, my uncle told me in a somber tone, perhaps one of the most dangerous wizards in the world is Declan Whithorn. Confused, I asked, how can he be one of the most dangerous wizards in the world? I've never even heard of him. Shaking his head, John replied, that's what makes him so dangerous. Most people don't even know about him. You see, he isn't like one of those traditional dark wizards you hear about seeking power to rule the world. The thing that concerns him the most is money. Giving my uncle a skeptical look, love of money, that's not exactly the mark of a dangerous wizard, I said. My uncle shook his head and said, you don't understand. He has forged a global network of witches, wizards, goblins, vampires, werewolves, and other creatures that are completely loyal to him. Their goal is wealth and power, and they will stoop to any level to achieve their goal. They have their fingers in everything. Recently, in the last 20 years, they have entered the Muggle drug trade. They now secretly control most of the drugs in the world. The amount of money the syndicate has made is astronomical. They've been able to reinvest that wealth into gold, silver, gems, and even land, all of which has value in our world. This wealth is what has allowed them to increase their influence and power. Anyone who opposes them is either secretly bribed to look the other way or quietly disappears. His syndicate has been quietly destroying families all over the world for 40 years. After hearing everything, I asked in disbelief, why the hell aren't the Aurors taking him down? Gnashing his teeth, John replied, as I said, he is very clever. The people who work for him have to swear an unbreakable vow never to betray him. Plus, with the amount of wealth he has, it is surprisingly easy to bribe people. He also lives on a moving ship, and the number of defensive spells upon it make it a fortress. Not to mention, it's constantly on the move and incredibly difficult to track. But most of all, he isn't breaking the international statute of secrecy. You see, a lot of dark wizards end up destroying things in a loud manner. Declan is more subtle than that, which lets him fly under the radar. Mulling over everything I had learned today, a thought occurred to me. Uncle John, you said he lives on a ship, right? John nodded back at me, saying, that's right. Sure of my hunch, I stated, I'm betting that you procured this ship soon after learning about his ship. With a shark-like smile on his face, he replied, what an interesting observation to make. It's almost like you're suggesting I have some secret plan. His grin let me know I was on the right track, so I continued, you said he had destroyed families all over the world. I imagine some of the people who disappeared, left families behind. With John giving me an encouraging nod, I continued, if someone were to track these people down, I imagine that some of them would want revenge, and I can't help but notice you have people from all over the world living on your ship. After downing his glass of fire whiskey, John replied with an evil grin, imagine that, a group of people coming together to bring down one of the most powerful organizations in the world. They would need to be patient, slowly positioning and infiltrating themselves to be able to take the organization down in one stroke. It could take years to pull off, but you know what they say, revenge is a dish best served cold. Chapter 10. The following 2 weeks flew by, and the next thing I knew my cousin Omar was returning from his first year at UAgadu. When he came aboard the ship he was mobbed by his mother. Running her hands through his long dark curly hair, she fretted, you look exhausted, have you not been getting enough rest at that school? Because if you want, I can head down there. I know the headmaster, how dare he not ensure his students get enough rest? What kind of school is he running over there? As she continued making threats, Omar shot me an embarrassed look and rolled his dark brown eyes at his mother's worrying. Seeing that I covered my grin with my hand, Omar remarked, I don't know what you think is so funny, seeing how lively your mom is, I imagine your homecoming will be 10 times worse than this. His remark wiped the smug smile right off my face, and I blanched, thinking about the scene that my mother was bound to make at the Hogwarts Express train platform. Seeing my expression, Omar laughed. John greeted his son with a hug and said, so I have a little surprise for you. Pulling out several tickets to the South American Regional Dueling Finals, whose final winner would go on to the international dueling competition. Omar's eyes widened at the sight of the tickets, hooping in excitement. Turning to me he asked, have you ever been to a dueling competition? Shaking my head in response, my mom doesn't approve of them. You're gonna love it, he assured me. After rubbing Omar's head, John said, well, I guess we better get the ship moving if we want to make it there by tonight. Walking over to the ship's wheel, John pulled out his wand and began waving it around as if conducting an orchestra. Immediately the ship began to react to his inaudible commands, ropes began lashing loose items down, preparing for the journey ahead. Other things, like the giant umbrella, melted into the deck after the ship had finished preparing itself for the trip. The ship shuddered as it began to slip down beneath the water. As the ship sank below the water, an invisible bubble surrounded the boat, keeping the water from flooding into the ship. Once the vessel was fully submerged we headed towards a shimmering stream of light, and John shouted, everyone hold on. As soon as the ship entered the stream of light, the ship's speed rapidly increased. The stream of light didn't head in a straight line, sometimes it was near the surface, and at other times near the bottom of the ocean. It even backtracked a few times. Turning to my uncle, I questioned, are these natural pathways or wizard-forged paths? With a shrug, he responded, nobody knows for sure, what we do know is that they have been around for thousands of years. Not that many wizards still use the ancient waterways, I imagine there are less than 100 ships worldwide that are even capable of using them. There are just too many other ways to travel long distances now. But thousands of years ago, this was one of the most efficient in crossing continents. A few hours later, John maneuvered the ship out of the waterway and made the boat rise back to the surface. Once we broke free of the surface, I noticed land in the distance and asked, what part of South America is that? That's Brazil, John responded. The dueling finals are held outside of the city of Salvador. After John dropped anchor he decided that we would fly in on brooms. To make sure no muggles saw us, he cast the disillusionment charm, which would make seeing us very difficult. By the time we made it to the other side of Salvador, the sun was starting to sink behind the horizon. We kept on flying until John motioned for us to follow him down. We landed on a large hilltop that was surrounded by trees. At the bottom of the hill was a small dirt path that ran off into the jungle. Motioning Omar and me to follow, John strode off as we made our way through the twists and turns of the dirt path. Eventually, we came upon a warehouse in the middle of the jungle. There were no other signs of habitation anywhere. It was like this building had sprung up all by itself in the countryside. Guarding the doors were 2 stone jaguars. When my uncle showed the tickets to the jaguars, their emerald eyes glowed for a moment, then dimmed. After confirming our tickets, they stood aside to let us pass. The first thing I noticed upon entering was the noise. On the outside, the only sounds anyone could hear were that of the jungle. Once we came in, the noise level increased as there were thousands of wizards packed into stands that rose from the bottom to the top. Omar and I eyes widened at the sight of so many wizards. I got my uncle's attention and asked, "How many wizards do you think there are here tonight?" Looking around, he shrugged and said, "Probably around a few thousand or so." At the bottom of the stands, sunk 20 feet below the ground, was a circular platform with a diameter of 50 feet. As we took our seats on the bottom row, I ended up sandwiched between Omar and another English wizard who had a unique ring with a silver spear etched into it. Soon after sitting, the first match was announced. There would be 12 wizards and witches competing tonight, with only one moving on to the International Dueling Conference. The first 2 competitors entered the round platform and went to opposite sides and stood inside 2-foot circles. On the platform, there were many lines and circles marked into the ground. Curious about what they were, I asked Omar, "What is the deal with all those lines in the platform?" Before he could respond, the blonde-haired wizard sitting next to me interjected, "Is this your first match?" After indicating that it was my first match, he started to explain, "The line drawn down the middle separating the 2 sides are boundary lines. If a wizard crosses that line, he forfeits the match. The small rings that the wizards are standing in are the starting position, but if they can stay within the circle for the whole match they are awarded bonus points." Confused about the point system, I said, "I didn't think there were points, I thought it only mattered if you won the match." He nodded and replied, "In some ways, you're right, the point system has nothing to do with whether you advance or lose. However, the points a wizard receives in the matches go into a ranking system that ranks everyone in the league. Most often, the ones with higher points are considered to be the better duelist, so there is also a bit of fame that goes with being ranked higher. However, a good duelist knows when to leave the circle." "Is there a penalty for leaving the circle?" I asked. His arms waved with excitement, and he passionately continued, "So, the first wizard to leave the circle loses a small number of points. Once he steps out, the other wizard may leave the smaller circle with no penalty attached. But, if he stays in the circle after the other wizard leaves his, he gets a bigger number of points for winning the match. It's a delicate balance to maintain. I've seen many duels lost because a wizard overestimates his skill and tries to get more points and ends up losing the match." As the first match began, the wizard next to me fell quiet. Not wanting to miss a single moment, I stared at the 2 wizards on opposite sides of the platform. As they arrived at their starting circles they bowed towards one another. I jumped when there was a loud bang, which indicated the start of the match. Both wizards instantly drew their wands. The one on the right side wearing red and black robes went on the offensive right away. He started by quickly shooting a spell towards his opponent wearing dark green robes. As a flash of red hurled towards the green-robed wizard, he quickly conjured a shield in position to reflect the spell towards the caster. He promptly followed up with his attack. Both wizards, not speaking a word, shot spell after spell at each other. After a few rounds of trading spells, the red-robed wizard was on the defensive and was forced to move out of the small circle. However, that didn't help him for very long, and soon after, the green-robed wizard was able to obtain a victory by hitting the other wizard with a spell that tossed him out of the ring. The length of the match was only around 2 minutes, but somehow it felt longer. During the rest of the night, the length of the duels varied, some were shorter, and others were longer. The green-robed wizard from the first match ended up winning in the end. I found out just before the final match his name was Carlos, and he was the favorite to win the finals. After all the matches, we made our way back to the ship. Uncle John patted me on the shoulder and asked, "What did you think about the duels?" After mulling it over for a minute, I responded, "It was different from what I expected. I didn't realize how much strategy went into dueling. I always had assumed that whoever tossed the more powerful spell would win, but it appears that timing and the ability to cast more appropriate spells that counter your opponent is more important. I can't imagine how knowledgeable and skilled some of the best duelists must be. At their level, almost all spells were casted non-verbally. So, they had to guess what spells their opponents were using, based on the wand movement, the shape of the spell. All in the heat of the moment, while trying to remain in the tiny circle. It's impressive." Nodding in agreement, John added, "By the time most wizards and witches make it to this point they are an experienced and knowledgeable duelist." In a skeptical tone, Omar scoffed, "Yay, but a duel isn't a real fight, just because someone is an accomplished duelist doesn't mean they would be effective in the real world. There are too many rules inside the ring. Shaking his head in disagreement, John countered, while that may be true for a lower-ranked duelist, the high-rankers have a lot more experience having spells hurled towards them and being able to counter the spell without moving. Not to mention being able to quickly strategize and plan what spells to use in the middle of a fight is something that you have to train into yourself. And while it's true a lot of curses and spells aren't allowed in the ring, I would imagine that if the duelist didn't recognize what that spell was, they would dodge the spell. After we made it back to the ship, the discussion moved on to what the best match was and who was the best dueler at the finals. Towards the end, I asked John, how does one become a professional duelist? Grinning at my question, John smirked, why, do you fancy yourself a duelist when you grow up? I'm just curious. Besides, considering the war that just happened, I think that learning how to fight that well seems like a good idea, I defended. Seeing that I had a point, John replied, when I was at Hogwarts, there were some dueling clubs still around. Some were secret and hard to get into, but others allowed anyone to join. After learning about the dueling clubs, I made the decision then and there that I would be joining one. After all, Voldemort would eventually be returning, and I would be prepared for it. A few days later when I got home, I found my parents waiting for me in the kitchen with a letter with a red wax seal sitting on the table. I ran to the table and grabbed the letter and opened it, and pulled out a letter. Dear Mr. Fawley, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by no later than July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Chapter 11. Running my fingers over the invitation made of heavy parchment, still a little in shock that it was finally here. I would be going to Hogwarts in a few months, even after everything I've been through in this new life, the idea of attending a magical school was still mind-boggling. For the first time worry boiled up inside of that Hogwarts was here. The war that would be coming suddenly seemed a lot closer now. In 6 years, Voldemort would be returning, and who knows what would happen when he finally makes his move in the open. Once I began changing things, the knowledge that I did have would become less reliable. Deciding to worry about the future another day, I took the invitation over towards a desk and signed my name to the letter, stating that I would be attending. Knowing that the act of signing applied the trace to me, I expected to feel something as it took hold of me. After a minute or so of not feeling anything, I determined that the magical trace wasn't something that I could feel affecting me. Turning back towards my parents, I handed my dad the invitation and asked. The invitation says we are allowed to bring a pet if it is an owl, rat, cat, or toad. Will Athena be allowed to come? As if understanding the conversation, Athena's eyes widened as if she hadn't considered the possibility of me leaving her behind was in the cards. Not for the first time, I wondered just how intelligent she was. Sometimes, it seemed like she could follow entire conversations, and other times she would get a confused look on her face as if she didn't understand what was happening. Dad reached out and scratched Athena's head as if to comfort her. Turning to me, he said, we can try to get special permission from the headmaster. I am sure there have been other exceptions made for magical creatures. Athena has bonded with you, and I am not sure what would happen if you and Athena were separated for that long. Athena hopped up onto my shoulder and wrapped her tail protectively around my throat, as if to declare that I wouldn't be leaving her behind. I reached up and scratched her ears in her favorite spot to reassure her that I wouldn't be going anywhere without her. Deciding to change the subject, I eagerly asked, now that we have my letter, can we go and buy my wand? Ever since learning that I was in a magical world, and that I was a wizard, I had been fantasizing about getting my wand and all the magic that I would do with it. Smiling at my expression, Dad responded, I guess it is about that time. Sometimes, it's hard to believe that you're old enough for your first wand. Let me take care of a few things, and then we can go to Diagon Alley. Make sure to bring a list of everything that you will need so that we can get everything in one trip. By the time we were ready to leave, a few hours had passed. Mom had dropped the twins off at grandmother's cottage. I think the idea of taking the twins to Diagon Alley seemed like it would be too much of a headache trying to keep them in line. Stepping into the fireplace, I threw the flow powder towards the ground and shouted, Diagon Alley. After being transported through the network and arriving at Diagon Alley, I found my mom had put on what I like to call her war face. While most women that I knew from my previous life seemed to enjoy the act of shopping, my mother seemed to hate it with a passion. She never wanted to window shop, her goal was to get in and out as quickly as possible. It could be somewhat annoying, there were so many magical trinkets I would want to stop and check out, but I was always forced to move along. She had a list of everything that I would need in her hand, waving it around like a sword. She barked out instructions like a general giving orders before a battle. All right, this is how we're going to do this. Dad will head out and start picking up your equipment and anything else he thinks that you will need. You and I will get you fitted for your robes for school, and then we can stop by and pick up your wand while they are being made. I rolled my eyes at the way Mom approached shopping, like it was a battle to be won. I shot a resigned look towards Dad, and he wordlessly shrugged as if to say that there was nothing to be done about it. It was just easier not to fight it. By the time I had finished getting fitted for my robes I was bursting with excitement. After we left Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, I made a beeline for Ollivander's wand shop. By the time my mother caught up, I was standing in front of the shop. "Go on," she said, "I'll wait outside for you." Opening the door into the shop, I found that the front of the shop was empty, and behind the counter were rows and rows of shelves that were packed with small rectangular boxes that I assumed had wands in them. While I was marveling at all of the wands in the shop, I heard a spooky voice ring out, "Why hello there, young one. Here to get your first wand?" Turning, I saw an old wizard who I assumed was Ollivander, sticking his head out around the shelf at a weird angle. Gulping down my nervousness, I replied in what I hoped was a brave voice, not wanting him to realize just how creepy I found him. "Yes, I am here for my wand." Hearing my response, he seemed to glide around the corner. "Excellent, I do hope you will offer me a challenge. I do so love the challenge of matching wands to wizards." I thought to myself, Rowling did not do a good job explaining how creepy Ollivander was because he was giving off a big, creepy vibe. He reached out his hand and motioned for me to do the same. As soon as I did, he pulled down his glasses, which magnified his eyes. Grabbing hold of my hand, he turned it over and did a close inspection while muttering under his breath. He brought out measuring tape and measured different parts of my hand from my finger length to my palm. After a few minutes of carefully inspecting my dominant hand, he seemed to come to a conclusion. "Ah, I know just where to begin with you." Without another word, he disappeared behind one of his shelves, all while muttering so low I couldn't make out what he was saying. Popping out from behind a different shelf, he brought back several different boxes. "See me look at the 3 boxes, he said, "let us begin." Pulling out the first wand, he handed it to me and said, "Ebony and unicorn hair, good for transfiguration." Knowing what to do from the books, I waved the wand. A small stream of water began to leak out of the tip of the wand. Ollivander had a bright smile on his face. He seemed happy that this wasn't the wand for me. I think not. Grabbing another one of the boxes, he slid it open and handed me another one. As we went through all the boxes, none of them seemed to fit. This only seemed to encourage Ollivander, as if the harder the search was, the more satisfaction he got out of it. After about a dozen wands, he brought back another box and slid it open. Pulling out an ivory-colored wand, he said, "Aspen and dragon heartstring." The second I grabbed a hold of it, there was like a silent click and a wave of satisfaction shot through me. Whatever it was, Ollivander picked up on it immediately. With a slightly disappointed look on his face that the search was over, he congratulated me. "That's a highly prized wand that chooses you. Aspen is a highly coveted wood many wizards want. Does it matter what type of wood a wand is made of?" "Oh yes," he responded, "my family has been making wands for over 1,600 years. We have discovered many different kinds of wood to use. Some seem to have different requirements for wizards. Others have strange quirks to them as well. I believe that my father published a book about such things long ago. However, it ended up making some wizards react foolishly. They would try to demand wands of particular wood and cores based on their desires for being good at specific types of magic. Not realizing that if the wand doesn't choose you, and you use a wand that you are not suited for, it doesn't mean that you will become good at certain types of magic." Clarifying, I said, "So a wand doesn't make you good at a specific type of magic. But instead, they select you for your natural abilities knowing that you will already one day be good at certain types of magic. How intelligent are they to be able to determine what kind of magic you will be good at? How can they do that? Are they alive?" Shrugging, he responded, "My family has been studying the nature of wands for generations, and we still haven't learned everything. It has become clear though that wands choose their owners. Some wands even switch allegiance under certain circumstances. The longer a wizard has their wand, the more the wand seems to change and grow with their owner. They seem to catch a feel for how the wizard weaves his spells. A wizard can find certain spells they often use easier to cast." Leaning forward as if to whisper a secret, he continued, "Most wizards don't even realize how much their wands grow and change. When I carve wands, I leave them smooth and without carvings. But, if you look at a wizard who has had their wand for years, you can see patterns and shapes emerge on the wand. What's curious is that most wizards and witches never seem to realize how different their wand is from when they bought it. All of these things lead me to believe that wands are actually alive. It may be a different type of life than you and I, but it is life all the same." Nodding my understanding, I thanked Ollivander, and I headed outside. Before I left, I called out, "What do aspen wands normally indicate about their owners?" With a secretive smile, he replied cryptically, "If I were you, I would be on the lookout for a silver spear." Not knowing what to make of that, I met up with my mom, and the rest of the trip passed by in the blink of an eye. I was so distracted by the thought of heading to the tower, where I could practice some beginner spells under the watchful eye of Anton. Chapter 12. When we returned home, Dad and I were exhausted. It felt like we had just been through a shopping war, and we were on the losing side. The only one of us who didn't look tired was Mum. She had a smug grin on her face as if everything had gone according to her master plan. Floating behind my dad was my trunk. Inside was all the supplies that I would need for the year. Looking at all the stairs and corners that we would have to maneuver it around made me grateful that I was in a family of wizards. If we had to drag it up by hand, it would have taken forever. As it were, Dad just followed me to my room with it effortlessly floating behind him. After he dropped my trunk in the corner of my room, I eagerly opened the trunk looking for my spell books for the year. Looking inside, I discovered the trunk's expansion charm. It was a little strange to look inside and see the inside dimensions around 3 times the outside dimensions. Finding my books off towards the side, I grabbed the first one and turned it over to find Standard Book of Spells Grade 1 by Miranda Goshawk. The instant I opened the book, my mother's voice rang out, "Alex, dinner time." Reluctantly, I set the book down, knowing if I didn't head down now, Mum would lose her temper. Dinner seemed to drag on forever. Time itself seemed to be mocking my desire to practice magic with my wand for the first time. Deciding that attempting my first spell in the house was too risky, I decided to wait till night when everyone was asleep. To pass the time after dinner, Dad and I played a few games of wizard chess. After his 3rd loss in a row, Dad threw his hands up and declared, "You're cheating somehow." Off to the side, Mum and the twins laughed at Dad's expression. "Sorry Dad, but you're no match for someone who has played computer chess masters before." While wizard chess did have a few other factors to consider, like your piece's motivations. It was mainly similar to regular chess. In my previous life, one of my main pastimes at the hospital was playing chess online. I think the final straw for my dad was when Sasha stood up and hugged him to comfort his latest loss. At first, my dad seemed to draw strength from her support and almost issued another challenge. Then she patted him on the back and sweetly said, "It's okay Daddy, even though you stink at chess. I still love you." Hearing Sasha's words, Dad's face wilted. Mum fell off her seat laughing uncontrollably. After catching her breath, she crowed, "This is karma, all those time beating me and gloating when we used to play, now it's your turn to lose all the time." As the night wore on, I couldn't help but watch the clock impatiently for my chance to head to the tower. An hour after everyone had gone to sleep, I slowly opened my window. I winced at every loud squeak it made. After making sure the noise didn't disturb anyone, I grabbed my book and broom and took off into the night sky. Luckily my tower master ring had some type of homing spell linked to the tower. If I concentrated, I could feel a tugging sensation in my mind, pointing the way to the tower. Upon arriving, I headed to the top of the tower where a broken branch hit a ledge with a door. As soon as I landed, the door melted away, leaving a gaping black hole in the tower. Once I crossed the threshold, torches on the wall began to light, and when I made it to the main floor where I found Anton sleeping in his portrait. "Anton," I called out, wanting to seek his instruction before I started casting spells. Upon hearing my voice, Anton's eyes snapped open, and he began howling, "Intruder, how dare you wake me from my slumber, prepare to meet thy doom. Your fate shall be horrible, all will tremble in awe of my power, and the whole world shall fear my wrath." "Oh, it's just you, Alex." I rolled my eyes at his antics and pulled out my new wand. I waved it threatening in his direction and joked. "You know, now that I have my wand, you might want to be a little more respectful." He scoffed, and said, "Bah, the great wizard Anton, fears no one." Studying my fingernail, I innocently suggested, "You know, the other day, I was at my grandmother's house, and I found another painting of one of our ancestors. Her name was Elizabeth Fawley." Upon hearing the name, Anton shuddered and whispered, "You wouldn't dare." Knowing that I had found a weakness, a Cheshire grin emerged on my face. "Well, I suppose I don't have to mention I found her husband's painting. I wouldn't want to see my brave mentor who fears no one, to suddenly become fearful. Especially since I will need his instruction." Muttering to himself about how kids these days have no respect for their elders, Anton gave a small bow and asked, "How can I help you at this late hour?" Pulling out my spellbook, I eagerly responded, "It's time for me to cast my first spell. I want your advice before I do." Nodding thoughtfully, he responded, "Before you start casting, it would be better to work on learning the different wand movements beforehand." Tilting my head in confusion, I asked, "How many wand movements are?" Anton waved his hand through the air while he explained, "There are dozens of different movements. Such as, swishes, flicks, twirls, spins, pokes, and even compound movements that combine multiple movements. If you learn how to move your wand correctly, there is less chance of your spell going out of control." I believe I had a book on wand movements in the library on the lower level. After retrieving the book from the library and looking over the movements, I began practicing the swish and flick movement in anticipation of casting the levitation spell that Ron used to take down the troll in the first book. After practicing the wand movements for some time, I opened the standard book of spells to look up how to cast it. After memorizing the spell incantation Wingardium Leviosa, I started to swish and flick my wand while chanting the spell. I drew my wand and pointed it towards a wine glass on the desk and chanted, Wingardium Leviosa, while performing a swish and flick wand movement and concentrating on making the goblet float. To mine and Anton's surprise, I achieved success on my first try. Having a wand made all the difference in the world when casting magic. The amount of mental effort compared to using a wand or wandless magic was like comparing night and day. I shot a smug grin at Anton. I could see from his expression that he was impressed that I achieved success on my first try. After a few minutes of watching the glass float around, the spell began to wear off, and it floated back down to the table. Eager to try another spell, I began to flip through my book for another to try out, when Anton interrupted, What do you think you are doing? Raising an eyebrow at his question, I replied, looking for another spell to try out, that one was too easy. He rolled his eyes at my answer, and scoffed, So you cast a spell once, and you think you have learned everything there is to the spell. Let me tell you, there are many different ways to use that spell. You simply had it float in the air. True mastery involves being able to command it entirely in the air. Hearing his advice, I continued to practice the levitation charm. After 30 minutes of casting the levitation charm over and over, I realized that I was quickly becoming exhausted, and it was becoming more difficult to cast the spell. Finally, I chanted the charm one more time, and it failed. Turning to Anton in confusion, I asked, Why am I so tired? I feel like I can barely think, what is wrong with me? Rolling his eyes at my questions, he said, What did you think you could cast spells indefinitely with no consequence? You will have to build up a mental endurance. To be honest, you did amazing for your first time. I expected you to run out of steam 15 minutes ago. To clarify, I said, So, it's not because I ran out of magic, right? Shaking his head, Anton clarified, Wizards don't ever run out of magic, but rather, there is a mental limitation that wizards have, it is because of the mental component that spells require. When wizards cast spells, they can become exhausted by the mental effort needed to perform the spell correctly. If they can't concentrate, they may not be able to perform the spell. I nodded my acknowledgement and asked, Is there any way to improve my endurance? He shrugged and replied, Sure, all you have to do is cast spells over and over. As you get older, you will also be able to last longer and longer. The mental component is like a muscle, the more you use it the stronger it gets. After confirming with Anton that wizards can build their mental endurance, I decided that I would cast spells at the end of every day until I was too exhausted to continue. The next night I returned to the tower with more of my spell books. Pulling out my Transfiguration book, I asked for my first lesson in Transfiguration. Shaking his head, Anton refused, No, stay away from Transfiguration magic. It's one of the most demanding subjects, and too much has the potential to go wrong. Perhaps next year, when you have some experience with Transfiguration, we can move forward. But, until then, I would recommend just practicing charms, jinxes, and hexes. There is no need to be in a hurry. You will have 7 years at Hogwarts to learn more difficult magic. Seeing how serious Anton was on the subject, I decided to follow his advice. As summer continued, I split my time at Dad's workshop and at the tower. There I practiced charms, hexes, and jinxes. I was determined to impress my teachers at Hogwarts. By the end of the summer, I could tell Anton was half annoyed, half impressed on how easily I picked everything up. He said, With how quickly you pick magic up, I wouldn't be surprised if you are sorted into Ravenclaw. Having never heard him speak about the houses at Hogwarts, I asked curiously, What house were you in? Puffing his chest up, I was in the noble house of Hufflepuff. Snorting in laughter, I said, I don't know, you seem more like a Slytherin to me. I mean, you did build this dark tower in a forest, which has a lot of traps built into it. It seems like what a Dark Lord from Slytherin would do. Snorting in derision, he replied, HMPF. Shows just how little you know about the houses. Hufflepuff is the house dedicated to hard work. What could be harder than building a tower like this all by yourself? Besides, just because a few wizards from Slytherin go bad doesn't make them all evil. Plus, there have been plenty of dark wizards who have shown up in some of the other houses. Although even I will admit, more of them seem to come from the Slytherin house. Not knowing what to think, the books seem to imply that all the dark wizards came from Slytherin house. But there is the possibility that the Harry Potter books were told from a narrow point of view. That theory does make sense. If Slytherins were really a breeding ground for evil wizards, why would they be allowed to remain? The idea if you are sorted into a particular house, either makes you a hero or a villain, is too simplistic. Over the next few days, the idea of what house I would be sorted into consumed my thoughts. I was curious about what it would say about my character. If I remember correctly, Slytherin took those who were of the purest blood, and of great cunning. But I also remember that there have been plenty of talented half-bloods who ended up in that house as well. For Gryffindor's house, I believe they sought the bravest wizards along with those who are chivalrous. Those in Ravenclaw were supposed to be the most intelligent wizards. And while Hufflepuff didn't have any mandatory criteria, Her house was supposed to be hardworking and the most dedicated to teamwork. A few days before I was supposed to leave for school, we had a large family dinner with Grandma, Uncle John, and Aunt Nefret. Cousin Omar couldn't join us because he had already left for school. Wanting to get some advice about the Hogwarts houses, from my family, I asked, "Does our family have a particular house we normally get sorted into?" Hearing my question, Dad shook his head, "Not really, while some families seem to stick to a particular house, ours has been all over the place." "I was a Ravenclaw student," he bragged. Considering what my father did for a living, I wasn't too surprised. Eager to hear what house Uncle John was in, I turned to him with an expectant look. A smug grin appeared on his face, and he pronounced Slytherin. Not too surprised at the house he was in, I sent an eager look towards Grandma, and she said, "Well, I was a Hufflepuff, and your Grandpa George was a Gryffindor." Hearing that my family came from all the different houses, I asked curiously, "What house is the best?" All three exchanged looks towards one another and responded at the same time. "Hufflepuff," Grandma exclaimed. "Ravenclaw," Dad declared. "Slytherin," Uncle John replied. With an annoyed look on my face, I replied, "That's less than helpful." Seeing my expression, Dad comforted me, "It doesn't matter what house you're put into. The house the hat sorts you into is the house in which you are most suited for, and we couldn't care less where you end up." Seeing that I was nodding to indicate that I understood, he reached over and hugged me and whispered into my ear. "That being said, Ravenclaw is the best house." Deciding to interject, Mum said, "I don't know why Hogwarts sorts people into different houses, it only seems to divide your school." Before anyone could express their opinion, I replied, "It's a rather clever system. Having different houses has multiple benefits. The first is it gives people motivation to try harder. When people have a sense of belonging to a group, they naturally want that group to succeed. Having opposing houses ensures that you strive your hardest to do better than the other houses. The next benefit is that of behavior control. How else do you expect a few teachers to control the behavior of almost 1,000 teenage wizards and witches? They achieve all of this through the House Cup competition. On the one hand, they reward students for being the best and having achievements, and on the other hand, if they misbehave, they punish the house that they belong to, which encourages students to follow the rules. If they choose not to and continue to cost the house points, they often have to deal with their fellow students' disapproval from their own house. It is an effective social control formula. The rest of my family looked flabbergasted at my in-depth review of the house system. My uncle weakly offered, "I was just going to say it was a long-standing tradition." Dad proudly raised his nose and bragged, "Definitely a Ravenclaw." The following 2 days went by in a flash, and the next thing I knew, it was the 1st of September, and I would be heading off to Hogwarts. Chapter 13. By the time light beaming from the sun was piercing my bedroom window in the morning of September 1st, I had already been awake for several hours. Hogwarts was finally upon me. Ever since being reborn in this world I had been imagining how this day was going to go. Looking around my room, it was hard to imagine that I would be leaving all of this behind. A small part of me wished that students could travel home at night to their homes. Mum's voice shook me from my melancholy thoughts as it reverberated through the house. "Alex, Sasha, Rebecca, downstairs in 5 minutes, we are running behind schedule." Wincing at the piercing sound of my mother's voice, I couldn't help but think that maybe boarding at school has an upside to it as well. Dragging my trunk behind me, I made my way downstairs. When I made it to the kitchen, I found everyone sitting down for a quick breakfast. After wolfing down my breakfast as quick as I could, I asked eagerly, "When are we leaving?" Dad smiled at my tone, set a small box on the table, and said, "Soon, but before we leave, there is something your mother and I want to give you." As he slid the package over to me, I reached out and opened the box to find a bronze collar that had a round blue metal tag on it. On the back of the tag was our house coat of arms, and on the front said, Athena. While admiring the craftsmanship, Dad informed me, "We got permission from the headmaster for Athena to go with you, but he suggested that we try and make her a bit more inconspicuous." Hearing her name called, Athena sauntered into the kitchen like she owned the place. With a nod towards Athena, he said, "Put it on her, you'll get a kick out of it." I tapped on the table and called out, "Athena, come here, girl." Always happy to jump onto the table and to be the center of attention, Athena leaped towards the table coming at a stop before me. Picking up the collar, I said, "This is for you." Unimpressed, Athena looked at me like I was crazy as if to say that there was no way in hell I was putting a collar on her. "Come on, don't be like that." Seeing that Athena wasn't swayed, I pulled out the big guns. "If you don't put this on, you'll have to stay here while I leave for Hogwarts." Right on cue, Sasha called out, "Don't do it, Athena." Rebecca quickly followed up, "Yay, if you don't put the collar on, you can stay here with us. We'll have lots of fun." Fully understanding what the twins viewed as fun, Athena leaped into my lap shivering in fear. I slid the oversized collar over her head and around her neck. The collar shrank in place, fitting her perfectly. Immediately her horns and wings seemed to fold inward and under her fur until they were no longer visible. Ooh! The twins hummed in awe. Curious to see if the horns were gone, or simply invisible, I rubbed Athena's head. Not feeling anything, I shot a curious glance towards my dad. Don't worry, when you take it off, everything will return to normal. He reassured me. Admiring the enchantment as it was custom designed for Athena, I asked, did you do the charm work yourself? A proud look appeared on his face. Of course. Do you think I would let someone else handle this? Besides, custom charm work is one of my favorite things to do, it challenges me to become a better enchanter. Over the years, I have had to do some interesting challenges. Once, I made a clock for a lovely lady which kept track of her family's movement. Nice lady, loads of kids. Hearing him talk about the clock that could track family members brought up an old memory from the books. I bet it was the Weasleys' family clock. Curious, I asked, that seems like a useful thing to have, why don't we have one? Dad shot a look towards Mum, and she smirked and asked, what makes you think I don't have something that can secretly track your movement? Of course Mum magically low-jacked me. Thinking about all my extracurricular activities that I've been up to in the forest, a nervous laugh escaped me. I hope it's more of a vague tracker like the Weasleys rather than some type of real-time tracker. After a moment of uncomfortable silence, Mom interjected, well, since Dad gave you his gift, it's time for me to give you mine. I have been saving this for you for years now. Sliding a small package towards me, she said, be careful while opening it. Slowly opening the box, I discovered a small vial with a golden liquid in it. Eyes wide, I turned to Mom and whispered, is this what I think it is? Mum shot my dad a smug look and replied, I decided to save you a vial of the Felix Felicis that I made 6 years ago. A little stunned at the magnitude of the gift, I whispered, but this has to be worth almost 1,000 galleons. Mum reached out and bobbed me on the head, saying, you're worth it, besides not only is this your going away present, but it also counts as your birthday present as well. Not knowing what to say, I hugged her. She continued, now, first some ground rules. I'm not going to go into the consequence of using the potion during exams or competitions or other regulated events. But know that there are severe penalties involved. Wanting to needle her a bit, I interjected, technically, you just did go into it. Smacking the back of my head, she went on, remember, once you take this, you can't take any more for at least a decade. Otherwise, the only luck you will have when you take it will be bad luck. After nodding my understanding and handling the vial carefully, I packed it deep within my trunk. After securing everything, I asked, how are we getting to the platform in London? We're taking the night bus, Dad informed me. As we left our property, the heavy gate closed behind us with a loud click. Outside the gate was a small paved path that led to the road. Upon reaching the road, Dad whipped out his wand and flicked it out like he was hailing a cab. Within moments, a blue triple-decker bus seemed to appear out of nowhere. Seeing my trunk once we all made it on board, the driver made the connection and asked, you guys headed to the platform in London? Dad rubbed my head and proudly replied, yes, Alex is headed for his first year at Hogwarts. Nodding his head the driver responded, that will be 11 sickles per person. After Dad handed over 55 sickles, we made our way to the seating area. It was half full of students with their parents heading to Hogwarts. A little apprehensive, from the description in the books, I sat down fully expecting to get thrown forward next time the bus stopped abruptly. However, as soon as I sat, Dad pointed his wand at me and muttered an incantation under his breath. All of a sudden, I was unable to move from the chair. Dad looked at me and said, sticking charm, trust me, you'll be thankful in a moment. Once Mom got the twins situated, the bus took off like a bat out of hell. The countryside began blurring because we were moving so quickly. With a loud bang, the bus slammed to a stop. Luckily, the charm held me in place. Otherwise, I definitely would have been thrown across the bus floor, just like in the books. After a few more quick stops, we made it to London in record time. At the train station, we left the night bus behind. Once all the parents and students had gotten off, the bus left so quickly, it almost looked like teleportation. Making our way down the platforms, I kept eyeing the platform numbers. Once we got in between platforms 9 and 10, Dad pushed me towards the brick column and said, go on, you won't feel a thing. Telling myself that the brick column only seemed solid and I was not going to run smack into a wall, I decided to make a run for it. I charged ahead, and at the last moment, I couldn't help but close my eyes. The next thing I knew, I was at platform 9 3/4, and the black and red Hogwarts Express train was right in front of me. Turning, I saw my parents come through the archway, each holding one of the twins as they made their way through the platform wall. Students and their families filled the platform. Most students looked eager to get on the train, while some of the parents were subtly wiping away tears, saying goodbye to their children. Hoping to avoid a scene with my parents, I hugged them goodbye. Dad let go after a brief hug, but Mum held on. After a minute, I tried to pull away, but her arms were like vice grips refusing to let me go. Come on, Dad consoled, it's not like you won't see him again, he'll be home for Christmas. Reluctantly she let me go, and demanded, I expect weekly letters from you. Sensing my freedom was at hand, I quickly reassured her, don't worry so much Mum, I'll write to you all the time, I promise. Besides, Christmas will be here before you know it. As soon as Mum let me go, the twins nearly knocked me over in a ferocious hug. After several minutes more of reassuring them that I would be returning at Christmas, I made my way to the train. Before I got on, a voice called out to me, Alex. Turning towards the sound of the voice, I saw Cedric's head sticking out the window of a train compartment, waving to me. I'll be right there, save me a seat, I called out. By the time I made it onto the train it was packed full of students, making my way to the compartment where Cedric was difficult. Finally, I arrived at the compartment and found Cedric and Anna sitting on opposite sides. Next to Anna was another girl with dark skin, dark brown hair, and eyes of the same deep color. Looking me up and down, she boldly challenged me with a slight accent that sounded somewhat familiar, who are you? Slightly taken aback at her tone, Anna nudged her elbow and said, that's just Alex, said, and I know him from way back. Looking at me, Anna flicked her long blonde hair towards the girl next to her and continued, this is Alicia Spinnet, she is originally from Egypt. Her family moved near to my house about a year ago. Seemingly satisfied with Anna's response, she nodded and gestured like she was permitting me to sit. Cedric made eye contact with me and shrugged, seeming to imply, what are you going to do? Girls are somewhat crazy. After sitting down next to Cedric, I looked at Alicia and greeted in Arabic, hi Alicia, it's nice to meet you. Her eyes brightened at hearing Arabic, and she replied with a smile, it's nice to meet you too Alex. Are you excited as much as I am about starting school? Definitely, I replied. She continued, I am so glad I found someone else who can speak Arabic. While I speak good English, sometimes it's nice to speak to someone in my natural language. After a few minutes of small talk, I noticed Anna's eyes narrowing and she snapped, don't you know it's rude to speak in front of other people who can't speak the same language? Raising my eyebrow at her outburst, I said, if you want to understand what we're saying there is an easy remedy, all you have to do is ask, and I'll teach you. After a moment of trying to find an argument to my response, she gave in and said, fine, just until we learn, no speaking in a different language in front of us. I shot a grin towards Cedric because Anna had volunteered him to learn Arabic as well and said, don't you love it when you get voluntold to do something? Hearing my question, Anna's face went slightly pink in embarrassment. Taking pity on her, Cedric responded, no worries, besides, it will be nice to learn another language. How many languages are you up to now? I'm up to 4 languages now, English, French, Arabic, and Spanish. Alicia raised her eyebrows, Cedric whistled, and Anna grumbled under her breath. Around 30 minutes later, the train started moving and I excitedly said, this is it, we're finally on our way to Hogwarts. Chapter 14. Around 3 hours into the trip, we were all getting a little bored. My dad had told me that the train normally takes around 6 hours or so to make it to Hogwarts. Doing a little mental calculation, considering the train was headed northbound, that would put Hogwarts deep within Scotland. Suddenly, our cabin door was wrenched open, and 2 red-headed twins tumbled into our cabin. They both squeezed themselves onto the benches next to us. The one next to me blurted out, if anyone asks, we were in here the whole time. The other sat next to Alicia and quickly closed the door. Seeing the red-headed twins' identical crafty smiles, I knew that these 2 could only be the Weasley twins, Fred and George. The 2 biggest hellraisers ever to go through Hogwarts. Before any further introductions could be made, a tall dark-haired teenage wizard with a green badge with a silver snake that said prefect on it, appeared in the hallway. When he made it to our compartment, he opened the door, eyeing the twins suspiciously and asked, how long have these 2 been here? Not wanting to throw Fred and George under the bus, I quickly responded. They have been in here since the start of the trip, what's it to you? His eyes snapped to me, and retorted, someone thought it would be a good idea to toss a dung bomb into the prefect cabin. Someone saw 2 redheads running away from the scene. Finished speaking he glared suspiciously at the twins. The one next to me piped up with an innocent expression, I don't know what to tell you mate, as my friend told you, George and I have been in here since the beginning. Chiming in as well, George added, this feels like a setup to me, I mean, if I were going to do something like throwing a dung bomb in the prefect's cabin, I would have a disguise I wouldn't run around with red hair. Not to mention, this is a train full of wizards and witches. How do you know that they didn't magically alter their appearance so they wouldn't get caught? Slightly taken aback, the prefect narrowed his eyes and warned. I'll be keeping an eye on you this year, if I so much as smell anything suspicious, you'll pay dearly. Slamming the door behind him, he moved on. As soon as he was out of earshot, both twins evilly grinned at one another. George winked at me and said, thanks mate, for backing up Fred and I back there. Before I could respond Fred interrupted, You know, George, I just had a terrible thought. I bet they would never expect that whoever dumped the dung bombs would double back and do it again while they were looking for the culprits. A gleam appeared in George's eye, and he puffed up and spoke out in a righteous tone, maybe we should go check it out, you know, to stop them, just in case whoever did it sneaks back to do it again. George reached up and slid open the door, and bolted from the room with Fred right on his heels. The twins blew into our cabin like a storm of chaos, and they also blew out just as quickly, leaving silence in their wake. After a moment of stunned silence, Anna asked, who the bloody hell were those two? And did they do what I think they did? Grinning at Anna, I said, I don't know, but I'm willing to bet that they are going to be making trouble all year long. The trip continued with the four of us discussing random subjects. By the end of the trip, Alicia seemed to fit in our small group like she had been around forever. Around 4:30, we all slipped our Hogwarts robes on knowing that the trip was almost over. By 5, the Hogwarts Express slowed to a stop, and there was a mad rush to get off the train. As soon as we got off the train, I saw him standing in the distance casting a huge shadow with a wide grin on his face as if he had the best job in the world. Reading stories about a half-giant doesn't prepare you for coming face to face with one. I couldn't get over how tall Hagrid was. The book had described him as twice as tall as an average man and 3 times as wide, and boy, did J.K. Rowling nail that description. He must be around 11.5 feet tall, but while the height was impressive, his width is what made him intimidating. His arms were thicker than my whole body. Most of the first years seeing Hagrid were intimidated by him, not knowing that he had a heart of gold hidden beneath his massive size. Cupping his hands to his mouth, he bellowed, "First years, leave your trunks over here and follow me." Assuming everyone would follow, he turned and began striding away. Seeing that no one else made a move, I was the first to follow with Cedric, Anna, and Alicia following close behind. He led us to a dock on a lake so big we could barely see the other side at all. By the dock were around 10 small boats with another 40 or so out in the water floating. Hagrid waved to the first years and boomed in a loud voice, "All right first years, 3 or 4 to a boat, come on now." Luckily, being at the front of the pack of around 140 students, my friends and I were first to get in a boat. After we all piled in, the lantern hanging from the front began to glow lightly, and we slowly moved from the dock. Another boat in the water moved by itself to take our boat's place. By the time everyone had been loaded up, the sun was beginning to set. The boats slowly began making their way through the water. Nervous whispering could be heard from the students nearby in other boats, as we crossed the lake. When about a third of the way there, Anna noticed that I was staring intently at the water and hissed at me, "What are you looking for? If you're not careful you'll fall in." Spotting the twins nearby, a crafty thought appeared in my head, so I responded in a loud voice, "Supposedly there is a giant squid down there that is friendly to students. I'm just trying to see if I can catch a glimpse. Besides, I've heard that if students fall in, the squid will save them." 2 voices rang out next to our boat in response to my statement. "Wicked." Looking up, I saw Fred and George sitting in a boat with a black girl. They immediately began to rock the boat, trying to tip over. The girl warned, "Don't you dare." George wheedled, "Come on Angelina, it will be fun." Before she could retort, their boat flipped and dumped them all into the lake. After flipping them, the boat flipped back up. All 3 broke through the surface. Angelina sputtered, "You're both dead, your bodies simply haven't realized yet." Fred grinned and replied, "Don't be like that Angelina, besides, it was getting kinda warm. In fact, you should be thanking us for helping you cool off." After hearing Fred's response, an outrage expression appeared on Angelina's face, but before she could respond, all 3 of them were lifted into the air by giant tentacles and sent gently back into their boat. Seeing the giant tentacles put them back into the boat satisfied my curiosity on whether the giant squid in the lake was friendly, and I didn't have to get wet to do it. It's rather nice to have people around who are willing to do crazy stunts like that, even if they didn't realize I planned for them to do that. Cedric nudged me and whispered, "I saw what you did there." Grinning at him, I quietly said, "I don't know what you mean, I didn't tell them to do it. They came to that decision all on their own." Cedric let out a small laugh. As we got closer, Hogwarts seemed to dominate the horizon. It was a massive 7-story castle that had towers reaching defiantly into the sky. The castle seemed to pulse with magic, and the students' muttering began to die away. By the time we made it to shore, the sun had long gone down. There was a path from the lake to the castle illuminated by glowing balls of light that floated in the air. At the end of the path was a long flight of stone stairs leading to a pair of massive double doors. Halfway up, was a stern-looking witch. Her pointed hat mast covered her graying hair that was pulled back into a bun. She started speaking in a slight Scottish accent, "Good evening, students. Welcome to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. I am Professor McGonagall, head of the Department of Transfiguration and Deputy Headmistress of Hogwarts. In a moment, we will move into the Great Hall and begin the sorting ceremony, where you will be sorted into one of 4 houses that represent the founders of Hogwarts. They are Gryffindor, Slytherin, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff. All 4 houses have long and glorious histories, and I expect for all of you to try and add to the achievements of your house. Once you are sorted into your respective houses, you will be representing them during your time here at Hogwarts. Succeed and do well and you will earn your house points, mischief will cost your house points. At the end of the year, the points are tallied and whoever has the most wins the house cup. For those who end up in Gryffindor, I will be expecting the best behavior out of you, as I am the head of Gryffindor and I do not like to be embarrassed. All of that aside, don't worry about your belongings, they will be delivered to your dorms before you get there. Turning, she began marching up the steps, with her robes billowing behind her. All my fellow first years seemed to pick up on that this was not a witch to take lightly. I had even half-heartedly expected a crack from George or Fred, but they seemed to grasp that they needed to fly under the radar around Professor McGonagall. At the top of the steps were massive double doors that opened as soon as Professor McGonagall reached them. "Come along now," she said. Making our way into Hogwarts, we came upon another set of doors when she opened them. A great hall stood before us. 4 long tables filled with witches and wizards occupied most of the hall's space. On the far end of the hall, was a long table full of older witches and wizards. At the middle, was a tall wizard with an enormous beard, an equally tall pointed hat, and half-moon glasses. Seeing his appearance, I concluded that he was definitely Albus Dumbledore. Scanning the table, I saw other teachers that I recognized from the books, such as Professor Flitwick and Professor Snape. When I saw him, I couldn't help but think of all the conflict between him and Harry. I wonder how much of their conflict was written through Harry's point of view. It will be interesting to see if he is anything like what was written. Cedric nudged me from my thoughts as students had begun to make their way forward. Before the great table was a small wooden stool that had an old worn hat with several patches on it. Once we got to the front, the hat burst out. Over 1,000 years ago, when I was newly made, I saw the rise of this hallowed place, where the 4 greatest wizards and witches began to enchant this space. Each took students to call their own. Crafty Slytherin took only those of purest blood, whose cunning matched his own. Brave Gryffindor demanded his students be stout of heart. Wise Ravenclaw chose only the most intelligent to fill her house. And good Hufflepuff had no reservation on who she taught, and she passed on her dedication to her craft. To ensure the tradition continued, I was made to learn your minds, to best put you where you belong. Now don't be afraid, let me look inside and I'll sort you where you belong. Seeing that the hat was done, Professor McGonagall turned around and pulled out a scroll. After unrolling it, she called out, "Johnson! Angelina!" At once, all eyes were upon her as she made her way to the sorting hat. "Gryffindor!" It shouted a few moments after being put upon her head. As she stood up and went to the Gryffindor table, the students at the Gryffindor table clapped. Professor McGonagall continued to call out different names. A couple I recognized from the books, such as Marcus Flint who was sorted into Slytherin and Roger Davies who went to Ravenclaw. But most were unknown to me. There seemed to be no pattern I could discern about how the students were sorted. Sometime a house would be called several times in a row and at other time it seems to skip a particular house for multiple times. All of a sudden, McGonagall called out, "Diggory, Cedric!" Cedric gave me a nervous grin, and he headed up to the stool after the hat was placed on his head. The sorting hat declared loudly, "Hufflepuff." Seeing Cedric sorted into Hufflepuff was not a huge surprise to me, after all that where he was in the books. A few names later, McGonagall called out, "Alicia Spinnet." As she went up to the stool, I mused to myself that she should be sorted into Gryffindor. According to the books, she was on the Gryffindor Quidditch team with Harry Potter. After a few moments, the hat rang out Gryffindor. "Lancaster," Anna McGonagall called out next. With a nervous gulp, Anna went to the stool and sat down, as the sorting hat was placed on her blonde hair. It shouted, "Slytherin." Her purple eyes sought mine. I gave her a half-smile, indicating I didn't care what house she belonged to. Although I had my suspicions about why she ended up in Slytherin, overall it didn't matter to me. After all, my uncle was in Slytherin and he was awesome. The ceremony continued, and in a truly dramatic fashion, I was the final student to be sorted. "Fawley," Alexander McGonagall called out. Moving up to the stool, I sat down, and when McGonagall placed the sorting hat on my head, I could hear the hat mutter, Interesting, interesting, you have a lot of qualities that makes you ideal for all of the houses. A pureblood who is extremely cunning, yes, you would do well in Slytherin." Determined not to influence the test at all, I indicated in my thoughts that I was content with whatever house it put me in. The hat continued, "But there is more to you than cunning and guile. I sense that you have great determination buried deep within. Maybe you should go to Gryffindor." Let us go deeper into your mind. I see you value your family and friends greatly, and you're a hard worker. Those traits normally do well in Hufflepuff." The sorting hat went on, "But at your core, I sense a burning intelligence, determined to learn and master magic in all its forms. To help you along your path to power, I know just where to put you." "Ravenclaw!" the hat shouted. Author note. Several people have commented or been confused by the idea that Cedric and the twins are in the same year. According to the info by J.K. Rowling, they all started in the year 1989, the main reason seemed to get confused is because Cedric could participate in the tournament and the twins couldn't. This is because of when their birthdays were. Shortly after starting his 6th year Cedric turned 17 which allowed him to participate in the Triwizard tournament. If you remember from the books the twins missed the cut-off by a few months which is why they only needed a few drops of a aging potion. If you need more convincing think back to when you were in school sometime there were kids who were a year younger or older than you, it all depends on when your birthday is. Sorry for the rant, I hope everyone enjoyed the chapter. Chapter 15. The students at the Ravenclaw table politely clapped when the hat sorted me into their house. Getting up from the stool, I made my way over to the end of the Ravenclaw table, where all the other first years were sitting. With the sorting ceremony concluded, Dumbledore got up and went to the podium with a pleased look on his face. Looking out over the students, he beamed and said, "Now that the first years have been sorted, I could go into a long welcoming speech, but I am sure everyone else would much rather get to the feast. On that note, let the feast begin." All the students cheered as he sat down, and massive amounts of food appeared on the table. Looking down the table, the older students immediately began tearing into the food, it seemed like every student was for themselves. The first years took their cues from the older students and started eating as well. After filling my plate and eating, I couldn't help but admire the ceiling that had been enchanted to show the outside sky. Even though it was dark out, and moon and stars were visible, the floating candles along with the torches on the walls made sure the hall was lit up. Next, to me, a dark-haired kid introduced himself, Roger Davies. "Alexander Fawley," I responded. Seeing how we were introducing ourselves to one another, most of the first years at our table did the same. By the time the feast was over, I had eaten so much food, that I was sure if I took another bite, my stomach would burst. When everyone was finished with the feast, Dumbledore stood back up, and the talking in the hall died away. After clearing his throat, he said, "Now that our bellies are full, it's time to speak on a few matters. First of all, Mr. Flitch has asked me to remind you again that magic in the halls is not allowed." His voice trailed off, with his eyes twinkling mischievously. He went on, "Also, in the second week of term, your house Quidditch teams will have a tryout. There will be a sign-up form in your common rooms, alas they are restricted to second years and above. Next, it seems like I have to remind the students every year that the Forbidden Forest is off-limits to students, as there are creatures that dwell deep within some of which are dangerous. Now, I am sure you have heard me ramble on long enough, time to tuck in, good night." When he finished, there was a flurry of movement throughout the hall, as all the students made a mad dash off to their dorms, hoping to avoid the stampede of other students. I heard a feminine voice call out, "Ravenclaw first years, this way." Turning toward the voice, I saw a raven-haired witch with a Ravenclaw prefect badge on her robes. Next to her was a thin brown-haired wizard with thick glasses that looked like they were about to fall off his face. As we all shuffled towards them, they turned and began leading us away. As we began to make our way through Hogwarts, the girl spoke up again, "My name is Lisa Bailey, and this is Scott Miller, we are Ravenclaw's fifth-year prefects. Each house has a total of 6 prefects, and if you have any questions, you can seek us out for help. Be aware, every prefect can give punishments out for misbehavior so watch yourself throughout the year." Eventually, we came to an open area that was full of moving staircases. Scott chimed in, "This is the grand staircase, as you can see, the stairs move and constantly change. It may take some time for everyone to get used to how they randomly move around. Sometimes you will be headed to a particular floor, and then the staircase will shift and end up leading you to another floor. Oh, and just so you know, some of the steps on the stairs are traps," Lisa said as she grinned and hopped over a particular stair. Lisa and Scott lead us to the 5th floor, where we came to a large door with a bronze eagle knocker attached to the middle. Turning to look at us, Lisa said, "Other houses have passwords to get into their rooms, but we do things a little different in our house. Our intellect is what most commonly defines Ravenclaw witches and wizards, and this knocker was designed to test our worthiness. Give the right answer, and you will be let in, fail, and you will be denied entrance until one of your classmates takes pity on you." She fell silent with a sneer on her face, letting us know that she did not think highly of those who failed the challenge and needed assistance getting into the tower. When she finished, Scott reached out and knocked. A soft musical voice questioned, "What requires food to live, yet will die when given water?" Scott turned and challenged with a slight mocking look on his face, "Anyone feels brave enough to give it a go?" Seeing the worried expression on everyone's faces, as nobody wanted to fail and be embarrassed in front of everyone, I boldly spoke up, "I'll give it a shot." Scott stepped aside and motioned me forward with a flourish. Furiously thinking about the riddle for a moment, the answer came to me. A smug grin tugged its way out, and I called out, "Fire!" "Well done," the voice chimed, and I shot a triumphant look towards Roger Davies. The door swung open, letting us into the Ravenclaw Tower. As soon as we went inside, we came to a large circular room with several archways that led to other open places. I was a little surprised about how large the common room area was. The books always implied that the common area was small and cozy. But, this area looked like Ravenclaw's entire house could be in the common area and not be packed in like a can of sardines. On the far side of the room, was a set of twin staircases, in between them was a statue of a witch with a wise look upon her face. Lisu saw my gaze and spoke up, the stairs lead to the girls' and boy dorms, girls on the left, boys on the right. We all made our way into the common area and began to look around. I saw that one of the archways led to a room with several large shelves full of books on the walls. Along one of the walls etched into the stone were Ravenclaw student names separated by year. I noticed the column representing 5th year students had Lisa in first place with Scott in second, next to their name was AP, mostly likely representing prefect. I even found my name up there in the 7th column, but unlike the other columns, there were no numbers next to anyone's name in our year. Speaking up, I asked, why are all of the names of Ravenclaw students up there? Scott came over and said, first years listen up, this wall of the name represents your standing in the house. While other houses don't pay attention to your grades too much, your grades determine how you are ranked in our house. The best students get more perks in our house, such as nicer dorm rooms, while those at the bottom, will be housed in shabbier dorms. Your first year is somewhat of a pass, your grades will constantly change throughout the year, but the only thing that matters is your overall grades at the end of the year. What you achieve this year will determine your standing and benefits in Ravenclaw the following year. Scott's words made some first years appear worried, but others grinned at the thought of competing for better benefits. Lisa came over and interrupted, all right, it's past 9 and curfew is at 10, and no one is allowed to leave until 6 in the morning. If you are caught out, you will be punished, so let's get everyone to their dorms. By the way, before leaving for breakfast in the morning, your class schedule will be down here in the morning. At her words, I headed to the right staircase. Scott called out, there are 7 floors in the dormitories, first years are at the top, with the 7th years at the bottom. A few boys groaned at hearing they would be climbing to the top of Ravenclaw Tower every day. Hearing the grumbling, Scott laughed. Making it to the top of the dorms, I found a large circular room with 8 doors. Seeing my name along with 3 others, I headed towards the door. I found a large room, with 4 beds inside. Athena was sitting on one of the beds. As soon I came in, she launched herself at me. After I caught her, she climbed her way up to perch on my shoulder. Seeing my trunk on the bed that she was on, I decided to unpack my things. Each bed had a large dresser next to it, along with matching end tables to hold belongings. Before I could start, 3 other boys walked in, wanting to introduce myself. I called out, I'm Alex Fawley. The kid with dark brown hair on the right called out in a thick Scottish accent, William Moore, nice to meet everyone. I had already met the dark-haired kid in the middle, but he still greeted, Roger Davies. On the other of Davis was a slightly wide-eyed redhead who called out in an Irish accent, Ryan O'Connor. After we had all introduced ourselves to one another, I returned to unpack, when Ryan asked, is it always like this? What? I questioned. Waving his arms around to indicate everything, he said, you know, everything is so nuts. I mean, the paintings can talk, the staircases move, there are even ghosts running around. It's like all the rules I've learned about the world are wrong. Like for instance, the tower from the outside shouldn't have this much space on the inside. It's like magic constantly breaks the laws of physics. Hearing his rant, it clicked, ah, you must be Muggle-born. I saw him nod his head, affirming that he grew up in the non-magical world. So I informed him, you'll need to put aside everything you have learned about the world. There is so much more to the world than meets the eye. Magic allows us to bend and break the fundamental rules of physics. However, magic does have rules of its own that it follows. Seeing that all the magic didn't fluster me, he asked, are your parents magical? Nodding, I said, yes, my whole family is magical. My mom is a master Pokemon, and my dad runs an enchantment shop in Diagon Alley. Roger snapped his finger and said, I knew your last name sounded familiar, your dad must run Folly's wondrous enchantments, right? A proud look emerged on my face, and I confirmed, yup, that's Dad's shop. Roger replied, that's awesome. I got my trunk from there. There were a ton of interesting items in the shop. Does he do all the enchantments himself? The charm work, yes, but I know he has a few employees to help run the store, so he can spend most of his time enchanting and coming up with new ideas. What about your guys' parents? I asked curiously. Roger replied, my dad works for the Ministry of Magic as a full-time obliviator, my mum is a muggle who used to work as a nurse, but she quit a few years ago, the hours were terrible. Confused about what an obliviator was, Ryan asked, what in the bloody hell is an obliviator? It sounds like he blows stuff up for a living. Roger barked out a laugh and said, nothing so exciting, whenever a muggle sees something magical and needs to have their memory modified, obliviators show up to modify their memory. A stunned look appeared on Ryan's face, and he stammered out, magic can mess with people's memories. Roger nodded gravely, replied, yes, but it's necessary. A lot of muggles don't react well when they discover that magic exists. Sometimes they end up believing that magic is evil. Muggles are funny like that. I think it has to do with some deity they worship. Also, many don't react well to having their view of the world turned upside down. Sometimes, they end up getting locked up in a muggle loony bin when they start ranting and raving about magic. Obliviators make sure that they forget so muggles can go on with their lives peacefully. My parents are fascinated by the concept of magic. Ryan defended. But then again, they aren't religious, and they have always maintained that there is always some time more to learn about the universe. Curious, I asked, what do your parents do for a living? Mum runs one of the biggest libraries in Ireland, and Dad is a history professor at a college, Ryan replied. Seeing how everyone had introduced their parents except for Willem, we all looked at him to say something. With a sigh, he responded, I live with my mom, she runs an enormous greenhouse and sells potion materials that she harvests from the plants. Hearing what his mum did for a living gave me the goosebumps. Speaking up, I said, my mum has a small greenhouse that is terrifying to go into. Ryan asked, confused, what's so scary about plants? Willem and I looked at each other and started laughing. Explaining, I said, do you remember when I said you are going to have to forget Muggle rules? Well, Rule 1, magic makes everything more dangerous. In our world, plants are very much alive and dangerous, and the plants must be handled very carefully. Otherwise, you could end up hurt or even killed. A sobering look appeared on Ryan's face as he digested the fact that magic plants could eat, or even kill him. What about your dad? Roger asked. A sad look appeared on Willem's face. He was a hit wizard who died in the war against he who must not be named. Not knowing what to say, I said, I'm sorry, my grandfather was killed during the war as well. William met my eyes for a moment, nodded, then turned and left, claiming he needed to get some fresh air. As soon as he left, Ryan started firing off questions. What's a hit wizard? What war? Who can't be named? Roger looked at me helplessly. He didn't know how to begin to explain everything. So I explained, well, a hit wizard is a wizard who serves the Ministry of Magic as part of the Magical Law Enforcement Squad. They normally work in small cells, and sometimes they are used as backups for Aurors if they need assistance. Before Ryan could ask what Aurors were, I continued, Aurors are dark wizards catchers. You can think of hit wizards almost like normal police officers that handle day-to-day enforcement of the law. Whereas Aurors are more like military special forces, they don't bother with petty crap. They handle more serious threats. Often they work alone, tracking and hunting down dark wizards. They are highly trained and efficient and not to be taken lightly. I went on, make sure you're sensitive when asking about the war. I'd wager well over half of the kids at Hogwarts has either had a family member killed or knows someone who was. It was dreadful. An extremely powerful wizard gathered a large number of followers he called Death Eaters. Their goal was to seize power in the wizarding world and conquer the Muggle population and rule in the open, and the reason why most won't say his name is that it has become a rather taboo word in our culture. Pausing for dramatic effect, I whispered, his name was Lord Voldemort. Roger slightly flinched when I said his name. Ryan looked puzzled, and asked, why is everyone afraid of saying his name? Ignoring Roger's expression, I clarified, I asked my uncle that once. He told me that in the war, since no one knew the identities of the Death Eaters nor who they had magically enslaved, people didn't know who they could trust. If someone would speak negatively about Lord Voldemort, it seemed like it wouldn't be long before a Death Eater attacked their home. Eventually, people began to realize that anyone openly discussing Lord Voldemort was attacked, so many stopped saying his name, hoping that they wouldn't draw his followers' attention. Eventually, it became a taboo word in our society. While Ryan was digesting everything I said, Roger hissed, stop saying the name. Before I could respond, William walked back into the room, and the conversation seemed to fade away. I spent the next hour unpacking, and when I was finished, I decided that I was done for the night and went to sleep, eagerly wondering what my first class was going to be. Chapter 16. Athena woke me up early in the morning by deciding that my face looked like a comfortable place to sleep. As I pushed her off to the side, she shot me a look of discontent and burrowed under my blanket. Hopping out of bed, I saw the sun peek beyond the clouds through our window. As I got dressed, the other boys in our dorm began to stir and wake up. When we got down to the common room, Scott, the fifth-year prefect, was downstairs, with a stack of parchment, that had our schedule for the year laid out on it. On Monday, we had Charms 8:30 to 11:30, History of Magic 1 to 2 and Transfiguration 2:30 to 5:30. Tuesday was just as packed with Potions at 8:30 to 11:30, Astrology 1 to 2, Herbology 2:30 to 5:30. On Wednesday, Defense Against the Dark Arts begins at 8:30 to 11:30, Flying Lessons 1 to 2, Charms 2:30 to 5:30 and Late at Night Astrology 11 p.m. to 1 a.m. Thursday gave us a late start with Transfiguration starting at 9:30-12, History of Magic 1-2, Herbology 2:30-5:30. Finally on Friday, Defense Against the Dark Arts starts at 8:30-11:30, Flying Lessons 1-2, and Potions 2:30-5:30. Seeing how packed our schedule was, Ryan groaned, "Holy crap, why do classes go all the way to 5?" Seeing how busy our schedule was, I asked Scott, "If I understand everything correctly, in our third year we have to pick at least 2 more elective classes. How will we be able to do that if our current classes fill the entire day up?" Scott rolled his eyes and said, "In your first 2 years at Hogwarts, you have to learn a lot of theory about your class subjects. Once your magical knowledge foundation is more robust, you will spend less time in your classes. By your third year, you will have a basic understanding of your subjects and the teachers will spend less time lecturing you and more time doing practical magic, which doesn't take as much time. That will let you pick up additional classes in your third year." Seeing that we all understood, Scott made a shooing motion and said, "Now head down to breakfast, with your bags that have your spell books for your classes for the day. Trust me when I say you don't want to be late on your first day." By the time we made it to breakfast, the Great Hall was half filled. It seemed that outside of special feast, meals were much more casual, with students coming and going when they were finished. As we sat down for breakfast, a few owls started flying in to deliver mail. Considering it was only the second day of term, most of the letters were for the first years. I looked up warily, fully expecting a letter considering it was my birthday, and my mom was prone to passionate acts. A barnyard owl swooped down and dropped a letter off. The letter had my name on it, and it indicated it was from Dad. Opening the letter, I saw it only contained 2 words scribbled on the letter, "I'm sorry." After reading the words, a sinking feeling welled up inside of my gut. Seeing another owl head in my direction, I prayed that Mom didn't send anything too embarrassing. When the snowy white owl dropped off the letter the letter fell on the table, steam began rising off of the letter. A groan escaped me when I realized what Mom had sent before I could make another move. The letter activated. The letter began rising into the air, and it began loudly blaring a loud trumpet sound, that sounded suspiciously like a victory tune. When the tune faded away, the letter began loudly singing my mother voice with her French accent, "Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you, happy birthday dear Alex, happy birthday to you." I could feel my blood rush to my face in embarrassment. Students all around the hall began snickering and mocking me. Seeing the letter go silent, I prayed that it was over. However, my mom's voice rang out again. "Happy birthday Alex, I already miss you so much. I can't believe that my baby is 12 already. I love you so much, have a good time at school. Try to make lots of friends and do well in classes, and remember mommy loves you." When her voice died down, and the letter burst into colorful flames and sparks. Feeling everyone's eye upon me, I shrank in embarrassment. Next to me, Roger, "Crack her up, man, I can't believe your mom did that. Is she trying to embarrass you?" I defended Mom weakly, "That's just who she is really passionate about things like this." Ryan had an entirely different reaction, "That's so cool, talking letters, it's almost like voicemail message." A puzzled look appeared on William's face, and he asked, "What is a voicemail?" While Ryan started trying to explain what voicemail was to William. My thoughts drifted to our first class. After we had finished breakfast, we all headed out to the 3rd floor. When we got to the 3rd floor, we started looking for the correct classroom. Unfortunately, it was slow going as there were multiple corridors located on each floor. An older student passed by, and I called out, "Do you know where charms are taught?" Without slowing down, the student called out, "You're in the wrong hallway, the charms corridor is the next one over, you should easily find the class once you're there." When we made it to the next corridor, I saw Anna start to enter a classroom with a fellow Slytherin witch. "Wait up, Anna," I called out. Turning and seeing me, she smiled and waited. The girl next to her saw me, laughed and said in a slightly mocking tone, "Well, look who it is, it's the birthday boy." Shrugging it off, I rolled my eyes and said, "My mom's just like that, she doesn't even understand that doing that would be embarrassing. I think some parents are like that, they do things they consider nice, but mortify their kids." Changing the subject, I asked, "What your schedule like?" Anna pulled out her schedule, and we discovered that we had charms, potions, and defense against the dark arts together. As more time went on, the class filled up with everyone from Ravenclaw and Slytherin. At 8:30 on the dot, Professor Flitwick walked in, and the students' murmuring quieted down. The first thing anyone noticed about Professor Flitwick was his short height. He stood at about 3.5 feet tall. If I remember correctly from the books, this was due to him being a part goblin. However, if anyone ever underestimated Professor Flitwick, they stopped when he famously won the International Dueling Champion 3 times in a row. His hairline was receding, leaving the top of his head bald, while his hair on the side was grey and his beard hid the lower part of his face. Next to his desk, were stacks of old books, which he climbed like a set of stairs until he stood on his long rectangular desk. Good morning first years. He squeaked out in a high-pitched voice. I am Professor Flitwick, the head of charms, and the head of Ravenclaw as well. I will be teaching you charms during your time here at Hogwarts. I want everyone to know my door is always open if you have questions or need help with anything. Professor Flitwick spoke with such enthusiasm as if it was his greatest wish to be able to help students learn. As he started teaching class, he moved and bounced around full of energy. If it were for his appearance, I would have thought he was an excited child. Now, before we begin, I want to speak on the nature of what charms is all about. Let's start with a basic overview of what charms are. The easiest way to explain charms is to think of charms as adding magic effects to things. Most are temporary effects, however, when you are older, you will learn how to cast long-lasting charm spells. You will find that charms are the most versatile subject to study in magic, and there are countless charm spells, and many variations to charm spell that you will discover how to use. One of the most important aspects of charms is wand movement and incantation. If you mess those up, there can be random consequences. Best case scenario is nothing happens at all, other times you may produce random magical effects, some benign, others less so. So, while there is room for personal creativity when working on charm spells, it is important to remain focused your mind on what you are casting and not mess up the wand movement or incantation. Professor Flitwick continued to speak to us about charm work, with the whole class furiously taking notes. When there was only less than an hour left until the class was over, Professor Flitwick's eyes twinkled and said, "All right, enough talk, I'm sure everyone here wants to get down to it and cast some spells." He pulled out his ivory-colored wand that looked like my aspen wand and said, "This first spell we are going to learn is the levitation spell. So first, the incantation is Wingardium Leviosa, and while you say the spell, you give your wand a little swish and flick. Just like so, Wingardium Leviosa." A book rose off of his desk, and it zoomed around the room floating off the ground, with a flick of his wand. As soon as I heard what spell we were going to work on, a smile slipped out. I had been casting that spell all summer. I shot Anna and Roger a confident look. While Professor Flitwick was passing out white feathers, he said, "When I am finished handing out these feathers, I want you to attempt to make them float in the air." After he had finished, everyone pulled out their wands, and there was a flurry of wand movement and murmuring as everyone said the incantation. Looking at my feather, I gave my wand a swish and flicked and chanted Wingardium Leviosa. Instantly my white feather rose around 4 feet off the ground. Looking around I didn't see anyone else with a feather in the air. Professor Flitwick bounced over excitedly, "Excellent work, Mr. Fawley, 5 points to Ravenclaw for being quickest out of the gate. Try to maneuver the feather around, it's easy to get things to rise into the air, making it move around is more difficult." Hearing his instruction, I flicked my wand, and the feather shot across the room zooming over Professor Flitwick's head. He laughed and said, "A little more gently, Mr. Fawley, no need to overdo it, simple nice movements." Nodding, I slowly brought it back under control. After seeing I had got the basics, Professor Flitwick moved on to assist other students. About 10 minutes and many attempts, Anna was able to get her feather to rise into the air. While it hung shakily in the air she shot me a triumphant look. Sitting next to us was Roger, whose face was turning red in frustration. He glared at the feather like it had personally insulted him. By the end of the class, only around a third of the students had gotten their feather to float. As we were packing up to leave, Professor Flitwick called out, "Your homework is to write 6 inches on the history of the levitation charm and to practice the spell. Hopefully, by the next class, more of you will be able to make it work." The day passed by quickly, and soon it was time to meet on the 2nd floor for History of Magic. When I filed in, I saw Alicia with some of her fellow Gryffindors inside already. I grabbed a seat next to her. Soon the class was started and our teacher, Professor Binns, floated in and began roll call. Overall the class wasn't so bad, while Harry and Ron always found the subject rather boring. I found it fascinating. I mean, who doesn't like learning about ancient wizard civilization? Our history is full of fascinating wars, even some magical disasters. Although I have to admit, Professor Binns does speak in a monotone voice that makes even the most fascinating subjects seem rather boring. After class, it seemed like both Ravenclaw and Gryffindors had transfiguration together as well. Even though there was a 30-minute window in between the classes, I headed down to the 1st floor where the transfiguration classroom was, so that there was no chance of me being late. Being one of the first students in the class, I walked into the empty classroom. On Professor McGonagall's desk was a green and black cat watching me intently. Grabbing a seat in the front row as I have been looking forward to this class and didn't want to miss anything. Knowing that the cat was Professor McGonagall, I was looking forward to seeing her transform. As my fellow students trickled in, the cat watched the clock tick down like a hawk. The Weasley twins barely made in on time, just passing through the door when the clock hit 2:30. After everyone took their seats, students began whispering to each other, seeing how there was no teacher present. Alicia leaned over to whisper something, but I said, "SHH, you don't want to miss this." On cue, the cat leaped off the desk and transformed into Professor McGonagall. it was strange to see. Her transformation involved a lot of twisting and whirling, it happened so fast I couldn't see the transformation. 1 second she was a cat, the next after a blur of movement, she stood before a dumbstruck audience. Seeing how amazing and fluid the transformation was, I swore right then and there that no matter how long it took, I would become an animagus before I graduated. I don't know why Europeans seem to have such a big issue with animagus, it's crazy that only 7 people have legally become animagus in the past century. Aunt Nefret told me that at Uagadu, the magic school she attended, over 80% of their students become animagus by the age of 14. Her animagus form is a tiger shark, which is very useful, considering they live on a ship. Professor McGonagall's voice shook me from my thoughts. Transfiguration is one of the most difficult and demanding aspects of magic you will be learning, it is very different from charms, where there is room for creativity. Transfiguration is much more exact branch of magic, there isn't room for personal creativity when it comes to transfiguration, any deviation can have drastic and dangerous consequence. If done incorrectly, whatever you're transfiguring may get permanently stuck halfway between forms. On that note, any tomfoolery or mischief in this class will see you banned, and you will not be returning to class. As she issued her threat sternly, she made eye contact with the Weasley twins as if she could sense they would be trouble. Seeing that her point was understood, she went on, the art of transfiguration is that of change. I will teach you to alter the form of an object, by transforming it into a different form. To illustrate her point, she waved her wand at her desk, and it became a pig. Seeing that she had everyone's full attention, she smiled and said, there are 4 main branches in transfiguration, the first is transfiguration, which we have already discussed, next is untransfiguration, which like its sound returns object to their original form. Once again, to illustrate her point, she waved her wand at the pig, and it transformed back into a desk. She continued, the final 2 are vanishment, which is extremely advanced and won't be studied until your 5th year, and conjuration which is learned in your 6th and 7th should you achieve the required grade. Professor McGonagall continued her lecturing on the subject for an hour before giving each person a match. We will be starting small before you is a match, the goal of this transfiguration spell, is to transfigure it into a silver needle, she said. I was slightly intimidated, looking down at the match. If I remembered correctly, Hermione was able to turn her match silver and slightly pointy, which demonstrates just how difficult this was going to be. Firmly concentrating on the spell, I grabbed my wand and pointed it towards the match and chanted, Aculeus. Unfortunately nothing happened, as time went on no one was successful. With only 20 minutes remaining, I glared at the match like I had met my mortal enemy, you will transform, or I will see you burned. I threatened the match. Closing my eyes, I tried to relax and focus, after easily learning some charms and hexes I had assumed that transfiguration wouldn't be difficult. But to be honest, I was a little happy, after all, learning magic without effort, takes some of the meaning away. Having to struggle to succeed makes you feel better when you do succeed. After taking a few breaths and calming down, I brought my full attention to the match, and I deeply concentrated, seeing the match turn into a needle in my mind. I pointed my wand at the match and chanted Aculeus. The match simmered and transformed fluidly into a silver needle. I let out a breath, I didn't know I was holding and wiped the sweat off my brow. I looked about the room and saw everyone trying to transform their match. Next to me, Alicia and Roger both struggled to get their match to transform. A stern voice rang out from behind me, Mr. Fawley, shouldn't you be working on your match, rather than watch your neighbors work? Turning, I found Professor McGonagall standing behind me with a stern expression on her face. Before she could continue, I realized she couldn't see my needle beneath my hand, so I moved my hand quickly. I'm done, I was able to do it. Her eyebrows rose for a moment in shock, upon seeing the needle, after a moment, a small smile emerged on her face. Well done. She congratulated me. It's rare to see someone succeed on their first day, 5 points to Ravenclaw for a job well done. By the time class was over no one else had succeeded as well as I had. I noticed a raven-haired girl in our house giving a glare as if I had wronged her in some way. After searching my memory for her name, I realized her name was Jessica Brooks. I was puzzled at her resentful stare, I don't believe I had said 2 words to her. Before letting us go for the day, Professor McGonagall gave us a ton of homework on the subject. She left us a final warning, while other classes may encourage you to try spells outside of class, transfiguration spells outside of the class are prohibited until your 3rd year. As everyone shambled out of the class, I stayed behind, wanting to satisfy my curiosity. When the last student had left, I eagerly asked Professor McGonagall, can you teach me how to become an animagus? She didn't look surprised by my question. There is always 1 or 2 who end up asking me about becoming an animagus. To answer your question, yes I can, but not until you are older and have a much better grasp on transfiguration magic. Terrible things have happened to those who were unprepared. I didn't learn how until my 6th year at Hogwarts. So until then, I will not teach you anything about animagus. Nodding my understanding, I left slightly crestfallen. I knew from my aunt that it was possible to become an animagus by the age of 14. Thinking for a moment, I decided I wanted more information on animagus. I knew that there was an easier way to get the information than digging around in the library for the information on animagus. It was time for me to visit the famous room of requirement on the 7th floor. Chapter 17. Exiting the class, as I made my way through the castle, I found myself in a deserted corridor. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed a familiar-looking cabinet sandwiched in between a terracotta statue and a metal suit of armor. It looked just like the Vanishing Cabinets, that connects my house to my uncle's boat. In my previous life, I had always been curious about where this cabinet led to. In the books, Peeves broke the cabinet in the 2nd book, and the Weasley twins had forced Montague into it in the 5th book. As I ran my fingers over the dark wood, I felt an overwhelming urge to see where it led to. One of the greatest things about being reborn was being able to explore the world that I grew so fond of in my previous life. After looking around to make sure no one saw me, I slid the door open and stepped inside. Having been through a vanishing cabinet before, I recognized the sensation as I was transported to the other cabinet. Very slowly, I cracked the door open. After peering through the opening, I realized where the other cabinet was located. It was located at Bergen and Berks. I recognized the store from when I was with my uncle, and he was making some of his deliveries. A detail from the previous book surfaced within my mind. If I remember correctly, I think that Harry himself hid inside when he was accidentally sent to the store while using the Flu network. A plan immediately formed within my mind. If I buy the one at Bergen and Berks, and put it in my tower, I will have my secret passage in and out of Hogwarts. I turned and was sent back to Hogwarts. Once I was back, I re-entered the corridor with no one the wiser. Although I wanted to hide the cabinet right away, right now, students were milling around the castle, and I wouldn't be able to move it without anyone noticing me. So, I decided to wait for a time when most of the school would be occupied. I wolfed my dinner down quickly and left the Great Hall intent on finding the room of requirement. After reaching the 7th floor, I looked for the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy. I remembered that across from tapestry was the entrance. I found Barnabas in the 3rd corridor I tried, and across from it was an empty stone wall. Walking back and forth 3 times, furiously thinking, I need a safe place where no one can disturb me, to study books on how to become an animagus. A small wooden door appeared. Opening the door, led me to a small circular room with a small round table with a short stack of books on top of it. Next to the table was an uncomfortable-looking hardback chair. Wanting to test further the room's magic, I thought, I really could use a more comfortable chair. Right as the thought entered my head, I saw a red plushly-looking chair on the other side of the table. Oh, this is such a broken piece of magic, I thought to myself. Decided that I would continue my experiments later. I sat down and grabbed the first book available. The age of the book could be felt as I ran my fingers across the cracks in the leather spine. Seeing that the book was titled History of the Animagus, I opened it hoping that there would be valuable information inside. The book started with the origins of the spell. It stated, the source of the animagus spell dates back to ancient Greece. The first recorded animagus was a wizard by the name of Falco e Salon, who turned into a falcon. While it is possible that he did not invent the spell himself, most have credited Falco with inventing the animagus spell. Since then, the spell has filtered throughout the world and is used by many wizards worldwide. However, in Europe, there is a persistent belief that wizards who become animagus do so for nefarious reasons. That, combined with the difficulty and danger, has led the spell not being frequently used in Europe. Continuing on, I read, the most recent discovery in the field of animagus transformation has to do with another charm called the Patroness charm. Difficult to cast, when cast correctly, it produces a glowing white spirit in the form of an animal. Several wizards who have become animagus have come forward showing that the form of the Patroness is the same as their animal form. Some wizards often try to discover what form their animagus would take, before attempting to become animagus. The book went on, the types of animals that wizards may turn into are many. It is even possible for a wizard to assume the shape of a magical creature, although this is a rare occurrence, as it usually only happens to the most powerful of wizards. Should you meet such a wizard, you would be wise not to anger him. By the time I had finished with the book, I had learned all sorts of interesting facts about the history of the animagus spell, but little about the process of actually becoming an animagus. Looking through the remaining books, I found one called A Guide to Become Animagus. Opening the book, I located the spell towards the beginning of the book. The process of becoming an animagus is long and complicated. It begins with the mandrake leaf. One must place the mandrake leaf within the mouth for an entire month. Should it leave your mouth for even a moment, you will have to start all over again. Once that has been accomplished, you must keep the leaf in your mouth until the night of the next full moon. Should the moon's rays of light be unobstructed, the process has to start all over again from the beginning. The next step is to create a potion using the spit-soaked mandrake leaf, one of their hairs, a silver teaspoon of dew that hasn't seen sunlight for 7 days or been touched by human feet for 7 days. Finally, the chrysalis of a death's head hawk moth must be included as well. After successful brewing the potion, it must not be touched by the rays of the sun, or the whole potion will be ruined. The next step is to wait for a lightning storm to be overhead. No matter how long it takes, at every sunrise and sunset, you must place the tip of your wand at your heart and chant the spell Amato Animo Animato Animagus. When a lightning storm is overhead, take the potion to a secure area, point your wand at your heart one final time and recite the incantation and drink the potion, which will have turned blood red in the storm. You will feel agonizing pain. Then, a second heartbeat will beat within your chest. Afterward, an animal will come to your mind, and you will transform. A word of warning: the first transformation will be extremely uncomfortable, but this is normal. Should anything go wrong with the process, the consequences are irreversible. Many a wizard has overestimated their skill and tried to become an animagus only to become stuck halfway in between forms, neither man or beast but some unholy mixture of the two. Even worse, their minds become deranged, often they end up killing themselves or others in a fit of rage. The book showed pictures of wizards who had messed up the spell. One wizard was shown to be screaming in agony as half of his body was twisted into something unrecognizable. After reading and seeing all the pictures about all the ways the spell could go wrong, I finally understood why Professor McGonagall said I would have to wait until I am older and had a better grasp of transfiguration. There would be no do-overs or second chances if I messed this spell up. I shook my head at just how insane James, Sirius, and Peter were. They pulled off becoming animagus without any guidance at all. Seeing how I had been in here for over an hour, I decided to head out so that I could make it back to my room well before curfew. By the time I made it back to the Ravenclaw common room, there was over an hour left before curfew. I saw it was filled with students, some chatting with their friends, and others working on their schoolwork. The rest of the night passed while I worked on my homework in my favorite chair. The next morning was my first potions class, and I wasn't going to chance being late to Snape's class. In the books, he was depicted as someone who gleefully handed out lengthy detentions. After breakfast, I made my way to the dungeons to find the potions classroom early. It took a bit because the dungeons were massive and maze-like. After I found the correct room, I walked in and noticed Cedric waving to me from a small square table with 4 seats that already had another member of his house. Looking at the brown-haired mousy-looking girl next to Cedric, the name Sarah Givens popped into my head. Grabbing a seat, I motioned for Roger to join us when he came in. When it was time for class to start, Professor Snape silently entered from the back room. His dark long flowing robes made it seem like he was gliding along the floor. Making his way to the front of the class, he spoke in a silky soft voice. Potion making is one of the oldest magic arts. It has the most versatile out of any branch of magic. No flashy wand movement can save you in my class. Potions is a subtle art. If done correctly, you can bring someone back from the edge of death, turn someone invisible, even bottle luck. Those of you who are less thick-headed than others may find success in my class, while those you who have difficulty following instructions will fail. He glared resentfully at the class as if he was offended by having to teach students who don't meet his high standards. Professor Snape warned, one of the most important aspects in potion making is your mind. The ability to maintain focus over long periods is critical in potion making. Should you lose track of where you are in the process, and it could ruin the potion you have created. After pausing to give a wordless glare at those who might ruin a potion in the class, he instructed, now open your books to chapter 1, you will find the recipe, for the pepper-up potion, you will be turning one in by the end of class. There was a moment of hesitation in the class. All of the other courses had long lectures before making any attempt at using magic. Professor Snape's style seemed to be to throw us in the deep end and see if there was any talent worth teaching. For those who failed, well, that was just him separating the wheat from the chaff. Even though I had already made this potion before, I opened my book and reread the recipe: 2 pinches of bicorn horn, root of the mandrake, 3 sprigs of English thyme, 5 drops of salamander blood and 4 fire seeds. I headed to the shelves that had the ingredients, to select what I needed, knowing that having the best ingredients along with proper preparation of ingredients, is a massive factor in how a potion will turn out. The bicorn horn was a solid piece of horn that I would need to ground to powder. After verifying nothing was wrong with the horn I grabbed, I put it aside to look at the mandrake root. I knew from both experience and the potion ingredient book my mom gave me on my 6th birthday, that the ideal mandrake root should have a rubber-like consistency to it. The first root I grabbed was mushier than rubber, and the second felt brittle like it could snap. Finally, the third one I grabbed had a good rubber feeling to it. From what I could see, the sprigs of English thyme looked normal, so I grabbed 3 of them. Next, I pulled out my dropper and filled it with salamander blood, and then I grabbed 4 fire seeds. Not wanting to take any chances on having a bad seed, I switched out one of my seeds due to its funky shape. After grabbing another one that matched my other seeds, I headed back to my desk. As I turned, I saw that Professor Snape, watching everyone at the ingredient stand like a hawk, silently judging them. Seeing his gaze, I knew that he was mentally separating those in his head who was worth teaching. Most of the students grabbed what they needed, but a few, mostly those in Ravenclaw, clearly knew that having high-quality ingredients was half the battle. The first thing I did, ground my horn down to a fine powder. I saw next to me that Roger had done a rather poor job, with small chunks being present in his powder. Whispering out of the side of my mouth, "You need to do a better job with your powder." The second I spoke, Professor Snape's dark eyes snapped to me, a slight narrowing of his eyes, informed me to keep my helpful comments to myself. Deciding to take his silent warning to heart, I zoned everyone and focused on my potion. Once I had gotten every ingredient adequately prepared, I started on my potion. The first step was to fill the cauldron to the fill line with water, then I added 2 pinches of bicorn horn, followed by the mandrake root. I took a deep breath. I knew that the timing was one of the most critical aspects of potion making. I adjusted the slider to medium heat, which was located outside of the cauldron. The slide controlled the enchantment, which would heat the material inside. For exactly 10 seconds, any deviation would have a negative effect on my potion. Looking at my potion stopwatch my dad gave to me a few years before, I quickly turned the slider to the off position and set the timer to 30 minutes for the potion to brew. When my timer showed exactly 30 minutes had expired, I added my 3 sprigs then stirred 4 times in a clockwise fashion. Next, I carefully raised my dropper that had salamander's blood in it and made sure I added 5 drops exactly, stirred 2 times anti-clockwise. Finally, I added my 4 seeds, one at a time every 3 seconds. When I was finished, I waited 1 minute for my potion to set. After the minute passed, my potion turned the exact shade of red shown in the book. Knowing that I had succeeded in creating my potion, I looked around the room to see how others were doing. I winced when I saw Sarah toss all 4 of her seeds in at the same time. Her potion began boiling, and when it had finished her potion while technically still red was so dark, it was almost burgundy. Taking a vial of my potion, I got in a line of students that were handing in their potions. In front of me was Roger, and when he gave his potion to Snape, his eyes narrowed at the green color of Roger's potion, which was supposed to be red. Before the next class, turn in a 2-page essay on the proper way to ground bicorn horn. As Roger winced at Professor Snape's scathing tone. But, I marveled at Professor Snape's ability to accurately judge where a student went wrong in the brewing process. Considering the hundreds of different ways a student may mess up a potion, being able to tell with a glance what that student did wrong, demonstrated Professor Snape's mastery of potion making. While the books had always portrayed Snape's essays as unnecessary punishment, I took a different view. If Roger does his research and writes a good essay, he shouldn't make this mistake again in the future. After him, I turned in my potion. Professor Snape looked at the color and didn't say anything, which I took to mean I made it correctly. Behind me was Jessica Brooks, whose potions was also the correct color. She shot me another challenging look, and once again, I was puzzled by her behavior. When I got back to my seat, I asked Roger, "What is that chick's problem?" Seeing my gaze, he laughed. "Apparently you did too well in your classes yesterday. I heard her this morning telling her friends that she was determined to beat you in today's classes. It looks like you have a rival already." Scoffing, I replied, "If she wants to be my rival, she is going to have to step it up a notch." Apparently, I spoke loud enough for her to hear me. Her face went red, and she glared adorably at me, with her eyes promising to defeat me. After mouthing the words, "Good luck," I turned my attention back to Professor Snape. He continued the class by lecturing on the subject of potion making. Near the end of class, Sarah, the mousy-looking girl at our table, raised her hand when it seemed like Professor Snape was finished. Seeing her raised hand, he narrowed his eyes and said, "Yes, Ms. Givens." Professor Snape, I was just wondering, where do potions come from? Who invented them? Some of the potions I've read about are extremely complicated. Do wizards add random ingredient together over and over again until they get lucky? Professor Snape thoughtfully eyed her. Turning he asked the class, "Does anyone here know the answer to Ms. Givens's question?" Jessica's hand shot up so high as if she was afraid that Professor Snape wouldn't see her. Seeing how eager she was, Professor Snape sighed and motioned for her to speak. Potions making is complicated, and new recipes are rare. Many potion masters never even experiment with new potions as the chances of them developing something new is both expensive and the chances of success are low. Out of 100 potion master who is experimenting with new potions, maybe 1 or 2 will invent something new. Even then, what they invent may not be useful, or it may be similar to another potion already. Professor Snape rolled his eyes at her response and mocked, "That is almost word for word what is in your textbook." Looking around the room, he asked, "Does anyone have an original thought on the subject?" Seeing no one raise their hand, I threw mine up half-heartedly. Professor Snape saw me and sneered like he believed nothing I would say would impress him. "Go ahead, Mr. Fawley, please enlighten the class." Clearing my throat, I said, "What Jessica said isn't wrong, that's the official line on how potions are invented, but there is another alternative that you won't find mentioned in any official textbook." Pausing dramatically, I grinned as I saw the class lean forward in anticipation, the Potioneer's Touch, or as it was originally called, the Hag's Blessing. Blank looks appeared on everyone's faces, as none of them had ever heard about this before. The Potioneer's Touch is a controversial topic. Some believe that every once in a generation or two, a wizard or witch will be born with a magical gift that allows for them almost supernaturally to understand how potions work. Seeing as I had everyone's attention, I continued. Some accounts of those who had this gift claimed that when they were trying to invent or perfect an old potion, it was like the idea of what to do next would pop into their head. Of course, many master potion makers scoff at this and argue that potion making is the result of long experimentation and that the idea of someone having a magical gift that helps with potion making is hogwash. That is why you won't find the Potioneer's Touch in any official textbook. After pausing to let the idea ferment, I explained, now what lends credit to their point of view, is that there has been potion master who has invented new potions recipes, and who clearly state that they don't have any such magical gift. However, most of these recipes are rather simple. For me, all the proof I need to believe in the gift is the potion that gives luck, Felix Felicis. One of the most complicated potions invented, it has to be carefully brewed for over 6 months. It would take dozens of lifetimes for a potion master to figure out how to create this potion from scratch, but if you look up who created the recipe, you will find out that Zygmunt Budge invented this potion in the 16th century when he was 22 years old. His young age is what makes me believe that this gift is real. If there can be wizards who can transform their bodies at will or even speak to snakes, why can't there be one who has a gift for potion making? Seeing Professor Snape's expression, I knew he was impressed. When I was younger, I asked my mom if it would be possible to modify potion recipes to make them better, and she told me about the myth of the Potioneer's Touch. Grudgingly he called out, 5 points to Ravenclaw, and I shot Jessica a smug grin. I may have just set a record. I'll bet Snape has never given points to another first year who wasn't in his house on the first day of class. Chapter 18. As I took my seat in astronomy, I was a little confused about why this was a mandatory subject at Hogwarts. Don't get me wrong, it's a fascinating subject, but what are the practical needs to have every wizard and witch study the movement of the stars and planets? It wasn't just studied here at Hogwarts either, it was studied at most institutions as well. Aunt Nefret told me that astronomy classes at UAgadil were really advanced. The class filled up with Ravenclaw and Slytherin students. Sitting on either side was Roger and Anna. When the class started, a middle-aged witch with dark hair introduced herself. Good afternoon, I am Professor Aurora Sinistra. In this class, we will be studying the movement of the heavens. As if sensing everyone's lack of enthusiasm for the subject, as there was no magic involved, she smirked knowingly and set a small glass globe down on the table. Tapping the globe with her wand, it projected out an illusion of our solar system which filled the entire classroom. I looked wonderingly at the illusion. It had every planet, their respective moons, even the asteroid belt. Next to me was Jupiter, with its 79 moons floating around it. Seeing that she had captured the classes, attention Professor Sinistra continued, as you can see, while there may be no magic done with our wands, we will be using magical items to study and track the heavens. Okay, maybe this class won't be so bad after all, I thought to myself. After astronomy classes, I headed to the herbology classroom, which was in the giant greenhouses of Hogwarts. Out of all of my classes, herbology was my least favorite. The class wasn't difficult, or anything, and Professor Sprout was nice, but I couldn't get over the creepy feeling magical plants gave me. In my mind, plants should be still, not be able to move or even attack. Maybe it was from the nightmare experience I had in my mom's greenhouse when I was younger, but the study of magical plants, while interesting, wasn't my cup of tea. The next day, was a class I was greatly excited about, Defense Against the Dark Arts. Hopefully, there was a competent teacher, teaching the class this year. In the books, half the time, the teachers were incompetent. As soon as I walked into the class, I noticed a fiery red-headed witch leaning against the table, a small scar running down her cheek. Everything about her screamed danger. This was not a witch to underestimate. Her eyes met mine, and she briefly scanned me up and down to assess if I was a threat. After sitting down, I noticed she did the same thing to every student that walked in. As soon as everyone was seated, she barked out, I am Professor Patricia Rathpick. I was invited to come and teach this year, and as I needed a break from curse breaking, I decided to accept the position. Cedric and I made eye contact, both of us already impressed with her. She went on, now, this class is all about teaching you how to defend yourself from all manner of beast and wizards alike. Pointing her wand towards the board at the front of the room, 3 words etched themselves out in descending order: jinx, hex, curse. These are your primary forms of magic you will be defending yourselves. Let us begin with the most forgiving of the 3. The jinx is the lowest form of malicious magic, with most effects being instant. A good example is a tripping jinx. It causes a person to trip and fall, but that is the end of it. Next up is the hex. The hex is often a longer lasting spell, and while they are not as dangerous as most curses, they are significantly more malicious than jinx. They also temporary, with some effects going on from minutes to days depending on the type and the amount of strength used when cast. Finally, curses are the most dangerous of the 3 types. Some curses may be permanent. Now, Not all curses are permanent, sometimes healers, or curse breakers, discover or create a counter curse which can reverse the effects of a curse. There is also a great deal of grey area in all of this. I have seen some wizards refer to the same spell differently, these are just general guidelines. There was a flurry of feather quills as the whole class was scribbling down her words as fast as they could. Near the end of the class, she said, "Now, one of the best defenses is to not let them be cast in the first place." Pointing towards a girl in the front she said, "Ms. River, up here if you please." Nervous, the blonde-headed girl got up and went to the front. Professor Rathpick said, "Good, now pull out your wand." Sandy River pulled out her wand and held it loosely by her side. "Expelliarmus!" Professor Rathpick softly chanted. A red beam of light hit Sandy's wand and it was gently pulled from her hand and flew across the room. Turning, Professor Rathpick faced the class and instructed, "As you can see, now that my opponent has lost their wand, they cannot cast a spell against me. While this is one of the most basic defensive spells there is, it is still worthwhile learning. For the last 30 minutes, I want everyone to divide up into pairs and practice." After all the chairs were pushed to the side, Cedric and I lined up against one another. I said, "You go first." With a look of deep concentration of his face, Cedric pulled out his wand and pointed it towards me and said, "Expelliarmus." Instantly, a scarlet-red burst of light erupted from his wand and hit me, and my wand went flying across the room. Throughout the room, maybe 3 or 4 others succeed their first time. As Cedric retrieved my wand and threw it my way, I mused to myself, that I shouldn't be surprised Cedric was able to easily cast the spell. In the Goblet of Fire, he was selected to represent the whole school, meaning he should be rather talented. As he threw me my wand, a grin appeared on my face and I chuckled, "My turn." "Expelliarmus!" I ordered in a loud voice. As Cedric was hit by a burst of light his whole arm was yanked up, almost like it was trying to detach itself from the body, his wand went shooting across the room. Glaring at me, I shot him an apologetic look. Coming up behind me with Cedric's wand, Professor Rathpick said, "As you can see, you can put different amounts of energy into a spell. Although I am sure you didn't mean to overpower that spell, good job. However, the mark of true mastery is being able to control just how forceful your spell is. I have seen some masters cast that spell with enough force to throw someone across a room while disarming them or just barely disarm someone. Keep practicing, until you can control what level of force you project in your spell." We continued practicing until the end of class. As I concentrating furiously on casting, I could tell that part of what controls the amount of force that is used is willpower, but reducing or increasing it on purpose was difficult and would need more practice. After lunch was our flying class with Madame Hooch. As we all piled out to a wide open field, there were numerous broomsticks on the ground. Seeing some of the nervous expression on some of the students' faces, I realized that for some, this would be their first time on a broom. This is where the wizards who grew up out in the countryside had a distinct advantage over those who lived in a city. Most of us who lived in the country had been flying on brooms for several years, whereas those who lived in the city often didn't have as much as a chance to fly because of the possibility of being seen. Even more worried-looking were the few Muggleborns in our year. They looked nervously at the old tattered brooms, lying lifelessly on the ground. Doing a terrible job at reassuring them, Madame Hooch said, "Come on now, nothing to be afraid of, don't worry if you break a bone or something, Madame Pomfrey will fix you right up." Hearing her words, did nothing to comfort those who were already nervous, if anything it made it worse. Madame Hooch scoffed at their concerns and said, "Now the first thing you need to do, is stand next to your brooms, and give the command, up." I reached over and lazily commanded, "Up." Over my broom. Groaning to myself, this class was going to be boring. I have been flying since I was 5 years old, there should be a way for those who already know how to fly to test out of this class. I reached over and lazily commanded, "Up." The broom shot up, and I noticed that around half of the first years were able to do it on the first try. The class went quickly after that, we never even really got to fly, mainly we just hovered over the ground a few feet. Before I knew it, the class was over. Later that night at 11, we headed to the astronomy tower with our telescopes. By the time we got everything set up and ready to scan the night sky, I was ready to fall asleep. However, once I looked through my magical telescope, I was amazed by what I saw. Looking at the moon, it was like it was only less than 50 feet away. I could see fine details of the surface, it was incredible. Looking at my brass telescope in wonder, I couldn't believe it was able to provide such detail on something that far away. Professor Sinistra had us identify and mark the planets in our solar system. By the time class ended, I realized that I was going to love this subject. When I was younger, I asked my mom if wizards had ever been to the stars and she laughed and said, "No need to go there, not when we can see them so clearly." I had always been confused by that vague statement, but now I understood her meaning. Shooting the sky one last glance, I wondered if it would be possible to travel to another planet with magic. Would magic even work on another planet? Shaking my head, that was a goal for another time, maybe when I was much older. The rest of the week went by quickly and before I knew it, the weekend was here. Cedric and I met up on our way to Great Hall on Saturday morning. Where are Anna and Alicia? Cedric asked. They said they would meet us at the Great Hall, I replied. As we made our way to the Great Hall, as we rounded a corner I saw Anna and Alicia being harassed by 4 older students. Alicia looked like she was about to breathe fire. As we got closer, the one who appeared to be the ringleader was lecturing Alicia. As the larger brown-haired kid sneered at her he said, "What the hell is a Gryffindor hanging with the likes of a little Slytherin? You need to learn, Gryffindors and Slytherins are not friends." Puffing up in outrage, Alicia angrily retorted, "Shut up Whithorn, no one tells who I can and cannot spend time with." Giving him another look, she viciously added Yagizma. I froze upon hearing the name Whithorn. I knew Delvin Whithorn had a son named Michael at Hogwarts, but that was all the information I was previously able to gather. Deciding to interject myself into the conversation I drawled, "You know Alicia, I don't think you could have better described him if you had tried. Yagizma indeed." Cedric and I joined Anna and Alicia. Michael's eyes narrowed as he sensed he was being insulted but was unsure how. Deciding to enlighten him I said, "Yagizma, means that you're a shoe." Michael's face scrunched up in confusion. Rolling my eyes I clarified, "It means that you're scum, shoes are really dirty, and that's what you are, a shoe covered in shit. Do you understand, or are you so dumb you need me to further explain?" Michael's face turned red, and for a moment it seemed like he was unable to breathe. His hand shot to his robe and drew his wand when Professor Snape rounded the corner. He took in the scene of the 4 of us, being faced some older students, one who had his wand pointed at us. With a malicious chuckle, Professor Snape said, "Tisk. Tisk. Isn't this a sight, Mr. Whithorn, pointing wands at first years? How brave of you, you must be the pride of Gryffindor House, which is known for its bravery. 20 points from Gryffindor." A black-haired kid next to Michael sputtered and argued, but they called him a shoe. Alicia smirked, and Michael winced at his friend's protest, knowing that it would only make things worse. A delighted look appeared on Professor Snape's face as if he couldn't be happier that one of Michael's friends spoke up in defense of him. "That will be 20 points each, Mr. Sullivan. Now get out of my sight before I put you in detention." Michael and his friends left quickly. As he left, Michael shot me a dark look, promising revenge. Smirking at him I mouthed, "Any place, anytime." In a small voice, Anna asked nervously, "Professor Snape, is it true, that Slytherins aren't friends with the other houses, especially Gryffindor, because I've heard some things?" Professor Snape, dark eyes bore into Anna's big lavender eyes. His face unreadable, he replied, "Why the hell would I care who you choose to associate yourself with? If you're so worried about what other people think of you, you won't make it far in life." Turning to leave, he paused and called out, "Ms. Lancaster, many people seem to forget that once upon a time, Slytherin and Gryffindor were the best of friends." With his black robes billowing behind him he strode away. The rest of the day was filled with exploration, as we made our way through the castle exploring each floor. Chapter 19. The following weeks seemed to pass by quickly. Most of my subjects were fairly easy for me. The one subject that offered the most difficulty was transfiguration. By the time I transfigured a match for the 3rd time, something seemed to click, and I was able to transform a match on command. Seeing my progress, Professor McGonagall moved me onto larger objects. I began spending a lot of my spare time in the room of requirement, rather than hunt through the endless library of Hogwarts. It was much more convenient to have a room that would provide the books on subjects I wanted to learn about. It also made a good place to practice spells. I don't know why, but casting charms was as easy as breathing to me. I was leagues ahead of my fellow first year. The only thing I really needed to work on was being able to modify the strength I used in my spells, which required endless practice. A few weeks into term, upon entering my room, I noticed Athena becoming listless. I knew it was hard on her being cooped up in my dorm when I was in class, not to mention having her wings and horns magical folded away. Scooping her up into my arms, I whispered, "Why don't we go outside, and find a place for you to stretch your wings bit?" Hearing my words, Athena piped up and bleated in a cheerful tone. Making my way through the grounds, with Athena on my shoulder vibrating in anticipation, I saw a small wooden hut near the Forbidden Forest out of the corner of my eye. That must be Hagrid's hut. I had seen him a few times on the grounds, but hadn't had the chance to introduce myself to him. Passing the hut, I made my way to the lake. Once I had put some distance between me and the castle, I reached up and grabbed Athena off my shoulder. "Hold still, silly," I told her, as she moved with excitement as I tried to remove her collar. Once I got it off her, her wings and horns shot out and back into place. After giving herself a shake, Athena launched herself into the sky with a happy bleat. I watched her sail off into the sky. I sighed, wishing that first year were allowed brooms. I missed flying through the sky with Athena next to me as we soared over our family property. As I sat by the lake with the Forbidden Forest to my back watching Athena aerial antics, I smiled. I jumped in surprise after a deep rumbling voice intoned, "It isn't very often that I get to see a Lamisu." Jumping in surprise, what greeted me was a giant of a man. Standing over 11 feet tall, I had to crane my neck back to see his bearded face. How can someone so big move so silently? Next to him was a huge black boarhound with drool leaking out of his mouth. You're Hagrid, right? I asked. Nodding his head in affirmation, he rumbled, yes, and this big guy is Fang. Now, you know my name, but I don't know yours. Alexander Fawley, but most people just call me Alex, I replied. Setting down a huge rope he had slung over his shoulder, he sat down next to me and asked, well, Alex, what are you doing out here all by yourself? Shouldn't you be out with some friends? It's not good to be so near the Forbidden Forest all by yourself. Motioning towards Athena, with her midnight blue wings tipped with silver, flashing as she dove down toward the lake, trying to catch a fish, I replied, Athena was getting restless in my house dorm. She has to wear a collar that forces her to assume the shape of a normal cat. So I brought her out to stretch her wings. Cupping my hands to my face, I shouted, Athena. Athena's head rotated towards me in a strange manner. Seeing me wave towards her, a look of joy appeared on her face, and she flapped her wings madly, propelling her through the air. Bracing myself for impact, I let out an oomph. As she nearly bowled me over, I held her out so Hagrid could take her and get a better look. Running his enormous hand down Athena's back, a tender look appeared on Hagrid's face and he crooned, oh, she little more than a baby. Protesting, I argued, she is 7 years old. Hagrid smiled and said, Lamisas often live up to well over 1,000 years old. In her lifespan, she is still really young. That's why she is so small. A Lamiso like her will end up growing to the size of a leopard or tiger. As I tried to wrap my mind over Athena getting that big, I rubbed her head and I warned her, if you get that big, you aren't sleeping on my bed anymore. Rubbing her golden stripes, he asked eagerly, has she ever warned you of anything? Lamisos are supposed to be able to sense the future, as well as being able to see the true nature of people. Slightly taken aback at his question, I replied, I've never been in danger, don't think I have ever been in danger before, so she has never had the opportunity to do so. Nodding his understanding, he replied, I feel sorry for anyone who tries to attack you around Athena. Lamisos are fiercely protective and have strong magical attacks. Confused, I asked, what kind of magical attacking abilities? I have never heard about any. Scratching Athena's horns that curved slightly, he said, what do you think these horns are for? Trust me, the day you see her cut loose you will be impressed. A large sigh escaped Hagrid, and he grumbled, I wish I could have a magical creature of my own. Every time I get one, something inevitable happens and I'm forced to release into the forest. Rolling my eyes at Hagrid's sigh, and giving the forest a nervous look, I wondered, just how many creatures Hagrid had released in the Forbidden Years. He should have a new title, Rubius Hagrid, Keeper of Keys and Ground at Hogwarts, supplying monster to the Forbidden Forest since 1967. Sensing an opportunity to get on Hagrid's good side, I hesitantly said, you know, Athena was a gift from my uncle. He has been known to locate certain creatures and relocate them discreetly to people who like them. Sensing my tone, Hagrid lowered his voice and carefully replied, that's tricky, the ministry loves to put ad regulations on what can and cannot be brought into the country. Grubby bastards, the lot of them, always declaring magical creature a danger to the public and the statute of secrecy. They just don't understand the instincts of the creatures they label dangerous. Most creatures wouldn't hurt a fly. Thinking to myself, Hagrid, you can't use your personal experience to describe creatures' personalities. You're bigger and more dangerous than most creatures. I would bet they see your size and recognize that if they attacked you they would get squashed, so they play nice. Everyone else though is fair game. Clearing my throat I continued, yay, my uncle doesn't like to get tied down in the ministry's red tape. He believes that wizards can manage their own affairs and that the ministry has begun pushing their power into areas that they don't belong in. So he has back channels that he uses to conduct business without the ministry poking its nose into. He grinned at me and waggled his eyebrows. Why don't you have your uncle write to me? It sounds like we both appreciate that sometimes creatures need to be able to travel to new places and meet people who would care for them. A couple of hours later, I put Athena's collar back on her and headed back to the castle. As we headed back, Athena's ears went flat and she growled in a manner I have never heard before. Thinking that she was upset about heading back inside, I tried to comfort her. Don't worry, we will come out to stretch your wings more often. Right as we were about to go through the entrance, Michael Whithorn strode out the door, wand in hand, blocking my way forward. He sneered at me and said, looks like the little Fawley brat is all by himself. Coming up behind him were 3 of his friends backing him up. Rolling my eyes at his childish display of intimidation, I drawled, well, if it isn't the shoe. Upon hearing my words, Michael's face turned red in anger. He savagely responded, I warned you, that you would pay for the other day. Knowing that I wouldn't be able to reach my wand before Michael was able to get off a spell, I tensed, preparing to dodge whatever spell he sent my way. However, before I could make a move, Athena began hissing loudly. I could feel her hiss deep within my bones. From the wary look on Michael's face, I could see he could feel it too. Eyes narrowing, he hissed, "What is that?" Scratching Athena's ears, "This is Athena, and she doesn't seem to like the look of you." Deciding to bluff my way out of this, I drawled, "Go on, do something, I dare you, just don't blame me what happens next." With a final sneer, Michael threatened, "Whatever she is, she can't be with you all the time." As he turned and backed away, he tried to get the final word in. He taunted, "Shame, about your little Slytherin friend, we just caught up with her on the 3rd floor, where she was all by her lonesome. I sure hope she is able to get back to normal before dinner. I sure her little Slytherin friends will be surprised when they see her." Hearing his words sent a wave of hot anger through my stomach, blood pounding in my ears as I tore through the castle. Making my way to the 3rd floor, I started searching empty classrooms for Anna. Not finding her, I told Athena, "Go find Anna, she needs our help." Launching herself out of my arms, she began moving with a purpose. Athena seemed to hone in on a door at the end of the 3rd corridor. As I got closer, I could hear sobbing coming from within. Twisting the door handle, I found it refusing to move, so I banged on the door, and said, "Anna, let me in." The sobbing paused for a second and Anna hysterically cried, "Go away. I'll be fine in a few minutes." Pulling out my wand, I declared, "Not a chance, one way or another I am coming in there." Not hearing a response, I tapped the door handle and chanted Alohomora. A loud click came from the handle and I swung the door open to see Anna crouched in a broom closet. Anna was trying to hide her face with her hands. I noticed her hands were solid green. "Go away," she moaned. Consoling her, I said, "Anna, I don't care if they turned you green or blue, now come out of there and let me take a look at what they did to you." Slowly she pulled her hands down, her big lavender eyes peeking at me. I hissed when I saw what had been scribbled on her green face. Written with silver on her forehead, were the words, "Squib spawn." I sighed, knowing that there was a stigma attached to squibs. Some wizards believed that if you were descended from a squib made your bloodline more likely to produce squibs in the future. This unfounded belief was one of the reasons that I thought Anna was ashamed of her mother. Deciding that she needed some tough love, I barked, "So what if your mom is a squib?" She clawed her way up in a society that looked down on her, that expected her to shuffle off into the shadows not to be seen. She couldn't even attend a proper school, but did she let that stop her? No, she went on to run the biggest apothecary in Britain. You should be proud to have her as your mom. Anna refused to meet my eyes and muttered, "You don't understand, my whole life, I have been looked down on for having a mom who is a squib. That's all anyone saw me as, the squib's daughter, who probably would have no magic of my own. Is it so bad, not to want to be seen as a squib's daughter? I want people to see me for who I am, not who my mom is." I sighed, "Let's get you to the hospital wing, I'm sure Madame Pomfrey can sort you out right quick, then we'll meet up with Cedric and Alicia. If Michael and his friends want a war, we sure as hell will give them one." Chapter 20. Madame Pomfrey took one look at Anna, and said, "Oh, you poor dear, I'll get you fixed up in a jiffy." She pulled out her wand, murmured a spell and tapped Anna on the head with the tip of her wand. Immediately, Anna's skin returned to a normal color, and the word faded from her forehead. Madame Pomfrey looked her up and down and said, "There we are, right as rain. I don't suppose you would like to tell me who did this to you?" A stubborn look appeared on Anna's face, and she muttered, "It was just a spell gone out of control." Madame Pomfrey sighed like she had heard that excuse a million times. Hogwarts was sort of like a prison, no one rats on each other. If someone hexes you, you either take it, or you can dish it back out. Those who go crying to teachers are scorned by the entire school body. It's sort of like admitting you aren't good enough with magic to get revenge. After we left, I told Anna, "Let's find Cedric and Alicia, I need to show you guys something." After we hunted down Cedric and Alicia, they followed me to the 7th floor. As I stopped in front of the room of requirement, pacing back and forth, Anna questioned, "What exactly are we doing up here?" Her voice trailed off when she saw a door appear in the corridor. Opening the door with a flourish, I said, "This is the room of requirement, it's probably one of the best kept secrets at Hogwarts. All you have to do is need something, and if it can be obtained in the castle, the room will provide it." We came into a wide open room with a round table with 4 chairs surrounding it. As we all sat down, I continued, "One of my favorite things about the room, is how it provides books that I require. Rather than hunt the information down in the library, I just come here and think about what topic I need information on and it appears." As soon as I finished, a stack of books appeared next to me on the table. Cedric raised his eyebrow and asked, "All right Alex, you dragged us to the secret room, enough with the theatrics, what's going on? You remember the idiot from the other day, the one who was bugging Anna and Alicia?" I said. Cedric nodded, taking a deep breath and shooting a glance towards Anna for permission. She nodded and I said, "Earlier today, he and his friends took a shot at Anna, they hexed her green, and wrote the word squib spawn on her forehead. Not long after, he tried to jump me but Athena scared him off. As I trailed off, Cedric and Alicia sat back in stunned silence. After a moment, Alicia began muttering in Arabic about all sorts of nasty things she was going to do to Michael. With a concerned look on his face, Cedric looked at Anna and asked, "Are you okay?" She nodded, and quickly replied, "Madame Pomfrey was able to get rid of it quickly enough." Wanting to inform them of my thoughts on the matter, I said, "It is because I don't think that this activity will cease, that I gathered everyone here for a war council." Alicia's eyes lit up and eagerly asked, "Oh, are we going to war?" Nodding, I replied, "I think it's safe to assume that we will all be targets, so rule number 1, travel in pairs if you are not with anyone from your house. Alicia, you may be the easiest to target because you are in the same house as Michael. Next, we retaliate. If we hunker down and do nothing, it will only get worse. However, before this goes any further, it's only fair guys know that there is some history between my family and the Whithorns. Getting caught up in this could have far more consequences than just a petty feud at Hogwarts." After I told them about the details, about how Delvin Whithorn had somehow screwed my grandfather over, even going into some detail about the little-known shadowy organization that Declan Whithorn ran throughout the world. Out of all of my friends, Cedric was the most disturbed by everything I told him. After all, his father worked in the ministry and he had always placed great faith in the system to work correctly. Anna inquired, "What is the name of the organization?" Shaking my head, I responded, "I asked my uncle the same thing. According to him, they don't have a name for it. He believes that Declan thinks that theatrical things like secret names or tattoos that could be used to identify someone are idiotic. The most he could tell me was there was a council of 7 that is in charge of everything, with Declan at the head of it." Everyone fell quiet at the idea of antagonized the grandson of a powerful wizard, who had no scruples. Cedric sighed and said, "No one wants to say it, but I have to put it out there anyways. Is this a fight we should be seeking? I imagine, if we huddled up and let Michael and his friends hex us a few times, eventually they would get bored." Alicia scoffed and said, "Where is your sense of pride?" I interrupted. I shook my head and said, "No, Cedric actually makes a good point. Honesty, the smart move would be to do as he said, and not make waves. But, I have a feeling Michael would enjoy it too much to stop. He won't stop with a few hexes. People like him want to dominate others." Wanting to reassure everyone, I continue, "Besides, I doubt Michael gets his father or grandfather involved. A small Hogwarts grudge. I bet Michael doesn't even tell them. I only mentioned it, so everyone knows what kind of family he is from. Now that everyone is caught up to speed, what does everyone want to do? If you want to back out, I understand, it's the smart move." After a moment of silence, Cedric scoffed and said, "Of course we're in. Who do you take us FO? So what do we do?" Seeing the agreement in everyone's faces, I grinned and said, "So, they have the advantage. Not only are they third years, but they also have a much better grasp of the castle's layout. Now, I doubt they are expecting us to go on that attack, but the main idea is to force them to realize that consistently bothering us isn't worth their effort." Sliding the books that appeared on the table to the center, I continued, "I propose we brush up on some nasty hexes, and get them before they get us." Everyone grabbed a different book. While looking through my book, I found a few particular nasty hexes in an old book on nasty spells. Hopefully, because the book is so old, the spells aren't commonly used, so they won't be able to get rid of them easily. However, I did recognize some of them from the books, so who knows. The following weeks were spent practicing hexes and jinxes in our spare time. In between classes, we made sure to blend with the crowd so Michael and his friends couldn't get a shot at us. Looking back, I can pinpoint the true start of our conflict. It started on a normal Friday. That was the day Michael knew he had found an opponent he couldn't bully into submission. That day, I saw one of Michael, chatting with his friends in the hallway. On the other end of the hallway was Professor Snape, headed our way. It was like the universe set up a perfect way to begin the war. I pulled out my wand and tucked it discreetly into my sleeves. Professor Snape neared, and as I passed by Michael, I muttered softly, "Lingua volucri." Stepping back into the crowd, I stuck around to enjoy the show. As soon as Professor Snape passed by Michael, who was speaking with his friends, he suddenly blurted out, "Whore." Snorting into my hand, I watched Professor Snape pause, as if he couldn't believe what just happened. His dark eyes gleamed dangerously, and he snapped, "What did you just say, Mr. Whithorn?" With a panicked look on his face, Michael stuttered, "Nothing, Professor Arsehole." As soon as the final word slipped out, Michael's eyes widened as if he couldn't believe he just said that. Professor Snape's eyes bulged out and he roared, "How dare you! 50 points from Gryffindor." Trying to keep the smirk off my face, I can't believe how diabolical the potty mouth jinx is. It takes random words you say and replaces them with curse words. Somehow, it picks the perfect words to swap with for maximum effect. Michael begged, "You don't understand, bitch, it's not my fault, you have to know that I would never fucking say anything like that to you, cunt." At this point, the whole hallway was completely silent, shocked beyond words. Honestly, I was kinda worried Professor Snape was going to have a heart attack. Finally, he roared, "Detention for a month, Mr. Whithorn. Come with me." as Professor Snape dragged Michael away. His eyes met mine, and he knew from my wicked grin that I was responsible for his predicament. That marked the beginning of our conflict. The following weeks, we were in a secret battle with Michael and his friends. Sometimes, we ambushed them and sometimes they ambushed us. All of us had been hit at least once with hexes and jinxes of all types, some rather basic and other fiendishly devious. A small part of me assumed that a bully like Michael would back down after being hit a few times, but he actually seemed to thrive on the conflict between us. On October 31st our little fight escalated. I broke the rules, and found myself all alone of the 4th floor, when I heard Michael shout, "Petrificus totalis!" Immediately, my limbs locked up and I found myself unable to move, so I crashed to the floor. Michael flipped me over and I glared daggers of death at him. He sneered down at me, hit the foot and snarled, "Who is the shoe now?" and he smashed his foot on my face and breaking my nose. Snarling at me, Michael hissed, "I bet you thought you were real clever getting me into a month's worth of detention. I think you are in need of a object lesson." Michael looked me over and his face lit up when he saw my tower control ring. After prying my ring off my frozen finger, he held it up to the light and whistled. "This ring looks nice and old. Family heirloom." Michael shot a cruel grin at Ray and said, "Open the window, I have a good idea." As Ray opened the window, Michael set my ring on the window sill, and pointed his wand at my ring and shouted, "Alar descender." My ring shot into the sky, like a bullet fired from a gun, in the direction of the Forbidden Forest. As I laid there helplessly unable to move, white-hot rage burned through me, along with a sense of shame. Never before had I felt such hatred. I swore to myself that I would never be caught so unprepared again in my life and that I would get revenge. Michael motioned for Ray to grab one foot and they both dragged me into a small closet. Just before he closed the door, Michael sneered at me and said, "There is only an hour before everyone has to be in their dorms, and I bet you are gonna be stuck like that for 3 or 4 hours. Sure hope you don't get caught out of bounds." Around midnight, just when I began to get some feeling back into my hand, I heard footsteps approach from outside. The handle creaked as the door swung open to reveal 2 grinning redheads, one of whom was holding an old map. Fred said, "What happened to you, mate?" Still unable to move, I glared helplessly at them. Moving me into a better position, George pulled out his wand and muttered the counter curse to the full body bind curse. Finally able to move and speak, I quietly muttered, "Thanks." Fred whispered, "No problems, mate." George and I were wondering what you were doing at the closet all these hours. While I guessed that the map in Fred's hands was the Marauder map, so I said, "How did you even know I was down here?" George grinned and excitedly said, "We nicked this map from Filch's office. It's bloody useful, it shows where everyone is on the Hogwarts ground, that's how we knew you were in here. After seeing you remain frozen on the map for a while, we decided to come and check it out." After telling them a quick condensed version, Fred snarled and offered, "Want us to slip some Bulbadox powder into their pajamas?" Laughing at his expression, I replied, "Sure if you want, but I plan on getting my own brand of vengeance as well." They used the map to get me back to the Ravenclaw common room without being detected. As I laid in bed, 2 things remained on my mind: revenge and getting my ring back from the Forbidden Forest. Who knows how deep in the ring went in, it could be anywhere. Chapter 21. The next day, too embarrassed to tell my friends what happened, I tried to act as nothing had happened, but as soon as Anna saw me at our charm class, she asked, "Where is your ring?" Shooting her an incredulously look, I asked, "What are you, a bloodhound or something?" Anna's face reddened and she said, "You always have the ring on. I don't think I have seen you over the last year without it. What happened?" When I finished tell her what Michael had done, her eyes narrowed and she hissed furiously, "He did what? How dare he do that to your house ring? He needs to pay for what he did." Trying to calm her down, I said, "Don't do anything, I plan to get him back myself." A rebellious look crossed her face, and she quickly changed the subject, "How are you going to get your ring back?" Narrowing my eyes at her deflection, I replied, "I'm gonna hang back to speak with Professor Flitwick after class." The class flew by and when everyone shuffled out of class, I hung around. Once the room was emptied, Professor Flitwick kindly asked, "Can I help you with something, Mr. Fawley?" Shooting Professor Flitwick a sheepish expression, I asked, "Professor Flitwick, I seem to have misplaced my ring, and I know there is a summoning charm that can help wizard locate objects. I was wondering if you could teach me how to cast it." Professor Flitwick set his quill down and looked me in the eyes. After meeting my gaze for a moment, his eyes softened and asked, "Mr. Fawley, do you need any help? I know it can be hard to believe, but we teacher do keep our ears to the ground, and there have been some interesting rumors going around." Trying to keep my expression smooth, not wanting to give anything away, I replied, "I'm fine, it's just it was an old family ring and I want to find it." Professor Flitwick sighed like he knew what I was going to say before I said it. He went on, "Well, normally we don't teach the summoning spell until your 2nd year. Right now most of the spell we teach in the 1st year have a small mental component to them, it's more important to get the incantation and wand movement right. With the summoning spell, there is a bigger mental component, and if you don't get it right, it doesn't matter if you say the incantation correct or not. I sighed, thinking that this was his way of turning me down. Interrupting my thoughts, Professor Flitwick interrupted with his eyes twinkling, but, considering that you have been picking up the first-year charms so quickly, we can give it a go. Why don't you come by my office at 7 tomorrow evening, and we give it a go. But be prepared, moving on to these more difficult spells, will be more challenging than what you have been learning so far. My eyes lit up and I said, thank you, Professor Flitwick. Grabbing my bag I headed out for my next class. Outside the door waiting for me was Anna. As we made our way through the castle, we spotted Ray talking with a girl on the third floor. Anna's eyes glittered dangerously, pulling out her wand, and before I could stop her she pointed it towards Ray and shouted defluxio. As soon as the spell hit Ray, a loud gurgling could be heard coming from Ray's stomach. A moment later, an explosive sound came from Ray's behind as he shit himself uncontrollably. With fecal matter running down his legs and onto the ground, a foul smell filled the air. The girl he was talking ran off with a disgusted look on her face. I gulped when I saw the vindictive look on Anna's face. I immediately created a new rule in my mind: never piss Anna off ever, no matter what. Hesitantly I said, that seemed a little excessive. Glaring at the direction Ray ran off in, she gnashed her teeth and she responded, he deserved it, no one does that to you and gets away with it. Ah, I had my own guardian angel, it was kinda adorable, in a creepy serial killer kind of way. By the end of the day, half the school was aware of what Anna did. Most of the third-year Gryffindors were glaring at her at dinner. Although Michael was giving her a wary look, after all, who wants to be the target of a spell that makes you explode with uncontrollable diarrhea? After dinner, I headed to the room of requirement. I was hoping to find something that would help me if I got caught off guard again. When I made it inside, I began thinking that I needed a way to be able to draw my wand in a hurry, rather than trying to get it out of pocket in my robe. On the table, a few options appeared before me. The first option was a wand holster designed to be worn on a belt. Interesting, but not what I was looking for. Tossing the wand holster aside and grabbing the next option, it was a left-handed arm strap holster. The wand was to be hooked in backwards, with the handle of my wand near my left hand and the tip up by my elbow. Better, but still not what I was hoping for. Picking up the final option, I recognized that it was what I was looking for. It was a hidden dueling gauntlet. Sliding the leather forearm armband onto my right arm. Once I got it on, I located the wand holder on the bottom. Snapping my wand into the holder, I twisted my wrist backwards and my wand shot forward, with the handle in reach of my hand. Admiring the dueling gauntlet, I thought it looked eerily similar to the hidden blade weapon from Assassin's Creed. Satisfied with my find, and now confident my wand was only a small wrist movement away, I headed back to my dorm. The next evening in Professor Flitwick's office, Professor Flitwick began lecturing. The summoning spell is designed to summon objects to your hand. The incantation is Oxio, plus whatever you are trying to summon. Demonstration: the spell. Professor Flitwick pointed his wand across his office and chanted Oxio book. A book flew off of the shelf on the other side of the room and shot towards Professor Flitwick. After catching the book in his hand, he set it on his desk and said, this spell, while difficult, is extremely useful. Now, remember, it isn't about saying the words so much as concentrating on what you are trying to summon. If you don't have the proper concentration, all the proper chanting in the world isn't going to make the spell work. This spell is about 90% mental effort and 10% spell work. It's best to begin practicing the spell with an object you can see. It makes it easier when you can visually see what you are trying to summon. The farther away an object is, the harder it will be to summon. I started having flashbacks when I was younger and trying to summon a red quaffle across my room. Considering I had decent success summoning the quaffle when I was younger and didn't have a wand, I was confident that this time around, it would be easier to manage, now that I had a wand to help me. Curious, I asked, is there a limit to how far away an object you can summon can be? Shrugging, Professor Flitwick said, yes, the farther away something is, the more mentally draining the spell will be. If you can't provide the mental energy to summon something far away, the spell won't work. For instance, trying to summon something from London from here wouldn't work, it would take too much energy. Now let's start off with something easy. Try to summon that book over there on the shelf to your hands. Pointing my wand at the book, I focused all of my mental energy on the book of the shelf. Once I believed I had achieved the necessary concentration, I chanted Oxio book. The book shook slightly, indicating that it almost worked. Annoyed at the failure, I demanded again Oxio book. This time the book shot over into my hand. Grinning in success, I turned to see Professor Flitwick's jaw wide open in shock. After a moment he recovered and quietly said, Mr. Fawley, I have to admit, I'm impressed. I thought even with your prodigious magical talent it would take a bit longer. I find myself looking forward to seeing just how capable of a wizard you are going to turn out to be. After a bit more practice, Professor Flitwick said, all right, Obviously summoning objects inside a room is too easy for yours. All you need to do is continue practicing on your own, on objects out of sight. Once you get that down, practice on objects further and further away. Keep me informed of your progress. Over the next few days, I continued with my practice. At first, I was confident that I would pick up summoning objects I couldn't see with no problem, but I discovered it was vastly more difficult. It took me about a week to confidently believe that I had mastered the summoning charm. On the evening I was confident I had mastered the charm, I opened our dorm room window, and deeply concentrating on my ring, I chanted, "Oxio ring." After 5 minutes, I concluded that it didn't work. Annoyed, I went back to practicing the spell over and over. A few nights later, I tried again when I was confident that I had mastered the spell. Unfortunately, my ring never appeared. Confused, I went back to Professor Flitwick to explain my issue. Stoking his white beard, he replied, "There are a few things to consider. The most obvious is that you are lacking in mental concentration and that's why it isn't working." Shaking my head, I replied, "Watch this." I threw a rock, carved with my name, into the Great Lake earlier. Walking over to his window, I opened it and chanted Oxio rock. About 3 minutes later I heard a whistling sound as the rock sped through the air. Catching the stone, I showed Professor Flitwick the rock with my name on it. Professor Flitwick, visually impressed, and said, "Well, I would have to say that you do appear to have mastered the spell. Well then, next up to consider, is that it's too far away to summon, but considering you lost it here, I doubt that is the case." Unfortunately, with those two ideas discarded, it leaves us with some less pleasant theories to consider. First, it may be that the ring no longer exists how you remember it. If it was damaged or destroyed, the spell wouldn't work. Seeing my face go pale, he quickly moved on. The other possibility is that it is being magically prevented from being summoned. Confused, I asked, "Is that even possible?" Nodding his head up and down, he answered, "Oh yes, off the top of my head I can think of a dozen or so ways to prevent something from being summoned. I could probably come up with more if I gave the thought more consideration." Seeing my crestfallen face, Professor Flitwick tried to cheer me up. "Well, there is a method to determine if whatever you seek is still intact. It can even point you in the direction you need to go to find it. There are a few drawbacks though. It doesn't lead you right to the object, more like in the general direction. It's called the seeking spell. The incantation is Requiro Fortitudo. Similar to the summoning spell, this spell requires a great deal of mental concentration. There is no wand movement, just balance your wand in the palm of your hand, concentrate and say the incantation. We spent the rest of the evening practicing the spell. It was a little more difficult to cast because I was having trouble properly concentrating on my ring. Knowing that it was somewhere deep in the forest, where it was either destroyed or being magically contained somehow, was distracting. Either option was discouraging. I couldn't wait till Christmas, so I could go home, and speak with Anton at the tower. Maybe he created a spare ring. Sighing and banishing the wishful thought. There is no way a wizard as paranoid as Anton would create a duplicate ring. I spent the rest of the week practicing the spell, and by the end of the week, I felt I had a good grasp on the spell. Every time I cast the spell, my wand spun in my hand with the tip of the wand pointing at the forbidden forest. Looking at the ancient forest nervously, I knew from the books that it was full of monsters and creatures, not to mention the centaurs who disliked wizards in general. Shaking off the temptation of charging straight in towards my ring. Going deep into the forest would require careful thought and deliberation, not some foolhardy plan that could end up getting me killed. After all, I was not some character in a book, this was real life. If anything over the past couple of weeks had taught me anything, it was if you do something stupid, expect there to be consequences. Chapter 22. After Anna sent that devastating hex towards Ray, an unspoken truce seemed to form between our two groups. It seemed like Michael and his friend had finally become aware that we would fight back viciously, and at most, they would only be able to achieve a Pyrrhic victory. In Ravenclaw, a pecking order seemed to develop, with those who were achieving better grades at the top of the pyramid. Before coming to Hogwarts, I had assumed that everyone that sorted into Ravenclaw would be amazing wizards and witches. But, one thing the books seemed to leave out was the sheer number of average students attending Hogwarts. Although I shouldn't be too surprised, in the books, it mentioned that half of the wizards who worked at the Ministry of Magic couldn't even perform a shield charm. It seemed that even if someone was clever, it didn't mean that they were magical talented. While most Ravenclaw students overall did well in classes, some struggled to perform as well in classes that had more spell work involved. Such as charms, defense against the dark arts, and in transfiguration. However, even though most average students in Ravenclaw seemed to have one or two subjects, they performed exceedingly well in my grades, and the ease in how quickly I mastered spells, compared to everyone in our house, put me at the top of the pecking order. In second place was Jessica, who always seemed to glare balefully at me because I consistently outperformed her. In November, the evening before the first Quidditch match of the year between Gryffindor and Slytherin, I spent the evening in the room of requirement practicing the fire-making charm. Across from me was a wooden dummy, pointing my wand at it. I chanted, Incendio. A bolt of fire erupted from my wand and hit the target. Deciding that I had enough practice on making bolts of fire, I switched tactics. Making bolts of fire was becoming effortlessly to me. To truly increase my mastery of the spell, I wanted to make the fire more controllable rather than just blasting a fireball at something. Concentrating on making a stream of fire, once again, I chanted, Incendio. This time, a stream of fire flowed out of the tip of my wand, making its way through the room. Getting the flow of fire to change directions took enormous amounts of mental concentration. Slowly but surely, the fire stream turned back towards me. After it circled me 3 times, I cut the flow of energy off to it, and the flame disappeared, taking the heat with it. As I continued practicing, sweat began pouring down my face. Eventually, a headache began to build. Calling it a night, I headed back to the Ravenclaw common area, where I found my favorite comfy recliner free. Sitting down and leaning back, I began studying the strange patterns of stonework on the ceiling that had been bugging me since the start of term. A loud deliberate cough distracted me. Turning to see who was trying to get my attention, I saw Jessica Brooks glaring at me. Rolling my eyes, I asked, "What do you want, Jessica?" Looking like she had to swallow a bitter pill, she grudgingly asked, "How are you picking up everything so fast? I never see you practicing in the Ravenclaw practice areas." Shaking my head, I responded, "First of all, I do practice. Where do you think I am every night? Second, you need to relax, and have fun learning magic. You're studying, and trying so hard to master everything, that it's becoming a chore to do so. Learning is always easier if you love and have fun with what you are learning. You don't understand, I have to be the best. My parents were both in Ravenclaw, and they had the number 1 and 2 spots in the house. If I don't put in an enormous amount of effort, I will fall behind." Looking slightly hesitant, she cautiously asked, "Do you think we can practice together sometime?" Hearing her plea, I shrugged and said, "Sure, not tonight, my head is still pounding from pushing my boundaries earlier." Falling into a comfortable silence, she took a seat on a couch near me and pulled out some homework to finish. I continued to study the strange patterns. The more I studied them, the stranger they appeared to me. Eventually, I could even swear I began seeing shapes and even more complicated patterns. Turning towards Jessica, I asked, "Have you noticed anything strange about the ceiling?" A confused look appeared on her face. She glanced at the ceiling and said, "No, it looks normal to me." Later in the evening, I headed back to my dorm. As I passed the statue of Rowena Ravenclaw, I noticed at the bottom, there was a small inscription, "Knowledge is all around, for those wise enough to find it." The next day, everyone was excited for the upcoming match. Most everyone was rooting for Gryffindor, because throughout the last couple of years, Slytherin had dominated the other houses in the Quidditch matches and the House Cup. I brought Athena with me to breakfast, and afterward, most of the student body, along with the teachers, shuffled out to the Quidditch field. Catching up with Cedric, I said, "Save me a seat, I need to do something." Nodding at me, Cedric said, "Fine, but hurry, I don't want to be stuck in the middle of Anna and Alicia today, they both are supporting their teams. Knowing how aggressive Anna gets about Quidditch, I think I'm going to need some backup, to run interference with her. With you around, she won't go to out of control." Raising my eyebrow in confusion, I asked, "Why would you think I have a better shot at making sure she doesn't go crazy?" Shooting me a look that seemed to question my intelligence, Cedric shook his head and said, "No reason." As Hogwarts emptied, I made my way to the first floor, where the Vanishing Cabinet was located. Setting Athena down, I told her, "Alright, you're the lookout. If you see anyone coming down that hallway, let me know." Athena flicked her tail at me and made her way to the end of the hall. After making a slight wrist movement, my wand shot out of my sleeve and into my hand. While performing the proper wand movement, I chanted, "Wingardium Leviosa." The black 9-foot-tall cabinet rose up 3 feet off the ground beside me. Seeing that the cabinet was almost at the ceiling, I rotated my wand, and the cabinet rotated from a vertical position to a horizontal one. Athena and I made our way through the castle. All was going well until we made it to the moving staircases. Athena let out a fierce hiss. Panicking, I set the cabinet down along the wall, and made my way up the Athena. Peering around the corner, I saw a scrawny dust-colored cat with large yellow eyes, frozen in place. "Shit," I whispered. "That has to be Mrs. Norris, Argus Filch's cats." Luckily she appeared to be frozen in fear. Athena let out another hiss and seemed to communicate something to Mrs. Norris. In response, Mrs. Norris rolled onto her side and closed her eyes. Athena shot me a smug look, demanding praise for her good work. Scratching her head, I laughed and said, "You know, pride cometh before a fall." Once I got the cabinet back up, and we started again. As we made it to the 7th floor, I assumed we were home free when all of a sudden, a burst of water hit me in the face. Sputtering, I looked for the offenders so that I could unleash my wrath upon them. From above me, I heard a sing-songy voice ring out, "Look at the little wizard, squirm like a worm." Glancing up, I saw floating towards the top of the room, a small individual that could be mistaken for a child. He had on a blue jester hat, with matching pointy shoes. His orange shirt covered in stars clashed horribly with his blue and red striped pants. He gleamed maliciously at me, pulling back his arm to throw another water balloon at me. I sputtered, "Don't you dare, Peeves." He laughed and pelted me in the face again. "I'm not doing anything, I am just helping you wash your face." Appearing on his face was a grin so big it distorted the rest of his features. Behind him was a pile of floating water balloon. Seeing the number of balloons he had, I took off at a run. Running down the hall with the cabinet behind me, by the time I made it to the room of requirement, Athena and I were thoroughly soaked. Athena was less than amused the situation. She glared balefully at the small floating jester, her eyes tracking his every move. Smirking to myself, I reached down and unsnapped her collar. Right when her wing unfurled, she launched herself at him with a loud yowl. While Peeves and Athena chased each other in the air, I got the room to open, by thinking I needed a place to hide something where no one could find it. As I opened the door and got the cabinet in, I shouted, "Athena!" Right on cue, she bolted my way after swiping her claws across Peeves' face. With a howl of fury, he followed right on her tail. As soon as she passed, I slammed the door in Peeves' face. I could hear Peeves shrieking in anger at being denied his revenge. Luckily, the room was so heavily enchanted, that he was unable to follow us in. Glancing around the room of requirement in shock, what was normally a small room was a giant-sized room filled with stacks of old objects that reached towards the enormous ceiling. Picking a spot near the entrance, I set the vanishing cabinet down. I couldn't help but grinning. I had secured one possible entrance to Hogwarts. All I needed now was to get the pair from Borgin and Burke's, and I could have a passage all to myself. Wanting to make sure the cabinet still functioned, I opened the door and stepped inside. Closing the door behind me, I felt the familiar surge of energy that indicated I was on the other side. Cracking the door open, I saw a poorly lit shop. Slowly closing the crack, I turned and faced the opposite direction and made my way back to the room of requirement. Staring at the exit door, I asked Athena, "Do you think he is still out there?" She flicked her tail in anticipation. Laughing at her response, I said, "It would be nice if we could get the door to let us out on the ground floor, so we wouldn't have to deal with him." To my shock, when I opened the door, it was near to where the vanishing cabinet had on the first floor. Athena brushed past my legs looking for Peeves. Seeing that he wasn't there, she chuffed and climbed up to my shoulder. Rubbing her head, I said, "Oh, this is going to be bloody useful. No more running madly back to the Ravenclaw room trying to make it back before lights out." The more I considered the endless possibilities of the ways I could use the room, the more impressed I was with whoever had come up with this enchantment. I imagine that it was Rowena Ravenclaw herself that laid the enchantment. After all, she is credited with many of the more complex enchantments throughout Hogwarts, such as the moving staircases. By the time I made it the Quidditch pitch, the match was heating up, with Slytherin and Gryffindor were neck and neck. I found Cedric sandwiched in between both Anna and Alicia looking helpless, as both had forced scarves representing Slytherin and Gryffindor onto him. When he saw me, his face lit up like he had seen a lifeline. Cedric wildly motioned me to join them, to help take some of the pressure away. As soon as I arrived, Anna furiously questioned, "You're supporting Slytherin, right?" Not waiting for my response, she thrust a Slytherin scarf towards me, clearly expecting me to take it. Her eyes narrowed when I didn't say anything. Thinking back to my new rule not to make Anna upset, I quickly nodded and defended, "Of course." Grabbing the scarf, I wrapped it around me to show her my support. Hearing my response, Anna shot Alicia a smug look. Alicia rolled her eyes. The rest of the match was enjoyable, and it ended with a Slytherin victory. The way back in, Anna taunted Alicia so much, one would have thought Anna won the match by herself. Wanting to give Alicia a break, I asked, "Are any of you going to try out next year for your house teams?" Cedric nodded and replied, "Yes, my goal is to play Seeker. I want to help Hufflepuff win the Quidditch Cup. We haven't come close to winning in years." Anna, not to be outdone, chimed in, "I'm pretty sure if I didn't, my dad would kill me." Alicia nodded as well. Looking them all over, I said, "Well, all three of you trying out makes me feel a little awkward for not wanting to do it myself." Confused, Cedric asked, "Why wouldn't you try out? Whenever we play a pickup game of Quidditch, you play the best keeper." Shaking my head, I asked, "Is playing Quidditch something you would like to do when you are older?" Cedric shrugged and said, "What does that have to do with anything?" Shaking my head, I informed him, "We only have 7 years at this school. I do not plan on wasting several hours each day practicing for something I will never play outside of Hogwarts. There are many different branches of magic that I wish to study, while I am here and playing Quidditch would slow me down." Nodding his understanding, we all headed back to the castle, eager to get back to the warmth. Chapter 23. Towards the end of November, while practicing in the room of requirement, I mastered the final spell in my charms book, Standard Book of Spells volume. I closing the book shut, I was slightly surprised that I had been able to cast all 20 spells within the book before even half of the year was finished. Glancing around the room of requirement, I wondered if I should continue to practice mastering the amount of energy I put into spells to control the strength of the spell, or move on to the next book in the series. My true feelings gave me away when I spotted on the table another book titled, Standard Book of Spells Volume 2. I guess the room was able to sense my hunger to learn even more magic spells. The next day, Professor Snape seemed to be in a particularly bad mood. When Roger's potion turned to a gunky green sludge, Professor Snape's black eyes seemed to bore through him. He snapped, "Mr. Davis, do you have the ability to read and follow simple instruction?" Roger gulped nervously and replied, "Yes, Professor, I do." Professor Snap's eyes glittered, and replied dangerously, "Then why did you add the last 2 ingredients incorrectly, as well as stir in the opposite direction?" As more time goes on, I find myself wondering just how incompetent someone can be. Are you doing this on purpose? Or are you just plain stupid? Roger wilted at Professor Snape's tone and the pointed questions. After a moment, Snape rolled his eyes and muttered, "Get out of my sight." After class, when Roger and I were making our way through the halls, he grumbled, "It's not fair, what the hell is his problem anyway?" When class was over, I tried to comfort Roger, "Don't take it too personally, that is just how Professor Snape is around students. He is a brilliant potions master, but he isn't what I would call a great teacher. I think that he is one of those geniuses that are so talented that when he finds other people doing poorly, he just can't understand why they aren't succeeding. So, he has a hard time teaching students who aren't able to succeed on their own, he just throws you into the deep end to see if you sink or swim." Shooting me a bitter look, Roger grumbled as we made our way through the school, "That doesn't excuse him from being a great big dick." The rest of the week flew by, and on Saturday, I made my way down to Hagrid's wooden hut. Approaching the enormous door, I could hear Hagrid's deep rumbling voice crooning what sounded like a lullaby. As soon as I knocked, all sound from the hut vanished. After a moment of silence, I could hear objects being hastily moved around inside the hut. Hagrid's voice rang out, "Just a minute." Eventually, Hagrid opened the door and glanced down at me. Once he saw who I was, he seemed to relax a bit. "Oh, it's just you, Alex. Why didn't you say so? Come on in." Walking into the hut, the first thing I noticed was Fang. He seemed to have burrowed his way under a thick heavy blanket on the couch. If he was trying to hide, he wasn't doing a good job considering his enormous size. On the other side of the hut, I noticed a familiar-looking trunk. It looked remarkably similar to the many trunks I had seen my uncle delivering to areas. Deciding to have a bit of fun with Hagrid, I wandered over to the chair next to it and took a seat. Stroking the trunk gently, I playfully remarked, "This is a fine-looking trunk you have here, Hagrid." Hagrid's eyes shifted and replied nervously, "Oh, that old thing, it's nothing, just something I have lying about." As I moved my hand towards the handle, a Cheshire cat grin appeared on my face, and I asked innocently, "Would you mind if I took a look inside it?" "No, don't open it." Hagrid blurted out, and his face scrunched up in worry. Deciding to end his misery, I said, "I'm just messing with you, Hagrid. I already know that my uncle gave you the trunk, it has his mark on it." Hagrid let out a deep breath, and a relieved expression appeared on his face. "You little brat, you had me worried for a moment." Curious about what type of magical creature my uncle gave him, I asked, "So what kind of magical creature did you get?" Hagrid made his way over, with a smile appearing on his face. Opening the trunk, he proudly bragged, "Your uncle got me a pair of baby garmers." As soon as he opened the trunk, Fang let out a fearful whine, and the heavy blanket he had burrowed into began quivering. As Hagrid's enormous hands reached in, he scooped out 2 big bundles of fur. At first glance, they looked like baby wolves, then I noticed the eyes. Specifically that they had 4 of them, and they were glowing blood red. Next, I noticed the teeth. Even though they were babies, they were razor-sharp, designed for ripping and tearing. Sharp spikes hid inside their dense black fur, and their claws on their paws were designed to shed their prey's skin. After getting a good look at them, I realized that Fang had the right idea. These little monsters looked terrifying. Unsure of what to say, I interjected, "They look interesting." With a wide grin on his face, Hagrid sat and brought the Garmr pups to his chest. Garmrs are amazing creatures. They were created by an ancient Norwegian witch named Hela. They have really interesting magical properties. It is said that none can hide from their eyes, and if they get a taste of someone's blood, they can track them down no matter how far away they are. While Hagrid was bragging about his new pets, he didn't seem to notice that they were chewing on his fingertips. One of them appeared to be annoyed that they couldn't chew through Hagrid's thick skin and shifted its eyes in my direction. Not wanting to take a chance on Hagrid's ability to control the little monster, I put my right hand behind my back and extended my wand from its concealed holster, just in case the little monster decided he wanted a taste of wizard blood. The other Garmr pup seemed content to chew on Hagrid's hands like they were chew toys. Worried about Hagrid's ability to control them, I asked, what will you do if they attack students? A wounded expression appeared on Hagrid's face, and he brought them to his chest protectively and defended, they wouldn't hurt nobody, they are only misunderstood creatures, look at them, they're just adorable babies. Sighing at Hagrid's ability to pretend that dangerous monsters are harmless little creatures, I decided to let it go for now and move on to what I had come down to ask. Hesitant, I asked, you've been in the Forbidden Forest, right? Nodding, he bragged, sure, loads of times. Wanting to get as much information as I could, I asked, is it really as dangerous as they say? Scoffing, Hagrid replied, it ain't so bad in there, I go in there all the time. As long as you don't bother the creatures in there, they mostly leave you alone. Just don't piss off the centaurs, and you'll be fine. Wanting more information, I asked, just how many creatures live in the forest? Hagrid's eyes lit up and began passionately speaking, the forest is enormous, and has a large population of magical creatures due to the enhancements on Hogwarts that protects the area from muggles, a place where they can be free. Curious, I asked, what stops all the creature from coming onto the grounds? Waving his hand reassuringly, Hagrid replied, oh, there are wards and enchantments that prevent the creatures from coming onto the grounds uninvited. Relieved that the castle grounds were protected, I decided to get to the heart of the matter, so, I was wondering, if you could draw me a map of the forest, you know places to avoid if someone found their way inside forest. I don't know, Hagrid hesitantly replied, I mean students aren't really allowed to go into the forest. Knowing that Hagrid would do anything for magical creatures, I quickly replied, it's not for me, it's for Athena, she has been cooped up on the grounds, and I can tell she needs to get out and about more. A worried look appeared on Hagrid's face, which made me feel slightly guilty for manipulating his love of creatures. Knowing he needed a final push, I continued, imagine if your baby Garmer were trapped in the hut consistently, they would be miserable, sometimes magical creatures need to be able to run free. Sighing heavily, Hagrid nodded his acceptance, and I tried to contain my glee. The first step to recovering my ring had been accomplished. Hagrid put the Garmer pups back in the trunk and wandered over a chest in the corner. As he rubbished through the chest, he mumbled, I know it in here somewhere. Knowing that this could take some time, I sat on the couch next to Fang and tried to coax him out. After 10 minutes of searching, Hagrid said victoriously. Aha! Found it, I knew it was in here somewhere. Wandering over, he set a sturdy leather tube down on the coffee table in front of the couch, said, here you go, one map of the forest, as requested. The rest of the evening passed quickly, and by the time I made back to my room back in the Ravenclaw Tower, I was brimming with excitement. The tube holding the map seemed to imply that the map inside was valuable. Visions of a magical map filled my head, already I imagined a map similar to the Marauder's map that Harry had in the books. Grinning at finding Athena sprawled out on my bed as she owned it. Waving the tube around, I bragged, this magical map is going to help me find my ring in the forest. Not wanting to wait a moment longer, I removed the lid of the tube and slid the map out. Unrolling the thick parchment, I was stunned into silence after seeing the content. The map wasn't like the Marauder's map at all. It looked it had been drawn by a 5-year-old. Where was my magical map? I want a refund. As my left eye started twitching in annoyance, I glared at the offending map, half tempted to throw it in the trash. As my eyes roamed over the map, I noticed that there were crudely drawn creatures all over the place, and in a section, I spotted what looked like a smiling dancing spider. Trying to find a silver lining, I thought bitterly. Well, at least I know how to avoid the giant murderous acromantula. Curious about what I was looking at, Athena hopped up and took a look at the contents. After seeing the map for herself, she shot a look at me that seemed to question my intelligence and went and laid back down. Wanting to defend myself, I defended, what? It's better than nothing. Athena closed her eyes, deciding to ignore my attempt to defend the map. I spent the next week carefully going over the map, trying to puzzle out what all the drawn creatures and symbols were. Some were easily, like the acromantula and the centaurs. Others were less recognizable. Fortunately, I was able to find books in the room of requirement, which helped me identify all of the creatures drawn. After I had completely deciphered the map, I let out a sigh of relief in the room of requirement. I was ready to take the next step, transportation. No way I was walking into a forest full of dangerous magical creatures on foot. I'm gonna need a broom. As soon as the thought popped into my head, several options appeared on the table. Looking around the room, I still find myself flabbergasted at the complexity of the room's enchantments. Out of all the spells laid down on the castle, this room's enchantment is the best and most mysterious. I had already tried asking the room for the book with the spell in it. Unfortunately, the room was unable to provide one, which made me think that this room's enchantment was a custom enchantment created by Rowena, but was never recorded. Making a promise to myself, I thought, one day, I am going to learn how to create new spells and I will recreate this lost enchantment. After testing the broomstick, I selected the fastest one and snuck it back to my room. Tomorrow, I would venture into the Forbidden Forest for the first time. I couldn't wait. Chapter 24. standing at the entrance of the Forbidden Forest, reminded me of why the forest is off limits. I can tell just from the look of the forest that is old and unconquered by civilization. Enormous trees as far as the eye could see tower over the ground, their branches and leaves so thick that hardly any sunlight makes it to the bottom. It was almost like the forest was created to be foreboding. Seeing how unconcerned Athena was acting about our voyage into the forest made me feel slightly better about not bringing anyone with me. Hopping on my broom, I took off with Athena following closely behind. Unfortunately, flying in a forest doesn't allow for fast speed on a broomstick, but it was better than trudging through the forest on the ground. Right before we entered the forest, I stopped and pulled out my wand, letting it rest in the palm of my hand. I chanted, Requiro Fortitudo, while concentrating on my ring. My wand turned to the south, and I told Athena, at least we know what direction to head. It was slow going through the forest, and every few minutes, I would pause and recast the seeking spell and check the map. Luckily, we seemed to be heading away from the giant spiders, which is a great relief. As I was checking the map, all of a sudden, the hair on the back of my neck rose, and I could feel something's eyes watching me. Athena's hackles rose, and her body began to slowly vibrate as she hissed a warning so loud that it scattered all of the animals in the area. Afterward, the feeling of being watched slipped away. Feeling something watching me was unnerving, but what was even more disturbing was knowing something was watching me but not being able to see what it was. After a few tense minutes of scanning the forest, I recast the seeking spell and moved on. Luckily, after about 15 more minutes of flying, my wand began slowly rotating to the right. A burst of excitement shot through me. I was close, I could feel it. Deciding I needed to narrow the area down, I continued flying and noting when my wand changed directions. Eventually, I was able to pinpoint the general area and had mapped out a large circle where the ring should be. Luckily, the area had a small creek with a unique bend in it, which let me find where I was on the map. Studying the map closely, I was glad that there didn't appear to have any markings warning me of anything in the area. However, I couldn't help but think I was missing something. After pondering the issue for a few minutes, I decided to put it out of mind and focus on trying to find my ring. After landing on the ground, I started carefully searching the ground, knowing that whatever was keeping my ring trapped was most likely magical in origin. As I wandered through the area, I couldn't get over the silence. A forest should be alive, but this area was quiet as a cemetery. Just as I was about to give up and head back for the day, I noticed an entrance to a cave hiding behind large rocks jutting out from the ground. The entrance wasn't very big, but with my size, I didn't think I would have any problems. Still, the sight of that hole filled me with concern. I've seen how this plays out before in books I've read. No good can ever be found from going into a creepy cave in the middle of a deserted forest. Knowing my options were either to give up on my ring or to take a quick look in the cave. As I started mentally weighing my options, the urge to explore the cave began building within me. Trying to psyche myself up, I took a deep breath and whispered, "Come on, you've got this. This is how all great adventures start, no stupid cave is going to stop me from reclaiming what's mine. Besides, what's the worst that could happen?" Athena shot me a look that seemed to say, "WTF? Did you just say, are you nuts?" Holding my wand aloft, I chanted, "Lumos." Bright white light shot out of my wand, chasing away the darkness and illuminating the cave entrance. Moving forward and not waiting to see if Athena would follow, I called out, "Are you coming?" Athena let out a sigh, leaped onto my shoulder, wrapping her tail around my throat protectively. Not far into the cave and it started descending deep within the earth. Eventually, the cave tunnel opened onto a large cavern underground. Moving into the cavern, I saw that there were multiple tunnels leading to the cavern. I could feel the faintest touch of air moving against my skin, indicating that at least one of the other tunnels also went to the surface. On the far side of the cavern was a door carved into the stone. Curious about what could possibly be down here, I carefully made my way closer. My first impression of the doorway was how old it was. Above the doorway, E Vincem Mortem, was an inscription branded into the ancient stone. I was pretty sure it was in Latin, but I couldn't be sure. Annoyed that I wasn't able to understand the inscription, I decided to put learning how to understand Latin on my to-do list. Athena growled softly, reminding me that this was not the place to dawdle. Walking through the entrance, I discovered that the hallway led to an open area cluttered with old smashed debris everywhere. The open area was circular in nature and had a few more doors leading deeper within. As soon as I entered, torches on the wall lit up, freezing me in my tracks. After a minute of no further activity, I let out the breath that I was holding. Whispering softly to Athena, "What door do you think we should choose?" Athena nodded her head to the door to my right. I shrugged and said, "Why not?" Crossing the room was slow going as I didn't want to disturb any of the cluttered material on the ground. By the time I made it to the door, my nerves were starting to become frayed with sweat pouring down my face and my heart pounding. I slowly opened the door. The hinges started to creak loud enough to wake the dead. Panicking, I quickly pointed my wand at the door and whispered furiously, "Silencio." At once, the noise vanished, and once again, I froze as I strained my ears, listening for any response to the noise that was made. Satisfied that there was nothing, I made my way into the closed room. At first glance, the room was covered in a film of thick dust, indicating that no one had been in the room for many years. Something about the dust bothered me, like a itch I couldn't scratch. Unable to figure it out, I brought my attention back to the room. It looked like an ancient study of some sort. Along the wall were shelves that contained a multitude of objects, some were mundane, like ancient tomes, but other objects were strange and sinister looking. There were even some jars of liquid that looked like they contained weird-looking organs. Creeped out, I turned my attention from the shelves to the desk. There was a book that was opened and written in the same script as the inscription above the entrance. It looked like a journal or logbook of some kind. Whoever was writing in it appeared to have stopped mid-sentence. While I was examining the notebook, I heard a sound that chilled my blood. It sounded like stone grinding against stone. Tucking the journal safely within my robes, I backed out of the room and shut the door. It was at this moment, I figured out what was bothering me about the dust. That room was full of dust, indicating no one had been in there for ages. But in the main room, even though there were broken materials everywhere, I didn't see any dust, which indicated that someone, or something had been living down here. While giving the circular room another look, the mess inside appeared to me in a different light. The way all the crap was strewn about was almost nest-like. A sinking feeling began developing within my stomach. Mentally chastising myself, I knew this was a bad idea. Stupid, stupid, stupid. But no, I just had to explore a creepy hole in the middle of a forbidden forest. Deciding that this train of thought was unproductive, I started moving. Before I got halfway across the room, I heard a raspy voice softly plead from behind one of the doors, "Secure me, secure me." Freezing in place, unsure of what was said, it sounded desperate. Deciding I needed more information, I called out, "Who's there?" Silence answered me for a moment, then the voice pleaded slightly louder, but in what sounded like a different language, "Vwathist me." Quickly realizing that he was speaking in a new language to see if I understood, I started sounding off in different languages. After trying out French and Spanish and not achieving anything, I tried speaking in Arabic. As soon as I started speaking in Arabic, the raspy voice on the other side of the door excitedly responded, "Help me, I've been trapped inside for ages." While I was glad that we finally had a common language, I was still rather suspicious of the voice coming from the door, so I demanded, "Who are you, and how long have you been down here?" In a helpless tone, the faceless voice replied, "My name is Octavius Maximus, and as for how long I've been down here, I have no idea. I've been asleep most of the time. Being trapped in a room behind an enchantment can be rather boring." Wanting to put a face to the voice, I opened the door slowly, wand at the ready. As the door swung open, it revealed a rather large room even bigger than the nest area. In the very center of the room was a tall, skeletal, black-haired man. His skin was so pale white as if it had never been touched by the sun's burning rays, and his eyes were pitch black. Hanging off his skin was dark tattered robes that looked ready to fall apart. Oh yay, and he had fangs. Thankfully, Octavius was sitting on what looked like a stone sarcophagus that looked like it was trapped behind some enchantment of some sort. The carving on the floor reminded me of the spells that isolated the area where my dad tested new enchantments. Watching him warily, I accused him, "You're a vampire." A shocked look appeared on his face, and he cried out sarcastically, "I am? Are you sure?" My left eye started twitching in annoyance, and I decided that maybe the cranky, sarcastic vampire needed some more alone time. So I quickly turned and left the room, shutting the door behind me. Octavius cried out, "Wait! I'm sorry, I was just having a bit of fun. It has been ages since I've had someone intelligent to speak with." Deciding he learned his lesson, I reopened the door and made my way inside. On the stone floor surrounding him was a series of circles branded into stone. They looked somewhat similar to the spells my father used to isolate an area where he could experiment safely. The spells trapping him made me feel secure to get closer. When Octavius saw me, the enchantment, a wicked look appeared on his face, and he crooned softly. He said, "You know, I'm the last person you should be afraid of. I can't get in or out of this circle. What you really should be concerned about is what else has been living down here." His statement made me nervous, as it only confirmed my suspicion that something indeed was living in down here. Trying not show worry on my face, I sneered back at him, and coolly responded, "I'm not scared of anything down here. Whatever is lives down here should be frightened of me." To reinforce my point, I waved my wand. A sly smile appeared on his face, and he replied with fake adoration, "I see, young master, I didn't realize you were such a powerful wizard. Since you're such a powerful wizard, would you mind freeing me?" Rolling my eyes at his antics and trying not to get too annoyed at him for underestimating me. After all, in his viewpoint, I was a young wizard, just getting started. Trying to get back his other point, I asked, "What creature lives down here?" His smile died away, and fear and anger took its place, and he bitterly replied, "It doesn't have a name." But I can tell you, it used to be a wizard. Needing more information, I asked, what do you mean that it used to be a wizard? Sighing helplessly, the vampire replied bitterly, it was a wizard by the name of Tadius, he trapped me here long ago. While I was trapped, he experimented on me, he was obsessed with eternal life. I offered to turn him, but he rejected my offer, saying that there were too many downsides to being turned. He said he was going to create a better version of immortality. One day, he said he was finally finished and that he was finished with his work. He even promised to free me when he was done. I'm not sure what went wrong, but the next time I saw him, he was off. It's hard to explain, but he seemed wrong somehow. Over the next few days, he slowly turned into a monstrous creature and lost his humanity and his intelligence. Soon, he was no smarter than an animal, and I've been trapped ever since. Wanting more information, I asked, was he a teacher at Hogwarts? Octavius turned his head in confusion and asked, what could someone teach about a ward on the flesh of swine? After puzzling over Octavius's strange response, I came to a sudden realization. He predates Hogwarts. That means he has been locked down here for over 1,000 years. Wanting to confirm my suspicion, I questioned. Have you ever heard about Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry? Seeing him shake his head made me wince. I really didn't want to be the one to break it to him that he had been trapped for at least 1,000 years. Sighing heavily, I asked, what year were you captured? Raising an eyebrow at my question, Octavius replied, I believe it was the year 709. Why? What year is it now? I expect it has been at least several decades. How do you break it to someone, that they had spent close to 1,300 years trapped in a small room? Deciding to dive right in and just tell him, I said, it's 1989, it has been almost 1,300 years since you've been in here. Hearing my response, Octavius's face went blank for a moment as he struggled to comprehend just how long he had been stuck in here. After a few moments of silence, an intense look of rage appeared on his face, and he shouted, those little bastards! How dare they let me stew in here for that long? I could have forgiven a century or two, but 1,300 years. Damn them! After a few more minutes of creative cursing, Octavius seemed to run out of steam, and he shot me a look of despair. Wondering who he was mad at, so I asked, who are you cursing? Anger reappeared on his face, and he snarled, my faithless progeny. They have had more than enough time to find me, the fact that I remain trapped only means that they are fine with me being out of the way. Curious, I asked, what if they just think you're dead? Snorting at my question, Octavius scathingly replied, every vampire can feel whether their maker is still alive. Hearing his response piqued my curiosity and I made a mental note to learn everything I could about vampires. Always interested in learning new information, started drafting questions to throw at Octavius. But, before we could continue our conversation, Octavius froze, and Athena snarled violently. Eyes panicking, Octavius whispered, run boy, the beast is coming back from its hunt. You're no match for it. While Octavius' urging didn't worry me, Athena's response did, I don't think I've ever seen her more upset. While turning to make a run for it, Octavius called out, don't come back until after the next full moon, the beast leaves for a hunt for a few days every full moon. That's the only time it's safe to come down here. Not wanting to slow down to respond, I simply nodded while running out of the room. Carefully making my way through the next in the outer room. When I made it back to the cavern, I whispered Lumos. Seeing the tunnel I came in from, I made a run for it. Thankfully, I made it safely to the tunnel, and I started running for the surface. But, when I had made it about halfway to the exit, I heard a roar coming deep within the cavern. Whatever it was, it knew something had been inside its home. The roar only increased my pace, and by the time I made it the exit, I could hear it coming up the tunnel I used. As soon as I exited the cave, found my broom and took off into the sky. When I made it to the top of the trees, I paused and turned around, wanting to get a good look at whatever was chasing me. At the entrance of the cave, the beast stopped and remained in the shadows. It seemed to sense that I had escaped from its clutches. However, I could feel malevolent eyes upon me, watching, waiting to see if I would return. Deciding not to chance it, I headed back to the Ravenclaw Tower. This had been enough excitement for one day. Author's note. Alright guys, I want to head off. What I know a few of you might mention. Going into the forest and cave alone isn't the smartest thing to do, so why would Alex, who is supposed to be really smart, do something so stupid? First off, while he has read about others doing stupid things and should really know better, deep down he craves an adventure just like in all of the stories he's read, plus he is very young. You can warn someone about danger all you want, but the burned hand teaches best. Next, the vampires, so there is almost no lore about them in the Harry Potter books except for a few hints like the blood-flavored lollipops and briefly a few other time. This implies that they have a place in magical society, so I will be exploring the vampire world throughout the story. Also, there is a ton of myths and ideas about vampires, and I will use some of it, but I will also leave other stuff out. So bear with me. Finally, the beast, before anyone ask, no, the creature is not a werewolf. I know it's a suspicious that it hunts around the new moon, but that is only a coincidence. As for what it is, that would be telling. Chapter 25. While I was heading back to Hogwarts, I found my arms shaking as the adrenaline was coursing through my veins. Thankfully, by the time I made it back, the shaking had mostly stopped. Knowing that I needed more information before deciding how to proceed, I headed towards the room of requirement. The first thing I requested from the room were books on vampires. On the table, dozens of books appeared on the subject. As I started perusing through the books, the first thing I noticed was the clear bias in the stories. Most of the information contained in the books was second and third-hand accounts about how evil vampires were, and how they were the enemies of all wizard kind. If that wasn't annoying enough, many of the wizards were simply bragging about how superior wizards were and that vampires should bow down and be subservient. Rolling my eyes at the obvious grandstanding, whoever wrote these books clearly didn't have the faintest clue how to write an unbiased report on the subject. If that wasn't bad enough, there were many inconsistencies. One book would say one thing, and another would say something different. Throwing the book that I was reading across the table, I grunted, useless. What I really need is an unbiased book and one not full of nonsense. As soon as the words left my mouth, all the books except for 2 disappeared, and the first title I saw didn't inspire much confidence, Peering Beneath the Coffin. However, as soon as I started reading, I knew that this was the book I needed. The author included proof backing up his information and clarified many of the false assumptions about vampires. Like vampires being undead creatures, they were very much alive, just vastly different than humans. He explained that some false beliefs came from Muggle-born wizards who grew up reading about vampire characters, and other beliefs were just consistently repeated so much that many people assumed they were true. The author dove deep into the origins of the vampire species, tracking vampiric bloodlines dating back 4,000 years. While there is no clear evidence on where vampires came from, the author spent years seeking out ancient stories and myths and even spoke with some of the most ancient vampires in existence. He even claimed that the first vampire was a wizard, who was fearful of death and somehow transformed himself into the first vampire. However, many wizards condemn this point of view. As far as traditional weakness, according to the book, religious fixtures hold no power over vampires. A wooden stake through the heart theoretically kills one, but anything would die with something driven through the heart. The same holds true, if you cut the head off. As far as being allergic to garlic, the author pointed out that vampires have extremely acute senses, and for whatever reason, they find the smell of garlic intolerable to be around. But, otherwise, it has zero effect, other than pissing off the vampire for making him smell something nasty. In which case, they may attack you out of annoyance. However, it seems there is some truth to the matter of vampires being allergic to silver. Apparently, natural silver can restrain them, although the author pointed out that magic was far more effective than silver. A strong vampire would be able to ignore the pain silver caused them and retaliate. Whereas, most vampires had no defense against magic. It was then, the author explained that there were 2 different classes of vampires, low-ranked and blood-ranked. Around 95% of the vampire population consists of what is known as low-ranked or lowlies, and the other 5% are known as blood-ranked. The main difference between the two is that blood-ranked vampires far stronger and have limited magical abilities. High-ranked vampires are the only ones strong enough to sire more vampires. However, the book warned that the lowlies should not be underestimated. While they don't have magic, they are strong, fast and can see perfectly in the dark, and they tend to swarm when there are many of them attacking. The book also explained that vampires get stronger as they age, and it is possible for a lowly vampire to accumulate enough power and transform into a high-ranked vampire, although it is incredibly rare for them to do so. Most of the high-blood vampires that exist were once wizards who were turned, but it is rare for a wizard to wish to be turned. Most wizards can't imagine losing their magical powers. Wizards consider themselves to be at the top of the magical food chain. Not many would be willing to be turned into a magical creature, where they would be subject to their maker's wishes. Vampires have an enormous amount of control over their progeny, and many wizards couldn't imagine being subservient to something that they had considered beneath them. If being at the mercy of your maker doesn't scare most wizards off, the other glaring weakness that comes along with being a vampire, chief among them daylight. While sunlight doesn't kill them, should the sun's rays touch their skin, all of their strength will be drained away, and they would slip into a death-like state, leaving them completely vulnerable to attack. As a result, most vampire lairs are built underground, giving them protection from the sun. As soon as I read that, being turned into a vampire would make me lose the majority of my power, I quickly stopped entertaining any thoughts of being turned. I loved my magic, there was no way I was ever giving it up, not in a million years. While it seems like an easy way to achieve eternal life, I bet there are other ways it could be achieved. Hell, I bet there have been others, throughout the ages, who have found different paths to immortality, or at the very least extended their lives, like the previous Hogwarts headmaster, Armando Dippet, who lived to be 355 years old. In a small way, I began to pity the beast because I understood how the beast felt. He wanted to live forever but didn't want to lose his magic, so he tried to find a different path, which was a sentiment I could understand. Perhaps, when I'm older, I will look into a way to become immortal or at the very least living a very long time. As I continued reading, I learned a lot of interesting factoids about vampire society. After finishing the book, I thought I had a good idea on how to proceed with Octavius. The book mentioned something called the Blood Oath. Apparently, it's the vampire equivalent to the unbreakable vow. Although there were some differences, if a vampire breaks their oath, they won't die, but most of their power would be stripped from them. Whereas if a wizard breaks the unbreakable vow they would die. One surprising detail was left out of the book, and that was how vampires are created. The author explained that the process is extremely secretive and vampires seem reluctant to discuss it. Curious about the other book, I noticed it was written by an ancient Romanian wizard named Van Helsing, who hated vampires with an unholy passion. In his book, he listed out dozens of spells, enchantments, potions, and strategies to deal with vampires. He also seemed bitter about the peace treaty that had been signed with the vampire, which forbade vampire hunting. Luckily the book explained that vampires had no immunity to magic, the main cause of concern was how fast they are. But the book gave several spells designed to counter their speed. There were even some really good ideas on how to deal with threats from multiple vampires in case you were in danger of being overrun. One of my personal favorites was the bottled sunshine potions. Rather than drink the potion, you smash the bottle, and when the potion is released, a light brighter than the sun explodes out, disabling any vampires it touches, leaving them at your mercy. Finished reading the books, I began planning out my next move. Obviously, I could just tell the teachers about what I had found. But I doubt they will do anything about it, and I would just probably get in trouble for entering the Forbidden Forest. The teachers seem to have a strict hands-off policy when it comes to the Forbidden Forest. As long as the creatures in the Forbidden Forest stay away from Hogwarts, what does it matter that there is one more beast out there? Not to mention, I was wary of bringing myself to Dumbledore's attention. I preferred to fly under the radar for as long as I could. Although I imagine eventually, we will cross paths, and I was putting that day off if possible. Luckily, it seems it's pretty rare for students to cross paths with the headmaster. Even though I was concerned about coming to Dumbledore's attention, I wasn't afraid of him. In the books, it was made clear that he loved being a teacher, and he would do anything to protect his students. In my past life, there were those who believed that in some ways, he was just as bad as Voldemort in his manipulation. But I have always believed that for all his mistakes and manipulations were done with the best intentions. Being able to make the hard choices is what being a great leader is all about, and sometimes you must be ruthless if you want to achieve victory. Deciding that dealing with Dumbledore issue could wait, my mind turned to the journal I snagged. Opening it up, I was able to confirm that it was written in Latin, by comparing the words to a Latin language primer that the room provided. Apparently, since European spells are derived from the Latin language, it wasn't uncommon for some wizards to learn it. Although it makes me wonder, I know for a fact that my aunt's spells are Arabic-based, which implies that there are probably many cultures whose spells derived from different languages. I wonder if there are two identical spells out there but have different incantations due to being based in different languages. If there was, that would imply that language doesn't really matter in spell casting. It's just the medium used to activate the magic. On the other hand, it's also entirely possible that no two spells are the same, and they are different spells that just happen to produce similar results. Slightly annoyed that I didn't know the answer to this puzzling question, I made a mental note to peruse an experiment when I have the chance. Deciding that translating the journal by myself would take too long, I decided to bring Cedric, Anna, and Alicia into this. Hunting my friends down across the school took forever. Annoyed by how much time it took to track everyone down, I made a mental note to find a solution that would let us quickly find one another. Sitting across from me in the room of requirement, my friends were giving me curious looks, wondering what the impromptu gather was about. Not wanting to beat around the bush, I went straight to the point and said, "Earlier today, I went into the Forbidden Forest." After explaining everything that had happened during my trek into the forest, I noticed all my friends had different reactions. Alicia looked impressed, but considering she is in Gryffindor house, she probably thinks what I did was proper behavior. However, Anna looked far less impressed. While Anna was giving me the stink eye, I noticed Cedric's easy smile fade away, revealing a decidedly neutral expression. Glaring balefully at me and clenching her teeth, Anna hissed at me, "What were you thinking? You could have been hurt." Rolling my eyes, I waved off her concern and replied, "Well, nothing went wrong, it's fine." Interrupting me, Cedric neutrally asked, "Why didn't you ask me? You know I would have backed you up and gone in there with you." Shooting Cedric an apologetic smile, I replied weakly, "It was my mess that got me into this situation. I wanted to clean it up myself." Shaking his head in disappointment, Cedric replied, "Friends are supposed to count on one another, you can't do everything by yourself." Not about to let me get a word in, Cedric continued, "You were lucky today, what if the beast who lived down there was present? You don't know what the creature is, it could have deadly powers you know nothing about, and you could have easily been killed. Before I could come up with a counter-argument, Cedric continued, did I ever tell you about my grandfather? Curious, I replied, no. A sad look appeared on Cedric's face. After sighing he explained, my grandfather was a curse breaker, he loved exploring ancient ruins and exotic locations. He was kind of famous in certain circles, he was very good at what he did, but that didn't save him. One day, he came upon some information leading to an old abandoned ruin. Curse breakers normally work in small teams, so if they run into a sticky situation, they have backup to help them. But my grandfather's team was busy and wouldn't be available for months. He didn't want to wait that long, so he went into the ruin all by himself, and was never seen again. Hearing Cedric's story about his grandfather killed any notion I had of defending my actions. Holding my hands up in surrender, I said, I'm sorry. I made a mistake. Wanting to lighten the mood a bit, I added, I promise, next time I explore a deadly place where I could die, I will make sure you're there right alongside of me, that way if something goes wrong and we die, at least we die together. Cedric rolled his eyes at my joke and accepted my apology, but I could tell it really bothered him that I left him behind. Looking towards Alicia, it looked like she was fine with how everything turned out. But, seeing Anna's narrowed eyes, I could tell she hadn't forgiven me, and I would be paying for my transgression. Alicia asked, did you at least find your ring? Shaking my head, I responded, no, I think it's trapped down there somewhere. My best guess is that the creature came across it in the forest and took it down to its nest. Pointing at the old leather journal on the table, I informed everyone, this is the beast's journal I found in the abandoned study. I was hoping that by translating the journal, we could learn what he was up to and hopefully get information that would prepare us for an encounter with him. Eyeing everyone hopefully, I said, I don't suppose anyone knows how to read Latin. My hopes were dashed seeing Anna, Cedric, and Alicia all shake their heads. Sighing I said, well, that was a long shot, it's going to take some time for us to get this journal translated. Cedric spoke up with a concern, I don't think it will be very useful to have 4 people trying to translate one journal. Luckily Anna provided a solution to our problem, she had a self-writing quill that was enchanted to copy, but it would take a week or so for the pen to copy out 4 identical books. Concerned, I pointed out, you know those things are forbidden at school, you could get in trouble. Winking and grinning evilly at me, she replied, only if I get caught. We spent some time in silence watching the magical quill write out copies. After a while we decided to call it a day and left the quill copying behind in the room of requirement. Author's note. Sorry about the info dump on vamps. I know that some of the info on vamps is kinda basic, but you can only learn so much from a book. Alex will learn more when he interacts with them. Additionally, for the first time in my story I described Alex's view on Dumbledore. I know not everyone is going to agree with him and that's okay, but in this story it will be his interpretation of Dumbledore and I hope everyone enjoys it. Comment below with your thoughts. Chapter 26. The next few weeks flew by in a blur, and before I knew it, December was upon us, and Christmas break was rapidly approaching. Unfortunately, translating the journal was proving harder than I imagined, as my friends didn't have much time to help. It seemed like our teachers resented the 2 weeks we would be missing and were determined to force everyone to make up for the time we would be missing. One night I found myself poring over the journal in the Ravenclaw common room. Sick of trying to translate the scribbled writings of a madman, I rubbed my eyes in frustration. Across from me I heard someone snicker, really annoyed at whoever was mocking my struggles. I turned and found Jessica sitting on the couch across from me acting all innocent. Scowling at her, I complained, stop distracting me, I'm trying to concentrate. Smirking at me, Jessica teased, what's wrong? Finally, come across something you aren't instantly good at. Pointing towards the journal, I grumbled, oh shut up, you can't imagine how difficult this is. Jessica came over and sat next to me and asked, what are you doing? That doesn't look like any of the homework we have to turn in. Unless you are taking a class I'm unaware of. Glaring hatefully at the journal, I replied, it's not, it's a personal project. I'm trying to translate this old journal I found. It's been incredibly difficult to translate. Curious, Jessica asked, what language is it in? Closing the journal in frustration, I replied, Latin. Jessica's green eyes twinkled, and a delighted look appeared on her face. Shooting me a smug grin, she bragged, looks like I finally found something that I'm better at than you. I just so happen to be fluent in Latin. Wanting to defend myself, I argued, I wouldn't necessarily say that you're better at this than me, I just haven't learned Latin yet. Examining her pink fingertips like she didn't have a care in the world, she asked innocently, is that any way to ask someone a favor? Fighting an urge to strangle her, I had mentally weighed my desire to have the journal translated or telling her to stuff it. In the end, I decided that having the journal translated was more important to me. Sliding the journal over, I asked, Do you think you could translate it for me? Leaning forward, Jessica carefully opened the journal and started perusing the journal. After a few minutes, I asked impatiently, well, can you understand it? Flipping her long raven hair to the side, she looked up and grinned mischievously, sure, but I seem to remember some promise you made earlier in the year to help me out with my spell work. So, I propose a trade, I'll translate this for you, and you help me out with my transfiguration. Not seeing any issues, I replied, deal. Always happy to practice magic, I asked, want to get started right now? Beaming at me, she replied, sure, I'd love to. Not sure where to begin, I asked, what do you even need my help with? From what I've seen, you seem to be ahead of the rest of our peers. Jessica huffed and replied immediately, not as far ahead as you are. Jessica paused for a moment gathering her thoughts before saying, I don't know. How about explaining how you don't seem to have any trouble when Professor McGonagall moves you onto a new object? When you moved on from matches to feathers, it didn't seem to faze you at all. Every time I move to a new object, it's like I regress back to the beginning, and it takes me a while to get the hang of it all over again. How do you do it? As Jessica grumbled, I considered her complaint before carefully responding, I don't think I should be the standard that you compare yourself to. It's not really a fair comparison. Jessica's green eyes narrowed dangerously after hearing my response. Holding up my hand to stop her protest, I went on, I'm not bragging, I just have a thorough understanding of my abilities. If you compare yourself to all the other students in our year, I'd imagine that you are one of the top students. Jessica's jaw clenched in annoyance, and she asked, are you going to help me or not? Seeing how stubborn she was being, I decided she needed a small demonstration. So, I said, it all comes down to the mathematical transfiguration formula. Pulling out a quill and some parchment, I quickly wrote out, T equals, WC/VA, Z. Seeing the formula, she groaned, of course, I know the stupid formula. T is the final representation of the transfigured object. W represents your wand power, which is based on the individual traits of a wand, such as wood type, core, thickness, and length. C is mental concentration, V represents viciousness, which represents the liveliness of an object, A is the mass of the object and Z is currently an unknown factor. We know it affects the formula, but no one has figured it out. Nodding in agreement, I said, exactly, that is what I use to help with my transfiguration. Jessica sputtered in protest, but it's just a theoretical representation of the spell, it doesn't actually do anything. Shaking my head in disagreement, I said, you're missing the point, while it's true you technically don't actually need the formula. It still gives you a good indication how much concentration and energy to use in the spell. Transfiguration is one of the most difficult branches of magic, it's not like the other disciplines at all, if you put too much energy in, or too little, and things can go seriously wrong with the spell. Not to mention the enormous amount of mental concentration that you need to have when picturing the transfiguration. Mastering the formula is half the battle because it lets you free up some of your concentration so that you can focus more on the actual transfiguration. Mulling over my words, she questioned, but last week when you were given a new object, I didn't see you do any calculation. Raising my eyebrow at her, I asked, are you sure about that? Just how close have you been watching me? Her face reddened, and she sputtered, I always keep a close eye on my competition, and I'm sure you didn't do any calculations. Knowing that she wouldn't be satisfied unless I revealed the truth, but also not wanting to crush her dream of outperforming me, I gently said, I did do the calculation, I just did it in my head, it only took about 20 seconds. I've always had a good head for numbers. Jessica looked shaken at my explanation, and after a moment, she replied weakly, but, it's not just a matter of doing the calculations. There is information that is specific to every object, you need to find before doing the calculation, like the mass, and the viciousness of the object. Shaking my head gently, I informed her. Remember, the formula doesn't have to be exact, all the formula really indicates is how difficult the spell is going to be, and it's a good estimate on how much energy you need to put into the spell. So, when you're figuring out the mass if you're close, that's fine, and I have been practicing estimating the mass of objects. As for figuring out the level of viciousness an object has, I have a near-perfect memory, and there are books that give out the level of viciousness of all sorts of material. For example, let's say you're trying to transfigure stone, its viciousness's base level is 1.5. Now having done all that, all I have to do is plug in the numbers and run the calculations in my head. That's why you don't ever see me calculating the formula in class. For the first time since I had known her, some of the fire left her eyes, and she hopelessly mumbled, how the hell am I supposed to compete with that? I'm never going to be able to catch up. See, her crestfallen expression made me sympathize with her. I knew she was under tremendous pressure from her parents to be number one in our class. Knowing that she needed a push, I said, all you need to do is practice. She scoffed at me, and bitterly replied, how is practice going to help me? There is no way I can do the formula in my head. Shaking my head, I replied, sure you can, when you were younger, and you start learning how to do basic mathematics, I imagine, you had to do the problems on parchment. But eventually, you got good enough to do it in your head. This is no difference, it may take you longer to get down, but if you do it enough, I'm sure you can do it. Mulling over my words, some of the fire came back to her eyes, and looking me in the eyes she swore, just you wait, one day I'm going to surpass you, and the top spot will be mine. Glad she was back to her normal self, I smirked and teased, I'll be waiting. We spent the rest of the evening practicing. I was surprised how much fun we had. I love hanging out with my other friends, but they just don't have the same passion about learning magic, but I found with Jessica, a kindred spirit for discovering the deeper mysteries of magic. The next day I found my friends and told them the good news about Jessica being able to help translate the journal and that hopefully, she would have it finished before we left for the winter holiday. Alicia let out a sigh of relief and said, thank heavens, I have had enough of trying to translate the writings of a madman. Cedric silently nodded in agreement, but Anna narrowed her eyes and whispered, you didn't tell her everything, did you? What makes you think you can trust her? She could give the journal to anyone. Defending myself, I said, of course not, I just told her it's an old journal I was trying to translate. Besides, she wouldn't do that, I bet you would like her, she is pretty interesting to hang out with. Anna's lavender eyes glared balefully at me, and she said through her gritted teeth, I doubt it. I was a little confused about Anna's reaction, this was supposed to be good news. Just the other day, she was complaining about being forced to learn Latin on top of Arabic. Now we would have the journal translated in a couple of weeks, and she didn't have to do a thing. What was she so annoyed about? I sent a wordless plea for help towards Cedric, he always seemed to know how to diffuse Anna when she got worked up. Across the table, Cedric looked at me with pity, next to him was Alicia, who looked amused by the whole situation. Luckily, Cedric came to my timely rescue like the good bro that he was and quickly changed the subject to the upcoming Quidditch match later today. He said, so who do you think is going to win later today, Gryffindor or Ravenclaw? Anna looked annoyed at the obvious change of subject, but before she could say anything, Alicia piped up and said, Gryffindor, of course, we've got the best team. Shooting me a sly grin she added, besides, you know Ravenclaw students are too busy with their noses in books, to be competitive Quidditch players. Even though I knew Alicia was trying to get a rise out of me, I decided that her quip needed answering. Sneering back at her I said, oh yay, I'm surprised your dull-headed team can even find their way to the Quidditch field. Anna, always happy to smear the Gryffindors, let go of her annoyance of the quick topic change and added slyly, the best team? Didn't Slytherin flatten you guys earlier this year? I think that it is pretty obvious that Slytherin is the best team. Cedric, wanting to defend the Hufflepuff team, shook his head and added, I don't know if I would agree with you on that. I think that Hufflepuff might have a shot at the cup this year. Anna and Alicia looked at each other in astonishment, then simultaneously burst out laughing. A stubborn look appeared on Cedric's face, and he defended, you never know, it could be their year. Shooting me a look of hope, he added, right, Alex. It took all of my willpower not to make a face at his declaration of a possible victory for the Hufflepuff team. For the first time in a while, one of my rules to live by flashed across my mind. Rule 51, always back up your bro, no matter what, even if he's delusional. Hoping that my friends couldn't tell that the big smile I had on was fake, I nodded sagely and said as earnestly as possible, absolutely, all that would have to happen, is for Ravenclaw, Gryffindor and Slytherin to lose the rest of their matches, why Hufflepuff pretty much has the championship locked down. Anna and Alicia shot each other looks of confusion, they couldn't tell if I was serious or not. After a moment they both scoffed, and the light-hearted bickering continued. As I watched my friends continue arguing about who has the best team and who would win the Quidditch Cup, I couldn't help but smile and be grateful for the friends I had. Chapter 27. Regrettably, Alicia's words turned out to be prophetic. Gryffindor's team flattened Ravenclaw in the match. Later in the evening, while relaxing in the Ravenclaw common room, my roommates were lambasting the loss to Gryffindor. A loud thud rang out as Roger Davis slammed his hand down on the table and complained, 410 points to 60 points, how the hell did that even happen? A low rumble of agreement came from those who were in earshot. Perhaps the most disheartened was Ryan O'Connor. Even though he was a Muggleborn and new to the world of wizardry, he quickly fell in love with Quidditch. In the Muggle world, he had been a huge fan of football, and he had been skeptical of a sport played on broomsticks. But, after being exposed to the wonders of Quidditch, Quidditch had become his new favorite sport. Adding his thoughts to the matter, Ryan gloomily said, in his thick Irish accent, I think that we're going to come in last place this year, considering that we've already lost our first 2 games and only one more game to go. William Moore, perhaps the most level-headed person in our 4-man dorm, spoke up cautiously, luckily, we play Hufflepuff last, and we stand a good chance of beating them, considering that they're worse than us. Ryan melodramatically sighed and replied, knowing our luck, I doubt it. Ryan looked around to see if any members of the Ravenclaw team were nearby, before he quietly added, what we need is some new blood on the team. Deciding to weigh in on the subject, I said, it's too late, they're not going to switch member this late in the season. The best thing to hope for is for better members to try out next year. Right now, 3 of the players including the captain, are in their final year. That means there will be several spots open next year. Roger perked up and said, I've been thinking, we've gotten pretty good during our private Quidditch games. So, next year, I am trying out for the team, and you guys should try out as well. Ryan's face alternated between excitement and worry. Concerned he asked, I don't know guys, I haven't played the game a lot outside of the small pickup games we've played. Not to be discouraged, Roger eagerly responded, that's no problem, we just have to spend the rest of the year practicing and playing Quidditch by ourselves. Hopping on board with the idea, William excitedly added, plus, during the summer, we can get together and continue getting better. By next year's time, we should be good enough for the team. They all looked eagerly at me, not wanting to burst their bubble. I turned my attention back to the Standard Book of Spells Grade 2. When out of the corner of my ear, I heard Ryan plead, come on Alex, you're a great keeper, wouldn't it be amazing if we all got on the team and won the House Cup? Knowing that I couldn't give them any hope or I'd never hear the end of it, I ruthlessly replied, not interested. Seeing my roommate's hopeful expressions fall, made me feel bad, but I was not changing my position. I loved Quidditch, but not enough to waste hundreds of hours practicing. Not when my time was better spent mastering magic. Turning back to my book, I completely missed the mischievous look Roger gave the others. The following 2 weeks quickly passed by, and after many stern warnings not to use magic over the holidays, it was time to go home. The day we all got on the Hogwarts Express and headed home for the holidays was chaotic. Everyone was excited, if not from the 2 weeks free of homework, then being excited to see their families. I couldn't wait to see my family. Being separated from them had only made me more grateful for the family that I had been born into. As I watched the landscape blur by, I couldn't help but wonder what mischief the twins had gotten into and how they had been dealing with being educated by grandmother. I had found out firsthand that while she may look sweet as roses, beneath her innocent smile lies a cunning old wolf. We finally arrived, and there was a mad rush of students trying to get off the train. Cedric, Alicia, Anna and I started slowly moving through the walkways when I heard Jessica call out, "Hey Alex, wait up." Turning, I saw Jessica slowly slipping through the crowd, and when she caught up, she handed me 2 journals. One really old, and the other brand new. Her face was slightly flushed from trying to catch up, and she whispered, "Here are your journals, I finished earlier today, but I got sidetracked on the train." She went quiet for a moment, before continuing, "I don't understand why you needed this translated. From what I could tell, whoever's wrote this was crazy and probably died a terrible death." In a quieter voice, she said, "I hope you're not doing anything stupid. Some of the ideas in the journal would be dangerous and crazy." Not wanting her to be worried or suspicious, I told her the excuse I had prepared. I said, "It's just a project. I found the journal rotting in an old trunk I found in my grandmother's basement. Supposedly we're related to whoever wrote the journal, and I wanted to show it off to her." Relieved by my explanation, Jessica relaxed, and we continued on. When we got off the train, Jessica immediately saw her parents, waved goodbye, and took off. Cedric, Alicia, Anna and I decided to stick together until we found our parents. As the crowd thinned, I started hearing students snicker, and some of my fellow first years shot me looks of pity. A sinking feeling appeared in my gut as I started having a flashback to my mother's singing birthday letter. Muttering hopefully under my breath, "She wouldn't dare." Somehow Cedric, who was in front of me, heard what I said. He turned, pointed his finger, and said, "I'm pretty sure she would." My eyes darted to direction where he was pointing. I groaned loudly, and I found my parents and my little sisters in the center of a small crowd. My little sisters were proudly waving a banner with my face on it, and with moving words that said, "Welcome home Alex. We missed you." It was so ridiculously colorful that I was stunned into silence. After recovering from the assault on my eyes and dignity, I glared at my dad, who gave me a sheepish expression. Knowing that he wasn't to blame, I turned my glare to the one responsible, Mom. Unfortunately my glare seemed to bounce right off, and she pulled me into a hug. Trying to extract myself from her hug was like trying to escape from a very determined octopus. Finally, able to free myself, I found Anna grinning wickedly at me. "Ah, it's so nice to see a family reunite." Seeing the mirth in her lavender eyes, made a plan hatch within my mind, and I decided that I would have my revenge on her before the school year was over. She would never see it coming. In an effort to escape the embarrassing attention, I waved goodbye to my friends and quickly left with my parents. Once we had left the crowd behind, I ruffled Sasha's and Rebecca's dark hair, and I asked fondly, "Did you miss me?" Sasha, always playing the part of the good little sister, gave me an adorable smile and immediately said, "Yes." Rebecca, on the other hand, pretended to think about it before snarkily replying, "Nope." Not missing a beat I shot back, "Well, I guess it's good that I decided to give Sasha your present as well." Unsure if whether I was messing with her, and not willing to chance it. Rebecca immediately backtracked, and latched onto me, saying pitifully, "Big brother, I missed you so much." She spent the rest of our trip home sucking up and trying to gauge whether she was getting her present or not. Dinner was served shortly after we got home. Lola, our house elf, clearly delighted I was back, served my favorite meal. However, during the meal, my mother began ruthlessly interrogating me about my classes. I came to the conclusion that it was highly likely that my mother had been a professional intruder in her past life. Eventually, my dad threw me a lifeline and asked, "How is life in Ravenclaw treating you?" Thankful for the save, I answered, "I'm happy that I got sorted into in Ravenclaw. I guess the sorting hat really knows its business." Dad smiled fondly and said, "Well, after 1,000 years of practice, I should hope so. So, tell me the truth, where is your name on the board?" Smirking, I bragged, "Number 1, of course." Dad gave me a high five, and I asked him a question that had been bugging me. "Dad, when you were in Ravenclaw, did you ever see any magic formulas hidden within the patterns of the wall and ceiling? I swear sometime when I'm not paying attention, I'll see something, but whenever I look closer, it's gone. It's been bugging the crap out of me." Dad went still for a moment before he widely grinned and cheerfully said, "Can't say that I did, but you should follow your instincts. More often than not, they won't lead you astray." I shot him a curious look. The way he had worded that, along with his cheerful tone, was strange. He didn't say he didn't know about it, but rather that he couldn't say that he did. His cheerful tone and choice of words indicated that he knew what it was, but that he couldn't say what it was. The rest of the dinner passed quickly, and Mom sent the girls to bed soon after. Deciding to call it a night, I headed up to my room to wait for the house to fall asleep. Several hours later, when I was sure everyone was sleeping, I grabbed the translated journal and snuck out my window after casting the silencing charm on it. Apparently, Athena was feeling too lazy to fly because she hitched a ride on my broom, and she showed no indication of getting off. Tracking down the back entrance in the dark took longer than I anticipated. I hadn't been through this entrance in years. After paying the price in blood, the portal opened and sent me to the tower. Like last time, as soon as I made it to the tower, Anton began shouting, "Intruder, how dare you breach the inner sanctum of the Fawley family? Begone from this place, otherwise I shall destroy you." Hearing Anton scream the exact same threat as the last time that I came through the back entrance, I felt a moment of déjà vu. Knowing that the screaming and threats would only continue, I called out while heading to the top floor, "Anton, it's me." Anton's voice went silent for a moment, before he questioned, "Alex, is that you? Why didn't you use the main entrance?" After hopping on the platform that would take me to the top floor, I replied, "I'll explain when I get up there." I found the top floor just how I left it, with Anton's painting next to the giant hawk throne. As soon as I came into view, Anton's wolfish gaze bore into me. Feeling his gaze, I couldn't help but feel like I had let him down. He had spent his last remaining years building and fortifying our land only to have his descendant lose the key to the place. Feeling guilty, I decided to stop beating around the bush. Looking Anton in the eyes, I said, "I don't have the ring." A look of bewilderment appeared on his face, and he yelled, "What do you mean you don't have it? How can you not have it?" Too embarrassed to meet his gaze, I told him how I was ambushed by Michael. When I got to the part about how Michael pulled the ring off my frozen finger, Anton looked ready to explode, knowing that how the ring was removed wasn't the worst part. I went on and explained how it had been shot into the Forbidden Forest. It seemed as that was the final straw for Anton. He exclaimed, "Why didn't you attach a sticking charm to the ring? Everyone knows to do that." Although I was somewhat annoyed at myself for not using such a basic solution, I grumbled, "Clearly not everyone know that because I didn't know. Why didn't you put a spell on the ring that would attack someone from taking it?" Snorting in derision, Anton replied sarcastically, "And what would happen if you had a child tug on the ring with curiosity?" Wincing at the thought, I began to understand why there weren't passive attack spell preventing the ring from being taken off. Kids like to play with shiny things, and it would be all too easy for a kid to go after a ring if you were holding him and not being careful. Seeing that I understood Anton's side and said, "It's a pity this Michael didn't put it on, he would have been in a world of pain. But only an idiot would put on an enemy's ring." Curious at what would have happened, I asked, "What would have happened to him?" An evil grin appeared on Anton's face, and he gleefully replied, "Nothing too bad, just a little skin flaying curse I put on it. It moves really fast, it starts with the ring finger, and within a minute it would have traveled up the arm. After 5 minutes, he would have no skin left on his body." My stomach churned a bit at the description, and I asked, "Wouldn't I have gotten in trouble for that?" If anything, Anton's smile grew larger, and he replied, "Nope, it has long been established that wizards have the right to defend their property, and should any wizard seize another's property, they are solely responsible for any and all curses that may affect them. Wagging his eyebrows mischievously, he continued, when I was younger, I used to try to bait my enemies into stealing from me, they made such an interesting test subjects. Mahahaha. Seeing how his mood had lifted, I decided to break the rest of the news. I informed Anton, well, the good news is I know where the ring is located. The bad news is that it's guarded by a monster. Raising an eyebrow, Anton questioned, why don't you just summon the ring? With a frustrated sigh, I replied, that's the first thing I tried, it's being prevented from responding to a summons. I found an underground wizard bunker of some sorts, while I was down there searching I found an ancient vampire trapped behind some circle wards. He said the year he was captured, was in 709, he's been stuck down there for over 1,200 years. According to him, he was captured by a wizard who was experimenting with ways to extend his life, and that the wizard ended up turning himself into a beast. Whatever Anton had been expecting me to say, clearly me finding a cave with a beast and a vampire wasn't it. A solemn look appeared on Anton's face as he considered what I had said. After gathering his thoughts, he said, forget about the ring, it's too dangerous, and it's not worth it. Maybe when you're a little older, you can retake the ring from the beast. Smiling at Anton's concern, I replied, don't worry, I'm not going to foolishly charge in and face the beast unprepared. That is how idiots get killed. Anton raised an eyebrow and said, what is your plan? Shaking my head, I replied, I don't have a full plan yet, there is still so much I don't know about the beast. Once I learn more about the creature, I can plan accordingly. I even got my hands on the wizard's journal. Hopefully, between that and information I get from the vampire will be enough. Pulling out the translated journal, I sat down on the throne and started reading. Author's note. So I want to mention the loss of the ring a bit. Many people argued that Michael stole the ring and that it was a crime, but he was very careful in not actually stealing it. He essentially threw it away. Similar to what Malfoy did to Neville. I hope I explained logically why Michael was able to remove the ring without anything bad happening to him. Anyways, I hope everyone enjoyed the chapter. Comment below with your thoughts. Chapter 28. Opening up the journal, I decided to start from the beginning, hoping that I could gain an understanding of what the wizard had been experimenting on and what the beast guarding the underground fortress was. Day 1. Finally, since arriving on this god-forsaken island, for the first time, I dared to hope for a better future. I found shelter, deep within the earth. When I found the cavern, I knew that this was where I would build my new home. Far from the wizard conclave in Rome, where the conclave sticks its nose in everyone's business. What a bunch of bastards they are, too rooted in tradition and afraid to push boundaries. Luckily, the wizard community on this island is rather clannish, and they seem reluctant to involve themselves in the affairs of others. What a refreshing change of pace. Finally, I can get some work done without some nosy wizards poking around. One day the conclave would regret banishing me, I would return and have my revenge for this embarrassment. I would make sure the name Elias Sejanus was never forgotten. Day 32. I've finished building my stronghold, it's not much, but it will suffice. After contacting some of my old friends who didn't approve of my banishment, I informed them of my new location. Some of them were very interested in my work and have promised to continue to provide funding for my experiments. Day 109. I caught an assassin sneaking around my fortress. Imagine my surprise when I found out it was a vampire. It claimed to just be in the area, but after some persuasion, the creature revealed the truth. It had been sent to kill me by one of the wizards who disapproved of my research. Having had the chance to study one of these creatures before, I was almost grateful to the conclave for sending me a new creature to study. Day 154. Despite the vampire pleading otherwise, I am convinced that the vampire is a creature of death. Earlier today, the vampire had gotten particularly creative with its insults, and I'll admit that I lost my temper, and sent the death curse at it. Imagine my surprise when the curse didn't kill him. Curious if there were other spells that they were similarly immune to, I began experiment. Day 161. After a week of rather grueling tests, I found that vampires were not immune to many magics like I feared. To be precise, they were only immune to 3 spells. Curiously, they are the 3 spells wizards fear most. My current hypothesis is that the 3 spells only work on the living, and since the vampire is an undead abomination, those particular spells have no effect. I took a break from reading the journal so that I could digest what the wizard had said about vampires. From what I understood, he had believed that vampires were undead creatures, but we now know that they are actually fact alive. I could understand how he came to that conclusion. The fact that they are seemingly immune to the death, torture and control curses is strange. Shrugging, I added this curiosity to one of the many things I wanted to study when I had learned more about magic. Turning back to the journal, I continued reading. Day 210. My repeated test on the vampire revealed many interesting results. One result I found myself fascinated with is their healing factor. I found, if given enough blood, vampires can regenerate amputated body parts. Day 300. The more I study this wretched creature, the more convinced I am that it is a failed project of some ancient wizard of the past. I scrounged up what is little known about their race and have found stories dating back several thousand years. However, it can be difficult to track these vampires, they tend to stay in the shadows and avoid scrutiny. Year 2, Day 40. I've decided on my next project, immortally or at the very least, extending my life expectancy. It will be my most stunning achievement. On a side, upon hearing my new direction of study, the vampire offered to turn me. As if I would ever accept losing my magic, I can't imagine any self-respecting wizard would give up their magic and turn themselves into such a lesser creature. But, what if there was a way to extend life and not lose one's magic? Everyone has heard a myth or legend of a wizard or two living longer than normal. If I can figure out a way, the whole wizarding world will remember my name. Year 5, Day 200. After years of failure, I believe I have identified why people age. It seems that as people get older, the essence of particles that makes up a body begins to degrade slowly. If I can find a mechanism to restore a person's particles back to their original state, I believe that I will have cracked the code of immortality. Pausing my reading, I mulled over what Elias had written. Faint memories of my past life began to surface. What it sounded like was that he had discovered when cells replicate, they aren't able to produce a perfect copy, and as people get older, the copy of their cells get worse and worse. Impressed that a 7th century wizard was able to figure that out, I continued reading, curious at what came next. Year 10, Day 52. After years of researching ideas for a potion that would restore a person's essence, I had an interesting idea. Aren't there a few magical creatures with long lifespans? It seems like nature has provided a way for these creatures' particles to restore themselves. If I can find a way to harness that mechanism and combine it with my own essence, I believe that it would restore me to my prime. Year 13, Day 200. I've located the perfect magical creature. It is a rare monster found in the deep within the depths of Britannia. The local magical community has known the creature by many names, but I believe that most of them call it a grindle. It took years to track down and capture one because they are so rare. I believe that with their long lives they rarely breed. I was hoping to capture a pair of them, but just the one I have will have to suffice for now. It is a hideous creature, its shape is humanoid, and it stands taller than most men, with coarse, wiry black hair covering its head. Its glowing yellow eye stood out against its dark green skin. Its dagger-like teeth are designed to rend flesh. Defensive spikes cover portions of its body like its spine, shoulders, and knees. Equally impressive, large razor-sharp claws erupted from its fingers' tips. All in all, it is an impressive creature. I couldn't wait to dissect it. Year 14, Day 1. After numerous tests, I've discovered many interesting things about the creature. Regrettably, my last test required me to put the creature down, but luckily, I believe it allowed me to locate what is responsible for the creature's long life and incredible healing factor. It has a unique organ located near its heart. This incredible organ constantly repairs the creature's particles to perfect condition. If I can find a way to harness this, I will have succeeded. Year 14, Day 160. I'm almost ready. I captured another grindle and was able to successfully remove the organ while keeping it viable. I've sent word to my friends back in Rome. They're excited and have assured me that if this works, I can return to Rome with glory. In a few days, I will know if this last decade has been spent in vain or not. Year 14, Day 165. It's done. I was able to merge the organ into my body. Even better, I seem to be physically stronger, and my magic hasn't been affected whatsoever. Looking in a mirror is all the proof I need to see that it's working as intended. In the morning before the operation, my hair had more gray in it than color, and my skin was full of wrinkles. But now, I've returned back to my prime, and I look like I did when I was in my 20s. I've sent word of my success to my colleagues in Rome. They have promised to join me in a few weeks. Year 14, Day 172. Something has gone wrong with the operation. My skin has begun turning slightly green, and I can see a yellowish tint in my eyes. I need to figure out what is going on before it's too late. Year 14, Day 175. I woke up in the forest today, with blood spattered on my torn robes. I can feel my teeth sharpening. It's becoming harder to think and my thoughts seem sluggish. I panicked and tried to magically remove the organ from my body. However, even after I removed it, it grew back. Panicking, I cut it from my body like a muggle, but it seems like it's become one with my body. I contacted my associates, and informed them of the ongoing situations. They've promised to send help. Fearing that I may lose myself before they get here, I put on an unbreakable collar and bound it to the local area, so that if I go wild, at least I won't disappear from the area, and my colleagues can hopefully find me. I pray that they will be able to fix me, or at the very least put me out of my misery. Year 14, Day. I don't know what day it is. I'm losing time. I checked my reflection again, and was no longer able to fool myself. I would say my transformation is well over halfway complete, and that I'm turning into a grindle. What's worse is that I can feel my mind slipping away. I fear by the time my colleagues get here, there will be nothing left of the wizard I was. Unknown date. Somehow, I was able to claw back to awareness, but I wish I hadn't. I found a set of bloody, torn wizard robes that smell of death. From the flashes I got when I smelled them, I got the sense that I might have eaten whoever they belonged to. I know that should make me feel bad, but for the first time in a long time since the transformation started, the hunger has finally been sated. Upon reading the last paragraph, I realized that it was the final entry in the journal and that it was probably the last time he had human awareness. While thinking about what went wrong, I came to the conclusion that the organ merged with the wizard and slowly subverted its host until it was back in its original form, a grindle. I was in two minds about the wizard. On one hand, he was brilliant in his own way, especially considering how long ago he lived. But on the other, some of the experiments he committed were terrible. I find it kind of ironic that he ended up turned into one of the creatures that he treated so terribly. Karma is a bitch. Deciding that I needed more information on what the strengths and weaknesses of a grindle were, so I asked Anton, "Have you ever heard about a grindle?" Anton replied unhelpfully, "Never heard of them, but the study of magical creatures was really never my thing. You can always check the library on the other floor." After checking the library and not finding anything, I called it a night. Hopefully, when I got back to Hogwarts, I could find some more information on the subject, which will allow me to make a plan to recover my ring, and if I can do it safely, free the vampire. After all, I'd imagine that the services of a vampire assassin might come in handy one day in the future. Author's note. Just so everyone is aware, what was in the chapter was not 15 years worth of entries. I only put in what I considered necessary for the story. So in the future I may add some stuff to it. I hope everyone enjoyed the chapter. And like what the creature ended up being. Also side note, if you notice, I wrote conflicting stories about the vampires. That is deliberate, and as for vampires being immune to the big three, that is a plot that will be hashed out well in the future, so don't worry about it right now. If anyone wants to see what the grindle looks like to me, you should Google grindle and a ton of images should come up. There is one on Pathfinder Wiki that I really liked. Chapter 29. The following day, I made a list of plans and goals I needed to accomplish over the holiday. First up was securing the other Vanishing Cabinet at Borgin and Burke's. If I could successfully retrieve it and move it to the tower, I would have a safe, secure, and undetectable passage into Hogwarts. I also decided that I would need a number of rather questionable items for a 12-year-old to purchase. Thankfully, in Nocturne Alley, they didn't ask questions if you had the money. I was familiar with the best stores to shop at, because of my trips there with my uncle. I bet he would be surprised at everything I had managed to glean from our little trips. Luckily, the one thing I wouldn't need to worry about was money. I'm glad I was born into a family that had wealth. The only reason why my parents even worked, was because not working would have been boring. Besides, when you love your job as they do, it's not really work. And while I believe that it's true that money can't buy happiness, it sure as hell makes life convenient. Knowing that everything I wanted to get could be costly, I dug into my considerable savings that had been growing over the years. I had been slowly saving the allowance my parents had been giving me for years. After counting everything up, I had nearly 1,000 galleons saved up, which should be more than enough for me to purchase everything I was planning on buying. When I got downstairs, I found a familiar scene with everyone sitting around the dining room table preparing for breakfast. Smiling fondly, I sat down and asked, "Dad, can I go with you to the workshop today?" Looking up from the Daily Prophet, Dad questioned, "Are you sure? I would have thought you would have wanted to stay home and relax for a bit." Knowing that I needed an excuse, I replied, "I wanted to pick up a present for the twins. I didn't want to order it through the OWL mailing service. Too much of a chance that the twins would try and discover what I was getting them for Christmas." Wagging his eyebrow, Dad enticed, "Well, I guess that means I can show you what I've been up to lately." Mom glared at both of us and accused, "I know what you're doing, you're just trying to trick him into liking enchanting over potion crafting." Dad shot a smug look at Mom, and righteously defended, "Are you trying to prevent our son from buying his sister's present?" Hearing what was at stake, the twins glared at Mom, silently advocating their thoughts on the conversation. Laughing at my mom's expression, I said, "How about tomorrow, we can spend the day in the potions lab, I can go over everything we did this past semester. Although, to be honest, most of what was taught, you had already shown me." Satisfied that she wasn't totally losing me to the wonders of charm crafting, Mom reluctantly nodded her approval. I didn't have to hard to tell her that while I found potion making useful and often underused by wizards, my heart belongs to the mysteries of charms and transfiguration. Later at the shop, Dad took me to the back, where the real magic was done. Seeing all the interesting objects that my dad was working on lying all around the shop, reminded me of my plan for a communicator for all of my friends. I remember from the books that there were many different ways to go about doing this, nearly all of them consisting of different applications of the Protean charm. I had looked into seeing if I could cast the Protean charm, but it was well beyond my skill level for now. Dad saw me looking around his shop excitedly, and asked, "Anything, in particular, that catches your eye?" Looking up at him, I asked, "Could you make something for my friends and I to communicate with? With all of us in different houses, it can be difficult to track us all down if we want to get together. I thought it would be nice for us to have a way to signal each other if we wanted to meet." Dad stroked his chin thoughtfully and replied, "I assume that whatever method that you use, you would want all the device to be able to communicate with one another." Seeing me nod eagerly, Dad let out an amused snort and teased, "You don't ask for easy things, do you? What are you thinking? A mirror communicator won't work, those only work with 2 mirrors, although I might be able to connect a few journals, where whatever you write in one, will appear in the others." Thinking about it for a moment, I smiled, remembering the golden coins that the army used to communicate with one another. I squashed a small feeling of guilt for ripping off Hermione's idea. Giving Dad a smirk, I said, "Let's talk about coins." Dad loved my idea about the coins and promised to have them done by the time I went back to school. Luckily, after promising I wouldn't take very long, I was able to get out of the workshop. I never got tired of going through Diagon Alley, there were always so many interesting stores to explore. As I made my way through Diagon Alley, I located the entrance to Nocturne Alley. The side street entrance was rather small and unremarkable. Knowing the type of people who did business in this shady alley would take advantage of any sign of weakness, I channeled my uncle's confident swagger and attitude and strode through the entrance. Some of the witches and wizards in the alley looked me over, seeing if I would be an easy mark. I glared back at them silently, promising them that I would be more trouble than I was worth. When I made it to Borgin and Burke's, the shop was just as dirty and dank as the last time I was here. When I passed through the doors, a bell announced my presence within the store. Looking around, I noticed that the store had no other customers. I heard Burke making his way from the back room. When he saw me, he scowled and said, "Come back when you're a little older, boy." Glaring back at him, my hand brushed my purse that was holding my coins. A loud jingle indicated that it was full of coins, and Burke's attitude immediately changed, and his scowl was replaced by a sleazy grin. He asked, "What can I get you, young master wizard? We have many items I think you might find fascinating, many of them are unique and can't be found anywhere else in the world." Running my fingers along the dark wooden grains of the Vanishing Cabinet, I said, "Tell me about this cabinet." Burke glared hatefully at the enormous cabinet taking up space, a lot of space in his store, and gloomily replied, "Dame thing has been taking up space in my store for years. No one wants to buy 1/2 of a set of Vanishing Cabinets." A thought occurred to me, and I said, "Why didn't you just go through and check out the other side?" Burke snorted at me, and replied, "Let me give you some advice, don't ever go through a portal without knowing what's exactly on the other side, you'll live longer." I blushed, remembering I had done just that when I went through an unknown portal the first time I got inside my tower. Wanting to get on with it, I nonchalantly said, "I'll take it." Somehow sensing that I really wanted the cabinet, Burke eyed me thoughtfully. No doubt estimating how much he could charge me and get away with it. After a moment, Burke seemed to come up with a number and said, 400 galleons. My left eye twitched upon hearing the price. Even though I had the money, it was well over what 1/2 of a vanishing pair was worth. Countering his highball offer, I offered a more realistic price and said, 200. After seeing the shark-like smile on his face, I knew I made a mistake when I had immediately countered. It seems he was just testing how determined I was to have the cabinet, and when I countered, instead of protesting the price, it gave my intentions away. Once he was sure that I wasn't leaving without the cabinet, he refused to lower his price at all, and firmly replied, 400. I smiled, knowing that I had an ace up my sleeve. "So," I sneered and said, "I'm surprised you're treating the family of a valued business partner this way." Burke's face scrunched up in confusion, so I added, "You should know my uncle." After pausing for dramatic effect, I continued, "John Fawley." Upon hearing the name of my uncle, Burke blanched, and stammered, "Ah, did I say 400, I meant 200. Ah, it's so nice to have an uncle with connections in the underworld." Sneering back at him, I replied, 150. Burke glared at me and said through clenched teeth, "Deal." Deciding that Burke was too useful of an asset to burn, I didn't push it any further. Looking around the store, I found a few other items that I thought would be useful in the future. From a set of unbreakable manacles, perfect for restraining a monster, to a cursed mask, that will haunt the subconscious of whoever touches it. If you happen to touch it, it will try to drive you crazy, making you see things that aren't there. While this type of curse isn't difficult to break, it's tricky to identify. Most wizards are reluctant to reveal that they are seeing things that aren't really there. I already had a nice target in mind. I was happy with everything that I found. I even bought a few potions that I was hoping would help me deal with the grindle. Luckily, Burke also sold expandable bags that could contain everything I bought. Heading out, I nodded my thanks and made my way back to Diagon Alley. On my way back to my dad's shop, I remembered to stop by a few other shops, so I could grab presents for the twins. Later that night, when everyone in the house was asleep, I snuck out to the tower. After being bitten by the door yet again, I decided that I needed to learn how to perform the minor mending spell, and probably a few other healing spells as well. You never know when knowing how to mend broken bones or skin will come in handy. I made my way to the top floor and removed the Vanishing Cabinet, and set it up against the wall. The levitation spell proved to be very useful in maneuvering the cabinet, considering it weighs probably over 200 pounds. Upon seeing the enormous cabinet, Anton's curiosity was aroused, and he asked, "What is that?" Smiling mischievously, I answered, "This is a solution to many different problems." Opening the cabinet, I stepped inside and closed the door. When I exited, I was back in the room of requirement at Hogwarts. It was still filled to the ceiling with stacks of objects filling up the room. These many objects must have been forgotten, lost, or hidden by students over the last 1,000 years. One day, when I have time, I would need to see if there was anything interesting hiding in here. But, considering most of this stuff was left behind by students, I would imagine most of this crap is just junk, but you never know, I might find something interesting. When I got back to the tower, a wild grin appeared on my face, and I bragged to Anton, "You're looking at the owner of a secret passage into Hogwarts. This cabinet is connected to another inside Hogwarts. Now I can move freely between there and here." Anton whistled in appreciation, but cautioned, "Be careful who you tell, should any of the teachers find out, you can be sure they would destroy it, and they would be less than amused." Heading downstairs, I dug through the library, searching for any information on magic warding circles. What little information I found on the subject, warned me that I would need to find out how to bring down the spell in the correct order. Most magical circles, if breached, have a tendency to banish or destroy whatever is inside and around the circle. Hopefully the wizard kept notes or has the spell written down somewhere in the fortress. Otherwise getting the vampire out of the entrapment safely would be very dangerous, because I sure as hell wasn't risking my life for a stranger that I don't know. Chapter 30. The next day, Mom dragged me into her potions laboratory and started grilling me on everything I had been learning under Professor Snape. After explaining to her about Professor Snape's sink or swim teaching method, she looked upset and scoffed, "That's no way to teach potions to first years. I bet many of the first years haven't ever brewed a potion, especially the Muggleborns. What you're describing would be more appropriate for teaching older students, not 11 and 12-year-olds." Shrugging, I replied, "It's not his fault that many of the students choose to spend their free time goofing off instead of studying and doing their homework. And while Professor Snape often hands out lengthy essays to those who fail, if they actually do the essay well, they will actually learn exactly why their potion didn't succeed and hopefully in the future will not make the same mistake." Sensing my mom's disagreement, I hastily added, "I'm sure that there are probably better teaching methods out there, but my understanding is that the Hogwarts students who end up getting their newts in the subject are some of the best potion masters in the world, probably only second to those who graduate with newts from Castle Bruxo, the magical academy in South America." Mom's face puffed up in preparation to argue whether Hogwarts or Bosbatons produces better potion master, so in an effort to distract her, I asked, "How do you think potions should be taught?" Mom took a moment to prepare her thoughts, and a small smile broke out on her face as she sank into her memories and she fondly explained, "Potion making should be fun. Potions aren't like the other branches of magic. There are no fancy wand movements, or like lifting things into the air or transforming objects, mostly it involves hours of preparation and intense study. To get pupils truly interested in potions you must show them the joys of potion making and all the wondrous things you can brew." I will never forget my first class on potion crafting at Bosbatons. I was hooked instantly. My professor crafted an invisibility potion, and the whole class was spellbound. Besides, as long as you are willing to put the time into it, potions can do pretty much anything other branches of magic can do plus a whole lot more. I tried to picture Professor Snape doing the same, but I just couldn't imagine him utilizing such a soft approach. For better or worse, separating the wheat from the chaff was just Professor Snape's style. He wasn't going to hold anyone's hand and help them along. Students either succeeded or failed, all on their own merit. From what I've witnessed, although Professor Snape is brilliant, I personally think he hates teaching students. More than once I've wondered why Dumbledore keeps him around. His teaching method doesn't bother me, but I believe that my mom's way of teaching would help those who weren't as talented. Seeing as I am going to around him for the foreseeable future, I should probably start looking into learning occlumency. Although I'm sure he doesn't spend all his time trying employing legilimency on random students. From what I already know on the subject, teaching myself will be a pain and will probably take a year or two to learn. Christmas was a lively affair as it always was. I had always found it somewhat curious that wizards celebrate Christmas as it was originally a Christian holiday, and I don't think I've ever met a religious wizard. But as it turns out, wizards all over the world had been celebrating the winter solstice for thousands of years, and Christmas was just one of the many things that Muggleborns brought with them into wizard society. So as time went on, celebrating Christmas just became the norm. Although I'd imagine in other parts of the world, they still only observe the winter solstice. I was pleased with what my dad had gotten me for Christmas. On top of the coins, he gave me a book on enchanting wards. Although some of the theory was still beyond my grasp, sooner or later, I would master it. Before I knew it, the 2 weeks were up, and it was time to head back to Hogwarts. I was determined not to let Mom make an embarrassing scene again. I was able to convince them just to have Dad take me. Because we got such an early start, I was one of the first students who arrived on the platform. After I assured my dad that it was fine to leave me and head back, I got on board the train and waited for my friends to arrive. Cedric, Anna, and Alicia arrived one by one and stuffed themselves into our cabin. As the train began rolling towards Hogwarts, I closed the cabin door and informed everyone, I know what the beast is. Everyone leaned forward in anticipation, and I pronounced, it's a grindle. Like me, Anna and Alicia had no idea what a grindle was, but Cedric reacted when he heard what it was. He questioned, really, those things have been extinct for a long time. Hearing that Cedric had heard about them before, I asked, what do you know about them? I couldn't find any information on them. Seeing how we were all wondering about where his knowledge came from, Cedric explained, I'm not surprised you haven't found any information on them, they've been extinct for well over 1,000 years. I've only heard about them in passing because my dad likes to study magical creatures. Eager to know more, I said, really? How did they go extinct? Shrugging, Cedric replied, from what I can remember, I believe that some grindles did something to some important wizards over 1,000 years ago, so the local wizard community decided to wipe them off the face of the earth. It wasn't very difficult. There weren't very many grindles in the first place. Hearing the explanation, I thought a more likely explanation was that the wizards who had been in communication with Elias were responsible for the extinction of the grindles. They probably wanted to continue the research, so they harvested the remaining grindles. Considering it happened so long ago, the truth was lost to the sands of time. Seeing how difficult it would be to gather information on a species that was wiped out over 1,000 years ago, we all agreed that the best bet would be to search the room of requirement for more information. After explaining that the grindle used to be a wizard, Cedric and Anna looked slightly ill at the thought. However, Alicia calmly accepted what happened to the wizard, and informed us, it's not that unusual, there have been many wizards in the ancient past, who experimented upon themselves with disastrous results. Before we arrived at Hogwarts, I brought out the gold coins and said, so, I thought that it's kinda annoying to track everyone down outside of classes. Over the break I asked my dad to come up with a solution. Holding up a golden coin, I explained, we can use these coins to signal each other to meet up. Pointing out that each coin had a letter indicating each house's name, I continued, you can even signal a specific coin by selecting a specific house. There are also numbers that you can use to indicate a time to meet up. After you send a signal, the other coins will heat up, indicating that someone just sent you a signal. We can use the room of requirement as the designated meeting spot. Everyone seemed to like the idea of being able to send a request to meet up. We had all at one time, or another spent hours tracking someone down throughout the large castle. When we arrived, we took the carriages that were pulled by the Thestals. I couldn't see them, but I knew from the books that they were there. By the time we arrived back at the castle, it was late. After dinner, we all split up and headed to our separate houses. Classes started up the following day, and in Transfiguration, Professor McGonagall motioned for me to stay behind. Curious at what she needed, I waved Alicia on, indicating I would catch up later. Professor McGonagall took a seat at her desk and motioned me forward. As she tapped her fingers on the desk, she seemed to consider me thoughtfully. Seeing her stern expression, I gulped and prayed that she hadn't found out about any of my escapades. After clearing her throat, she said, Mr. Fawley. Even knowing that she had a naturally severe expression, I gulped and said, yes. I slightly winced, hating that my voice came out like a squeak. Seeing how nervous I was, Professor McGonagall let out a small smile and said, you know, it's rare for someone to pick up Transfiguration as quick as you have. You're well ahead of your peers, and I think that you have learned how to transfigure all the inanimate objects I was planning for this year. Today, I sensed that you were slightly bored because you had already learned the technique. She paused, and for a moment I thought she was going to scold me, then she let out the tiniest hint of a smile and said, let's face it, you can only work the same piece of magic so many times before you get bored. Really, the only thing left for you to learn this semester is what we covered during the last 2 months when we move on to live mice. I think you will find working on animals a far more challenging endeavor. Seeing how I wasn't in trouble, I relaxed, and eagerly asked, does this mean you will let me start working on small animals like bugs and mice? Eyeing me thoughtfully, she replied, while I was considering letting you move on to transfiguring mice, I'd like to point out an area I much rather you focus on. She picked up the straw that I had transfigured earlier into a knife and handed it to me and said, you did a fine job on this earlier. The knife is completely metal, it's also functional, and if any of the other students in my class had been able to do this today, I would have given them an outstanding for their grade. But from you, I am expecting more. You have a real talent for transfiguration. She grabbed another piece of straw from her desk and silently waved her wand over it, and I watched as it also turned into a knife. Handing that knife over to me as well, she asked, "Do you see the difference?" I was shocked at finding the incredibly detailed patterns covering the knife's surface. I compared it to the plain knife I turned in and found it lacking. Looking back at Professor McGonagall, I said, "The patterns." Professor McGonagall nodded, indicating that I guessed right, and went on, "Indeed, Mr. Fawley. So, what I want you to start focusing on is working on putting detailed patterns into your work. It might seem pointless, but I promise as you get into more difficult spells, being able to work with such detail will help you one day become a true master of transfiguration." Curious, I asked, "How do you know if someone is a master of transfiguration?" She smirked back at me and said, "Well, the minimum to be considered a master would be getting an outstanding on your newts, and I promise you, wizards and witches who can achieve that grade are few and far in between. That's why I want you to start working on mastering the small and intricate details. Only by laying a deep foundation, will you be able to go far in transfiguration." While I was slightly disappointed that she wasn't letting me work ahead, I sensed that she only had my best intentions in heart. Seeing my crestfallen expression, she added, "Seeing that you have mastered the material so far, I am giving you permission to practice your spell work outside of class time. However, should I get word of you practicing on new transfiguration spells that you have not been taught, there will be severe consequences." Getting the green light to practice transfiguration outside of class made me smile. Normally, they only start letting students practice transfiguration outside of the class beginning in the second year. There is just too much that can go wrong with transfiguration to allow first years to do it. Although I will admit, it was nice to have official permission to practice without supervision. But, considering that I was already planning on practicing by myself, now that I had a good handle on my transfiguration, it didn't really affect my plans much. As the rest of the week moved on, I spent a considerable amount of time practicing working in patterns on the items I transfigured. To merely say it was difficult, undercuts the difficulty of what I was trying to do. As soon as I started working in complicated patterns, part of me understood why many choose not to try this until they were further along in their training. But I was rather determined, and I spent a lot of time, transfiguring object after object, determined that one day, I would become a master. As the weeks continued, I started counting down the days until the next full moon. It was almost time to return to the underground. Chapter 31. Thankfully, the night of the full moon happened on Friday, which according to the vampire, that would mean that the grindle shouldn't be in the cave for the next couple of days. I managed to scrounge up several broomsticks from the room of requirement, and everyone met up at the lake early Saturday morning. Before we took off, I handed out copies of the map that Hagrid had given me to everyone and said, "Let's go over a few things in case something should happen while we're in there. First off, in the case we get separated, head north, and that should bring you back towards Hogwarts." Pointing towards the smiling spider that Hagrid had drawn, I continued, "Next, under no circumstance should you go anywhere near this area. Finally, should you meet with a centaur, treat it with respect, they have been known to attack overly arrogant witches and wizards." As I continued to list out possible dangers, the mood began to shift somewhat, with everyone showing more serious expressions, realizing that our trip through the forest needed to be taken in the proper frame of mind. Before we left, I freed Athena from her collar. After stretching her wings, she took off into the sky. She was an impressive sight with the sun shining off her blue and silver wings. We all got on our brooms and took off after her. After 20 minutes of flying on the old broomsticks, we arrived in the general vicinity of the cave. Before we landed in the clearing, I twisted my wrist, activating my hidden dueling wand holster, which shot out my wand into my hand. Although Athena hadn't given any indication that something was near us, I wasn't taking any chances. Seeing me draw my wand, everyone else followed suit and drew their wands from their robes. I smirked as Alicia had to struggle to get her wand out, and teased, "You should really think about getting one of these. I know the other ones the room provided weren't in very good condition, but you can always order a new one as Cedric and Anna did." This wasn't the first time I had suggested getting a wand holster for her. But for some reason she dug her heels in on this topic. She argued that using a hidden wand holster would mean that she would have an unfair advantage over someone else, and she was confident enough in her own skill not to use one. Her attitude only solidified that the sorting hat put her into the correct house. It was a brave attitude, but in my opinion, also kinda stupid. When Michael ambushed me, it taught me that the best way to approach a confrontation is to seek every advantage to a fight. Even if the holster only gives a small advantage, it is one I will take. Before Alicia could argue with me, we heard a loud snap, as a branch broke. The snap was quickly followed by a panicked squeal and a thud as something hit the ground. Turning hastily towards the sound, I saw Athena lying in a pile of snow looking disgruntled. She had landed on a branch, but it broke under her weight. I tried not to laugh at the offended look she was giving the tree. Brushing the snow off herself, She launched herself at me, climbing up to her favorite perch, secure in the knowledge that at least I wouldn't be dumping her on the ground. Anna broke the silence by giggling. Athena turned her glare from the tree to Anna for daring to laugh at her misfortune. Anna needs to be careful, Athena can be quite vengeful to those who offended her. As we made our way through the snowy forest, the only sound we could hear was our muffled footsteps as we tramped through the snow. Eventually, we arrived at the cave opening. Not about to let my friends be at risk, I took the lead. Raising my wand, I chanted, Lumos. My friends followed suit, and the 4 illumination spells lit up the pitch-black entrance. We slowly made our way down into the deep bowels of the earth. When we arrived at the cavern, I got a much better look at the place because of the additional wand lights. As everyone was looking around the cavern in curiosity, Anna pointed towards the Latin inscription above the entryway and asked, "What does that mean?" Cedric and Alicia both turned in curiosity to see what Anna was talking about. The inscription was one of the first things that I had translated when I had gotten the Latin language primer. Wanting to explain, I said, Ego voluntas e vinco mori junior, it means I shall conquer death. Elias spent almost 15 years dedicated to that goal, and in a twisted way, he kinda succeeded. He is still alive 1,300 years later. Although, if anything of his mind remains within the grindle, I doubt that he is happy about it. Making our way into the fortress, I stopped at the entrance of the nest. The silence in the chamber was unnerving. We all strained our ear to listen for any hint of activity inside, but the only thing I could hear was everyone's breathing. After a moment, I decided it was safe to continue and entered the nest. Like last time, lamps lit up, illuminating the grindle's home. Seemingly waiting for me, no sooner than I entered, Octavius hopefully called out, "Young wizard, is that you?" Ignoring the other doors that lead deeper within the fortress, I made my back to the door where Octavius was imprisoned. Opening the door, we all found Octavius pressed up along the boundaries of his invisible prison. I thought he looked worse than last time. Considering that I didn't return last month, he probably assumed the worst and had given up. From my previous life, I knew nothing was worse than being given hope only to have it ripped away. Upon seeing me, a demented grin showcasing his fangs appeared on his gaunt face, and he cried out, "I knew you wouldn't leave me down, young wizard. When you didn't show last month, I that feared you had decided to abandon me to my fate." Examining the complicated warding circles that kept him trapped, I shook my head and said, "Don't get too excited, I don't think we'll be able to get you out of there until we learn what spells are keeping you trapped." Even after hearing my words of caution, hope still shone on his face. After a moment, he seemed to realize that I wasn't alone and asked curiously, "Who else did you bring with you?" "Your master, perhaps." Shaking my head, I said, "No, just some of my friends. Besides, we don't have a master." The master and apprentice style of teaching died out over 1,000 years ago. It was far too inefficient. Octavius blinked his green eyes rapidly as he processed this new information. Perhaps he was only just now realizing that the whole world he knew was long gone. His face fell for a moment, trying to make light of his situation. He eyed my friends and teased, "Well, since you didn't bring anyone who could free me, I don't suppose you could bring me a snack." Even though I realized he was trying to make a joke about his situation, I couldn't stop the anger coursed through me, and I replied flatly, "I know you're just making a joke. But, if you ever joke about eating one of my friends again, I will leave you to rot in this prison for eternity." Not understanding why I was so annoyed, Anna put her hand on my arm, trying to calm me down. Cedric and Anna had made great strides in learning Arabic but hadn't yet mastered it, so they didn't catch his joke. Alicia, on the other hand, understood it perfectly and sneered a challenge back at Octavius. Once I calmed down, I tried to imagine not eating for 1,300 years. The idea was horrifying, so I added grudgingly, "If we end up not being able to free you, I will let someone know you are trapped down here. As for getting you some blood to drink, I have a few contacts that might be able to help." Faint hope appeared back in Octavius's eyes, and he asked, "How long do you think it will take to free me?" Shrugging, I said, "It depends on if we can find out what spells he used. Once we know, then we can work on dispelling them." Anxious to be free, Octavius pleaded, "Can't you just wave your wand around? Surely getting dispelling a barrier can't be too difficult." Not about to be rushed into doing something stupid, I explained, "That's not how it works. There are hundreds of ways to contain something inside a ward. Each one would have a specific way to deactivate it, and if we go poking around, we could make the situation worse." Grumbling bitterly, Octavius mumbled, "I don't see how it could get worse." Rolling my eyes, I scolded, "Oh, stop complaining. We're going to go look around and see if we can find anything useful." Turning to my friends I said, "All right, we have 2 objectives we need to accomplish quickly, just in case the grindle comes back from his hunt early. First, we need to find my ring. Second, we need to look for any books down here. Hopefully, one of them will describe what was used to imprison Octavius." Alicia looked a little too enthusiastic after she heard about the possibility of the grindle returning. She eagerly said, "How about we just fight the grindle? That way, after we defeat it, we'll have all the time in the world to search this place." After considering her idea for a moment, I shook my head and said, "It very well may come to that, but I would prefer to gather more information about the capabilities of a grindle unless we have no choice. Besides, choosing to engage with a creature we know nothing about sounds like a recipe for disaster." I tried not to laugh as Alicia looked bitterly disappointed at being denied a chance to fight the grindle. Apparently, she had been looking forward to challenging the grindle. I'm beginning to think that wanting to fight monsters might be a prerequisite for being in Gryffindor. Before we left the room to begin our search, Octavius called out ominously, "Take care in exploring the lower level, the wizard set up a strange enchantment. If you get caught in it, you will be frozen forever, and the only way to make it through safely is with the wizard's bracer." Upon hearing his warning, a sinking feeling welled up inside of my stomach. I just knew that finding my ring was not going to be easy. That stupid grindle probably found my ring in the forest and went and put it behind the barrier, which would explain why it was unable to be summoned. "I don't suppose you happen to know where the bracer is?" I asked, hopefully. Octavius replied unhelpfully, "Sure, the last time I saw it, it was on the right arm of the beast." Of course it was, nothing could ever be easy. I stubbornly held out hope that my ring wasn't behind the magical barrier Octavius had mentioned. So, we started the search in the main nest area, and I was determined not to miss a thing. While a thorough search revealed many interesting things, such as ancient spells books, notes detailing Elias experiments, old potions bottles containing who knows what, and I was pretty sure the strange organ I had found last time in the dust room was one of the original Grendel's organs Elias experimented with. Planning to sort everything out later, we started bagging up everything we thought could be useful or interesting. Finally, I was forced to admit that my ring was not on the main floor, and we would need to descend to the next level. Opening the only door we hadn't searched revealed an unlit stone staircase leading into darkness. Similar to the main floor, when we entered, torches bolted into the wall lit up, exposing the stairwell. Curious at what we would find, Anna brushed past me, wanting to be the first downstairs. Following closely behind, I ran into her when she stopped suddenly at the last step. Before I could ask her why she stopped, I saw what had surprised her. Across the room were chunks of precious metals like gold and silver, that looked like they had been pulled from the earth. Other strange objects also decorated the room, like wood carvings that had been shaped in strange patterns. I even spotted my ring placed carefully among the objects. Whatever all this was, it was clear that the Grendel prized all of these things dearly. Every object looked like it had been reverently placed and well cared for. In the middle of the room was a stone stalagmite growing from the rock. It was decorated with organic geometric symbols, and embedded at the top was a glowing, chipped stone that was constantly shifting colors. Something about the stone bothered me. I was sure I had read something about a stone like this when I was young. While I was going through my memories, Anna took a step forward off the stairs, transfixed by the scene. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a moth unmoving in midair, almost like it was frozen in time. I suddenly remembered what I had read all those years ago. Horrified, I stepped forward and grabbed Anna, pulling her back towards me. I took a quick step back towards the stairs, pulling Anna along. As soon as we got back to the stairs, Cedric and Alicia were waiting for us with panicked looks on their faces. Anna, not really understanding what was wrong with everyone, asked curiously, "Why is everyone so panicked?" Pointing back towards the chipped glowing stone, I explained in disbelief, "That's a chronosphere, otherwise known as a time stone. They are unbelievably rare. Wizards have only ever found a handful of them throughout all of history." Looking back towards Cedric and Alicia, I asked, "How long were we stuck in there?" Cedric tersely replied, "Around half an hour. Had you been much longer, we were going to get the headmaster." Anna asked, "What do you mean we were in there for 30 minutes? It was more like 3 seconds. Correcting her assumptions, I explained, "Time gets a little funny around time stones. You see those geometric symbols? I think those are an enchantment which is boosting its effects. My guess is that the distortion effects get worse the closer you get until time is almost completely frozen. There is a moth above the stone. I bet that it has been trapped in there for centuries, completely unaware that time is moving so slow it might as well be stopped." Realizing how close she had come to disaster, Anna shot me a grateful look and said, "Thank heavens that you were close enough to stop me before I got any closer. I can't imagine what would have happened to me if you hadn't been so close and responded so quickly. I could have been trapped in there forever." Scowling at the thought of Anna being trapped in a time field, I responded, "Not forever, only long enough for me to track and kill the Grendel." Looking at my trapped ring, I completely missed Anna's face, reddening at my fierce declaration. After considering my ring for a few moments, I said, "I bet you all that the missing chip in the time stone is in the bracer that Octavius mentioned. I imagine it lets him pass through unobstructed, which means the only way to get my ring back is to get a hold of the bracer. Alicia, it looks like you're getting your wish. We're going to have to go Grendel hunting." Author's note. Before any ask, I want to state that there will be no time travel shenanigans in this fanfic. Why? Because time travel ruins everything. Chapter 32. After accepting that I would not be getting my ring back for some time, we all headed back upstairs. When I made it back to the room containing Octavius, I glared at him and said, "You could have warned us that there was a time trap down there." Octavius turned his head in confusion, and defended, "I told you there was an enchantment down there, and I don't know what the hell a time trap is. All I remember is when I was snooping around the place, 1 second I was down there, and the next thing I knew, I was trapped in here." Sighing in frustration, I had wanted to blame him for how close to disaster Anna had come to. But, from the sound of it, he didn't know what was down there. Before I could go on, Cedric interrupted us and said, "Alex, it's getting pretty late, we should probably be heading back soon." After calculating the amount of time we had been down here, I realized he was right, and it time to get going, so I said, "Sorry, Octavius, we need to get going back to school." Octavius looked ready to protest, so to comfort him, I explained, "The good news is we found dozens of books, and I bet one of has the describes the enchantments you're trapped behind. Once I learn how to dispel the enchantments, we will return and free you." Hearing about his impending freedom seemed to mollify him. "How long will that take?" Octavius questioned. I glanced down at the enchantments imprisoning him, trying to get a better sense of them, and said, "It depends on how long it takes to translate the book. It looks like you have at least 3 wards locking you inside. My guess is at least several months." Octavius groaned, and said, "Well, I've been in here for so long, what is a few more months?" Bidding Octavius farewell, we all headed back to the surface. The trip back to Hogwarts was brief and uneventful, and by the time we arrived, it was nearly dinner time. After dropping off everything at the room of requirement, we all headed off to the Great Hall, promising to meet back up after dinner. After dinner, we all met back up at the room of requirement, and we started with the books. We began separating them into 2 main piles, with one containing ancient spell books and in the other, all the research journals that Elias had recorded his experiments. Although I was interested in Elias's research, I wasn't even going to bother translating his research until I had mastered Latin. Instead, I turned my attention to the spell books. They were the ones that most likely contained the information that I needed to break out Octavius from his cage. Eventually, Anna came over and handed me a book and said, "I'll bet that this is the book containing the information that we need." Carefully opening the ancient book, although I couldn't read its contents, there were many depictions of wards inside the book. Grinning back at Anna, I said, "You're right, this is it. It's annoying it's in Latin, but once it's translated, we can get to work." In a casual tone, Anna questioned, "Are you going to translate it yourself, or ask someone to help you?" Not taking my eyes off the detailed drawings, I absently answered, "I've made great strides with my Latin studies, so I am going to translate it." I missed the happy look that appeared on Anna's face, and she replied, "That's good. How long do you think it will take?" Looking at the thickness of the tome, I said, "Hopefully, not too long. I'm more concerned about how long it will take to master the spells." Soon, it was time to call it a night, and we all headed back to our dorms. It ended up taking me over a month to translate, and by February, I had started getting the hang of translating Latin into English. One thing nice about translating the material is that as I translated the book, I was also learning the material. Of all the things I learned, one of the most interesting was the need for layering wards. There would never be a single wondrous all-powerful enchantment. To create the best protection, you had to layer your spells. It seemed that the best way to go about creating practical barriers and wards was to leave an exception or loophole in your spell. Then cover that exception with an additional enchantment. By creating a loophole in a spell, it allows the spell to become much more powerful, whereas if you tried to create a general all-purpose ward, you might succeed, but the effects would be rather weak. The more I considered this, the more it made sense. All of the wards and enchantments that I've heard about seem to have an exception within them. For example, the unplottable charm, it prevents a place from being put on a map, which would let others know of its location, but the spell does absolutely nothing should you walk up and see it in person. This rule can even be seen in the Fidelius charm, which is the most durable protective charm that there is. The spell makes a place absolutely unfindable unless you are told about it from the secret keeper. I was able to identify that Elias had used 3 different wards to trap Octavius. The first was a ward against vampires. Next, it seemed a barrier against physical objects, probably to prevent Octavius from throwing something at deadly speeds. Finally, an enchantment against non-physical objects from passing through. It seemed that Elias took no chances with Octavius. One interesting thing I learned was all these wards only work one way. If we needed to, we would be able to pass stuff to Octavius. The other useful thing I learned was that wards such as these were not as useful against wizards. The book warned that even if you took a strong wizard's wand away, if they have had any knowledge about wards, they still might be able to break the wards. This would explain why they use Dementors in the wizard's prison, although I am curious about the methods used by other countries to imprison wizards. While I was happy to identify the spells containing Octavius, I struggled with being to cast them. They were complicated and advanced forms of magic. Luckily, after conferring with my father, I learned that it was easier to dismantle wards, compared to casting them. The only issue I ran into was it was impossible to practice the dispelling spell without practicing on an actual enchantment. Racking my brains for an answer, I had two main objectives that I needed to accomplish. First, being able to practice dismantling wards, and next, I needed information on Grendel. For the first time, the room had failed me. The information it had able to provide on Grendels was vague and full of nonsensical rumors. Not surprising because Grendels had been wiped out before Hogwarts had even been founded. I considered going to Hagrid's hut and asking him, but his advice on dealing with a Grendel would no doubt be to make friends with it. I love him, but he has a huge blind spot when it comes to magical creatures. Besides, his Garmr had been growing rather large, and they had been making me wary of visiting. I imagine it won't be too long before he is forced to get rid of them. From what I've noticed, they are becoming rather bloodthirsty. He'll probably release them in the forest as he has with so many other creatures. But then, I had an idea that would solve both of my problems at the same time. If I remember correctly from the books, there was a rather talented red-headed wizard in Gryffindor that had a talent for dealing with magical creatures. It was time to track down the Weasley twins. The following day I tracked down the twins. It wasn't too tricky, chaos seemed to follow them around. I found them smirking at Argus Filch, who was scrubbing the castle floor. It looks as though someone had learned about Filch's obsessive need for the floors to be clean and had used mud to spell out Filch's name, in giant-sized words. Filch was glaring at each passing student as if everyone was a suspect in this grave crime. When I caught up with the twins, I asked, admiring your handiwork. Fred, or the twin who I assumed was Fred, turned around and protested his innocence. I don't know what you're talking about, George, and I are just admiring a man dedicated to his craft. Adding to Fred's protest, George grinned mischievously, and earnestly said, besides, I'm sure whoever scrawled Filch's name with mud, just wanted him to have something to justify his job. After all, if there were no messes to clean up, Filch would be out of a job. If you think about it, Filch really should be thanking whoever did the deed. George and Fred delivered their speeches with such earnestness and honesty, that if had I not known them, I would have believed that they were innocent. Raising my eyebrow, I said, you would be more convincing if you didn't have mud on your robes. Unable to stop themselves, the twins panicked and gave their robes a look over. After seeing that there was no mud on their robes, they looked back accusingly at me, so I smirked and teased, if you are so innocent, why were you looking for mud? A sheepish look appeared on Fred's face, and he said, you got us, mate. You look like you need something, what's up? Motioning for the twins to follow, I led them to a deserted corridor, and asked, I have a favor that I need to ask. What is it? George asked. Knowing that my request would be strange no matter how I phrased it, I went ahead and said, I need an introduction to your older brother, Charlie. Fred and George looked at each other confusion, probably wondering how I knew about their brother. Fred asked, what you need to speak with Charlie about? As I looked at the twins' curiosity, I mentally weighed my options. On the one hand, I'm sure I could tell them some random excuse and get them to introduce me. But on the other, from what I have witnessed from them over the past year, they are fiercely loyal to those they call friends. Even better, they have no problem breaking the rules and keeping secrets. Taking a deep breath, I decided to tell them everything. When I had finished, the twins looked torn from being impressed, and jealous at everything my friends and I had been through. After a moment of silence, Fred said, well, if anyone in this place has an idea how to deal with a wild beast, it's Charlie. But you can't actually tell him about the Grendel, he isn't as flexible with the rules. We will have to be creative when trying to get the information. After Fred fell silent, George added, and as for the other issue, it should be easy for us to get him to cast a ward for you to practice against. We spent the rest of the hour or so coming up with a plan, to get Charlie to help out without knowing what was really going on. Author's note. I hope I was clear on my explanation on the exception rule when it comes to wards and enchantments. From my understanding, a lot of the magic in Harry Potter was like that. Consider the age line from the 4th book, it prevented people from crossing, but the exception was if you were over the age of 17 it would let you cross. That is how I view the rule in my mind. I hope everyone enjoyed the chapter. Let me know what you guys think in the comments below. Chapter 33. Once we had come up with the plan, Fred pulled out the Marauders map and started looking for Charlie on it. After a thorough search, Fred found Charlie out at the Quidditch field with the rest of the Gryffindor Quidditch team practicing for their last match of the season. Once we had arrived, not wanting to disturb the players, we observed silently from the stands. Once the practice was finished, George motioned for Charlie to join us. Seeing the tall, stocky red-headed Weasley, headed our way, I noticed that he was one of the most muscled wizards that I have ever seen. As he lumbered over, a sincere smile appeared on his face, obviously happy to see his brothers. Charlie spoke in a surprisingly soft voice, and good-naturedly teased, counting down the days till you can get on the team. George grumbled, it's not fair that they don't let first years on the team. Fred and I would be better beaters than what you have right now. Fred promised, no matter, next year, there will be no stopping us, we'll be the terrors of the sky. Hearing Fred's promise, I started feeling sorry for the other teams. Next year, Gryffindor would have some of the most talented and chaotic beaters ever to play for their team, no one would be safe from the Bloodjars. Charlie smiled and asked, so what are you little troublemakers up to, some new scheme to drive Filch mad this year? An evil grin appeared on George's face, and he said, of course not, does driving Filch crazy in 1 year sound like something we would do? An identical evil grin appeared on Fred's face as well, and he added, besides what fun would that be, it's far more fun to spread it out, we plan to have a lot of fun with him over the next 7 years. Charlie nodded towards me and asked, who's this? Holding out my hand, I said, I'm Alex. As he shook my hand, George stated, Alex needs some help with a project of his, and we're hoping that you can help him with it. Charlie looked at all of us suspiciously, no doubt thinking we were up to something. It didn't help that George and Fred were both trying to look innocent, which had the opposite effect. Deciding to step in, I said, I'm trying to learn how to dismantle a ward. Charlie looked at me in disbelief and said, that's nuts, that advanced magic. Shaking my head, I explained, I'm not trying to cast a ward, I'm trying to learn how to dismantle one. I've read that it's easier to take one apart than casting. Eyeing me thoughtfully, Charlie mused, well, I suppose that is true. Why do you need to learn how to do it? Most wards are there for a reason, it sounds like you're trying to break into something. Sensing that Charlie was becoming too suspicious, George revealed the ace hiding up his sleeves, and said, June 6, 1985. I didn't know what that meant, but looking at Charlie's horrified face, I'm guessing something happened. Charlie looked around anxiously and whispered, you promised never to speak of that incident again. Fred grinned and said, and we won't, but remember you owe us, and we're calling in your marker. Charlie grumbled and said, fine, where do you want to do this? I smiled, and said, follow me, I have the perfect place. I lead them to the 7th floor to the room of requirement. When we got nearer, the room appeared. Fred and George looked at each other in confusion, this room wasn't on their map. I motioned to them that I would explain later, and when I opened the door, a small unused classroom was revealed. Charlie looked around in confusion and said, hey, I could have sworn that I've been here before, but it looked different. While I planned on telling Fred and George, I didn't want everyone in the castle knowing about the room. So I awkwardly said, well, a lot of these rooms look similar, you probably just went into a similar room. Looking around the room, Charlie asked, so, what type of ward do you need me to set up? I pulled out the book that I translated containing wards and handed it to Charlie and said, on page 29 there is a ward against physical objects, that's the one I was hoping for you to cast. Opening the book, Charlie started reading, finding the spell, he looked up in confusion and said, I don't recognize this spell. Worried, I asked, will that be a problem? Shaking his head, Charlie explained, no, but I need to study this for a few minutes. I have reviewed similar spells to this, so it shouldn't take me too long. While Charlie was studying the spellbook, I casually asked, so, Fred and George were telling me that you are interested in becoming a magi-zoologist. Charlie answered without looking up from the book, yes, I've always found that working with creatures is preferable to working with people. Hearing Charlie's response, I knew I had something that would pique his interest, so I suggested, maybe sometime, I can introduce you to Athena, she is a Lamisu. Charlie looked up in surprise and clarified, did you say you have a Lamisu? How on earth did you get one? Their mothers usually never let their eggs out of their sight, and even then, Lamises are incredibly picky about choosing who to bond with. They have been known to refuse to hatch if they disapprove of the person who has their egg. Shrugging, I grinned and said, my uncle got the egg for me, and I guess I'm just lucky Athena liked me. Now that I had his attention, I casually said, speaking of magical creatures. Have you ever heard anything about a grindle? Charlie grinned at me and asked, do you have an interest in magical creatures? There aren't very many people who even know what a grindle is because of how long ago they were wiped out. I shook my head and said, no, it was just an old story my uncle told me about them, and I was trying to get more information on them. Charlie sighed and complained, I wish I could help you more, but information about them is sparse. There weren't very many of them, besides, back then, a lot of wizards guarded their knowledge fiercely, unwilling to share it outside of their families and apprentices. This led to a lot of information being lost. It wasn't until the Hogwarts was founded that wizards in Britain started pooling their information, and by then, grindles had been extinct for centuries. I tried not to let the frustration show on my face, gloomily I said, so you don't know anything. Charlie shrugged and said, well, Legend has it that they were long-lived, incredibly strong, had healing that was so powerful, they could regrow limbs in minutes. Outside of those rumors, we don't know what they were capable of. I winced at hearing how fast the grindles could supposedly heal. An accelerated healing factor likely indicated that spells wouldn't last very long against them. Not wanting to raise Charlie's suspicion, I let the conversation drift into silence. Grumbling to myself, fine, if I can't find a specific weakness to attack the grindle, I will simply have to prepare for any possible scenario that way, no matter what the grindle does. I will be ready for it. 30 minutes later, and I was looking for a ward that prevented physical objects from crossing the boundaries. As I looked at the glowing circle on the ground, I grinned and said, "Thanks Charlie, I owe you one." Waving off my gratitude, he said, "Don't worry about it, I owed the twins, and this cleans the slate." He glared at the twins and added, "Right." Innocent grins on their faces, the twins responded in unison, "Right." As soon as Charlie left, Fred turned and asked, "What is this place?" "Yay, it's not on the map, everything is on the map," George added. Smiling fondly at the room, I said, "This is known as the Room of Requirement, and you won't find it on that map of yours. Almost anything you need can found if you ask for it correctly. There are limits, but it's probably the most powerful enchantment I've ever seen or heard about. So, say I wanted a broom," George said. As he finished, several brooms appeared in the corner of the room. Fred and George looked at each other, grinned in unison, and said, "Wicked." While they were testing out the enchantment of the room, I turned my attention to the ward in the center of the room. Charlie had set this one up opposite of the one holding Octavius. It only prevented physical objects from crossing, where the other prevented physical objects from leaving. I had wanted him to set it up the same as the one containing Octavius, but he had insisted on doing it this way as a safety precaution. Now that I had something to practice against, it was only a matter of time before I mastered dismantling wards. Over the next month, my free time was spent in the Room of Requirement, working on taking down the enchantment. Additionally, in preparation for confronting the grindle, I began spending time preparing for any scenario that might come up. One great thing about the Room of Requirement was that it was able to provide access to Hogwarts potion ingredients. Although I'm sure this would end up driving Professor Snape mad as he tried to figure out why his potion ingredients were disappearing. The great thing about potions is that if you were willing to put in the time and effort, there were potion recipes for almost anything. The only downside to potions was that they were temporary and took a great deal of time to prepare. I ended up crafting dozens of different types of potions, all of which were designed to help any unforeseen circumstances that might happen. Knowing that potions alone wouldn't be enough, I started working on more aggressive spells and curses, such as the Cutting Charm, Blasting Curse, and the Full Body Bind Curse and many others. Guessing that being able to hit the grindle with a spell might be difficult if they were able to move fast, I got the Room of Requirement to provide some blood jars, which made for great moving target practice. Not alone in my pursuit to prepare, my friends often joined in the practice. One day, just as I was getting comfortable keeping track and being able to hit one bludger with spells, I heard Anna snicker at me, and yell, "Watch out!" As I turned, I blanched as I saw an additional bludger headed my way. "Are you crazy?" I shouted while dodging an angry bludger that was doing its best job to damage my skull. Anna grinned and innocently said, "What? You said you wanted to prepare for the unexpected, and I'll bet you weren't expecting that. Besides, you were getting too good dealing with only one bludger, this way, you will be more effective." Glaring at her, I said, "You do realize that you're just as much a target as me in here?" She grinned and pointed at the bludgers who seemed to dislike me, as they were ignoring everyone else. "Are you sure?" she asked, "they seem to be ignoring me." Seeing the unbearably smug look on her face, I decided she required a lesson. Luckily the room read my intent, and several more boxes containing blood jars appeared near me. When she saw the boxes, she panicked and said, "You wouldn't dare." Busting out my own Cheshire Cat grin, I opened the chest containing more blood jars, and said, "I would." Soon, there were a total of 6 blood jars flying around the room, bouncing off the walls in their attempt to bludgeon us. We spent the next half hour dodging and ducking while we tried to deal with them. But, at least I wasn't the only one who had to deal with dodging the blood jars. Chapter 34. One day in late March, I was in the Room of Requirement all by myself. What was convenient about the room was that I could ask it to set up a random scenario of targets, and it would provide it. During this last random placement, I found myself ducking an angry Beahuger in the Room of Requirement, with 3 wooden mannequins surrounding me. Once I had dodged, I pointed my wand at a stationary target and shouted, "Reducto." A red beam of light burst out of my wand and hit one of the mannequins, reducing it to ash. Seeing the target reduced to ash, I've found that the Blasting Curse, while not sufficient on living things, works fantastic against objects. In an attempt to punish me for my lack of attention, another bludger nearly took my head off. While I've gotten pretty good at keeping track of multiple bludger as well as being able to hit them with spells, Sometimes, it can be challenging to keep track of everything when spellcasting gets involved. I quashed my instinct to hurl the blasting curse against the bludger. If I used the blasting curse against it, I would eventually run out of blood jars. Instead I chanted, Immobilis. And a pale blue light hit the bludger, freezing it in place. What was fascinating about the freezing charm, was that it had so many applications to it, it was only limited by the imagination. Continuing on, I turned to face another mannequin, and shouted, Defendo. This time, no light burst from my wand, but the mannequin was split into two pieces by the severing charm. The final two bludger coordinated their assault. But, I quickly froze them in place, like I had with the earlier one. As for the final mannequin, I pointed my wand at it, but this time, I chanted, Petrificus Totalis. This time a small burst of light erupted from my wand, but that was the only indication given that a spell was cast. It was difficult to know if you hit an inanimate object full body bind curse, because other than the small flash of light, the spell was invisible, similar to the severing charm. It was curious how some magic spells revealed burst of color, and others were nearly invisible. The total time to take down all the objects was less than a minute. I was pleased with the visible progress that I had been making over the past 2 months. Deciding that I had enough practical training today, I turned my attention to the ward that had been left in the room of requirement. Trying to take down the wards had been a blow to my pride and a lesson in frustration. I had figured that it wouldn't take me more than a week or two, before I had figured it out and taken it apart. Apparently, the universe thought I needed humbling. I had felt that since I was so far ahead in my classes, that this would have been a breeze for me. I was even almost finished learning all of my second-year charm and defense against the dark arts spells. Even moving on to live mice and transfiguration didn't slow me down at all. Although I will admit, trying to transfigure an animal required a more considerable amount of concentration, due to living creatures having a higher viciousness level. And yet, even with all of that, it had been nearly 6 weeks since Charlie had laid the ward down and I was still struggling with taking it apart, and I still didn't feel close to taking it down. Deciding that I wasn't getting anywhere by myself, there was only so much one could learn from a book, and I felt that I needed some advice if I wanted to move forward. After calling forth the Vanishing Cabinet, I made my way to the tower to speak with Anton on the subject. Thankfully, Anton did not start his caterwauling as soon as I arrived, even though I didn't have the ring. As I haven't felt the need to visit before, Anton looked gleeful at my arrival. What can I do for you, Alex? He asked. Frustrated at my lack of progress, I said, I need some help. I've been trying to learn how to bring down a ward, but I haven't made any progress in the last 6 weeks. Stroking his bushy beard, Anton replied, well, that isn't very surprising, wards are an advanced area of magic. I know, but taking them down should be easier, I argued. Well, why don't you tell me how you are trying to bring down the ward? Anton soothed. After gathering my thoughts for a moment, I said, well, the counter spell for this warding spell is, Tolera Impedimentum. And all the instructions from the spell books seem to be worthless. I successfully casted the counter for the wards dozens of times. And while I can tell that I release a burst of magic, nothing seems to happen to the ward. Anton eyed me thoughtfully, and explained, you know, there is a reason why this magic is advanced. You can't just wave your wand and say the incantation with this type of magic. You have to be able to insert your counterspell into the ward's knot. Before I could interrupt, he continued, it's not an actual knot in your spell. That's just what we called it back in my day, it's kinda hard to explain. It's best to think of it as a specific starting point for your counterspell, and that's just the halfway point. Once you've successfully attached your counterspell into the ward, there is more work to be done. Confused, I interjected, how do I find the knot? Anton shrugged and explained, like any other skill, you have to practice until you get better at finding it. Some people are better at picking up signs than others. What you need to do is to study every aspect of the ward. You won't see it, but you should be able to eventually at least feel it. But, remember, this is normally a skill developed over time, don't be discouraged if you can't do it right away. Ignoring his warning that I might not be able to sense it, I nodded my understanding, and asked, once I've found the knot, then what do I do? Anton replied, using his arms to help demonstrate, next, what you want to do is force your magic into the ward itself, similarly to how roots force their way through the ground. This can be tricky. The more skilled or powerful the wizard who made the ward, the higher level of difficulty locating the knot and forcing your way through can be. Likewise, a more powerful or skilled wizard will have less trouble getting through as well. Another thing to keep in mind, every ward needs to be approached slightly different, because each ward will be unique to the wizard who laid it down. After mulling over everything Anton said, I decided to head back to Hogwarts to practice sensing the knot in the ward. Once I got back to the room of requirement, I pulled up a chair, next to the ward that Charlie left, and began to study it. The glowing white ward was a simple circle. One fascinating thing about the circle is that it reacts to people. If I'm across the room, the glow is so faint that one can barely see it, but the close I get, the more it lights up. After examining every inch of the ward, I concluded that whatever the knot is, it isn't visible to the naked eye. Shutting my eyes in concentration, I tried to feel the magic. 30 frustrating minutes later, and I still didn't feel anything. Maybe this was a sixth sense or something like that I needed to develop. As soon as the idea about it being a sense that I need to develop, I had an interesting thought. When I was home for the holidays, I found a few interesting hexes in Anton's library. The hexes were able to make a person blind and deaf, and it only lasted around half an hour. So I wouldn't need to fear being permanently affected. Perhaps if I removed my own senses, I would be able to develop whatever I needed to be able to sense the ward. Hoping this wasn't a mistake, I pointed my wand at myself and chanted, Inoritus. Immediately I lost all sense of hearing, and the quiet was extremely unsettling. Usually, even if you are all alone and it's quiet, there is still noise out there that you can hear. But, this spell removed all of that, there was just absolutely nothing to hear. I immediately realized that I probably should have struck myself blind first. So, that I could actually hear myself say the spell. Not wanting to wait, I said, Caucus. At once, everything disappeared, it was like I was floating in a sea of absolute darkness. Combined with my lack of hearing, it was probably the most vulnerable I have ever felt in my life. Knowing I had done this with a purpose, I got back to work. I reached out with my senses trying to feel anything about the ward, and what I found was nothing. After chasing away a moment of doubt, I continued meditating. 30 minutes later, and nothing changed except for the spells wearing off. Determined to continue, I simply recast the spells and started all over again and again all night until it was time for light. When that didn't work, during the following 2 weeks, I spent every spare moment in the room of requirement practicing. Finally, one day, when I was meditating next to the ward, deprived of my hearing and vision, I felt something for the first time. It was faint, but I started to feel a sort of energy. Excited that I was finally feeling something, I continued on. I began to sense other energies all around me. Slowly, as I was able to get a better feel for it, I knew the next step was to try to detect the ward with my senses intact. Thankfully, it seems that sensing magic for the first time seemed to release or unlock something. As it didn't take very long before I was able to feel the ward again. Feeling magic was a strange sensation, it wasn't a physical thing, it was more like an awareness poking me in the back of my mind. Wandering around the ward, I continued feeling the energy. On my third pass around, I felt something. It was like a blip in the energy. I got excited, this had to be it, the so-called knot in the ward. Eagerly, I pointed my wand at the knot and chanted, Tolera impedimentum. An invisible connection of magic seemed to form between my wand and the ward, and I felt my magic try to penetrate the ward. Anton's explanation made a lot more sense now that I had actually succeeded. It was like even though I had connected with the ward, it didn't want to budge. Glaring at the ward, promising that it would break before me, I continued. I mentally forced my magic by pouring in more effort. Eventually, I could tell I had some success, as my magic started working its way through. 10 minutes later, just as I felt like I was about to pass out from the effort, my magic finally burst through, and the ward collapsed in on itself. Wiping the sweat from my face, I shouted, Victory! While I was happy that I was able to dispel the ward, I knew there was room for vast improvement. I'm sure there are experienced wizards who would be able to break down a basic ward like this in moments. Unfortunately, I was fresh out of wards. Knowing that Charlie loved magical creatures, I took Athena to charm him. Athena seemed to sense that I needed her help and was suitably charming. We struck a deal, a few hours studying Athena, and he would lay a dozen of those wards for me to practice on. Once he put the wards down, I went to work. Each time I took down a ward, I seemed to learn how to do it slightly easier. By the time I got down to the final one, I had gotten the time bring down the ward to a couple of minutes. While I knew that there was still room for improvement, I decided that for now, this was good enough for my purposes. It was time to revisit the vampire. I would be needing him to help us dealing with the grindle. Author's note. So if anyone wants a comparison on detecting magic, the best comparison is how when Dumbledore was able to detect the sign of magic in the cave where Voldemort's locket was detected. That is where I got the idea of detecting magic from. Anyways, I hope you guys enjoyed the chapter. Chapter 35. By the time I felt confident in my ability to take down the barriers that were keeping Octavius trapped. The full moon was only a few days out. Pulling out my coin, I sent a message for all my friends to meet up. After everyone arrived at the room of requirement, I turned to my friends and declared, "We're ready to free Octavius." Always eager for a fight, Anna leaned forward and asked, "Are we going to take down the grindle?" I was getting a little concerned that Anna's default response to most obstacles was to fight. So, I shook my head and replied, "No, that is not the purpose of today's trip. I figured that having an ancient vampire who owes us would be useful when we subdue the grindle." Wanting to clarify our goals, I added, "Besides, the main goal in confronting the grindle is to obtain the bracelet, which will let us pass through the time dilation field. As long as we can free Octavius and retrieve my ring, the beast can rot down there for eternity for all I care. I think my friends were a little surprised about my willingness not to fight the grindle. What we were doing sounded like an adventure, and in most stories, the end goal was often to slay the monster. Both Alicia and Anna seemed disappointed that I was okay with leaving the creature alive. I had to force myself not to roll my eyes at their pouting. Turning my best friend Cedric, it seemed he didn't have a preference, he was merely resolved not to be left behind. I think he may still be slightly offended that I left him behind the first time, and he was determined to prove his worth. Out of all my friends, he was the one I wanted watching my back. Over the past year, all my friends had made vast improvements while we practiced together. They were probably some of the best wizards and witches in our year. But, Cedric was perhaps the most reliable out of all my friends, his ability to remain calm no matter what happened was invaluable. Meeting my gaze with a level stare, Cedric asked, "When do we go?" "The full moon is in 3 days. We go then," I replied. Over the next few days, the more I anticipated the trip into the forest, the slower the time seemed to move. Finally, it was the day of, and we all made our way out to the forest. Before we could leave, I saw Harjit sitting with his back towards the castle, and facing the forest. He was crying, and his shoulders were trembling. I knew that only a terrible friend would leave someone they like in pain, so I headed over to see what was troubling him. As soon as Hagrid saw me, he tried to weakly smile and rub away the tears leaking down his face. "Good morning, Alex, what brings you out here today?" "Just out and about with my friends," I replied. After studying his downtrodden face, I asked, "What's wrong?" For a moment, it looked like Hagrid was going to bravely declare nothing was wrong. But, the moment passed, and the brave face he was making fell away, and he bawled, "They made me get rid of my babies." Hearing that his babies were taken from him, Alicia interjected in disbelief, "They took your children away? They can't do that." I stifled a snicker. My friends hadn't spent much time around Hagrid, so they had no idea that when Hagrid said babies, what he really meant was his 2 monster Garmers. Wanting to let them know what Hagrid was talking about, I explained, Hagrid had 2 Garmers he was caring for. Seeing that my friends didn't fully understand, I added, at 6 months they stood 5 feet at the shoulder, and other than Hagrid, they didn't seem to care for the students. I didn't mention that I stopped by often to feed them so that they would see me as a caregiver rather than prey. Mumbling under his breath, Hagrid said, "They wouldn't have hurt nobody." My friends looked at me to confirm Hagrid's belief, and I quickly shook my head, indicating that he was wrong. That seemed to dry up any sympathy for the babies Hagrid was talking about. Knowing who was most likely responsible, I comforted, "Well, I'm sure Dumbledore knows what's best." Hearing my reply, Hagrid sagged his shoulders and deeply sighed and mumbled something about Dumbledore having a point. Knowing how much he loved magical creatures, I turned to Athena and nodded towards Hagrid, indicating she should go and comfort him. Athena always had a soft spot for Hagrid, and always seemed to enjoy his attention. After I took her collar off, which freed her horns and wings, she made her way over to Hagrid and started climbing up his large frame. Once she reached his shoulder, she nuzzled his cheek trying to cheer him up. Seeing how today was going to be a quick rescue mission, and that we shouldn't need her, I suggested, "Why doesn't Athena hang out with you for a little while, we can meet back up later." We left Athena behind with Hagrid, who was delighted to spend time with her. Seeing that Hagrid's spirit had been lifted, we snuck off to an area where we could mount our brooms and head towards the cave. After arriving, I noticed that it was eerily quiet in the cave. As soon as we entered the underground cavern, I realized something was wrong. Stalagmites and stalactites were broken everywhere. Apparently, something had ripped them from the cave floor and ceiling and threw them everywhere. Inside of the fortress was no better. The nest looked like an angry deity blew through. I gulped. Apparently, the grindle took offense to us ransacking its home in our quest for information. My friends and I exchanged wary looks, and I whispered, "Let's do this quickly, I don't want us down here for a second longer than we have to." Opening the door containing Octavius' prison, I was further shocked upon seeing the destruction inside as well. The grindle must have followed our scent in here and decided since it couldn't punish us, it would make Octavius pay. It looked like the grindle was wise enough not to enter the wards containing Octavius. But, it had obviously figured out that it could throw objects inside. The stone coffin Octavius slept in had been shattered by the large boulders that the grindle had thrown inside. To the side of the coffin was a large pile of rock. I could see an arm sticking out, indicating that Octavius was buried within. I quietly hissed, "Octavius." Nothing happened for a moment, then we all saw a finger twitch, and Anna turned to me horrified, and whispered, "I think he is still alive under there." Turning sideways to my friends, I said, "This should take me long, watch my back." I reached out with my newfound magical sense to detect the first warding circle, which blocked physical objects from passing through. Once I had found the knot, I quickly chanted, "Tolera impedimentum." Once I was connected, I found that this setup, was almost exactly like the ones Chaley had set up for me to practice on. It took me less than a minute to break through the barrier. I turned to my friends and bragged, "You see, I told you that won't take very long." Rolling his eyes, Cedric replied, "Less bragging, more doing." Emboldened by my success, I turned back to the barriers and quickly latched onto the second ward, which blocked non-physical things from passing through. However, this ward was very different from the one I had practiced on, which meant it would be more difficult to bring down. Closing my eyes, I concentrated on forcing my magic through the barrier. 5 minutes later, I broke through. Wiping the sweat from my face, I focused on the final barrier, the one that prevented vampires from crossing. This barrier was the most complicated and it took nearly 10 minutes to penetrate. Once the final barrier was down, I felt so worn out, the going through 3 barriers in a row took a lot out of me. Concerned Anna touched my shoulder, and asked, "Are you okay?" "Yeah, I just need a minute," I replied. After I took a minute to recover, I said, "Let's get those rocks off of him." We all pointed out wands towards the rocks, and after a quick swish and flick, we chanted, "Wingardium Leviosa." As we removed the boulders one by one, Octavius's body was eventually revealed. Anna gasped when we saw that he had been impaled on a stalagmite. His skeletal frame was so pale it had no color, his eyes were bloodshot, and it appeared, he couldn't move. Seeing him impaled and crushed made my stomach churn. Fighting the urge to throw up, I considered the best way to help. I came to the conclusion that there wasn't another way to do this, other than the hard way. So, I pointed my wand at him and cast the levitation spell on the stalagmite embedded in Octavius's stomach. When I magically yanked it from Octavius, and he groaned in pain. At this point, I was relieved that Octavius was so damaged that he couldn't move. I shudder to think of how famished an injured vampire who hasn't fed in centuries must be, at least this way he was so weak he couldn't attack us. Thankfully, getting a hold of fresh blood was surprisingly easy, due to my contacts at Borgin and Burke's. It didn't matter what it was, he would get you anything if you had the galleons to pay for it. Not taking any chances, I had purchased enough blood to feed a coven of hungry vampires. Digging into my magical expanded pouch, I withdrew a crystal container filled with blood. The container had a few useful charms woven inside of it. Not only did the inside have an expanding charm on it, but it also had a stasis charm on it, so that the blood wouldn't go bad. I removed the crystal topper and carefully poured the blood down the throat of Octavius. For a while, nothing seemed to happen, but eventually, the huge gaping hole in his stomach began to repair itself. Watching strands of organs, muscles, and skin fill in the gap was a very unsettling feeling. I was half grossed out, and half fascinated by the process. Once the hole was fixed, Octavius's body seemed to focus on all of the other crush injuries he had. Bones began repairing themselves and his body started to fill out, and he stopped looking like a skeleton with skin on it. Eventually, Octavius's arm reached up to angle the crystal to pour out the blood faster. Seeing how he was able to feed himself, I let him have the crystal and stepped back. After a moment, he was able to stop himself from feeding, and he looked at the 4 of us and said, "I'm glad you come, but I'm afraid that you shouldn't have. After your last visit, it sounded like the grindle sealed all the other exits to the cave, leaving only one entrance and exit." Pausing for a moment, he clarified, "It set a trap, and I'm afraid that I'm the bait." As soon as the words left his mouth, we all heard a rumbling coming from the cavern. It sounded like there had been a small cave-in, and if Octavius was right, it was deliberate. A loud roar of rage sounded out from the tunnel, confirming my fear. We were trapped underground with a furious grindle. Chapter 36. As soon as I heard the grindle roar, my mind raced with panic. This wasn't how it was supposed to happen. My whole plan revolved around freeing the vampire and setting up the perfect trap for the grindle after Octavius had recovered. I looked at my friends who were visibly freaking out after hearing the roar. Knowing we needed to take immediate action, I forced myself to speak. I said, "We need to bolt the doors." I hated how high-pitched my voice sounded. Leaving Octavius behind to recover, and we all ran into the main room and to seal the outer door. Thankfully, Elias, the crazy wizard who built this place, designed this fortress to last. Cedric and I ran to the entryway, which had twin stone doors that looked like they hadn't been shut in 1,000 years. We each grabbed one and tried to push them closed. I don't know if it was because the doors hadn't been closed in forever, or because they were too heavy, but the doors wouldn't budge. At this point, we could hear the grindle growling as it moved closer, and then I heard Alicia scream. The grindle hurled a stone through the entryway at incredible speed. Unfortunately, the rock glanced off Alicia's arm, breaking her arm. Hearing her cry of pain chilled my blood. Furious, I pointed my wand at the door and shouted, "Wingardium Leviosa!" Cedric followed suit, and just as the doors shut, I could make out the grindle headed our way. It seemed bigger than I imagined, and I could feel its hatred wash over me. Just as the doors were closing, it launched another boulder towards us. Thankfully, I got the doors shut by the time it hit and was unable to penetrate. Knowing more needed to be done, I pointed my wand towards the door and shouted, "Call a Porchus." The locking charm did its job, and 3 thick metal bars slid out and barred the doors shut. I turned my attention to Alicia, who outside the initial cry of pain, hadn't made any noise. She was gritting her teeth, determined not to make any more noise. Looking her over, I asked, "Are you okay?" Anna harshly replied, "Of course, she isn't okay, that monster almost killed her. What is even doing down here?" Shooting a dangerous look back to the room where Octavius was recovering, she added sarcastically, "I thought that the vampire said it was always gone for 3 days. Wanting to stop that train of thought, I replied, "I don't think you can blame him. How was he supposed to know our actions would infuriate the grindle?" Anna seemed unconvinced and looked like she was about to scathingly reply, when Cedric barked, "Anna, enough, this isn't the time to assign blame. Alicia hurt, and in case you forgot, there is an angry monster out there that sounds like it wants to kill and eat us." Anna and I were both somewhat stunned. Cedric hardly ever raised his voice. If that didn't convince her to let it go, the doors shuddering when the grindle started beating on them did. I reached into my pouch and started pulling out potions. I had arranged them in a particular order, so I knew what I was retrieving. Handing the first one to Alicia, I said, "Here, drink this." Alicia trusted my skill in potion making and downed the potion without hesitation. She looked at her arm in wonder and asked, "What kind of healing potion is this? It already feels better." I shook my head and said, "That wasn't the healing potion, and your arm is still broken. What I gave you was a painless potion. It essentially takes your ability to feel pain for a few hours." I pulled out another potion and said, "This is the healing potion, it will heal you, but it takes a few hours. There are bone healing spells out there, but they are pretty advanced, and if you botch them, the consequences can be severe." After she downed the healing potion, she asked, "What are we going to do?" Before I could answer, I heard Octavius from the door say, "Yes, I was rather curious about what your plan was as well." I turned to look at Octavius, and he was scarcely recognizable. His skin had filled out, and he looked healthy, albeit slightly pale. He seemed to glide as he moved closer. Anna, already distrustful of the vampire, kept her wand trained on him at all times. Octavius looked down at Alicia and offered, "You were injured in the pursuit of my freedom. I offer you a drop of my blood, which will heal you instantly." Before I could warn her that doing so could forge a temporary connection between them, Alicia carefully responded, "Respectfully, I decline your generous offer." He eyed her thoughtfully and asked, "Have you had dealings with my kind before?" Alicia nodded and said, "I've met one of the blood before." Octavius sighed and complained, "Here I was hoping to get out of my debt easily." "Fine, I offer you a favor in return for your injury." Turning to me, he added, 3 times you have come, and 3 barriers you penetrated to free me. To finish the cycle, I offer 3 favors for you to collect upon in the future." I nodded and replied, "And for my friends?" He looked at them, and offered, "My line will forever consider you to be allies. Should any of you need sanctuary, seek one of my lineages, and they shall give assistance." His words seemed like a ritual, and I could feel something pass into all of us as he spoke. I got the sense it wasn't harmful, it was more like a brand indicating we were allies. More angry pounding from the grindle distracted us, and I said, "That door isn't going to hold out forever. We're going to need a plan to deal with it." As I racked my brain for a minute, a plan began to form. I turned to my friends and said, "All right, this is what we're going to do." While I was getting ready to explain the plan, the pounding on the door fell silent, and all the noise from the grindle fell away. We all eyed the door warily. The silence was worse than the constant pounding. At least when it was noisy, we could tell where it was. I turned sideways to Octavius and asked, "Can you still hear it?" He closed his eyes, listening for anything. Before he could say anything, one of the grindle's arms burst through the wall next to the door as the grindle charged into it. Without thinking, I slashed my wand towards the arm and roared, "Defendo!" The amount of strength I put into the severing charm ended up more than enough to amputate the claw of the grindle. It roared in pain and ripped what was left of its arm back through the hole. Before I could celebrate, it stuck its face up to the hole that it had punched through and peered through it. The head was too big to fit through, but we could all see its glowing yellow eyes twisted in pain and rage. The grindle seemed to sense that I was the one who had hurt it, and it glared hatefully at me. After it roared its vengeance at me, I knew then, that the only way this ended, was to put it down for good. There was no way I was leaving this malevolent creature alive. Mainly because, it had enough intelligence to set a trap, and now bore a grudge against me. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed on the severed claw was a bracelet with a chip of the time stone. I was sure that this was the bracelet that would allow me to get through the time. So, I concentrated on the bracelet, and chanted, "Oxio." It zoomed over, and I pocketed it beneath my robes. As grindle began tearing its way into the room, I noticed that the claw that I had severed had already started regrowing. Anna pointed her wand at the growing hole and shouted, "Impedimenta." As the spell hit, the grindle froze for about 2 or 3 seconds. During our training, we had looked up ways to restrain magical creatures, and the impediment jinx will freeze or slow magical creatures down. Usually, the impediment jinx lasts longer against monsters, but I will take what we can get. I turned to my friends and shouted, we need to time our spells to prevent the grindle from getting inside. I don't think fighting this thing in an enclosed space is a good idea. Cedric, Anna, and Alicia began casting the impediment jinx one by one. As soon as one wore off, another spell would hit the grindle. Needless to say, the grindle was not pleased. It seemed to get even angrier, and I noticed the spell was becoming less effective. Knowing that the only way forward was to deal with it out in the open, I lined up a shot and shouted, Flipendo. The spell hit the grindle, just as it became free. It was picked up and thrown across the cavern, smacking violently into the cave wall and then falling to the cave floor. Seeing we had a few free moments, I pointed at the growing hole and shouted, Reducto. The stone turned to ash, and a large opening was left behind. Wanting to be first, I called out, follow me. As soon as I exited the fortress through the gap, I saw the grindle pull itself up. When it saw me exit, it roared its frustration and charged. I couldn't believe how fast it was moving, and I barely had time to cast the knockback jinx before it reached me. Once again, it was tossed back like a rag doll. Once everyone had made it out, I barked, Octavius, only engage it if it reaches us, I don't want to worry about friendly fire. Motioning to my friends, I ordered, spread out and continue trying to slow it down. I'm going to try and kill this beast. All the time we had practiced together really came in handy, as we had gone over scenarios on how to face the grindle. While one might think that stick close to one another was most effective, it was better to spread out to present multiple targets. Everything started coming together, and while my friends always froze it in place, I started cutting. Over and over again, I chanted, Defendo. While the severing charm was useful in slicing up the grindle, it was also continually healing. Trying to catch my breath, I glared at the grindle and wondered what the hell it was going to take to bring this thing down. Seeing that cutting it to pieces was not going to work, I decided to change tactics, and I chanted, Incendio. The fire spell was one of those spells that had a vast amount of variation to it. You could send out a short burst of fire, or as I had practiced over the year, have it run a continuous stream of fire. As a jet stream of fire erupted from my wand and engulfed the grindle, as it screamed in pain, I roared right back at it. Anna joined in with another stream of fire, while Cedric and Alicia continued to slow the grindle down. After a couple of minutes on continuous fire, the screams died away, and I let the spell fade away. What was left was a burned husk, unmoving, and kneeling on the floor. Finally, I was getting worried that nothing was going to be able to put this thing down. I lowered my wand, breathing heavily, when all of a sudden, it leaped at me with a roar of rage. Cedric tried to freeze it, but unfortunately, the spell missed. Time seemed to slow down as I watched the grindle fly at me with its claws out in front of it. Try as I might, I couldn't get my wand up in time before it hit me. As soon as the grindle reached me, it grabbed me on each shoulder, the claws on its hands pierced deep into my skin and threw me across the cavern back towards the fortress. As I was thrown across the room, Anna screamed, Alex. I blacked out as soon as I hit the wall. I don't know how long I was out. But, when I came to, I saw Octavius latched onto the back of the beast ripping into the creature with his claws and fangs. My friends were cautiously casting spells, not wanting to hit Octavius. I could tell that I had numerous fractures, and possibly a concussion. Thankfully, I had held onto my wand, and as I reached into my pouch to dig out some potions to help, each movement sent a sharp slice of pain deep within. I felt better once I drank a few potions, but I was still in terrible condition. Then, I saw the grindle swing Octavius so hard that it tore one of his arms, and he went flying across the room. Without pausing, it turned and sprang towards Alicia. Once it caught her, it used her as a shield, blocking the next hex sent by Cedric and Anna. Struggling, I pointed my wand at its legs and weakly chanted, Defendo. When the spell hit, the grindle let out a roar of pain, and it tossed Alicia at Cedric and Anna. They all got knocked down, and then the grindle turned back towards me. Nearly spent, thoughts began racing through my head. This thing was virtually unstoppable, and it tanks everything we've thrown at it and come back for more. At this point, I was half convinced that we needed to drop a mountain on top to bring it down. As soon as that last thought entered my head, I looked up and saw the large sharp stalactites hanging from the ceiling. I looked back at my friends, who were on the far side of the cavern, near the exit tunnel. Even though the grindle had blocked the exit, I sure they could blast their way out. I felt a moment of fear, as I considered taking action. Doing this would lessen my chances of survival, but as I saw my friends slowly recovering, my hesitation vanished. I would not let my friends die here because of my mistake. Mustering my strength, I yelled, Octavius, I am calling in one of my markers. Get my friends to that tunnel. Hearing my shout, Anna, Cedric, and Alicia looked towards me in confusion. As I pointed my wand towards the ceiling, Cedric understood my meaning, and shouted, "Don't do it, you'll die." Seeing the grindle headed my way, I gathered the last of my energy and let loose the deadliest curse I had learned so far. "Conf Ringo!" I roared. A massive explosion rocked the ceiling, and loud cracking and rumbling could be heard as pieces of the cave ceiling began falling. The grindle charged me, determined to have its vengeance. As the pieces started falling, I made eye contact with my friends and shouted, "Get out of here!" They all looked determined to try to save me, but Octavius stopped them and started dragging them towards the exit. The last I saw of them was Anna's tear-soaked face along with Cedric and Alicia fighting furiously to get free from Octavius. As soon as they were gone, I let out a sigh of relief and turned my attention back to the grindle. I had hardly any strength left, but seeing the ceiling come down so hard, made me glad that at least I was taking the grindle down with me. Seeing how quickly it was moving towards me, I feared it would reach me before the falling rocks could kill it. In desperation, I pointed my wand at it and chanted my final spell, Immobilis. The grindle froze in place long enough for it to be buried beneath an avalanche of rocks. Not wanting to give in, I dragged myself back inside the fortress, hoping that the spells holding it together would give me an edge. As more rocks started falling, memories of my family began running through my head. Even if this was it for me, I was grateful for everything I had in this life. I had a loving family and found friends, and it was more than I ever hoped for in my previous life. As I laid there reminiscing, everything went black, and I knew no more. Chapter 37. When I came to, the first thing I noticed was the darkness. There was absolutely no light down here. Next, I realized I was trapped beneath some rubble and I couldn't feel my wand. I wasn't in any pain. But, considering the painless potion that I drank earlier meant that I could be more injured than I realized. Before I could worry about that, I heard something that chilled my blood. A low guttural growl made its way to my ears, freezing me in place. No way, it can't be. I saw it get buried. Panicking, I started feeling around for my wand. Unable to find it, I reached for my magic, while wandless magic was not particularly reliable. At least I was able to make things happen on command. Remembering my training, I concentrated harshly on my wand and commanded, "Come to me." There was a slight pop, and I felt my trusty wand appear in my hand. Quickly, I held it up and chanted, "Lumos." A bright light revealed the status of the area I was trapped in. The cave-in had demolished half of the fortress, and I was trapped beneath some rubble. But, what was even more terrifying, was the bloodied grindle lying on the ground about 25 feet away from me. Apparently, its healing factor could be worn out, because it only looked a few steps from death. As it slowly started crawling my way, I panicked. When I caused the cave-in, I had accepted my death, but as I watched the grindle crawling towards me with a hungry gleam in its eye, I found a new will to life burning inside of me. Pointing the wand towards the rebel trapping me, I chanted, "Reducto." Thankfully, the reductor curse only works on objects, so as the rebel faded away into a fine mist, I was untouched. Once the wreckage was gone, I pulled myself off the floor and turned back towards the grindle. As I watched it slowly claw its way across the floor towards me, I noticed that it had nearly been split in two. The grindle must have left its legs back in rubble, and its healing factor was barely able to keep it alive, but was currently unable to regrow its limbs. I wonder if it's because of all the damage it had to heal. Surely there is some limit to its healing ability. Seeing how wounded and disabled it was, gave me some confidence, to keep myself safe. Studying the grindle crawling its way towards me, I couldn't help but admire its determination. I would have liked it more if that determination wasn't driving it to kill and possibly eat me. But nothing perfect. I internally debated on my next course of action. I had tried slicing, burning, and crushing, and the grindle was still alive. The only way to deal with this thing may require far more advanced magic. However, an intriguing thought accrued to me. Perhaps my thinking was too linear. I didn't need to kill it, I just needed it out of commission. There was a perfectly good time dilation field deep within the basement, and I had the key to pass within it. The more I considered it, the more I liked the idea. I had always been curious about the grindle and the transformation the wizard went through. Maybe when I'm older and have a greater understanding of magic, I could study it and see exactly what happened. Perhaps it was even possible to reverse engineer what happened and fix him. I could learn so much by studying him, the possibilities were endless. After putting on the bracer with the time stone, I pointed my wand at the grindle, and chanted, Wingardium Leviosa. When the spell took effect, what was left of the grindle rose several feet off the ground. Furious, it roared and swiped towards me, but with no leverage, all it was able to do was harmlessly wave its arms in frustration. Mentally, I maneuvered what was left of grindle through the air towards the door leading to the basement. When I got to the bottom, I forced the grindle into the time dilation field. After making sure that the bracer was secure, I took a deep breath and followed. As soon as the grindle was inside, it froze, unable to move. I deposited the grindle near the center, where time moved the slowest. Seeing the grindle frozen, I let a sigh of relief. Finally, after months of planning and training, I could retrieve my ring. Reaching out, I snatched my ring off the chunk of gold it was lying on. After slipping it on my finger, the first thing I did was attach a sticking charm to it. I was not going to deal with losing this ring ever again. Once the ring was secured, I opened another one of my pouches and started stuffing everything down here inside. Once the room was emptied of everything, but the grindle and the time stone, I left determined to find a way back to the surface. But, when I got back upstairs, the adrenaline that was keeping me going started to fade, and I had to force myself to stay awake. I downed another healing potion, but it didn't help much, because what I needed was rest. After a quick break, I headed out to the cavern to see the damage. Climbing over all the rocks, once I got out into the cavern, the light from my wand illuminated the damage. Seeing the result of my actions made my heart sink. The tunnels were buried under massive amounts of rock. Not content to sit around and hope for rescue, I made my way over to where I thought the tunnel was located. We were so far underground that I knew this was going to be a struggle. Knowing that the sooner I got started, the sooner I would make it out of here. I decided that it would probably be faster and safer to make a new tunnel rather than try and go through the rubble and find the old one. So, I pointed my wand in an upward slope towards the cave wall and chanted, Reducto. A small hole formed in the wall as the rock turned to mist. I sighed, this was going to take forever. Over and over, I chanted the same spell. Slowly but surely, I made progress, and I started crawling through the tunnel I was making. I lost track of time, and the number of times I cast the reductor curse. But as I got deeper into the hole I made, eventually, I moved past the rock and got to the dirt in the ground. While this made me excited, I was also worried about a cave-in. At this point, my head was pounding due to the amount of magic that I had used during the past few hours. More than once, I was tempted to close my eyes and rest, but instead, I pressed on. Finally, after casting seemed like a million spells, my last curse punched a small hole to the surface, letting in the evening sun's rays illuminate the darkness. Before I could try and worm my way through the small hole, an enormous familiar hand reached in and grabbed me and pulled me out. What greeted me on the other side was Hagrid's big face. Pulling me into a bear hug, he yelled, "What were you bloody thinking coming out to the forest all alone?" Not letting me get a word in, he continued, "You're damn lucky to be alive, if you didn't look half dead, I'd bloody thump ye." Wheezing, I whispered in a hoarse voice, "My friends." Setting me down, Hagrid patted me on the shoulder, and said, "Your friends are fine, they're back at the castle, right now I bet they're being looked over by Madame Pomfrey." As soon as I got put down, I heard a yowl and got bowled over when Athena tackled me. The first thing I noticed was she was bigger, almost twice the size of a typical cat. Looking her over in wonder, I asked, "What happened to you?" Looking pleased with her new size Athena, as Athena looked me over, making sure I was okay, Hagrid explained, "I imagine her new size has something to do with you." Seeing my look of confusion, he explained, "Back at Hogwarts a few hours ago, Athena started making all sorts of racket and started growing. She must have sensed you were in trouble, so she forced herself to grow a bit. Once Athena was finished, she took off into the forest like a bat out of hell. I figured something was wrong, so I took off after her." Hearing how she underwent a forced growth because of my actions, made me feel terrible. I pulled Athena in close and murmured, "I'm sorry little one." Hagrid continued, "When I arrived, I found your friends try to dig out the tunnel, they were having very much luck. Once they told me you were trapped down there, I sent them back to the castle for help." Dumbledore himself showed up soon after. Embarrassed and worried that I had gotten the headmaster involved, I nervously asked, "Where is the headmaster?" Hagrid's eyes shifted, and he said, "I think he is having a few words with the vampire and is explaining a few things." Closing my eyes, I leaned back and tried to think, preparing my story. But, as soon as my eyes closed, the exhaustion and injuries caught up to me, making it hard to stay awake. Seeing how close I was to passing out, Hagrid lowered his voice, and soothed her, "Don't you worry about nothing, I'll get you back safe and sound." I felt myself being scooped up by Hagrid, and I drifted off to sleep, secure in the knowledge that my friends were safe, and I would be back at Hogwarts soon. The next thing I knew, I was awoken by Madame Pomfrey in the hospital wing at Hogwarts. I came to, lying in one of the beds, before I could register anything, Madame Pomfrey urgently asking, "What potions did you take?" My mind still foggy, I confusedly muttered, "Painless potions, and the standard healing potion." I heard Madame Pomfrey murmur, "It would be helpful if I had a sample of the potion, I want to make sure there is nothing wrong with the potion itself." From what his friends said, he brewed the potions himself, and if he messed up at all, and I give him something else, it could have a negative reaction. Before I could reply, I saw Anna rummaging through the pouch, where I secured my potions. Pulling out a few potions, Anna turned and said, "Here, I'm pretty sure this is what he used. Professor Snape snatched the potion bottles from Anna and brought them closer to his face, scrutinizing them. Seemingly satisfied at what he found, he sneered at me, and said, apparently, his recent stupidity didn't tarnish his potion-making abilities. Although they are rather advanced potions, he brewed them correctly. Hearing Professor Snape's harsh backhanded compliment, made my face turn red. What I had done was stupid, I should have just left it alone. No ring, however valuable, was worth the lives of my friends. Anna looked ready to speak up in my defense, but before she could say anything, Professor Snape turned to her and scathingly said, I expect students of my house to conduct themselves a little more intelligence. Seeing you go along with this foolishness makes me question the Sorting Hat's intelligence. Anna's face turned beet red in embarrassment, and before she could reply, Madame Pomfrey intervened. That's enough, these children have just been through a very trying time, and they need rest. Out with all of you, you can return in the morning and deal with them when they recovered. Professor Snape turned his dark eyes on her, but Madame Pomfrey flinched at his annoyed gaze, but then puffed herself up and declared, my hospital, my rules. Professor Snape sneered and seemed like he was going to say something. But then he seemed to think better of it and walked away. I sat back in relief, at least I would have time to strategize with everyone before we were interrogated about our activities. After Madame Pomfrey shooed everyone out of the hospital, I glanced at my friends. The only other person who had been injured was Alicia, but she looked like she was doing okay. Cedric and Anna seemed to have made it through the ordeal with just some light cuts and bruises. As I got up to speak with them, Madame Pomfrey demanded, get back into bed, it's lights out and time for you to get some rest. You can speak to your friends in the morning. Even though Anna and Cedric's weren't injured, Madame Pomfrey made us all spend the night in the hospital wing. She was worse than a mother hen when it came to her students. I motioned for my friends to wait, we could discuss everything once Madame Pomfrey had left. Author's note. So, I just wanted to give everyone a heads up. I have been planning out future arcs and I have come to a decision. I am going back and rewriting the story, what I'm changing is the last book that Alex read. From now on, the last book he read will have been The Order of the Phoenix. Really the only thing that this affects, is that he is no longer aware of Horcrux's, Dumbledore's death and the fact that Snape killed him. I came to this decision, because the more I thought about it, the less his attitude regarding Snape made sense, this way all he knew about Professor Snape was that he didn't care for Gryffindors or Harry Potter. Also, I couldn't get past how easy it would be to warn Dumbledore of what he knows about the cursed Horcrux. So this isn't a big change, but one that I believe makes more sense for the story and will provide a more believable actions regarding Alex's interactions with both Dumbledore and Professor Snape. If anyone has any questions how this will impact the story, let me know in the comments and I will do my best to explain. Chapter 38. Later in the evening, Madame Pomfrey retired for the night, leaving us alone to talk. As soon as she was gone, my friends got up and headed over to talk. Apparently, Anna hadn't yet forgiven me for staying behind. Because the first thing she did was smack me with the pillow, she brought over and said, you idiot, what were you thinking? Defending my action, I retorted, I don't know, maybe that I didn't want to see you killed. Somehow she managed to look both pleased and annoyed at my response. Interrupting our bickering, Cedric asked, what happened to you down there? Hearing Cedric's question, I was worried about what they would think about me sticking the grindle in the time dilation field for future study. So I decided to go with a partial truth, and replied, after the collapse, I woke up inside the fortress which had partially collapsed. Holding up my hand with the ring on it, I continued, after I got free, I went down to the vault and got my ring back. Wanting to distract them, I added, speaking of which, I cleared out the vault of all the valuable materials. From my estimate, it should be worth quite a bit of money. I want you guys to have it. Cedric shook his head and said, no, we should split it equally. I sighed, and said, how about this, you guys take the gold, silver, and any gems, and I will take all the oddities he put down there. Cedric looked ready to protest, so I bluntly said, you know I don't need the gold, you guys should take it, I'm far more interested in the rest of the stuff. I noticed that while Cedric remained unconvinced, Alicia and Anna looked all too happy to accept the bargain, and they said in unison, deal. After I informed them how I escaped by slowly creating a new tunnel and crawling my way out, I asked, so, what happened on your side after the collapse? Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Anna shooting me a dirty look indicating that I wasn't forgiven for having her dragged to safety. Refusing to engage, I turned to Alicia and Cedric for answers. Alicia, speaking for the first time, said, well, after you had Octavius pull us out of the cavern, we raced towards the exit. Thankful, the exit was barely blocked off, and we were able to blast our way out. Although, because of the sunlight, Octavius had to stay inside the tunnel. Not content to let Alicia tell the whole story, Anna quickly added. Once the collapse was finished, we tried to make our way back into the tunnel to dig you out. Anna's voice quivered as she said, we thought you were dead. Anna fell silent, and I saw her fear echoed in Cedric and Alicia's expression. I didn't know what to say. If I had thought one of my friends had been killed, I would have done the same. Trying to lighten the heavy mood, I smiled and said, "Surprise." Alicia and Cedric laughed, but Anna just glared at me. Wanting to move on, I asked, "What happened next?" Cedric explained, "Well, Athena showed up about 20 minutes later, and man, was she pissed. Soon after Hagrid showed up after we told him what happened, he insisted that we go back to Hogwarts and get help." An angry look appeared on Anna's face, and she hissed, "We would have been back even faster, but we ran into Michael and his friends, and we're delayed." My eyes narrowed. I hadn't forgotten that the whole reason everything that had happened was due to Michael. Which reminds me, I need to give him the cursed mask that I picked up back at Borgin and Burke's. I tried not to smirk when I imagined how the mask would mess with Michael's head. The curse starts with small hallucinations, then it builds over time, getting worse and worse. If no one catches it early, soon Michael won't be what's real and what's fake. I need to make sure, and time it just before the summer break, that way they won't be able to link it to me and hopefully give the curse time to gain strength over the summer. Interrupting my thoughts, Cedric said, "Thankfully, Michael underestimated how driven we were, and we sent them running. Soon after, we found Professor McGonagall, and after we told her what had happened to you, she took us straight to the headmaster. Once we told him, they made us come to the infirmary, and a few hours later, Hagrid carried you in. We almost feared the worst until we saw Athena being so relaxed. They woke you up soon after to ask about your potions." After hearing things from their perspective, I said, "We need to talk about what happens next." Everyone looked at me in confusion. None of them had even considered that we would probably get in trouble for what we did. "So," I explained, "they're probably going to interview us and try and find out everything that happened. My advice, don't try to lie." Thoughts about legilimency flashed through my mind, and I continued, "Obviously, we're going to get into trouble for being out of bounds, and being in the Forbidden Forest." Out of all my friends, Cedric looked the most worried. Fearfully he whispered, "They won't expel us, will they?" I snorted and said, "Do you know how many kids they would have to expel for going into the Forbidden Forest or being out of bounds? Really about the only thing that would get a student expelled is killing another student or breaking the International Statute of Secrecy. You can't have a school with 1,000 underage wizards and witches and not expect a little chaos." Seeing how my friends still looked worried, I tried to dispel their worries by adding, "Not to mention to expel students, they have to get the Board of Governors to approve of the expulsion. Considering my grandmother is on the board, that isn't going to happen." We continued talking late into the night. Once everyone had gone to sleep, I considered our upcoming meeting with Dumbledore. Really the only thing I was worried about him learning was about how I left the Grendel alive. According to the books, Dumbledore and Snape both used legilimency when they were trying to discover the truth. From what I've read on the subject of legilimency, it's not actual mind reading. What it does, is allows a skilled practitioner to get a sense or flash of a memory. Often it is used in combination with a probing question so that a memory associated with the subject will surface and been seen. Depending on the skill level of the wizard using legilimency, the truth can often be discerned. However, the book I read on the subject suggested that the whole branch of magic was more of an art form. People's minds are complicated mazes of memories. A question might trigger a random memory that has nothing to do with the original question. Since I had no one to teach me occlumency, the art of mental defense, I decided to go down a different route temporary. I would hold nothing back and try to down out his legilimency by speaking the truth. Hopefully, I would be able to hide what I did within a flood of memories, distracting him. If that didn't work, and he discovered the Grendel, so be it at most, I would lose a future test subject. Soon I fell asleep, and the following day we were all discharged from the infirmary to the care of Professor McGonagall's care. Her stern expression ensured no one spoke as she marched us through the castle. There was plenty of whispering when other students saw me, and I bet that the rumor mill had been churning its way through the student body after Hagrid carried my unconscious body through the school. Upon reaching the gargoyle guarding the headmaster's office, Professor McGonagall intoned in a neutral voice, "Acid pops." As the gargoyle swung open revealing a staircase, I wondered if what she thought about Professor Dumbledore's habit of having his password named after candy. I thought it was funny, but Professor McGonagall wasn't known for having a sense of humor. As soon as we entered the headmaster's office, the first thing I noticed was there were more people inside than I anticipated. Besides Dumbledore, Professor Snape, Sprout, and Flitwick were waiting inside for us. While I wasn't too surprised, considering they were the leaders of each house, but I even noticed Cedric's father, Amos, sitting in the back corner as well. After a few moments, my mind made the connection. He probably was here in his capacity as a ministry wizard. After all, he worked in the Department of Magical Creatures, which I'm sure both Octavius and Grendel fall under. As if sensing everyone's nervousness, Professor Dumbledore smiled kindly, pulled out his wand, and gave it a wordless flick. 4 chairs popped into existence, and he gestured for us to sit. As Professor Dumbledore's intense blue eyes wandered over each of us, I was shocked by his aura of power. It covered him like a sleeping dragon. While it currently wasn't threatening, it was there serving as a reminder to everyone that this was one of the most powerful wizards in existence, and woe to those who should awaken Dumbledore's wrath. I gulped nervously. For the first time I understood why people thought he was the only wizard Lord Voldemort was fearful of. However, offsetting, his intimidating presence was a twinkle in his eyes, along with a kind smile. All of us sat there in silence for a moment. Dumbledore crossed his fingers in front of him and suggested out loud, "So much happened yesterday and we need to find out exactly what happened. So, why don't all of you start at the beginning?" My friend all looked at me to start, which caused all of our professors to look right at me. I won't ever forget the feeling of having the eyes of 5 of the strongest witches and wizards upon me. Needless to say, it was an unsettling feeling. Taking a deep breath, I started explaining. It all started with my ring going missing. When I got to the part about learning there was a grindle in the cave, Professor Sprout asked, "What in the world is a grindle?" Without missing a beat, Professor Dumbledore said, "They were a species driven to extinction, well over 1,000 years ago. Not much was recorded about them. Of course, we may never know if the creature was a grindle or some kind of twisted version of it. The wizard's experiments may have created a new species." Pausing his rambling, Professor Dumbledore gestured for me to continue. When I got to the part about me learning to take apart a ward, Professor McGonagall's eyebrows nearly disappeared into her hairline. The only ones who didn't react were Professor Dumbledore and Professor Snape. When I got to the part about how the grindle trapping us inside the cave, I fell silent. I wasn't sure how to go about explaining this. So much of what happened next was a blur of memories. I remember casting spell after spell leading to blood, fire, and pain as well, and the despair that sprung up when it seemed like all hope was lost. Sensing that I needed help, my friends started trying to explain the fight. Dumbledore alternated, looking at my friends and me, trying to piece together the dangerous, chaotic battle that my friends were describing. Slightly sneering, Professor Snape challenged, "I don't know if I would call a creature dangerous if 4 underage wizards could best it." Snapping, I hoarsely said, "It was relentless, we sliced, burned, and cursed it, and it just kept getting back up. It was like an unstoppable juggernaut. Eventually, it grabbed me and threw me across the cavern, knocking me out. When I came to, I saw my friends being taken down one by one. Seeing how nothing we threw at the creature phased it for long, I knew my friends were doomed if I didn't act. I screamed at Octavius to grab my friends who were near the tunnel, and I brought down the ceiling with the blasting curse. I heard Amos choke when he heard I deliberately brought down the ceiling on my head. The professors all looked at me with various expressions. Some looked shocked, and others looked at me with pity. Wanting to hide what I did next, I quickly continued while making eye contact with each of the professors. I hoped that this helped reduce the effectiveness of legilimency. When I came to, I realized that there was no way out, and because of how unstable everything was, I didn't dare shift the loose rubble. I ended up carving out a new path using the reductor curse. I don't know how long I was in that tunnel pushing my way upward, but eventually, I reached the surface. As I finished telling our adventure, Professor Snape snapped, "Fool, you should have come to us the minute you found the vampire. It is nothing short of a miracle that none of you died." As he continued berating us and listing out our many deficiencies, I couldn't help but agree with him. I had let my pride almost get my friends killed. I had to do better. I needed to become stronger, faster, more powerful, and master more magic. The image of the grindle flashed through my head. I never wanted to feel so helpless again. "I think that's enough, Severus," Dumbledore said. Looking me in the eye, Professor Dumbledore gently said, "The mark of a great wizard isn't how strong he is, it's the choice that he makes. You nearly made a costly mistake this year, one in which you almost paid the highest price. In the future, I want you to remember this, let it guide your actions." Seeing me nod, he continued, "As I'm sure you're aware, actions have consequences. As you belong to different houses, I'm going to let each head of your house decide what punishment you get." Seeing Professor Snape glare, I felt bad for Anna, not that I thought Alicia would fare much better. Then I saw Professor Dumbledore wink at me and say, "Seeing how your ringleader is in Ravenclaw, why don't we let Professor Flitwick decide your punishment first?" Professor Snape glared at the back of Dumbledore's head. By letting Professor Flitwick go first, he was allowing him to set a precedent for the punishment. Professor Flitwick looked flustered for a moment. He was probably everyone's favorite teacher, and he was known for handing out the lightest punishments. "Well," he said in his high pitch, "Mr. Fawley, you made some poor choices, so first off, take 30 points from Ravenclaw." Professor McGonagall coughed, and Professor Flitwick quickly added, "For each trip out of bounds, 3 trips equals 90 points. He tried to subtly look at the other professors and continued, "And I think detention." Professor Snape made a sound like a cat with fur ball stuck in its throat. "A week of detention," Professor Flitwick corrected. I tried not to smile as Professor Dumbledore's eyes twinkled in delight. As Professor Flitwick fell silent, Professor Spout said, in the spirit of fairness, Mr. Diggory, you will face the same. They both looked at Professor Snape, who gritted his teeth and spat, Ms. Lancaster, you will face the same, but expect your detection to be unpleasant. After Professor McGonagall gave the same punishment to Alicia, I heard Amos Diggory cough. Professor Dumbledore waved for Amos to come forward and said, I believe that the Ministry has some words for all of you. Once Cedric's father had our attention, he smiled and said, you guys have kicked up quite a storm at the Ministry. Ever since the war, when some of the vampires in the UK sided with he who must not be named. Relations with the vampire community have been strained, and they broke off contact. When word of your actions of freeing a vampire who had been trapped for 1,300 years went out, they got wind of it. Apparently, your vampire has some interesting connections, and they are sending a delegation to resume communication. Needless to say, the Ministry is pleased and feels like you deserve a reward. Pulling out 4 trophies with our house and names engraved on them, he explained, you are all being awarded the Special Award for Services to the School trophy. This award will go on your record and will help you as you get older. You can also probably expect a thank you from the local Vampire Council. Amos droned on for a little bit longer, and once he had finished, Professor Dumbledore said, now I'm sure you're eager to get out of here, so with that. Good day. At this point, we were all confused. I felt like they were sending mixed messages, as we were both punished and rewarded. Hesitantly, we all left the office, not sure if there would be any further punishment. Amos escorted us out and pulled Cedric away to speak with him. In the headmaster's office, Professor Dumbledore watched his trusted professors debate the strange story that had been told by their students. Professor Snape snapped, their story is full of holes. You seriously expect me to believe that a 12-year-old wizard is talented enough to break through 3 wards? Professor Flitwick defended his student, Mr. Fawley has shown himself to be supremely talented. Professor McGonagall appeared torn, as she reluctantly added, well, I guess it might be possible, I don't know if I've ever taught such talent before. I have, a grim tone rang out, and all the professors turned to Professor Dumbledore in shock. Just once, he clarified. Professor Snape's face went blank as he unconsciously rubbed his left arm. Professor McGonagall froze in shock. Professor Flitwick squeaked, you don't mean. His voice trailed off for a moment, before he defended, you can't be comparing Alex to you-know-who. Mr. Fawley is nothing like him. Professor Dumbledore smiled and said, of course not, I can't even imagine Lord Voldemort sacrificing himself anything, let alone any of his so-called friends he ran around with. Dumbledore's eyes seemed to fade into the past as he explained, I only mention this, because of how talented Alex appears to be, and he seems to have a deep thirst for magic. That drive has driven more than one wizard down a dark path. He will need to be carefully watched and nurtured, I will not make the same mistakes I made before. Author's note. Okay, so someone correctly pointed out that the Vanishing Cabinets weren't used to penetrate Hogwarts until the 6th book. So I have to go back and change a bit of the plot. So Alex was aware of the Vanishing Cabinet at Hogwarts because the twins forced Montague into the cabinet. As for the cabinet at Borgin and Burke's, Alex read about it in the 2nd book when Harry hid inside, and he saw it when he was making going around to shady places with his uncle. Now to fix how he became aware of how they were connected. Vanishing Cabinet will have 2 things identifying them as a pair. First a maker's mark, and each pair will have half a mystical rune that would fit together. So the new story is that Alex saw each cabinet and made the connection because of his memory. I know that is a little thin, but I still believe that is better than having Alex not having any info of the 6th and 7th books. Also, another change I made, was when Alex attacked in revenge for what happened to Anna when she was turned green and had the word Squib Spawn marked on her face, his target for the potty mouth jinx will be Michael rather than Michael Friend. I think that this better explains that escalation that led to Michael ambushing Alex and stealing the ring. Chapter 39. Before Amos dragged Cedric off, he called out, don't worry about having to inform your families of what transpired. The Ministry has taken care of that. My heart sank when I heard that. I hadn't even considered my parents' reaction. I wasn't too worried about Dad, but Mom wasn't known for being very understanding. On the way back to the Ravenclaw Tower, I ran into the Weasley twins. Fred leaned in and asked in a conspiratorial whisper, what happened to you yesterday? Half the school is saying that Hagrid dragged in your corpse. After giving Fred and George the same story I gave Dumbledore, George complained, what were you thinking? Going off and having a dangerous adventure without inviting us to tag along. Fred winked, and added in an outraged voice, you know George, I think he is trying to snatch our title as the biggest troublemakers. George gasped and replied, we can't have that. I guess we will have to get real creative to make sure we up our game. With an evil grin, Fred replied, George, I think you might be right. As quickly as they arrived, they disappeared even quicker. I couldn't help but laugh and feel somewhat responsible for whomever they decide to target. As soon as I entered the Ravenclaw Tower, I ran into a tearful Jessica. Apparently, she had feared that worst after hearing the rumors. I ended up telling a watered-down version of the story to all my friends in Ravenclaw. By the time I made it to my room I was almost exhausted. Sure enough, the following morning, our family's owl dropped off a letter. Hesitantly, I opened the letter. Surprisingly, it wasn't as bad as I feared. Alex. I'm so proud of you. The Ministry informed us you performed an excellent service, something about helping an influential vampire out a tight spot. And you were given a special award for it. That's so wonderful. I told your father that my son was destined for great things. The letter went on, gushing about how proud she was of my accomplishments. I felt relieved when I figured out that the Ministry must have given her the watered-down version. However, that feeling disappeared when another letter showed up shortly after. I could tell from the way my name was angrily scribbled in my mother's handwriting, that this letter had none of her previous praise. Alexander Nicola Fawley. I just received a letter from your headmaster. How dare you? You could have been hurt or even killed. Just wait till I get my wand on you. How could you be so irresponsible? You must get this recklessness from your father. She went on listing the many ways she was disappointed, ultimately ignoring all the praise she gave me in the previous letter. This reaction was more in line with what I had been expecting. I'm glad she had a month and a half to cool off before I got home. I ended up receiving yet another letter that morning, and after I opened it, I realized that it was from Octavius. Alexander. I am sorry for my abrupt departure, as I was not able to thank you once again for freeing me from that hellhole. I'm afraid my return came somewhat as a shock to my fellow brethren. After so long in that hole, I am returning to my beloved Constantinople, or as I guess it is now known, Istanbul. I still am indebted to you, and should you ever need assistance then send word, and I shall come immediately to lend you my aid. The following week left me little free time. I spent my evenings in the care of Professor Flitwick, helping him while he graded papers. As far as dentitions go, it was fairly mild. He seemed happy to explain some of the questions that had been on my mind. Not for the first time, I was grateful that I had been sorted into Ravenclaw. Anna, on the other hand, had a terrible time in her detentions. Professor Snape made her spend hours cleaning out the dirty cauldrons with no magic. Some of the gunk that remained was downright toxic. Now that I had my ring back, I could finally relax again. Ever since I learned about the grindle, I had spent every spare minute practicing and preparing. Time passed quickly, and soon it was May and almost time for our final exams. What was great about not having to worry about my ring, was that it left me free time to pursue other mysteries that had been bothering me. I wanted to uncover the significance behind the magical formulas, runes, and symbols that randomly appeared and disappeared throughout the tower. Now that I had free time, I quickly figured out that they were questions that I needed to solve. Most of the time, the questions appeared on the ceiling and there would be dozens of possible answers scattered throughout the tower. Once I touched the correct answer with my wand, the symbols would disappear, and a new question would appear. I also realized that the puzzles dove into many different areas of magic. The problems also had arbitrary rules, like nothing would show up on a Tuesday. Or if I took too long to select the correct answer, sometimes more answers would show up, and sometimes questions would disappear for the day, and nothing would replace it. What was infuriating was no one else could see them. I tried to show one to Jessica, and all she did was smile gently at me and suggest that I had been studying for our upcoming finals too much and that perhaps I needed a break. As I answered more and more questions, I quickly realized that the difficulty was increasing well beyond what a first year should know. Finally, the day came when the room no longer offered up any questions to solve. Later that night, I found myself all alone in the Ravenclaw common room. Out of the corner of my eyes, I saw the statue of Rowena Ravenclaw move. It wasn't by much, but her arm moved, and now she was pointing towards a door that I had never seen before. I didn't know if the door had suddenly appeared or if it was always there and I simply couldn't see it. Opening the door, I found a circular stairwell leading deep within the tower. As soon as I entered, the door swung shut behind me. Well, that's not creepy at all. At the bottom of the stairs, there was a large circular room with a giant bronze eagle statue. It stood in the middle of the room with its wings spread wide, preventing anyone from crossing to the other side. In front of the bronze eagle was a large leather binder sitting on a wooden pedestal. As soon as I entered the room, the eagle snorted, "Finally, what took you so long? I was beginning to wonder if you were mentally deficient." My left eye twitched when I heard the eagle statue mock me. Taking a deep breath, I resisted the urge to bicker with a statue. That way lies madness. "I've been a little busy," I replied through gritted teeth. The eagle turned its head and sneered at me, and said, "Had you waited another week, you would have lost your chance forever. Only the top first-year Ravenclaw student is given a chance to pass the initial challenges. Should they fail to do so in their first year, they will never receive another chance." Ignoring that the eagle was able to make surprisingly sophisticated expressions, I looked around the strange room and asked curiously, "What is this place?" The eagle proudly pointed its beak to the ceiling and bragged, "This is the inner sanctum of Ravenclaw Tower. You have been given a chance to complete a trial and become an heir of Ravenclaw." Skeptical, I responded, "I've never heard about any such trial." Gesturing towards the leather binder on the pedestal, the eagle explained, "There is no reason you should have. To attempt the trial, you have to sign the book, and it will ensure your silence." Raising an eyebrow, I said, "And what is stopping me from leaving without signing it?" Ruthlessly grinning at me, the eagle replied, "Nothing, except for losing your chance to try and learn valuable knowledge from the library of Rowena Ravenclaw." No wonder word of the trial had never gotten out. There is no way any Ravenclaw student would pass up a chance to learn any secret knowledge from Rowena's library. While all the founders created Hogwarts, it was her who laid the magical foundation for Hogwarts. Most of her enchantments have been lost to time, and some claim it wouldn't be possible to cast the spells without her diadem that boosted her intelligence. A little suspicious, I inquired, "In over 1,000 years, no one has passed the trial." Cocking its head, the eagle statue said, "What makes you think no one has passed the trial? Over the past 1,000 years, hundreds have attempted the trial, yet only 6 passed the trial. Each of them became brilliant wizards and witches who pioneered new magics, and they added their knowledge and works to the library of Ravenclaw." At this point, I was practically drooling with greed and expectation. Seeing my expression, the eagle slyly asked, "So, what will it be? Sign and give up your chance to tell others about the trial, or will you leave the chance of gaining access to the legendary library of Ravenclaw?" To me, it wasn't even a choice. I stepped forward and grabbed the quill and signed my name in the book. I noticed several names above my signature was my father's name. He must have been selected for the trial as well, but I'm guessing he must have failed his trial. Once I had signed the book, I asked, "What is involved in this trial?" Similar to how the Room of Requirement operates, 4 books appeared on a table, and the Bronze Eagle explained, "You have 4 choices to choose from: potion invention, ward crafting, enchanting, and occlumency. Each choice would tax you to your limits, and you have but a year and a day to master the subject. Choose carefully. Many talented wizards and witches have tried, and the overwhelming majority have fallen short." I glared suspiciously at the eagle. The choices it presented seemed handcrafted for me to choose. Somehow, I doubt that these are the only options available when it comes to the trial, rather it feels more like the eagle carefully selected subjects I had shown interest in before. I had spent time researching each subject extensively in the Room of Requirement this year, which made me believe that perhaps there was more to the eagle than I was previously aware. Testing out the waters, I suspiciously asked, "Just how much activity in the castle are you aware of?" The eagle smirked at me, choosing not to say anything. Ignoring the eagle's annoying smirk, I considered the options before me. Each choice laid out by the Bronze Eagle seemed like a trap to me. My time training with my mother made me aware of just how difficult crafting a new potion could be. I am not confident enough in my abilities to invent a new potion in 1 year. Ward crafting seemed like an intelligent choice, considering that I had already learned how to take them apart. But, I know from my studies on the subject, that it could easily take me more than a year to be able to craft a ward. And that would only be a basic one. Should the trial require a more complicated ward, there is no way I could finish in time. I gave occlumency some serious consideration. I had always been interested in learning, but, from what I've read on the subject, teaching yourself occlumency would be extremely difficult. Besides, how would you even know if you had mastered the subject? I have to admit, enchanting seems like the obvious choice. But, there are insanely difficult enchantments out there. If the trial selects one of those, I most likely won't pass the trial. No wonder only 6 students had ever completed the trials in 1,000 years, expecting any students in their first and second years to complete this is insane. In the end, I decided on occlumency. Not only did I think it was my best shot as passing the trial, but as well-meaning as Professor Dumbledore was, I preferred to keep my memories to myself. Feeling his X-ray-like stare had been extremely unsettling. Moving over to the book on mental defense, I said, "I choose occlumency." The other books disappeared, leaving the book on occlumency behind. At this point, I was sure that the enchantment in this room was similar to the one in the Room of Requirement. The Bronze Eagle made a dismissive motion, and said, "Take the book and leave, do not return until you are ready to complete your trial. I urge you not to attempt it too soon, as you will only receive one chance to pass the trial. Should you fail, you will never see this place again." I grabbed the book and started to leave. Before I got to the stairs, I turned and gave the eagle one last look, and clarified, "Am I allowed to get help with training myself in occlumency?" The eagle smirked at me and said, "It would hardly be a real trial if you could be spoon-fed the answers. There goes my initial plan of asking Professor Snape for help." Although considering what Harry went through when trying to learn, maybe it was a blessing in disguise. Chapter 40. When I got back to the Ravenclaw common room, I sat in my favorite comfy chair and eagerly opened the book on occlumency. Inside, the book went into great detail about the art of mental defense. It explained that there were 2 levels of mastery when it came to occlumency. The first level of success was the furthest that most people ever progressed to. It involved reaching a state that would prevent legilimency from revealing a person's secrets. It involved building an impenetrable barrier around your mind. While this was considered a success by most wizards, this level had the disadvantage of informing whoever used legilimency that a person was invoking a mental defense. The second level involves crafting sophisticated fake memories that can completely fool someone using legilimency without them detecting that you are using occlumency. I'm guessing that Professor Snape had to be at this level, considering he was spying on Lord Voldemort, who was rumored to be one of the most accomplished legilimency users in the world. After reading about the different levels of mastery, I had a sinking feeling that the first level wasn't going to cut it for the trial. But what made me curious concerning the trial was how I would prove that I had mastered occlumency. It wasn't like the eagle statue would be able to tell if I learned it or not. There must be something down there that will be able to use a mental attack or something similar. That's the only way I had thought of being able to prove that someone had mastered occlumency. If I can work out what is probably down there, and get something similar, perhaps it could help me practice my occlumency. Otherwise, how will I know if I am progressing? As for how to succeed, the book was maddeningly vague. This branch of magic is extremely personal and requires a person to have complete mastery of their mind. The book described this state as an awakening or enlightenment of the mind and warned that what may work for one person may not work for another. I rubbed my eyes in frustration. This was going to be a long year. The following day, I decided to try and test the magical bindings restricting me from seeking help. The results shocked me. I had assumed that I would only be prevented from speaking about the trial. The results were more effective than I anticipated. When I planned to get around the restrictions by being clever, I found myself unable to enact any of my plans. If this was the type of spell that Whithorn got my grandfather to sign, I understand why he wasn't able to fight it afterward. It was infuriating. The bindings seemed to be based on my intent. Any action that I took, no matter how subtle, as long as I intended for someone to find out, the spell kicked in and prevented me from doing it. Not wanting to give up, I kept trying methods to see if there was a workaround. One time, I tried to ask for books on occlumency around my friends innocently and was prevented from doing so. Another, I decided to leave the book given to me by the room, and when Cedric picked it up, all he saw was a blank book. It seemed like I was on my own for the trial. Before I knew it, the final exams were upon us, and I blew through them without any trouble. I was confident that I would keep the top spot in Ravenclaw, and I was looking forward to having the better dorm reserved for those who achieved the top grade. As competitive as the academic competition is in Ravenclaw, my roommates silently cheered me on, knowing that they would get to share in my victory. At the end of the year feast, Slytherin ended up winning both the Quidditch and House Cup. I wasn't too surprised. If I remembered the books correctly, they had won for several years in a row. Although this led to Anna being unbearably smug for a few days. A small part of me at the beginning of the year had imagined me raking in points and leading Ravenclaw to win the House Cup. But, in the end, after dealing with the grindle, worrying about something as silly as the House Cup seemed rather mundane. At least that's what I told myself. After the feast was over, students who held off packing spent the rest of the evening running around trying to get packed, because we were supposed to be on the Hogwarts Express first thing in the morning. In that endeavor, I enlisted the help of Fred and George. No strangers to rule breaking, they agreed when they heard what I had in mind for their fellow Gryffindor. Later that night, past lights out, I drank the potion that I acquired from Buggins and Burke's over the Christmas break. Knowing I had less than an hour to get to Gryffindor and back, I quickly made my way through the castle, making my way to the portrait of the fat lady. As soon as I arrived, I found George and Fred looking towards the direction I was standing, in confusion. George looked down at the Marauders map and back towards where I was standing and questioned, maybe something is wrong with the map. Before Fred could reply, I spoke up, there is nothing wrong with it. I drank an invisibility potion. I don't have the luxury of having a map that shows me where the professors are patrolling. Identical looks of desire appeared on their faces, and they said in unison, where can we get one of those? Thinking of all the trouble a pair of invisible Weasley twins could cause, I laughed and said, good luck, they are insanely difficult to make, and their ingredients are rare. Plus, they are highly regulated by the Ministry. Most wizards make do with the disillusionment charm, and while it's not real invisibility, it's pretty effective at concealing a person. Seeing their disappointment, I added, however, there are those who obtain such mastery over the disillusionment charm that they can use it to become invisible. Now let's get going, I only have about half an hour remaining before the potion wears off. As we approached the fat lady's portrait, she glared at the twins annoyed and said, you two again, I should have known. Smirking, Fred said, Leo Decord. Grumpily, the portrait swung open to the Gryffindor common room, and they led me to the dorms, where Michael was sleeping. Not taking any chances, I casted the silencing charm on myself and slowly made my way into the dorm. After locating Michael, I pulled out the cursed mask from my robes and placed it on his face. Once attached, the mask sunk beneath his skin and was no longer visible. With my mission accomplished, I quickly left the Gryffindor Tower and made my way back to my dorm. The following day, we all loaded up on the Hogwarts Express and headed home for the summer. On the train, I ran into Michael, and he noticed I had my ring on and sneered at me and drawled, "Glad you seem to have finally found your ring. I can't believe that it took you so long to retrieve it. I guess the rumors that are praising your abilities as a wizard are exaggerated." Thinking about the mask that was going to drive him crazy, I smiled pleasantly at him and cheerfully said, "Have a good summer, Michael, these are the best days of our lives, and I'm sure it will be one you will never forget." Michael looked at me suspiciously. This wasn't how the game was played. He had been expecting me to react in a similar manner. Instead, I smiled pleasantly and told him to enjoy his summer. As the train rolled away from Hogwarts, my mind ran over everything that had happened to me this year. I had accomplished a lot this year, but I still had a ton of things that I needed to accomplish. Hopefully, this trial would help me prepare for what was coming. Thankfully, I still had years to get ready. The closer we got to London, the more I got excited. I couldn't wait to see my family, although part of me missed Hogwarts and couldn't wait to return. Hopefully, my second year would involve a less life-threatening situation. When we arrived at the station, I had expected another embarrassing welcome, but only my father was here. At first, I was relieved until he told me that Mom was waiting for me at home, and his voice indicated that she was not pleased. As we left the station, I cracked my neck in anticipation. It had been too long since my mom and I had engaged in one of our infamous verbal sparring matches. I would need to prepare my arguments if I wanted to obtain victory. Chapter 41. I glared at my bedroom walls in frustration. It had been a month since I had returned from school, well to be exact, 29 days. I was keeping track because I had mostly been imprisoned in my room since I'd come home. The day I arrived home, I knew my mom was upset, and I had been expecting one of our verbal spars. But, what I got was a no-hold-barred ambush of epic proportions. Apparently, my mom took exception to her son risking his life for a ring, and it seems Professor Dumbledore included the minor detail of me pulling the cave ceiling down on my head to take out the grindle. Needless to say, my mom had not been amused. I had been banned from leaving the house for a month, no visiting my friends, or flying over our property. It seems like she didn't trust me because she hexed my windows, preventing me from sneaking out. The first week I didn't mind, I was perfectly happy to stay in my room and practice my magic. When she discovered how little I cared, she confiscated my wand and books, leaving me little to do other than stare at the walls in frustration. I tried to work my occlumency by meditating, but there is only so much meditating that one can do without losing one's mind. I hadn't had any success in reaching the state described by the book, but I knew that this was going to be a long process. Thankfully my imprisonment would be over tomorrow, and I would be free once more. The following day, my mom reluctantly returned my wand and books to me. I had planned on heading to Cedric's house, but I got stuck watching Sasha and Rebecca while our parents went to visit my uncle. When I had heard where they were going, I asked to come along. But, for some strange reason, my dad vehemently refused to allow me to go with them. Pulling me from my thoughts, I felt Rebecca tug on my arm and childishly demand, "Do some magic." I turned and looked down at the twins who had turned 6 recently. Rebecca was staring at me with a cute, defiant look on her face. Sasha, on the other hand, had gone down a different route. She was trying to make herself too adorable for me to refuse their request. Ever since I had gotten home, Sasha had taken to carrying Athena around as if she was convinced that Athena couldn't manage to get around. Pulling out my wand, I grinned and asked, "Want to see a magic trick?" Both of them nodded eagerly, so I tapped Rebecca on the head and said, "Arantium dulcis." Immediately her black hair turned a horrible-looking orange color, and Sasha almost dropped Athena and let out a large gasp in surprise. Curious about what I had done, Rebecca turned and looked into a mirror. When she saw her hair, she screamed, "What did you do?" Glaring at me, she demanded, "Turn it back." With a Cheshire cat grin, I innocently said, "What? I thought you wanted to see some magic." Grinning, I turned to Sasha and asked, "Did you want to see some magic as well?" Sasha quickly shook her head and held Athena out in front of her as a shield, worried that I may turn my wand on her. Rebecca looked back at me and asked fearfully, "Is it permanent?" I shook my head and said, "Of course not, I would never do something like that." A relieved look appeared on her face, and she asked, "So when does it wear off?" With an evil grin, I said, "All you have to do is cut off your hair, it will grow back normally." Tears pooled in her eyes, and she whined, "No. I don't want to cut my hair off." Seeing her tears, made me sense that I might have taken the joke a little too far. So, I smiled at her and said, "I'm kidding. It only lasts for about 10 minutes. It was funny how quickly her tears disappeared, and I looked at her suspiciously. It seemed like she was able to call out those tears whenever she needed to make someone feel guilty. Is this skill all little sisters develop to manipulate their big brothers? If so, I'm going to have to up my game. I spent the rest of the afternoon, entertaining my little sisters. I did everything from making chairs dance to levitating the twins through the air. Later that night, at the dining room table, my dad said, "Alex, after dinner, I want you to go clean up the library." I looked at him in confusion. I don't think I have ever been required to clean up a room. Hell, if one of us tried, Lola, our house elf, would burst into tears, thinking she hadn't done a good enough job. When I got to the family library, I looked around in confusion. The place was spotless as usual. I sighed when I heard a faint sniffle coming from outside. "Come on in, Lola," I called out. A tiny elf peered her head out from around the corner, with big tears leaking from her large eyes. She tearfully asked, "Did Lola mess up cleaning the library?" I knew that I had to be careful. If I said the wrong thing, she might try and punish herself. Carefully I said, "No, Lola, look at this place, it is spotless, I don't think it's ever been so clean before." Half sobbing, Lola stuttered, "But, Master Henry said that, you needed to clean the library, that is Lola's duty." While I was annoyed at my father, a thought occurred to me. Musing out loud, I said, "Yay, he did." Looking around the library in suspicion, my father doesn't do anything without reason. He would have known that what he said would have made Lola upset, and he wouldn't have done that without cause. There was something in here that he wanted me to find, and he intended Lola to help me find it. "Lola," I said. With her ears drooping in sadness, Lola said, "Yes, Master Alex. I think my father left me to find something in here. Is there anything in here out of place?" As she looked around the room, Lola's eyes came to rest on the far shelf. She pointed at the shelf and moaned, "Oh no! There is a book out of place." She tried to start smacking her head, "Bad Lola! Bad Lola!" I grabbed her arms quickly, and soothed, "You didn't do anything wrong, Lola. You just helped me out a great deal." She stopped trying to bang and said, "Lolo did good." I smiled at her and said, "That's right. I needed this book, and you found it for me. You're the best house elf ever, way better than the ones at Hogwarts." Tears of joy swiftly replaced tears of sadness as Lola proudly said, "It is my honor to be of service, Master Alex." She poofed out of the library, no doubt running off to complete other duties around the house. I wasn't going to try and interfere with her. I had learned my lesson years ago. House elves were a weird bunch, they seem happiest when they're helping. I walked over to the shelf that she pointed at and began perusing the titles. One of the books stood out to me. My father divided his books by category and then alphabetically. On the shelf dealing with enchantments, there was a book that didn't match up with the others. It described several strange creatures from the Far East, such as beholders, illithids, mind flayers, and several others. All the creatures in the book seemed to have a unifying theme. They were all magical creatures that could use legilimency in one form or another. Some of these creatures often used legilimency to infiltrate the minds of others and can play tricks. Some of the creatures described were extremely dangerous and were immediately exterminated when found, while others were less so and were allowed to thrive in areas where muggles couldn't reach. Several magical governments in the East had employed a small group dedicated to this task. They were each a master in the art of mental defense and were trained to deal with these tricky creatures. Wizards and witches skilled enough to use legilimency were extremely rare. Even rarer were those who could take legilimency to another level and influence the mind of a person. So, these groups used a reasonably harmless creature to train themselves. The creature they used was a bearded mushroom. It was a cross between a plant and a creature. It used legilimency as a defensive tactic, tricking the minds of anyone near it that it didn't exist. I was surprised to learn that there were creatures out there who could use legilimency in this way. A surge of excitement shot through me. This is how I would know if I was making progress when training with occlumency. If I got to the point where I could be in the presence of this creature and were able to detect it, then that would mean I had made significant progress. My father must have secretly searched my trunk and found all the books on occlumency that I copied from the room of requirement. He would have known that I couldn't implement any plans to request for help, so he sidestepped the entire issue. I had wondered why my mom confiscated all my books. It must have been at my dad's suggestion. I wondered if the magic binding me would prevent me from asking my uncle to track down one of these creatures for me. As I left the library with the book, I saw my dad in the family room. Without saying anything, I gave him a wordless hug, and he patted me on the back and said, "I know what you have to do is hard, but if anyone can do it, you can." I tried to tell him that I would complete the trial and make him proud, but I was unable to do so. Any mention of the trial was forbidden. I think he understood when he saw my frustrated expression. And considering that he also took part in the trial, he must understand exactly what I was going through. The following day, I was planning on visiting my uncle to see if he had any connections in the East. I got a little sidetracked during breakfast when I saw a small article written by Rita Skeeter in the back of the Daily Prophet. Shadow over Nimbus Racing Broom Company. The future of the broomstick racing at risk. This brave reporter has discovered the truth firsthand. The son of Delvin Whithorn, wizard tycoon that took the racing world by storm, has recently been admitted to the mental ward at St. Mungo Hospital. An insider has informed me that Michael Whithorn was admitted after raving about ghosts haunting his every move. A source in the Council of Ghostly Affairs told me that he is outraged at the accusation, and that it is more probable that Michael is mentally disturbed. One must wonder if Delvin Whithorn is making sure that the future owner of such a large business is capable of running the business. The article made me laugh. It seems that the mask that I planted on Michael had led to him embarrassing his father. I bet that he wasn't in there for very long. It wouldn't be difficult for a healer to tell that a cursed mask was on him. I grabbed a copy of the article for my uncle. I figured that he would get a kick out of the story. Once I got permission, I headed towards the vanishing cabinet that led to his ship. I had a lot I needed to discuss with him. Chapter 42. Stepping through the vanishing cabinet, I arrived on Uncle John's boat. Knowing that everyone was probably waiting for me upstairs, I made my way through the ship. When I got to the top deck, I found Aunt Nefret quickly speaking with an African witch I didn't recognize. When they saw me arrive, Aunt Nefret whispered something to the witch, who nodded, turned into a graceful black heron, and flew off. Once she had exited the boundary of the spell that prevented apparition, she disappeared with a loud crack. As I watched her fly off, I couldn't help but imagine wistfully what my animagus would be. I should try to make sure to master the patroness spell this year, to find out what my animal form was. If it was something stupid like a bug, I might not even bother. It was slightly annoying that Professor McGonagall refused to teach anyone how to become an animagus until the 6th year. I know that there were risks to the spell, but I was willing to take them. Aunt Nefret smiled when she saw my expression and asked knowingly, wishing you had an animagus form. Grumpily, I explained, Professor McGonagall, our transfiguration professor refuses to teach anyone to become an animagus until the 6th year. Aunt Nefret nodded and said, I'm sure that she merely has your safety in mind. Although your 6th year seems a little excessive, then again, there are only 7 registered animaguses in Europe. So she probably doesn't have much experience teaching students the spell and wants to make sure that you stay safe. There are no do-overs in the animagus spell. If something goes wrong, it's permanent. Seeing how I wasn't convinced, she hesitantly added, you know, UAGATO has a student exchange program for students in their 4th year. It lasts for 6 months. I think you would find it interesting, and most of our students become animaguses in the 3rd and 4th year. Hearing about an opportunity to visit the oldest magical institution in the world made my eyes widen. That's a great idea, I replied. The only thing that sucked was I would have to wait 2 more years, but at least I still have a lot I need to accomplish that will keep me busy. While we were talking, Uncle John appeared suddenly back onto the boat, holding a glass jar. Knowing that you couldn't apparate on the ship, I asked curiously, is that a port key? Uncle John nodded and said, I never leave the ship without one never knows when they may need a quick exit. And what's nice about them is that they can penetrate protective enchantments, if you set them up beforehand. I mentally added yet another thing I wanted to learn about. At this rate, I will never finish my list. Taking a seat at the table, Uncle John leaned forward and said, so, tell me all about your first year at Hogwarts. And make sure to include all the vampire business I heard about. When I got to the part of my feud with Michael, I thought I saw my uncle's eye twitch. I paused to give him a chance to respond, but he motioned for me to continue. In the end, he let me finish the entire story without interrupting once. When I finished speaking, Uncle John sighed heavily and said, you know Alex, ever since you were little, you have been way ahead of the curve. Your parents and I have always known you were going to be a great wizard, and being able to break a ward at your age only reinforces that. Looking at me with a worried gaze, he continued, I'm not going to lecture you. But, let me give you some advice that I wish I had gotten at your age. Your problem right now is your pride. You've let your abilities go to your head. I have seen many strong wizards brought low by their pride, and if you're not careful, your enemies will use that against you. My ears turned red. I knew he was right, but it was still embarrassing to have my flaws pointed out to me. Sensing my embarrassment, he changed the subject and said, so, tell me about this mask. I slid over the article describing Michael's freakout. When my uncle read it, he laughed maliciously and said, oh, I bet his father is furious. Looking me in the eye, he said, considering that you practically taunted him, unless this Michael is an idiot, he is probably aware that it was you who did it. I shrugged, and said, my friends and I can handle Michael and his idiotic lackeys. The only thing I am slightly wary of is pushing him so far that his grandfather gets involved. Uncle John snorted and explained, you are assuming that their family is close. From what I know, Delvin is a complete disappointment to his father. There is a reason why he isn't involved in his father's syndicate. Delcan's true heir is his daughter. And while he hasn't entirely written off his grandson, the last thing Michael or his father would do is go and complain to Declan that a first-year wizard got the better of him. Hell, he would probably be happy someone was challenging him, and he would expect Michael to crush you with his own strength. Hearing about their strange family dynamic surprised me. I knew that this meant that Michael would probably be desperate in his desire to put me in my place this year. Mentally I sneered, I wasn't afraid of Michael, the best chance he had to deal with me had been in my first year. I was learning more and more every day, and soon, I would surpass him in every way. As we continued talking, eventually, I brought up the reason why I was here. Uncle John, I said, I need a favor, I'm looking to get my hands on a bearded mushroom. Uncle John held up a hand and said, your father sent word over a week ago, and I've already found a seller that we can trust. Eager, I asked, where? Wagging his eyebrows, Uncle John said, how do you feel about popping over to Shanghai for a bit? After a quick trip through the ancient waterways, soon, the ship was near the coast of China. When we arrived, it was dark out, allowing us to fly in on broomsticks. When we arrived, we hailed a cab, and my uncle gave the cabbie a destination. As we made our way through the city, we ended up stopping what looked like a rundown pawnshop. When we went inside, Uncle John greeted an older Chinese man with a nod and motioned for me to follow as he walked to the back. As my uncle approached the back, he pulled his was and drew a glowing Chinese character upon the wall. The character seemed to sink into the wall, revealing a door to another shop. Inside was an older Chinese woman with a gruesome scar running down her cheek, sitting behind a glass counter. Looking around, the shop reminded me of Bergen and Burke's. There was an assortment of random things scattered throughout the shop. Figuring that some of the objects were probably cursed, I made sure not to touch anything. Uncle John said something to the lady in Chinese and made a motion towards me. The lady looked at me and replied in English, John, it's been too long since you've visited my shop. Who is this youngster? Uncle John put his hand on my shoulder and explained, this is my nephew, Alexander. Motioning towards the scarred lady, he said, Alex, this is Yu Yan. She is an old friend. Curious, I asked, how do you know her? You remember when I told you that I threw myself into dueling? Well, Yu Yan handled my introduction to a dueling master named Fei Hong, who I trained with for about a year. Impressed, I gave the women another look. I had just assumed she was a shopkeeper. I needed to keep in mind that appearances can be deceiving, a smiling old lady could be just as dangerous as anyone. On my second glance, I noticed that she had a familiar-looking ring on one of her fingers. The ring had a silver spear etched into it. I racked my memory, trying to remember where I had seen the other ring. After a moment, I remember the wizard from the dueling tournament in South America. I had noticed that he had on a ring with a silver spear on it while he was explaining the rules for dueling. While I was trying to figure out their connection, Yu Yan grinned toothily at Uncle John and said, Master Fei Hong, Mrs. Yu. He always said you were one of his most entertaining students. Uncle John slightly reddened and quickly changed the subject, we're here because I need a bearded mushroom. Yu Yan wagged her finger and sincerely replied, Johnny, you should know that the ministry restricts the sales of Class 3 magic creature. Yu Yan and my uncle glared at each other in silence. For a moment, I thought that they were going to draw on each other, then they both grinned at each other and laughed. Hold on, I think I have one in the back. Yu Yan said as she turned and went to the back of her store. When she came back out, she was carrying a dark clay pot filled with dirt. When she set the pot in front of me, I looked at it in suspicion. Without mastering occlumency, there was no way to tell if anything was there. I pulled out my wand and hesitantly ran it over the pot. It was a little unnerving as I watched my ivory-colored wand pass through without being stopped. The bearded mushroom was actively replacing my thoughts, convincing me that nothing was there. That is unless Yu Yan was trying to rip us off by selling us a pot filled with dirt and acting like there was something there, knowing that unless we had mastered occlumency, we wouldn't be able to tell. But, considering that my uncle trusts her, I imagine that she wouldn't try and rip us off. Looking up, I asked, how much? Yu Yan flicked her eyes towards my ivory-colored wand and said, well, for you, my young friend. I will give you the friends and family discount of 100 galleons. I glanced at Uncle John to see if that was acceptable, and he nodded his head in acceptance. I pulled out the funds that I had brought with me in preparation. Once I had given her the money, my uncle and Yu Yan discussed some matters in Chinese. Seeing how they were busy talking, I started looking around the store. In the far corner, I found several large strange-looking swords. The designs were strange, and they were too big to have ever been used for sword fighting. Curious, I grabbed one and took it to the front and asked, what is this used for? When Yu Yun saw what I had, she smiled and said, that is known as a flying sword. It's what many magical families use to fly around on. What about broomsticks? I asked. She smiled and said, normally, the only people who use broomstick here are those who play Quidditch. Otherwise, our community prefers these, we've been using them for thousands of years. Warning me, Uncle John said, those are banned in Europe. I smiled at him, and Sly said, I guess it's a good thing I have an uncle who lives in the middle of the ocean. Even though I wouldn't be able to fly the sword back home, I still ended up purchasing it. One does not simply find a flying sword and leave it behind. On our way out of the store, Yu Yan gave me a small smile and said, "Farewell, young Alexander, I'm sure we will meet someday again." By the time I made it home, I was exhausted. I took pot containing the mushroom up to my room, and tried some more meditation. Without meaning to, I fell asleep and dreamed of bearded mushrooms chasing me through the sky on flying swords. Chapter 43. The following late afternoon, I went downstairs when I heard my sisters arrive back from my grandmother. I found my grandmother waiting for me in the dining room with my dad. When I saw how she was dressed, I raised an eyebrow in surprise. Although the clothes she usually wore were expensive, they were typically modest and low-key. Today she had gone for a different look, everything about her broadcasted wealth and power. Typically when someone tries to pull off that look, it comes across like they're trying too hard, but she seemed to make it appear natural. It had been a while since I had seen her go all out. Hugging her, I said, "What are you doing here, grandmother?" She replied, "I'm here for you. I thought you might join me tonight. I'm visiting with some of my fellow governors, and I would like the company of my grandson." Across the table, my dad grumbled, "Politics." Grandma pointed her finger at Dad and said, "Shush Henry. I swear sometimes you're too much like your father. There is nothing wrong with making socializing with other families. It will be good for Alex to make connections with other families, and you never know when you may need a favor. Besides, word got out about the incident earlier this year, and some of my fellow governors would like to meet him." Before Dad could argue, I piped up, "Dad, Grandma is right." Meeting his gaze, I quietly continued, "One can never have too many friends, we never know when our family might need a favor." As our eyes meet, I knew we were both thinking about the Whithorn family. Sighing heavily, Dad said, "I just wanted you to focus on being a kid." Thinking about the war that was coming in a few years, I said, "I wish I could too, but like it or not, we all have to grow up at some point." A look of defeat appeared on his face, and he groaned, "Fine, but don't have him out too late." Grandmother turned to me and said, "Go get ready and make sure to dress appropriately. A good first impression can go a long way." After nodding my understanding, I took off upstairs and dug out a set of my best dress robes. By the time I was ready, the sun was starting to set. When I got downstairs, I found my grandmother waiting on me and asked, "Are we going to use the Flow network?" She looked me up and down, making sure I was appropriately dressed before responding. Once she was satisfied, she replied, "No, we'll be going by apparition." Having always wanted to travel by apparition, I eagerly asked, "Really?" I thought that I had to be older. Motioning me to follow, we headed outside while she explained, "No, that's only taboo for kids who haven't started schooling. We learned a long time ago that when children who hadn't begun using magic are subject to apparition, their magic can sometimes burst out and interfere with the process. Once children have begun using magic on a regular base, they're no longer prone to random bursts of magic, and it becomes safe for them to travel by apparition." Holding out her arm for me to grab, she continued, "It also serves another purpose. It's a subtle demonstration of power. Less than half of the magical community has the talent to apparate." Turning towards me, she said, "Hold on tight, the sensation will take some getting used to." I felt her twist away from me, and then everything went black. Immediately I felt like I was being stuffed into a tiny tube and sucked through it. Unable to breathe, I tried to scream in frustration, but there was no sound, only darkness. Just as it almost became unbearable, we reappeared outside a large estate. Grandmother let me recover for a few seconds and soothed, "I know it's rather unpleasant, but the more you apparate, you'll become used to the feeling. It's no wonder why so many people choose not to use this method of travel. Not only is it difficult, but the claustrophobic feeling of being squeezed through space was also extremely unpleasant. If it wasn't such a convenient way of travel, I don't think I would be interested in learning apparition." After my breathing returned to normal, I noticed the enormous estate we had apparat outside of, and asked, "So, whose family is hosting tonight?" She gestured for me to follow and clarified, "One of my fellow governors, Lucius Malfoy, was generous enough to host the gathering." I tried not to let the distaste show on my face. The Malfoy family was full of Death Eaters, and now, I was going to have to play nice with them and pretend like they weren't a part of the group that killed my grandfather. I remembered my meditation technique and tried to center myself. After a few deep breaths, I buried my feeling deep within me. Thankfully, my grandmother assumed that I was still recovering from the apparition. When we arrived at the door, it opened to reveal a small elf on the filthiest toga that I had ever witnessed. Although I had never seen this elf before, I knew from the books, that this had to Dobby, the Malfoy's house elf. Bowing deeply, Dobby said, "Welcome to Malfoy Manor." After we entered, Dobby shut the door and promptly disappeared. Proper wizard etiquette dictated that we remain in the foyer until we invited to proceed deeper within. Proceeding into a wizard's house without permission would have been a great insult. We didn't have to wait long before a tall, blonde-haired witch came into the foyer and said, "Welcome Danielle, it's good to see you again." Turning to me, she added, "And this must be young Alexander, it's nice to meet you. I smiled a greeting as I studied her platinum blonde hair and blue eyes. This could only be Narcissa Malfoy. Narcissa, it's so thoughtful of your family to volunteer to host tonight's dinner, my grandmother replied. Please, it's always an honor to host such a gathering, Narcissa denied, waving the praise. Turning, she invited, come on, let me show you where everyone has gathered. Narcissa led us through the house to a large dining hall. Inside the room were dozens of witches and wizards socializing in smaller groups. As soon as we entered, a sleek blonde-headed wizard made his way towards us. Seeing his snake cane, confirmed that this had to be Lucius Malfoy. As he approached, Lucius inclined his head and smoothly greeted, Danielle. Turning his watchful grey eyes to me, he praised with a smile, ah, and this must be Alexander. The young ward breaker that freed a vampire and caused such a ruckus this year. I have to say, when we all heard that a first-year wizard broke through a ward, all of the governors were rather impressed. Several of the witches and wizards nearby turned to evaluate me. To my chagrin, my ears turned slightly red in embarrassment. Not wanting to give away my distaste for him, I held out a hand and replied, you must Mr. Malfoy, of course, I've heard about you. A satisfied look appeared on his face, no doubt thinking that I was complimenting him. When what I was alluding to was the fact that I knew him from the books where he was a Death Eater and one of Voldemort's highest lieutenants. Lucius nudged me on the shoulder and said, of course, it's not too surprising to see such a wizard produced from such a prestigious lineage. I had to force myself not to roll my eyes. Lucius's statement was a compliment, but at the same time, it also subtly implied that bloodlines were responsible for producing powerful wizards. Lucius gestured across the room towards a miniature version of himself, and said, that is my son Draco. He is eager to begin his schooling at Hogwarts, but unfortunately, he is too young to attend this upcoming year and will be forced to wait another year. I hope you will look after him. Ancient houses like ours should watch out for one another. I saw Draco standing next to his mother, speaking with a few others. If he was anything like he was in the books, I doubt we will get along. Thankfully, it seemed like Lucius had business with other people and drifted off. As I watched him saunter off and continue to socialize with other people at the party, I realized why Lucius was able to fool so many people. I have always been baffled about how Lucius was able to blend back into society after the First War. Lucius had claimed he was under the Imperius curse like many others during the First War. But, seeing how he maneuvered crowd, I understood, he was a master manipulator. Had I not known about him being a Death Eater, I wouldn't have suspected him. He always seemed to know what to say to put the other party at ease and make them view himself in a positive light. Shaking me from my thoughts, my grandmother said, come, I want to introduce you to someone. She led me across the room to an elderly witch and said, Alex, this is an old friend and fellow governor, Augusta Longbottom. My ears perked up when I heard the name. This must be Neville's grandmother. I was a little surprised when I heard that she was one of the governors of Hogwarts. The books had only revealed Lucius as one of the 12. Augusta silently evaluated me before turning to my grandmother, and bluntly said, Danielle, you must be pleased with your grandson showing such skill. My grandmother quickly replied, it wouldn't matter how much potential he showed, I would be proud regardless. Augusta sighed and said, it is easy to say, but harder to do. I quickly realized that they weren't speaking about me. I remember from the books, that while Neville's grandmother loved him, she always seemed disappointed that her grandson didn't seem to measure up against his talented father. So, how is Neville doing these days? Grandmother questioned. Augusta cracked a smile and replied, well, last year, Neville showed his first sign of magic. We were beginning to fear that he was a squib, but my brother Algie dropped him out the window, trying to force some magic out of him. And it worked, he bounced all the way to the garden. I looked at her in disbelief and thanked all the gods in the universe that I hadn't been reborn into the Longbottom family. I mean, my uncle can be a little crazy, but if he ever did something like that, I'm pretty sure my mom would kill him and destroy the body. Grandmother winced when she heard the story, but said, well, at least now you know he will be going to Hogwarts. I know he is getting close to the age requirement. Will he be attending this coming year or the following? Augusta continued smiling and replied, he will be attending the following year. I just hope he doesn't tarnish his father's legacy. Man, I bet she would be happy when Neville came into his own as a wizard. In the books, he was mediocre, barely passing many of his classes until the 5th book. However, after the Death Eaters that had tortured his parents into insanity broke out of Azkaban, Neville's unrealized willpower and potential burst out. A considerable component of spell casting is mental willpower, and in the 5th book, when Harry was training the DA, Neville was so driven by his desire for retribution that only Hermione was able to learn spells faster. Speaking up, I said, I'm sure your grandson will live up to the Longbottom name. Augusta grunted in response. Deciding to change the subject, I asked, so, what do the governors of Hogwarts do? Speaking up, my grandmother explained, the governors don't have many responsibilities. Our main responsibility is choosing the headmaster. And, if necessary, override the headmaster. Remembering that the ministry appointed Dolores Umbridge as the headmaster in the 5th book, I questioned, I thought that the ministry would handle that. No, Hogwarts predates the ministry by 700 years, and while I'm sure that the ministry would love to be able to take control and appoint whoever they wanted, without the blessing of the governors, Hogwarts would never accept them. Augusta replied. Well, that might explain why Umbridge was unable to control the school or even get into the headmaster's office. My grandmother continued to introduce me to each of the governors throughout the night. One thing I noticed was that each of the governors happened to be a pureblood from one of the so-called Sacred 28. Turning to my grandmother, I asked curiously, is it a requirement to be a pureblood from one of the 28 families to be a governor? She shook her head and said, no, there have been half-blood members before. But it's not uncommon for the governors to elect new members from ancient families. Hearing our conversation, Augusta added, besides, the so-called Sacred 28 is a bunch of nonsense. When Cantankerous Knott published his book back in the 1930s, he left out dozens of pureblood families off his list. Knott fancied himself a historian, and only included ancient magical clans that were mentioned in the oldest text. Sneering, she added, not to mention, several of the 28 families have proudly pointed out that some of their ancestors married muggles and muggle-born wizards. And I would wager that if you go back far enough, all of the families have a muggle or two hidden in their bloodline. As the evening wore on, I considered everything that Augusta and my grandmother said. They had given me a lot to think about, not to mention, my view of my grandmother had changed. The way she handled the room was incredible, she was as skilled as Lucius was when it came to saying the right thing. At first, I thought that Malfoy's charm had hoodwinked her, but there were subtle indications that I was able to pick up on because I knew her. I don't think he fooled her at all, and I'm pretty sure she disliked him a great deal for what I couldn't say. Thankfully, I didn't have to deal with Draco this evening. He spent most of the evening beside his parents. It seemed like their mission was to make sure Draco made connections. I almost smiled when I considered that I was here to do the same. The rest of the evening quickly passed by, and soon it was time to head home. On our way back, I turned to my grandmother, and asked, what do you think about the Malfoys? She looked thoughtfully at me, and said, the Malfoys appear to be the very definition of a proper magical family. Her voice trailed off, so I questioned, appears. She sighed, and explained, you know, during the war, there were hundreds or witches and wizards that were controlled by he who must not be named and his followers. After the war was over, trying to sort out who had been controlled and who was nearly impossible. She glared back at the Malfoy estate we were leaving behind, and said, but, I remember Jack telling me about the amount of people Lucius gathered to attend the early meetings where you know who was gathering support. I don't have any evidence, but I can't seem to shake the feeling that Lucius was a Death Eater. Until I'm satisfied that he was innocent, I will be keeping a watchful eye on him. Gnashing her teeth she added, what is it they say? Keep your friends close, but your enemies closer. Seeing the steel in my grandmother's eyes, reminded me that she was not to be underestimated. There was an old cunning wolf lurking deep within, and it had not forgiven or forgotten the death of her mate. Chapter 44. Doug. As soon as I heard the shout I threw myself to the side, not wanting to get hit. I toppled off the bench I had been reading on and went sprawling on the wet grass. A red quaffle passed by where my head had been. Pushing myself off the ground, I glared up at the offender. Merlin's beard, Alicia. You almost hit me. I shouted, annoyed that the book I was reading was now on the ground. She grinned down at me from her broomstick, with her red and gold robes fluttering in the breeze. She grinned maliciously at me and innocently said, oops. I dropped it. She swooped down to grab the quaffle that she had dropped and pleaded, come on, Alex, I need someone to practice with if I'm going to make the Gryffindor team this year. I didn't have the heart to tell her that she was probably only going to make the reserve team this year. In the books, she was on the reserve team for a year before she made the official team. Her first year was the same year that Harry got on the Gryffindor team to play Seeker. Rolling my eyes at her antics, I pointed out, Alicia, we can't play with only 2 people, we need at least 4 to for a decent game. Flying in small circles around me, she complained, I'm so bored. After cleaning off my robe, I grabbed my book and said, we can play when Cedric and Anna get here. Dragging out the word, she grumbled, fine. After landing, she took a seat next to me. Looking around our backyard, she asked curiously, how much land does your family own? Sighing, I closed the book that I was trying to read. I sensed that it was going to be impossible to get any more reading done today. Looking around our property, I explained, we have over 1,000 acres of land. Surrounding our land is a wall that has enough spells and wards in it to prevent any muggles from sneaking in. Alicia looked around our property wistfully and said, you're so lucky to have this much open space. My family lives in a townhouse in London and we can't even fly around unless it's at night. Wincing, I sympathetically said, that must suck, having to be so careful with your magic around muggles. Our house is chock full of magical items, and if a muggle ever saw them, they would think they are going crazy. Having never met her parents, I questioned, your parents are healers? Right. Yay, they both work at St. Mungo. They're both healers, but my dad typically works in their research division, Alicia answered. What does your dad research? I inquired. She rolled her eyes and said, to hear him tell it, he is on the frontier of the fight against dark magic. But, all he really does is figure out new basic counterspells for minor curses and jinxes. People are constantly coming up with new spells known only to them, and if none of the known counterspells work, he tries to figure out a new way to remove it. My eyebrows rose in surprise. I had known that they were healers, but hearing about her dad's work was new. Hearing that he researched new counterspells was impressive. Counterspells had always interested me, especially those against dark magic. Not only was it challenging to discover new counterspells, if you did create a new way to counter a specific curse, 100 others would spring up in its place. Trying to root out the dark arts was futile. I also found it curious that dark magic tended to leave behind wounds that weren't able to fully heal. Theoretically, magic should be able to cure anything, but as of yet, healing spells are limited in what they can do against dark magic. It was something I wanted to research at some point. So, speaking of your parents, on a scale of 1 to 10, how upset were they? I questioned. Alicia's eyes shifted nervously. Well, they weren't pleased with me, and they're not your biggest fan. She replied hesitantly. I grunted in acceptance and kicked at a pebble that was half buried in the ground. It wasn't a big surprise, we had almost been killed during the year and her parents hadn't even met me. A thought occurred to me and I said, if your parents don't like me, I can't imagine that they would approve of you being here. Where do they think you are? She smirked and replied, who said they know I'm here? Besides, if I get caught I'm just going to blame you for being a bad influence. Speechless, I half-heartedly glared at her and pointed out, you were the one spoiling for a fight with the grindle, I just wanted to free the vampire and find my ring. If anyone is the bad influence, it's you. Her eyes danced with mirth and she soothed, well, they were impressed with the special service to the school award we got. And my mother was pleased about us freeing the vampire. She has a few friends inside the vampire conclave and they were grateful for the release of one of their own. I glanced over at her and asked, were they told about the grindle? Yes, my dad interrogated me endlessly on the matter, she answered. He told me that long ago, there was a period in time when many wizards and witches performed similar experiments on themselves. It almost always ended horribly and eventually the magical community learned that it wasn't a good idea to mess with such magic. I nodded, it made sense that the wizards and witches in the magical community would stop experimenting after so many horrible outcomes. While we were speaking, I heard the back door open. Turning, I saw Cedric exit wearing a set of black and yellow robes with a pair of Quidditch goggles on his forehead. Following close behind was Anna wearing green and silver. For some reason, everyone showed up wearing their house colors. I almost made fun of them, but to my chagrin, I realized my robes were blue. I noticed that both of them were carrying broomsticks. It seemed like they had come prepared to play. I glanced wistfully at the book I had been reading, it appeared that I would not be finishing the book today. Alicia pointed at them and accused, you're late. Cedric slowed and hesitantly said, didn't we agree to meet up at 2? I gave Alicia a playful shove and replied, we did. Alicia is the one who forgot and showed up an hour early. Alicia just grinned and asked excitedly, are you guys ready to play some Quidditch? Cedric matched her grin, motioned towards his broomstick, and taunted, I brought my clean sweep 9 with me. You don't stand a chance. Alicia playfully sneered back and scorned, that's cute, bringing in your little model 9. Pointing towards her broom, she bragged, this is a Comet 280, good luck trying to catch me. Cedric narrowed his grey eyes and argued, speed without control is nothing, the clean sweep brooms have always handled better than the Comets. Anna and I moved off to the side, taking a seat on the wooden bench, content to watch the show. This wasn't the first time they have had this argument about which brand was superior. Anna and I always were entertained by the sparks that flew between them. Initially, they had both been fans of the Nimbus model, which was unquestionably better than the Clean Sweep or the Comet series. But, after they all heard how the Whithorns stole my grandfather's work, all my friends vowed never to ride a Nimbus ever again. While Cedric and Alicia were bickering, I turned to Anna and asked, how has your summer been? Ugh, Anna groaned and turned her head so that her long blonde hair made a curtain covered her face. Grumbling, she added, I'll bet about the same as yours. My parents were furious. Hopefully, they don't blame me too much. I hopefully said. Anna parted her blonde hair and looked at me with her violet eyes. Why would they blame you? She asked. Alicia's parents do. And it's kinda my fault about how everything else went down. I pointed out. Anna softly smacked the back of my head and said, stop trying to act like the whole world revolves around you. We all decided to enter the forest, you didn't force any of us to follow. The only actions you are responsible for are your own. Don't try to shoulder everyone else's mistakes. It's condescending. After mulling her words over, I decided she was right. My friends weren't mindless drones who obeyed my every whim. Their choices were their own. I nudged her with my shoulder and joked, well, I guess I can stop saying I was being stupid, and start saying we were all stupid. It's nice to have company. She laughed and pointed out, well, I don't know if you get to count Cedric among our company. His father was actually pleased with him. He said Cedric showed great courage and claimed that the special award we all got would help him in the future. I couldn't help but roll my grey eyes at that. Cedric's father always had ambitious plans for Cedric. Amos's goal was to have his son become the Minister of Magic one day. It's too bad that Amos hadn't ever paid attention to what Cedric wanted to do with his life. According to Cedric, he plans on being a professional Quidditch player. I didn't care what he did as long as he was alive to do it. We turned our attention back to the passionate debate between Alicia and Cedric. They had moved on from which broomstick was better and were now belittling the Quidditch team that the other supported. Anna leaned her head on my shoulder and stage whispered, "Wake me when they stop bickering." I smiled and replied, "I know how to end this." I called out in a louder voice, "I guess you guys are just not in the mood to practice." Alicia shot me a dirty look, while Cedric just looked sheepish at getting sucked into the same argument that they had before. "So, how are we doing this? Boys against girls?" Alicia eagerly questioned. Shrugging, I replied, "We can do that, but if your goal is making the team this year, I would suggest doing more specific training for whatever position you are seeking rather than just playing a casual game." Eyeing me thoughtfully, Cedric asked, "What do you suggest?" I gestured towards Anna sitting next to me and replied, "How about we get some advice from the daughter of a professional Quidditch player? I'm sure she can come up with a better plan than I ever could." Anna's ears burned red at my compliment. "Well, what position do you guys want to play?" she questioned. Without hesitation, Cedric replied, "Seeker." I could tell Alicia was tempted to say the same, but after a moment of consideration she answered, "I think I want to try out for Chaser." Anna mulled over their choices for a moment, then turned to Cedric and explained, "You probably have the easiest training method. The Seeker only has one job, retrieve the golden snitch. While it's one of the most difficult positions, it has the advantage of having a straightforward training method. Maybe we can get a golden snitch for you to practice with." A memory of a Harry soaring through the sky chasing a small glass object surfaced in my mind. "Well, I don't have a snitch, but I have an idea." I reached down and grabbed a small rock off the ground. I pulled out my wand and pointed it at the rock and chanted, "Speculo." The rock morphed into a small glass ball. I tossed the glass ball towards Cedric and said, "Think fast." Cedric snatched the glass ball and looked at me in shock. "What?" I asked. Anna looked at me in panic and said in a strangled voice, "You just broke the law on underage magic. The Ministry can track your magic. You could be expelled from Hogwarts." Hearing their fears, I laughed and said, "Didn't I ever tell you about how the trace works?" They all shook their heads, so I explained, "The Ministry can only detect magic around the trace. They can't tell who cast the spell. As long as you're at home, they will assume that any magic detected is from your family." Cedric thought about it for a moment and pointed out, "It seems like this rule was invented to monitor Muggleborns." I nodded and said, "You're right. But remember, most of the rules that the Ministry enforces has to do with maintaining the international statute of secrecy." After hearing about how the trace worked, Anna and Cedric both seemed relieved. The only one who didn't look surprised about how the trace worked was Alicia. Wanting to get back on topic, I drew Cedric's attention back to the glass ball and explained, "If you can see and catch that in the air, you shouldn't have any issue finding a golden snitch." After hearing about Cedric's training, Alicia looked excited to hear what was in store for her. She looked at Anna and said, "What about me?" Anna paused for a moment, gathering her thoughts, and said, "Although the Chaser position seems less demanding than the Seeker, it's actually a very demanding position. You'll need to learn to coordinate your movements with your fellow Chasers and how to pass the quaffle between yourselves. Also, you'll need to know how to block and steal the quaffle from the opposing team, all while dodging angry bloodjares that are trying to smash you." "What should I focus on?" Alicia questioned. "For now, I would suggest focusing on practicing coordinating with other players," Anna suggested. "We can practice passing the ball back and forth while Alex plays interference." Eager to begin practicing, Alicia and Cedric hopped on their brooms and took to the sky. I turned to Anna and complimented, "You're pretty good at this. Are you going to try out for the Slytherin team?" Anna shook her head and said, "No, I love Quidditch, but it's not something I'm interested in doing. I know from my dad just how much time it takes to be a Quidditch player." "I know what you mean," I responded. Seeing Alicia impatiently flying above us, I continued, "Well, we better get going. Otherwise, I think Alicia is going to lose it." We both hopped on our brooms and took to the skies. Alicia and Anna started by practicing passing the ball between them while I tried to steal the quaffle from them. To help Cedric, I would toss the small glass ball and watch him chase it down. He would often lose track of it and let the ball shatter on the ground, forcing me to make a pile of replacements. After a few hours of practice, we were all covered in sweat and exhausted. We decided to call it a day and they all headed home after Anna and I agreed to help them practice a few days each week. Chapter 45. The following evening, I was sitting on the floor of my bedroom trying to find the correct mental state for occlumency. With my eyes shut, I tried to shut out my thoughts, memories, emotions, and anything else that would distract me. I needed to master myself. The books that I read suggested that this is a unique process. No two people would learn occlumency the same way. Unfortunately, I started getting bored. Letting my thoughts drift away into nothingness was difficult for me. I wasn't used to not doing anything, and I decided that I didn't enjoy it. Soon, my mind wandered as my memories of my life started surfacing. At one point, I thought I felt something within me change when suddenly I was brought back to the present. A noise from the door behind me slightly creaked as it was slowly opened. I was a little annoyed at being interrupted, but then I smirked when I realized what was happening. Rebecca or Sasha were trying to sneak up on me. I guessed that it was Rebecca, she had been getting ornery lately. Slowly, I slid out my wand, not wanting to give away that I was onto her. Quickly, I turned and saw Rebecca crouched a few feet away, getting ready to pounce on me. Pointing my wand at her, I chanted, Wingardium Leviosa. Rebecca yelped as she floated into the air, cheater. She accused. Her black hair dangled as she floated in midair helplessly. She tried to grab my bedpost to stabilize herself. Unable to grab hold of it, she put her hands on her hips and demanded, put me down. While I was smirking at Rebecca, my left knee almost gave out as it was tackled from behind. Looking down, I found Sasha attached to my leg. I think that between Sasha and Rebecca, she was the more clever one. She sent her sister in as a distraction so she could try and ambush me. Got you, she bragged. Nodding gravely, I replied, you did. However, I don't think you thought this through. I put one hand on her shoulder and with my other, I showed her my wand. Seeing her confusion, I explained, now that you got me, I seem to have you as well. She protested, but, I won. I got you. Smirking, I cheekily replied, you did, but haven't you learned? I cheat. After a quick chant, Sasha joined her sister in the air. Now, what should I do with the two of you? I mused. Rebecca's blue eyes flashed in adorable anger, and she loudly demanded, put us down. I paused and carefully considering her demand, then replied with a simple, no. Taking a softer approach, Sasha pleaded with sad white eyes. Please. I smirked at her and said, you should stop using your puppy dog eyes so often. I think I'm becoming immune. As I considered what to do to them, an old birthday memory concerning my uncle surfaced within my mind. With a malevolent grin, I said, I know just what to do to the two of you. Pointing my wand at them, I quickly chanted, Rictus Empra. A silver stream of light burst forth from my wand and hit Rebecca. She started laughing uncontrollably as the tickling charm took effect. Sasha, sensing that she was next, looked at me in fear. I flicked my wand in her direction and sent the same spell at her. They both hung in midair, laughing as the spell tickled them both. Once I felt that the lesson had been learned, I asked, who isn't going to sneak into their brother's room anymore? Eager to stop the torment, Sasha pleaded, me. Turning to Rebecca, I looked at my fingernails and said, anything you want to say. For a moment, I thought she wasn't going to relent. But then, she gasped, me too. Deciding that they learned their lesson, I maneuvered them over my bed and dropped them abruptly. They both made identical squeals as they fell and landed. Rebecca and Sasha both bounced off the bed and ran from the room. As they exited, Rebecca called out, we'll get you next time. The next day, my dad pulled me off to the side after breakfast and said, do you remember the project I started last year? Of course, how is Project Firebolt? I asked. He grinned and replied, there is still a lot of work to be done. But, I thought that you might like to come to the shop to take a look at the progress I've made. Eagerly I replied, of course, I can't wait to see what you've been up to. Overhearing our plans, Mum chimed in, perfect. You both can pick up your books and supplies for the coming year. When we made it to Fawley's Wondrous Enchantments, Dad led me to the workshop in the back. The workshop was the same as I remembered it. Lining the walls were tables full of items that my dad regularly enchanted. In the center was his warding circle, where he experimented with new enchantments. Ignoring everything else in the room, Dad led me to the table on the far wall. It had been cleared except for several different broom designs. Dad reached down and picked up one of the racing brooms and informed me, the others are earlier concepts. Dad handed the broom to me and added, but this prototype is the one that I have settled on. As I ran my fingers over the polished ebony wood, I marveled at the design. The broom had a slight curve built into it, making it look sleek and aerodynamic. How close is it to being finished? I asked. Dad rubbed my head affectionately and replied, well, there is still a lot of work to be done before it's ready. Like what? I questioned. Well, one of the main issues is that I still need to modify a unique and faster flight charm. Dad explained, I can't just stick any old flight charm on the Firebolt. We need the enchantment to be better and faster than any other broom. I nodded my understanding and asked, what spells have you worked out so far? Grinning at me, Dad asked, what do you think is the most important aspect of a racing broom? After considering his question for a moment, I replied, acceleration. Wagging his finger at me, Dad replied, not a bad guess. That is probably the second or third most important thing. Gesturing towards the broom in my hand, Dad continued, the most important thing is stopping quickly. I raised my eyebrow in confusion. Stopping? That doesn't seem like it is the most important thing. I think that speed and acceleration are a little more important. With a wide grin, Dad explained, think about this, the Quidditch field is only so big, so rarely do players reach their top speed. Now consider how often Quidditch players have to change direction. They have to change directions constantly, and the faster you are traveling, the wider and longer turn you have to make. Now, imagine being able to stop almost instantly and then bolting off in a different direction. Taking the broom from me, Dad fondly said, what I have created is an unbreakable braking charm that is so effective that it allows for a near instantaneous stop, allowing the flyer to turn and take off instantly in another direction. Dad pointed towards the metal on the back half of the broom, and continued, the braking charm was so strong that I needed to add goblin ironwork to the broom to stabilize the whole thing so that it wouldn't roll or break when stopping so suddenly. After considering everything that my dad explained, I understood his position. The ability to stop and change directions would be advantageous in many aspects in Quidditch. Curious, I asked, now that you've done that, are you going to work on your flight charm next? Dad shook his head and explained, no, next is the maneuvering charm. I want the enchantment to be so sensitive and precise, that the broom seemingly responds to the flyer's every whim. After I work out that charm, I will move on to the flight charm and all the other enchantments that will be going into the broom. I sighed in frustration. It was going to take forever for this to be finished, and I couldn't wait till it was finished. The books never said when the Firebolt was created, but considering Harry got one in his third year, it should be completed sometime in 1993. It will be interesting to see if the timeline will be altered at all because of me. Once Dad had finished showing me the progress, he took me out to pick up my school supplies for the coming year. Thankfully, it didn't take as long as the previous year. It seemed that shopping without Mum made the whole process a lot smoother. When I mentioned this to Dad, he told me never to tell Mum, unless I wanted to get hexed. As the summer continued, I continued to divide my time between meditating, practicing my magic, hanging out with my friends, and spending time with my family. Time flew by, and soon it was September. It was time to go back to Hogwarts. Chapter 46. The day I was to head back to Hogwarts was similar to the previous year. There was a flurry of activity around the house as I packed and moved all my things. Hurry up, Alex, or we'll be late. Mum pleaded as she passed by my bedroom. I've almost got everything packed. In my bedroom, I hastily stuffed a few more things inside my trunk. Just as I was getting about to call out that I was ready, Athena meowed at me, trying to get my attention from the other side of the room. I looked over and found her sitting on my dresser next to a seemingly empty ceramic plant vase. Once I saw the jar next to her, I glared at it in suspicion. I could have sworn that I meant to pack that away last night. But, it seems as if the bearded mushroom had cleverly made me forget about its presence. I flicked my wand towards the invisible mushroom and muttered, "Tricky little bastard, aren't you?" With a quick spell, I sent it zooming across the room, and once it was tucked safely inside my trunk, I headed downstairs with my trunk floating behind me. I found my mum tapping her foot impatiently at the front door. She gave me a look over before nodding her approval and called out, "Sasha! Rebecca! Hurry up! We're waiting on you." While we were waiting, I pulled out Athena's collar from my robe. Kneeling, I attached it to her neck. She narrowed her green eyes and hissed her disapproval as her black horns and dark blue wings were magically tucked away. "I know, little one. But if you don't have it on, you can't come with me to Hogwarts." Wanting to reassure her, I added, "Besides, I will make sure you get the chance to stretch your wings." Athena chuffed her displeasure, so I picked her up and put her on my shoulder. Ever since she had forced herself to grow the previous year, she had grown almost too big for my shoulder. As Athena needed my shoulder, pleased at being in her favorite perch, Rebecca and Sasha came trudging down the stairs. "We want to go to Hogwarts," they declared in unison. I chuckled at their proclamation. It seemed that the twins believed that if they demanded it, it would happen. "Girls, we've had this conversation before. You're only 6 years old, and you have another 5 years before you're old enough to go to school." Mum patiently explained. But we want to go now, Sasha whined. Time goes by faster than you think. Before you know it, you'll be 11 and ready for school. I bopped her on the nose and added, just think. When you two start school, I'll be in my 6th year. Humph. She sniffed and turned her head away. Once we had all gathered, we made our way out to the road, and Dad signaled for the night bus. When the bus had arrived and we all loaded up, it took off and after a few quick stops, we arrived at the train station in London. After going through the train station, we found the platform between 9 and 10, I quickly pushed my cart of belongings towards the brick column that led to platform 9 3/4. On the other side, the platform was full of students and parents saying their goodbyes. After my family joined me on the other side, I turned to my mum and confirmed, no singing birthday cards this year, right? Her eyes shifted, and I complained, Mum, we talked about this. I don't see what's wrong with showering my son with affection on his birthday, she protested. I turned to Dad for backup, and he said, honey, we agreed, no singing birthday cards. Fine, I promise no singing letters, she quickly agreed with a smile. I felt like she accepted the ban too quickly, so I added, or any other colorful displays of affections that may embarrass me. Mum's face flushed in embarrassment, giving away that she had been planning on getting around the ban by being creative. Knowing it would be months before I would see my sisters again, I bent down, scooped them into a hug, and whispered, I'm going to miss you two troublemakers. Be good for Mum and Dad, and I'll see you at Christmas. I had to pry Rebecca and Sasha off of me and I gave Mum and Dad a hug goodbye as well. Like the previous year, going to Hogwarts was a bittersweet experience. As I pushed my way through the crowd towards the Hogwarts Express, I heard a voice call out, Hey Alex. Turning, I saw Alicia standing next to two adults, who I assumed were her parents. The size difference between her parents almost made me smile. Her dad was tall, well over 6 feet, and her mum stood only a few inches over 5 feet. As I approached them, Alicia said, Mum, Dad, this is my friend Alex. As soon as her dad heard my name, his nostrils flared out in annoyance. He glared at me with his dark eyes and grunted, humph. Her mum was a little more diplomatic and said, it's nice to meet one of Alicia's friends. I smiled at her Egyptian accent. It reminded me of my aunt's way of speaking English. Wanting to improve my standing in her eyes, I greeted her in Arabic, it's nice to meet you, Mrs. Spinnet. Alicia's mum smiled at me and said, I'm glad Alicia had found some friends at school. It would be better if those friends didn't put my daughter in danger, Mr. Spinnet grumbled under his breath. Alicia elbowed her dad in annoyance, well, it's nice that you guys met. She grabbed me by the arm, dragged me back towards the train, and called out, love you. See you in December. Nice to meet you too, I added. When we got on the Hogwarts Express, we tried to track down the compartment that Cedric and Anna were reserving. We searched the railcars until I saw Cedric wave me from one of the compartments. Once we got our trunks stowed away, I took a seat next to him. Seeing that Cedric was the only one inside, I questioned, where is Anna? He shrugged. She said she would be back soon. Soon after we got settled, the train loudly whistled, indicating the upcoming departure. About 10 minutes after the train started rolling, Anna showed back up and took a seat next to Alicia. She reached over, picked Athena up, and started spoiling her immediately. The one thing that sucked about the Hogwarts Express was the time it took to travel from London to Hogwarts. It was between 6 and 7 hours. In a world with apparition, portkeys, and the flow network, one would think that there would be a more efficient way to get students to Hogwarts. After all, Hogsmeade is a purely magical town right outside Hogwarts where they could have students arrive. When I voiced my complaints to my friends, Anna argued, I kinda like it. It gives students a chance to reunite with their friends. I'm with Alex on this, Alicia asserted. Where did the Hogwarts Express come from? Who built it? Everyone turned their eyes to me for answers. That's easy to answer. I paused for dramatic effect, and explained, we stole it. How could you possibly know that? Anna demanded. I smirked and replied, one of these days, I need to introduce you guys to the painting of one of my ancestors by the name of Anton. He was still around when the train was acquired. So how did they do it? Cedric asked. Remembering what Anton told me, I explained, the whole idea came from Minister Adeline Gamble. Apparently, she was intrigued by the Muggle invention and saw the potential in trains. She conducted an operation that needed 167 memory charms as well as the biggest concealment charm ever performed in Britain. They ended up stashing the train at Hogsmeade, but then, to their chagrin, they realized it was useless without a railway and station. Anna laughed and said, I bet those Muggles never got over it, memory charm or not. Around halfway through the trip, the compartment door slid open. I turned to see Michael Whithorn standing in Gryffindor robes, with a few of his cronies standing behind him. I noticed that his long brown hair had been sheared off into a buzz cut. I know it was you, he angrily hissed. I'm afraid I don't know what you mean, I replied in my most fake innocent voice. I spent 3 days at St. Mungo's before they figured out a mask was causing my hallucinations. My dad thought I was a nutter. He roared. Anna snorted, and Michael turned his angry eyes towards her. Before he could say anything to her, I quipped, "It sounds like you got a little taste of karma. Maybe you should think about that the next time you feel the urge to take what belongs to others." Michael turned his dark eyes back towards me. I saw his hand twitch towards his robe for a second, not about to be ambushed again. I stood up and flexed my wrist, shooting my aspen wand into my hand. Sneering at him, I said, "Try it. I dare you." Right as an impromptu duel was about to break out, a silky voice interrupted, "What do we have here? Are you two trying to match the red-headed twins in getting detention before school even starts?" Coming down the railcar hallway was a tall, pale, black-haired teenager with a green and silver Slytherin prefect badge attached to his black robes. As he took in the scene, he drawled, "Didn't you understand me? Get lost, or I'll put you in detention." Michael gave me one last furious look and promised, "This isn't over." As he and his friends stormed off, I mocked, "Anytime." I turned to see the Slytherin prefect eyeing my aspen wand with his green eyes. After I put the wand away, I said, "Thanks." He turned and gave a lazy wave. "Just doing my job, I'm sure we'll meet again." Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed on his left hand was a familiar-looking ring with a silver spear engraved on it. I looked back at him in curiosity. This was the third time I had seen that particular type of ring. Once on the hand of a wizard at the dueling regionals in Brazil, and the other at Madame Yu's shop in China. Distracting me from my thoughts, Anna giggled, "What did you do to Michael?" Grinning evilly, I replied, "I put a cursed mask on him the night before we left. It makes you start seeing things, and the longer you have it on, the stronger the hallucinations get. All you have to do to remove the curse is to take off the mask." I was counting on it taking a while to figure out because it isn't a common curse used in Europe. I dug out the article written by Rita Skeeter detailing Michael's freakout and the embarrassment to the Nimbus Racing Broom Company. Everyone got a kick out of the story and laughed. The rest of the journey proceeded without incident. I had been expecting Fred and George to make an appearance, but it seems as they were too busy being in trouble. We all slipped on our Hogwarts robes right before we arrived. Unlike the previous year, when we took the boats across the lake. This year, we would be taking the carriages pulled by the Thestrals. When we all got off the train, we could hear Hagrid directing the first years to the lake as he did for us the previous year. We selected an empty carriage and loaded our luggage inside. I found it a little curious that I couldn't see the Thestrals pulling the carriage. Most of my memories from my previous life had faded away, but I vaguely remember seeing people die at the hospital. I wonder if it's because it was a previous life and not in this life. I mentally shrugged, magic was weird like that. As the carriage pulled us away, Cedric said, "I can't wait for the opening feast." I nodded. "Yeah, the welcoming feast is always impressive. It will be interesting to see the opening ceremony from a new perspective." When we arrived at the Great Hall, we all went our separate ways. I saw Roger Davis waving at me from the Ravenclaw table. He was sitting next to our other roommates, William and Ryan. They had saved me a seat next to them. At the front of the hall, I saw all of our professors, excluding Professor McGonagall, sitting at the head table. Soon, she entered with all the first years, and the sorting hat gave a similar speech as the previous year. The sorting ceremony seemed to move along fairly quickly. It's funny, I seem to remember it taking longer to finish when I was a first year. After the last name had been called, Professor Dumbledore stood and said, "It's good to see all your familiar faces, as well as all the new ones. Before we begin the feast, I think we should begin the year with our welcoming Hogwarts song." Professor Dumbledore took a deep breath, began waving his arms as if he were conducting a symphony, and the whole hall erupted in song. "Hogwarts, Hogwarts, Hoggy-Warty Hogwarts. Teach us something, please. Whether we be old and bald, or young with scabby knees, our heads could do with filling with some interesting stuff. For now they're bare and full of air. Dead flies and bits of fluff. So teach us things worth knowing. Bring back what we've forgot. Just do your best, we'll do the rest. And learn until our brains all rot." Professor Dumbledore's blue eyes twinkled in delight, as if there were nothing in the whole world that he would rather be doing. Clearing his throat, Professor Dumbledore motioned towards a new face sitting at the high table and said, "Now, to begin with, I would like to introduce Professor Cross. He is replacing Professor Rathbrake as your defense against the Dark Arts Professor." The middle-aged professor stood up and gave a shallow wave to the Great Hall. The most remarkable thing I noticed about him was his unremarkableness. He wasn't too young or old. His brown hair neither long nor short, and with his average height, I imagined that he could slip into a crowd and disappear. Once the new professor sat down, Professor Dumbledore continued, "Now that we have gotten the introductions out of the way, it falls to me to bring up a few rules that students seem to forget every year. I would once again like to remind everyone that spell casting in the hallways is not permitted. Students throughout the hall twittered in amusement. The day they can stop 1,000 students from misbehaving would be the day the world ends. Also, I would like to remind our students to stay out of the Forbidden Forest. Professor Dumbledore's blue eyes seemed to meet mine, and I flushed in embarrassment. Professor Dumbledore went on to mention a few more rules before he said, "All right, that's enough rambling from this old coot. It's time to get to what everyone had been waiting for. Let the feast begin." Chapter 47. After Professor Dumbledore finished his speech, food appeared and filled the tables, and everyone started quickly grabbing their favorite dishes. To my left, William seemed to be trying to inhale his favorite dessert, treacle tart. I watched in fascination at how quickly it disappeared. He grabbed 2 more pieces of golden brown tarts and started in on them as well. When he got to the third, he went so fast he started choking on it. I thumped him on the back, and once his throat was clear, I joked, "You know, we have teeth for a reason. You're supposed to chew before you swallow." William took a deep breath and defended in his Scottish accent, "You don't understand, my mum doesn't allow dessert." What kind of parent doesn't believe in having dessert? It's been 2 months since I've had a treacle tart, and a little choking is well worth it. Finishing the final bite of the tart with a vengeance, he declared, "The best thing about Hogwarts is the food." Across from us, Ryan snorted and incredulously interjected, "Are you mad? We're in a magical castle, and you think that the best thing about Hogwarts is the food? Try spending a few months in the Muggle world with no access to magic. Then I'll bet you change your mind about what's the best thing about being here." I winced. After having access to magic, I couldn't imagine having to go back to the mundane world and pretend everything was normal. "What did you do back in Ireland over the summer?" I asked curiously. Ryan rolled his eyes. "I spent the summer being interrogated by my parents about magic. They're both academics and are endlessly fascinated by the concept of magic. They were bitterly disappointed about the rule of no underage magic allowed. The first thing they asked me to do when I got home was to see some magic. They had to settle by reading my first year books." "What kind of questions did they ask?" I questioned. Ryan replied, "Mostly questions where I didn't know the answers. Such as, where does magic come from? Why do some muggles develop magic? If you could answer those questions, I'm sure the wizard community would be grateful. After all, no one knows the answers to those questions." I replied. Shrugging helplessly, Ryan replied, "That's what I told them. Most of the questions they asked were like that, but they did ask some that made me curious." "Like what?" "Well, one thing they were curious about was how the magical community in Europe handled the parents of Muggle-born wizards who might refuse to let them attend school," Ryan explained. "What?" Roger interrupted. "Why would Muggles try and prevent their children from learning magic?" I could tell from the confused look on Roger's face that the concept of preventing a wizard or witch from learning magic was such a strange idea, that he had no frame of reference to understand. An awkward look appeared on Ryan's face. "Well, for religious reasons. Some Christians seem to believe that magic is evil." Seeing the confused look on Roger's face, he added, "You know, they had the whole suffer not a witch to live inquisition." "Wait, I thought that you told me that the leader that Muggles worship was a wizard?" Roger questioned. I almost spit up the pumpkin juice I was drinking when I heard Roger express. "Hey? I never said that." Ryan replied. Roger countered, "Yes you did, I distinctly remember you telling me last year about some wizard named Jesus that Muggles worship." "Yeah, but I never said he was a wizard," Ryan argued. Raising his fingers one at a time, Roger counted off, "You said he walked on water, turned water into wine, multiplied food to feed people, healed people, and rose from the dead. All clear examples of magic." "But, those are supposed to be miracles," Ryan defended. Decided to mess with Ryan, I interjected, "Technically, all of those could be easily explained with magic. Enchanted shoes could allow someone to walk on water, turning water into wine is obviously transfiguration. Regarding the food, it's interesting that you say he multiplied it. Food is one of the 5 exceptions to Gamp's law of transfiguration. While you can't magically create it from nothing, you can summon, transform, or increase the amount you already have with magic." Moving on to healing, magical healing can heal almost anything not related to dark magic. And finally, rising from the dead could be explained if instead of dying, he faked his death by taking the draft of living death and was given the cure 3 days later. Nodding his head agreeing with me, Roger piled on, "See, obviously this Jesus person was a wizard." "Well, Christians don't see it that way," Ryan mumbled. "And the original question still stands, what would happen if the parents of a Muggle-born wizard were religious and refused to let their child go to school to learn about magic?" After a moment of silence, Roger awkwardly spoke up, "Muggles aren't actually legally allowed to stop a witch or wizard from learning magic." Having never considered the argument before, I turned to Roger eager to hear his explanation. "What do you mean?" Ryan asked. Lowering his voice, the only reason why I know this is because my dad works for the Ministry of Magic as an obliviator. If the parents turn the deputy headmaster of Hogwarts away, and refuse to allow their child to be taught, the school has to inform the Ministry of Magic about the situation. What happens next is an obliviator is quietly dispatched to modify the parents' memories and feelings about magic, which ensures that the Muggle-born is allowed to go to school. A horrified look appeared on Ryan's face. They can't do that, he sputtered. Actually, if you think about it, it's the only reasonable action. I pointed out. It's not like the magic will go away with no training. Without proper training, magic would still escape at random from the untrained wizard or witch, just like it did when we were kids. But, it still seems wrong. Ryan weakly contended. Well, consider this, what would you want if your parents decided magic was evil and that you couldn't be taught? I asked. Ryan's silence was illuminating. He spent the rest of the feast in thoughtful consideration. Soon the feast was over, and Professor Dumbledore stood up and said, "Now that we have eaten our fill, it's time to say good night." Not wanting to get bogged down by all the students, we rushed out of the Great Hall. When we got to the entrance of the Ravenclaw Tower, I stepped forward and pulled on the bronze eagle knocker. A cool, musical voice rang out, "When I am filled, I can point the way. When I am empty, nothing moves me. I have two skins, one without, and one within. What am I?" Okay, obviously the eagle knocker had stepped up its game and asked older students harder riddles. To my left, Roger said hopefully, "A water skin." When the knocker remained silent, Roger groaned in annoyance. He stared grumpily at the door and muttered something unflattering about the bronze eagle. "I think you were on the right track," I comforted. After puzzling over the riddle for another moment, I said with more confidence than I felt, "A glove." The door swung open and said, "Acceptable." When we arrived in the common room, I noticed that the room leading down to the Ravenclaw trial was on the far wall. None of the other Ravenclaws seemed to be aware of its presence. The door was just there waiting and tempting me to return. I'll bet there have been a lot of students who have been tempted to return and attempt the trial before they were ready. I turned away from the door. There was no way I would be attempting the trial before I was completely confident that I would be successful. On the opposite wall was the Ravenclaw student ranking. Everyone's name in my year had been moved from the first year column over to the second. Because I finished the previous year with the highest marks, my name was at the top of the list. Jessica's name was right below mine, but there was no prize for second place. The best benefit of being on top was the new dorm rooms. There were 8 levels to the dormitory, with first years being on the very top and the 7th years being on the second floor. The first floor had dorms that were reserved for students who achieved the best grade in each year. I think that Roger, William, and Ryan were even happier than I was. Because they were my roommates for my time at Hogwarts, they got to enjoy the benefits as well. Eager to see what our new dorm was like, we all headed up the boys' staircase, passing by the statue of Rowena Ravenclaw. The dorm on the first floor was even more impressive than I had imagined. Calling it a dorm isn't an accurate representation of what the room looked like, it was more like an apartment. Each of us had a bedroom to ourselves, and there was even a common room with a couch and some recliners sitting in front of a fireplace. But probably the best thing was the bathroom. No longer would I have to share a bathroom with the entire floor of students. The apartment had a massive bathroom with an enormous tub that one could easily swim in. From behind me, Roger called out, "Alex, I hope you realize that we're going to need you to get the top marks every year. Now that we've experienced such luxury, I don't think we could go back to a regular dorm." "You know, you could always shoot for the top spot," I replied. Weighing in on the matter, William pointed out, "Please, if it wasn't you, it would be Jessica." I acknowledged his argument with a wave. "Jessica is smart and friend or not, she will definitely try and seize the top spot from me this year as well. She is one of the most academically competitive people that I know." Roger was right. There was no way I am willing to go back to the standard dorms after seeing how nice the apartment was. Opening the door to my private room, I found Athena sprawled out on my bed, obviously enjoying the luxurious bed. She peeked one eye open before lazily yawning and going back to her nap. After unpacking, I set the ceramic pot containing the bearded mushroom that I couldn't see on the dresser across from my bed. I sat cross-legged on my bed and started practicing my occlumency. I woke in the morning slumped over. I must have fallen asleep while I was trying to meditate. I glared at the empty pot while trying to rub the creak that had worked its way into my neck. Down in the common room, I met up with Jessica while we picked up our schedules for the upcoming year. It was somewhat similar to the previous year. "Happy birthday, Alex," Jessica greeted with a smile. "Should we be expecting a serenade from your mum again?" "Ugh." I groaned, "She better not." We had a long conversation about it, and I warned her not to do it again. She smirked and said, "I don't know. It was kinda entertaining. If you think it's so amusing, I can arrange something similar to happen on your birthday," I warned. Jessica let out a nervous laugh and quickly changed the subject. "So, is your room as amazing as what I've heard?" Even better, I teased while smirking back at her. Ugh, she groaned. You better be on top of your game this year, because I'm coming for you. I spent the whole summer studying our books required for this year, and I've gotten pretty far into them. After faking an exaggerated yawn, I taunted, you only got started this summer? I finished those last year, and I've already been working on my third-year textbooks. You, Jessica sputtered. Yes, I replied with my best Cheshire cat smile. Grr. Jessica growled. You know, you sound just like Athena did when she was a baby. Just like a little baby kitten. I playfully mocked. Jessica's eyes narrowed, and she warned, you better watch it, this kitten bites. A snort of amusement escaped me, and her face turned red in embarrassment. Oh, you know what I meant. Deciding to retreat, she stormed off in a huff, but not before stepping on my foot to show her displeasure. I grinned at her outburst. It was nice to be back at Hogwarts. This year is going to be fun. Chapter 48. During breakfast down at the Great Hall, I nervously awaited the morning owl post. Soon, I saw our family's great grey owl that Sasha had affectionately named Hooty. She had named it after the bird sounds it makes. Swooping down silently, she dropped off a small package with a letter attached to the outside. Remembering the shenanigans from last year, I hesitantly opened the letter. Thankfully, the letter was normal and didn't do anything, but I could almost feel the disappointment in the quill strokes. Happy that I wouldn't be the center of attention, I opened the package to see what was inside. After tearing it open, a small black leather bag fell out. I smiled with happiness. My dad knew that my last bag with the expanding charm had been mostly destroyed in the cave during the previous year, and he had promised to make me a replacement. I now knew from experience that having something like this could make the difference between life and death. Tucking it snugly beneath my robe, I was determined never to go anywhere without this bag. All I needed to do was start filling it full of things that may be useful in the future. If the Grendel incident taught me anything, it was that I always needed to be prepared for anything. I ended up receiving a few more birthday letters from the rest of my extended family. My uncle's gift was a new hider bracelet that was able to give me a different appearance. Along with the present was a note warning me not to get into too much trouble. Not wanting to be late for my transfiguration class with Professor McGonagall, I quickly wolfed down the rest of my breakfast. This year, Ravenclaw had transfiguration with Hufflepuff, so when I got to the class, I saved a seat for Cedric. While waiting for class to begin, I noticed that there was a stack of stones around 2 feet high sitting next to a pile of snuff boxes on Professor McGonagall's desk. Professor McGonagall began the class with the same no-nonsense attitude as the previous year. Last year, you all experienced what it is like to transfigure things. This year, we will be increasing the difficulty of the objects to be transfigured. Upon hearing her words, most of the class let out a groan. Professor McGonagall chose to ignore the noise and continued, but, before we move on to the hard stuff. Our first couple of weeks, we will be covering perhaps the easiest topic you will ever learn in my class. Seeing how the class had perked up a little at her words, she smiled and asked, now, having been exposed to the wonders of transfiguration, have any of you wondered why all wizards don't live in wondrous mansions? After all, when you can transfigure everyday items into more valuable material, what is stopping magical families from transfiguring their homes? A mousy-looking Hufflepuff raised her hand. Yes, Ms. Greenwood. Professor McGonagall called pudding. Lowering her hand, she hesitantly answered, the difficulty. Well, that would stop some, but not all. Professor McGonagall rebutted. Silence ruled the classroom, seeing how no one else was going to answer. I raised my hand. Go ahead, Mr. Fawley, Professor McGonagall said. Because even if you transfigured something, it's not real. For example, if I transfigured metal into gold, it's not real gold, it's just metal that has been magically altered. I answered. Nodding her agreement, she went on, correct, and in the future, should any of you feel the urge to transfigure metal into gold, I suggest you look up the tale of Gregory the Unwise and learn what happens if you try and give transfigured gold to goblins. They have methods of confirming whether the gold is real or not and do not take kindly to those they consider thieves. However, what I believe Mr. Fawley is alluding to, is that any object no matter how masterfully transfigured, they will never truly be real. Now, this leads to 2 key problems. The first is that most magical families heavily enchant their home and it is vastly more difficult to weave additional spells into a transfigured items. And second, it is also infinitely easier to return transfigured items to their original form, which is why it is considered especially foolish to construct a home out of transfigured items. Any half-trained wizard would be able to revert the materials to their original form. To demonstrate her point, she waved her wand towards the dozen or so stones stacked on her desk. Several of the rocks reverted to sand, and the whole stack of stones came tumbling down. Now imagine what would have happened if that was a building you were in. She added. Personally, I thought her last comment wasn't really necessary. The demonstration was more than enough to demonstrate her point. Although, this explains why the Weasley house was a strange assortment of buildings that seemed magically sandwiched together. Had they tried to transfigure their home, it probably would have fallen apart. Now, the first thing we will be focusing on this year is returning transfigured objects to their original form. The nice thing about untransfiguration is that it is generally easier to return an object to its original form. Professor McGonagall waved her wand again, and the small snuff boxes on her desk began flying towards us. As they honed in on us, they shot off in different directions, with one going to each student. You all should recognize the snuff boxes from your previous year. I like to save your final project for this lesson because I've learned that it generally helps students master untransfiguration if they work with an object that they have transfigured themselves. She explained. Professor McGonagall pointed her wand towards the chalkboard, and a white piece of chalk rose and wrote Reborn on the board. Now, this is a general spell that can work with most basic transfigurations. When you chant it, try to visualize the object you are working with returning to its original form. When her voice trailed off, there was a flurry of movement as students pulled out their wands eager to begin practicing. Ejecting my wand from its holster, I pointed the ivory-colored wand towards the small ornamental snuff box that I transfigured the previous year. Concentrating heavily on the little brown mouse that it used to be, I muttered, Reborn. The snuff box gave off a small shimmer as it quickly returned to being a mouse. Looking up, I found Professor McGonagall observing me carefully. I couldn't help but let out a wide grin. Magic is so awesome. Well done, Mr. Fawley. She congratulated, 5 points to Ravenclaw for succeeding on your first attempt. For the rest of the class, you should continue to transfigure the mouse and then return it to its original form. A few chairs down, I saw Jessica eyeing me. Gritting her teeth, she turned back to her snuff box, determined to be successful like me. 10 minutes later, Cedric was the second to find success, and a few minutes later, right on his heels was Jessica. She shot me a happy smile, glad that she was one of the few that had succeeded so far. By the end of the class, a little less than half had succeeded with the spell. But, considering that this was transfiguration, that was impressive. I suppose this was what Professor McGonagall meant when she explained that it wasn't a demanding spell. I fully expect that within a couple of weeks, everyone will be able to complete the spell. After lunch, the next class up was History of Magic. Professor Bin started the year off with the Second Goblin War of 1612. I found the Goblin Wars to be a fascinating subject. Goblins didn't have access to magic like wizards do, but they have their own magical abilities and were able to threaten wizards. From what I could tell from my reading, most of their abilities come from imbuing or enchanting deep-dwelling earth metals. One of the most common warnings wizards had about goblins was never to confront them in their homes beneath the ground. Many arrogant wizards and witches who died in wars and rebellions due to goblin traps beneath the ground. In our charms class, Professor Flitwick started on the freezing charm. To be honest, the class kind of bored me. I had already mastered the spell in the previous year along with all the other spells that would be taught this year in charms. Thankfully, the Room of Requirement had already provided me with the next year's book. Along with learning those spells in my off time, I figured that I should look into the Patroness charm as well. If Harry could learn it in his third year, I am confident that I could master it in my second. Although, it wouldn't be as effective as learning it with a boggart that turned into a Dementor. I was relatively confident that I could find a boggart somewhere at Hogwarts. They tended to spawn every once in a while in an unused classroom. I think it has something to do with the amount of magic that Hogwarts gives off. Although, the ghosts of Hogwarts are pretty vigilant in making sure that professors are told of when new boggarts form. I bet I could use the Room of Requirement to either bring one to me or help me track one down. I wonder what my biggest fear would be. There are things I am afraid of, but nothing sticks out too much. I started going through my memories. What in this like had scared me? A swift thought of the Grendel's unyielding face as it dragged its bloody body towards me flashed through my mind, or maybe it was the Whithorn cartel. Hell, perhaps it was snakes. I had never been too fond of those as well. As the rest of the class flew by quickly, I couldn't get over my curiosity about what my deepest fear was and what it was. To be able to confront your greatest fear was a boon if I could learn what it was and master it. Maybe in the future, it wouldn't be able to affect me as much. After a quick bite to eat, I rushed to the Ravenclaw Tower to grab Athena. No way was I going to try and confront my biggest fear without my trusty sidekick. I learned my lesson from last time. When we made it to the Room of Requirement, I found a book on boggarts waiting for me. After reading it, I learned some interesting information. The book warned that while boggarts aren't deadly creatures and that most won't attack you physically at all. They simply assume the form of your worst and deepest fear and force you to face it. However, the book warned that if the boggart assumed the form of such a deadly creature that there could be negative consequences because it would act similarly. Which explains why Harry was so impacted by the Dementor form that the boggart assumed because it performed like a Dementor would in the real world. The counter was the boggart banishing spell. Weirdly, it doesn't kill the boggart, but rather the spell merely banishes the creature away. Not much is known how they are created, or even how many of them there are. Boggarts tend to show up in magical populated areas, often spawning in small dark enclosure waiting to surprise someone. The biggest key in countering them is humor. While chanting ridiculous, it is vitally essential to imagine whatever form the boggart assumed into a more amusing form. When done correctly, the boggart will vanish. After reading everything on the subject, I knew that any further preparations were pointless. Closing my eyes, I mentally wished for the room to provide a boggart trapped in a closet. When I opened my eyes, I fruitlessly scanned the small room for a closet or wardrobe. Well, since that didn't work, how about access to a place in Hogwarts that contained a boggart within? Wanting to see if it worked, I made my way over to the door and opened it slowly. On the other side was a pitch-black room that I could barely see a few feet within. Holding up my wand, I chanted, Lumos. A bright light pierced through the darkness, illuminating what appeared to be an unused classroom. The design of the room made me think of the classes down in the dungeons. When I stepped inside, I let the light spell fade as I used my wand to light the first candle on the wall. Once it was lit, it started a chain reaction lighting all the other candles inside the room. Once the class was appropriately lit, I was able to confirm that this was definitely a room inside of the dungeons. On the far side of the room, an old creaky potions cabinet started shaking as if whatever was inside wanted out. I'm not going to lie, that sound raised the hair on the back of my neck. Athena hopped up to her favorite perch on my shoulder and let out a loud hiss that seemed to penetrate the room. The vibrating cabinet went still for a moment, before starting up again. It's okay, that's what we're here for, I soothed. Pulling out my wand, I forced the potion cabinet's door open. A swirling black cloud erupted from the cabinet when it stopped moving. The scene chilled my blood. Crawling out of the closet was a half-dead looking teenager with a look of utter hatred on his face. My heart started pounding heavily. I never thought I would see that visage again. It was me, but not the current me, it was me from my previous life. The boggart started crawling its way to me, and I could help but shake the feeling that something horrible would happen should it touch me. Pointing me wand at it, I shouted, ridiculous. It just grinned viciously at me and continued crawling over. It seemed to move the way bodies did when a demon possessed them. I thought that this was as bad as it got, but then it did something I never expected. It spoke, "You're dreaming," it taunted. Sneering at me it continued, "It's always been a dream, you're still stuck in the hospital bed wasting away." The boggart's words shook me to my core. This was my deepest, darkest fear. I thought I had dealt with this long ago, soon after I had been born, but I guess I just buried it deep within my subconsciousness. That's not true, my new life is real, I weakly defended. Glaring at me with its bloodshot eyes, it spat, "Do you think you're somehow unique? That you were worthy of being reborn into this world? No, you're still lying helplessly in your bed, barely too weak to move and dreaming about a better life. Think about it, how many times did you wish for something like this to happen? This life is just your deluded mind dreaming up something nice and cozy for you to escape the pain that you're constantly feeling. Now, I'm here to wake you up and send you back to that miserable excuse of an existence that you have." As it continued to crawl over towards me, the fear that it was telling the truth started building within me. Maybe this life was all a delusion. Ridiculous. 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 No matter how many times I said it, the boggart continued to crawl towards me. Then out of nowhere, I felt something I had only felt once in my entire life. Athena bit me. For the second time in my life, I felt an awareness pass through me the same way it happened on the night we bonded. But, this time, somehow, she was able to communicate her deep love for me and that she was real. I felt it deep within my soul. There is no way I could have dreamed this feeling up. Opening my eyes in confidence, the paralyzing fear the boggart created in me started to bleed away slowly. Now, seeing the boggart crawl towards me in my previous body started to piss me off. Glaring at it, "You're just a bully, aren't you?" I muttered. Full of confidence, I pointed my wand at it and said, "Ridiculous." This time, there was a dramatic effect. The boggart started shrinking, and as it continued to proclaim that this life wasn't real, I laughed at how high-pitched his voice sounded. It sounded like the boggart had been inhaling helium. The more it protested in its high-pitched squeaky voice, the more I laughed. Soon, the boggart seemed to fold in on itself and disappeared. Happy that I had been able to deal with this old fear of mine, I made my way back to the Ravenclaw Tower. When I got back to my room, on my bed was a thick white envelope with a silver spear etched on it. Chapter 49. As I traced my fingers over the silver spear, I knew I had seen its image several times before, most recently on the hand of one of the Slytherin prefects. I carefully broke the red wax seal that had a wand crossed with a spear and slid out the contents. Inside was an invitation card that read, "Mr. Alexander Fawley. You are hereby invited to attend the next gathering of the Silver Spears, an exclusive club for aspiring duelers. The meeting takes place on Saturday, September 7th, at 7 p.m. If you are interested in attending, please respond below." As I thoughtfully considered the invitation, I started running over the pros and cons of joining a club. On the one hand, my plate was already pretty full this year. I needed to master the art of occlumency, not to mention my other goal this year was to work my way through both volumes 3 and 4 of the Standard Book of Spells. However, on the other hand, knowing that there was a war coming with Voldemort and his followers, it might be a good idea to start working on wizard combat. While junior level dueling wasn't necessarily a good comparison for real fighting, those who reached the pinnacle of dueling had moved to a level where they become incredibly formidable opponents. There was also any future interaction with the Whithorns that I needed to consider. After weighing all the options, I grabbed a white feathered quill and scribbled that I would be attending. As soon as I finished writing, the invitation went blank. After blinking in surprise, a new message slowly appeared informing me that someone would meet me outside the Ravenclaw Tower at 6:30 p.m. The next day in potions, I could feel Professor Snape's dark eyes on me as soon as I entered the class in the dungeon. I think I had destroyed any standing I had with him with my adventure in the Forbidden Forest. Thankfully, we had the class with the Slytherins, and for all his faults, Professor Snape seemed to have a soft spot for the members of his own house, so I took a seat next to Anna and one of her Slytherin friends. Roger quickly grabbed the last seat available at our table. Potions was his worst class. I think it was because he had trouble concentrating for long periods. The class was remarkably quiet. We had all learned in the previous year that Professor Snape didn't tolerate students socializing before class, and if they did, the day would be particularly challenging. The second that the clock struck 8:30, Professor Snape swept forward from the corner where he had been observing everyone like a hawk and began speaking. I see everyone was able to pass the first year. Professor Snape's eyes shot towards Roger, and he sneered, barely. As Roger's face turned red in embarrassment, Professor Snape swooped away and continued. You will find that this year will be far more challenging than the previous one. Professor Snape pointed towards the chalkboard at the front of the classroom where he had written the instructions, and stated, Today, you will be working on the swelling potions. You will find this potion more challenging than potions from the previous year. Knowing it was better to read the instructions from my potions book, I opened my book to the correct page and started reading the instructions. Part 1. Add 2 scoops of dried nettles to the mortar. Add 3 puffer fish eyes to the mortar. Crush into a medium fine powder. Add 2 measures of the crushed mix to your cauldron. Add 2 tablespoons of water to the powder in the cauldron and mix them. Heat on a medium temperature for 20 minutes. Add 3 beakers of water to the cauldron and stir the mixture carefully. Point your wand and chant Superba. Leave to brew and return in 60 minutes. Part 2. Add 1 bat spleen to the cauldron. Stir 4 times, anti-clockwise. Heat to low for 30 seconds. Finish by waving your wand over the potion and chant Infatio. After learning all the ingredients needed, I gathered them from the potions cabinet and started working on the potions. While everyone was working on their potions, Professor Snape seemed to glide silently about the room. Next to me, Roger seemed especially determined to make it through the day with no mistakes. But somewhere along the way, he made a mistake, and his potion began billowing toxic yellow clouds of smoke. Before anyone could do anything, Professor Snape swooped up behind and vanished the potion and its toxic contents. Mr. Davis, I see you're up to your old habit of not reading the instructions correctly. Tell me why you decided to add a bat liver rather than a bat spleen to the potion. Roger's face went beet red, but before he could say anything in his defense, Professor Snape informed him, I expect 18 inches on the subject of the swelling potion and its many uses by next class. When I had finished brewing my potion, it had turned to the shade of blue described by the book, and after putting a small amount into a beaker, I took it to Professor Snape's desk. His dark eyes met my grey eyes for a few seconds as I laid the potion down. Professor Snape collected the potion and looked it over before silently putting it to the side. I knew from the previous year that no comment on a potion was often the highest compliment Professor Snape would give. Right after lunch was astronomy with Professor Sinistra. We spent the first class going over a star chart. While I didn't mind the classroom, I much preferred our evening classes, where we got to use our magical telescopes. Afterward, was Defense Against the Dark Arts with Professor Cross. If I had to use a word to describe the class, it would be average. Everything about Professor Cross was mediocre, and he conducted his class in the same way. If anything, how boring the class was only cemented my decision to join the Silver Spears, especially considering that I was looking at several more years of mediocre teachers. The next competent teacher in Defense Against the Dark Arts would be Professor Lupin, and he wouldn't be teaching until my 5th year. The rest of the week seemed to fly by, and soon it was Saturday evening, and it was time to meet up with the Silver Spears. As soon as I left the Ravenclaw common room, I saw the same tall, pale, black-haired Slytherin prefect who had interrupted Michael on the train, leaning against the opposing wall from the door. Half a grin appeared on his face, and he said, Glad you decided to show, Alex. Holding out his hand, he added, Zachary Hawke, but you can just call me Zach. As we made our way through the castle, I asked, So, what exactly are the Silver Spears? Zach held up a hand and replied, Well, it's a very select club, and you have met the minimum requirements for recruitment. As for everything else, you'll get the full explanation when we get to our destination. What requirements? I asked curiously. Zack just shot me a silent smirk. Eventually, we made our way to a large full-sized mirror inside an old wooden mahogany frame tucked away in a deserted corner on the 4th floor. Zack pulled out his ivory-colored wand and held it to the mirror's surface. The mirror's surface rippled like quicksilver, and Zack waved, "After you." As I passed through the mirror's rippling surface, I expected a cooling sensation. But, the best way to describe it would be like passing through a thin layer of damp heat, but as soon as I passed through, the feeling faded away. Darkness greeted me on the other, so I pulled out my wand and chanted, "Lumos." On the other side was a relatively spacious human-made tunnel lined with stones. The tunnel behind the mirror made me think that this was one of the 7 secret passageways that connected Hogwarts to Hogsmeade. Sure of my suspicions, after Zack passed through, I asked, "Does this tunnel lead to Hogsmeade?" "Yeah, but that's not where we're going," Zack explained. I followed him down the tunnel. After a few minutes, Zack stopped at what seemed like a random point, pulled out his wand, and tapped it in a similar manner that people do at the entrance of Diagon Alley. The wall unfolded, revealing a doorway. I looked at it in suspicion. The last time I entered a door underground, it didn't go so well. Not about to back out now, I went through the doorway. On the other side was a large room with a dueling ring on the ground. 5 students were inside of the ring, standing behind an older, blonde-haired wizard that I recognized from the dueling tournament from South America. When I entered, the room went quiet as a tomb. As I studied their faces, I thought I recognized a few of them. From what I could tell from their robes, there were students from each house and different years in the room. Counting Zack, 2 were from Slytherin, 2 from Gryffindor, 1 from Hufflepuff, and 1 from Ravenclaw, for a total of 6. The student from Ravenclaw was a witch with auburn hair, and if I wasn't mistaken, she was in the 4th year. I bet that she is the one who arranged the invitation that I found in my bedroom. The older wizard stepped forward to shake my hand and greeted, "Well, Alex. I'm Jean Bat." As we shook hands, I replied, "We've actually met before." Jean's eyebrows rose while he tried to place my face. "A few years ago, we met at the dueling finals in South America." I clarified. After a moment of remembrance, he replied, "Ah, yes, I remember now, you were with another lad. I'm glad you decided to come and see what the Silver Spears are all about." Well, I have to admit that the mysterious invitation in my room was a nice touch. But I can't help but wonder, why did you choose to try and recruit me? The message mentioned that I had passed a minimum requirement to be recruited. What requirement? I questioned. Well, as you know, this is an exclusive club for serious duelers. And while we all come from different backgrounds, but we all have one thing in common. Jean paused, and I couldn't help but ask curiously, "What?" He grinned and pulled out an ivory-colored wand whose color matched my own. "Every member of our group has an aspen wand." Not sure of the significance, I asked, "Why does it matter what type of wand a person has?" Jean explained, "The type of wand and core a witch or wizard has, tells a surprising amount of information them. We learned long ago that aspen wands perform martial spells with great ease, and people that are chosen by aspen wands often become proficient duelers. So, in 1784 a small group of accomplished duelers formed the Silver Spears with the rule that only people with aspen wands would be invited. I'm guessing from the few members here that having such a unique requirement prevents there from being many members." Jean shrugged and replied, "It doesn't need to be. We have around 100 active members coming from schools like Hogwarts, Ilvermorny, Coldstream, and Tianlong." After digesting the information, I asked, "Why join a club at all? I thought that dueling was more of a solo sport." Zack cut in, "It is, but the road to the top is difficult, and the club offers several advantages. The first advantage is practicing against one another. Becoming an accomplished dueler doesn't happen overnight. It takes time and endless hours of practice. Next, with your parents' permission during the summer, retired members are often willing to take the time to train with you. Depending on your performance, you could get someone who has won the International Dueling Conference to train you. We have a surprising amount of past champions among our ranks." I had to admit, the thought of being trained personally by an international dueling champion sounded terrific. How would I impress them? I've never heard about any dueling competitions at Hogwarts. There isn't any, but, with your parents' permission. The British Isles has one over the winter holiday, and if you go far enough in it, there is an international competition during spring break. Jean explained. Really? How does that work? Will we be competing against one another? I asked. Zack shrugged and said, "Sometimes, dueling is a solo sport after all. There is an age bracket involved, but you can duel outside of it if you feel confident enough." Smiling mischievously, he added, "But, don't tell me that you think that we are the only dueling club at Hogwarts." Author's note. So, Recently someone pointed out that potion often require a magical incantation to complete. For a while I didn't believe this because not once was it shown in the books. But, I recently read at Pottermore that potions do in fact require magic incantations, and Rowling herself said no muggle or squib could create one. Because I have made every effort to make sure that this fanfic does not go against any of Rowling world building, this requires me to change Anna's mom backstory. So Anna's mom is still a squib, but instead of being a master Podiwunner, she started and created one of the largest and successful apothecaries in Britain. Chapter 50. What? How many secret dueling clubs does Hogwarts have? I incredulously asked. Zack chuckled at my expression. There are 3 other clubs, the Dragon Fangs, Hidden Lotus, and the Relentless Wanderers. When I heard how many secret clubs there were, I almost rolled my eyes. I seem to be becoming aware of more secret orders and organizations than I know what to do with, from Voldemort and his Death Eaters to the Order of the Phoenix that confronts them. Not to mention the Whithorn Syndicate and my uncle's secret cabal that opposes them. Now secret underground dueling clubs, I'm beginning to think secret societies are like crack to wizards. They can't seem to help themselves. Do the clubs ever interact with one another? I asked. Zack's brown eyes shone with amusement, and he explained, you may face some challenges at some point, but that's half the fun. Although most of our interactions still happen at the dueling conference in December. How many members do they have? Shrugging, Zack replied, it varies, normally within the range of 10 to 14 members. Numbers constantly shift, some graduate, or sometimes one of the members will quit because they lose interest or decide that dueling isn't for them. Looking around at the 6 other Hogwarts students, I questioned, why don't we have more members? Surely there are more students with Aspen wands at Hogwarts. Not as many as you might think. But you're right, there are more than just us. However, just because someone has an Aspen wand doesn't mean they like dueling. To be an accomplished dueler, you have to put in a lot of time and effort, and some students aren't interested in doing that, or they may not enjoy dueling. It can be difficult to put effort into something you don't enjoy doing. Why didn't you recruit me last year? A couple of reasons. The first is that none of the clubs are allowed to recruit first-year students. Seeing my raised eyebrow, he added, rules from the headmaster. Also, most first-year students have little exposure to magic and hardly know any spells. Plus, it gives the clubs time to evaluate which students would be the best to recruit. Zack nodded towards the auburn-haired Ravenclaw witch and remarked, thankfully, Lily was able to get you your invitation before the Hidden Lotus made their move and tried to recruit you. I would have thought that they would have assumed that I would be joining the Silver Spears. Similarly, annoyed looks appeared on everyone's faces, and Zack explained, normally yes. The Dragon Fangs and the Relentless Wanderers leave Aspen Wand holders to us, but over the past 5 years or so, Hidden Lotus has been trying to poach Aspen Wand users. Well, considering what you said about Aspen Wand users typically being talented at combat, it only makes sense that they would be targeted for recruitment. I pointed out. With an annoyed look appearing on his face, Zack explained, it would be one thing if they tried to recruit following the rules, but they have been breaking the rules. We first found out when they tried to recruit me in my first year. Luckily, my uncle is a member of the Silver Spears. Otherwise, I might have joined them. After being chastised for breaking the rule on recruitment, they changed tactics, so we try to make sure to be first to recruit. Unfortunately, they got a kid 2 years ago. Can he switch clubs? I asked. That is one of the rules all the clubs abide. We're not allowed to recruit any current or past members from other clubs. So, even though that kid no longer belongs to the Hidden Lotus, we're still not allowed to recruit him, Zack explained with a scowl on his face. That sucks, why did he quit? Narrowing his brown eyes, Zack explained, when he found out about our club, he showed some interest in leaving and asked us if he could join. Even though we turned him down, his club found out and kicked him from their group. I'm half convinced someone in their club orchestrated the whole thing. So, don't be too surprised if they approach you over the next couple of weeks. Speaking of which, let's make this official. Alex, would you like to join the Silver Spears? Having already made up my mind, I replied, of course. Everything you've told me about the Silver Spears has made clear that this is the perfect place to hone my dueling skills. Zack grinned and pulled a ring and handed it to me. Finally able to get a closer look at the club ring, I noticed that the ring had 2 silver spears on the ring facing one another, possibly as a reminder of the duels to come. After sliding the ring on my right ring finger, the silver ring shrank until it fit snugly on my finger. Great, now that you're officially in the club, there are a few rules to explain about our dueling club. Seemingly out of nowhere, a line surfaced from my previous life. Finding it amusing and appropriate, I said, let me guess, rule number 1 is that you don't talk about Fight Club. Zack laughed and said, not a bad way to put it. However, while none of the dueling clubs go around and advertise that we exist, we aren't precisely forbidden secret either. If a student is really into dueling, they will generally discover one of the clubs, many times by invitation. Also, if you plan on challenging an opponent of another organization, there are protocols to set that in motion without announcing it to the whole world. Should I be preparing for challenges right away? I questioned. No, most challenges happen after the December conference. Mainly when someone is holding a grudge over not advancing and wants to prove something. Zack explained. Finally, I want to go over practicing. If you plan on attending the conference this December, I recommend getting as much practice in over the next few months. Dueling isn't just two people entering a ring and slinging spells at one another. There is a lot of strategies that are involved in winning and advancing in a match. This is why a duelist who refuses to join a club and tries to compete, have such difficult times in the beginning. Motioning towards the other members, Zack continued, you can count on the rest of us to help, all you need to do is coordinate times. During the week, after dinner, you can almost always find a couple of us down here dueling. And on Saturday and Sunday, all of us spend a few hours down here dueling. After Zack finished going over the basics, I spent the next half hour being introduced to the other members. After a while, I headed back to the Ravenclaw Tower with plans to meet up with Zack the following day as he had offered to begin my training. The next day, I found myself back in the Silver Spears dueling circle with Zack. The diameter of the ring was precisely 40 feet. As we both stepped into the ring, Zack asked, "Are you familiar with the rules of dueling?" Nodding, I said, "Yes, I can't cross the line running down the center of the circle. If I do, I would automatically forfeit the match." The duel starts with each dueler standing in the small 3-foot circles on opposing ends, and the first person who is forced from the smaller ring is deducted points. After the first person has left their starting ring, the other may freely choose to leave their ring without losing points. Also, should you win the match without leaving the starting circle, you are granted additional points. Satisfied with my understanding, Zack replied. You've got the basics down. But remember, the most important thing is winning the match. The points you earn in a match don't have anything to do with winning, merely the ranking system. Nothing is more embarrassing than refusing to move from the starting ring, when doing so may allow you to win. Finished, Zack asked. Now, before we begin, do you have any questions? Well, I understand a little about the points, but what else are they judging in the match? I questioned. Zack pulled out a small leather book and handed it to me and explained, this book has everything that they judge and how points are assigned. You should study this carefully. Most of the top-ranked duelers have reviewed books like this and tailored their style to maximize points in a match. As I opened the small leather-bound book, Zack asked, have you ever wondered why duelers don't just cast the stunning spell at one another? It's one of the most effective ways to take someone down, one hit, and they go down for the count. Instead, top duelers try and use a wide variety of spells, from hexes, jinxes, charms and transfiguration spells. The wider the array of the spells used, the more the judges assign points. The same goes for defense. You can rack up more points if you can cast the counter spell or even block with the shielding spell. After hearing all the different ways to increase your ranking, I was beginning to understand how much work I had to do before December. I didn't want just to win. I wanted as high of a ranking possible. Seeing how eager I was to get started, Zack grinned and said, I can see you're anxious to get started. How about we leave everything else for later? My eyes lit up in excitement, and I grinned and quickly replied, that sounds like a great idea. Confident that I would be able to surprise Zack with my skills, I headed towards the starting position on one side of the ring. Once inside the small circle, I inquired, do we start with wands out? No, I find it best to practice like this is a real match, and drawing your wand is part of the duel. Although, I'm just going to focus on defense because I want to see your offensive capabilities. Zack replied. After seeing Zack's relaxed face, I tried not to smirk. I rather doubt that Zack would be expecting me to have on a dueling gauntlet. Not to mention, I imagine he thought I would only know some basic spells. Last year, dealing with Michael, and preparing for the grindle had led me to learn some combative spells. I was pretty sure I would get the jump on him. 1 hour later, I found myself kneeling on the ground with sweat pouring down my face, head pounding, and feeling humbled. I had spent the last hour getting schooled on what it was like facing a skilled dueler. Not only was Zack not surprised about my dueling gauntlet, but he had one himself. Even though we both had gauntlets, he beat me in getting his wand out first. I made a mental note to practice speed drawing my wand from my gauntlet and possibly buying a newer one. The one I had was relatively old and had been left long ago at Hogwarts. I bet there are better models out there. If losing the draw surprised me, what came next was somewhat embarrassing. Every spell I sent towards Zack was countered. He didn't even have to dodge or use the shielding spell, he just used the specific counters spells. Dragging myself up to my feet, I complained, what are you, a mind reader? How the hell were you able to counter every spell I used? Zack chuckled, and replied, what were you expecting? I have spent thousands of hours practicing, not to mention getting trained by my uncle, who was a two-time international dueling champion. So while the spells you used were impressive for your age, I have a lot of experience countering them. When you see the same spells cast towards you so many times, it becomes second-hand nature to counter them. That's why constant practice and developing a deep repertoire of spells is crucial to being a successful duelist. I glared suspiciously at Zach. I was still half convinced I was up against a master of legilimency, although the more rational part of my brain informed me that I was just embarrassed and making excuses. A small part of me had thought I would be able to go toe-to-toe with Zach. Being reminded that as talented as I was still human and had limits. I think I had been letting all my successes go to my head again. Maybe getting humbled every once in a while was a good thing. Coming over to my side of the ring, Zach praised, "You know, I was expecting a lot worse. You're way better than I was at your age. Not only do you know a great amount of spells for your age, but your aim is also surprisingly good. It is astonishing how many inexperienced duelers have trouble hitting their opponent from 40 feet away." Happy with his praise, I bragged, "Yeah, I got really good by practicing hitting bludgears with spells last year." After hearing about how I learned, Zach's eyebrows rose in surprise. After a moment, he shrugged and said, "Well, whatever you did, keep it up. If you keep practicing, I bet you're going to surprise everyone this December." Knowing that constructive criticism was influential in improving oneself, I asked, "Is there anything else you noticed I should work on?" Seeing how receptive I was, Zach smiled and said, "A couple of other small things. Your wand movement, while precise, I would recommend trying to make the movements as small as possible. Also, try to be as quiet as you can when chanting your spells. You want to make it as difficult as you can for your opponent to know what is coming his way. Other than that, I would say just keep practicing with opponents and learning more spells." We ended up calling it a day, with plans to continue practicing throughout the week. Before he left, Zach recommended spreading out my practice sessions with different members as it would expose me to different styles of dueling. He also suggested that I spend some time watching the others duel, as ideas and strategies could be learned from watching others. When I made it back to my room, I dug out my enchanted coin and sent a message to my friends for us to meet up at the Room of Requirement. I had a lot of information I wanted to share. Chapter 51. After grabbing my golden coin and sending a message to my friends to meet up at the Room of Requirement, I headed to the 7th floor. Once I arrived, I found Anna already inside sitting at a wooden round table. After sitting down at the table, I saw her glance down at my new ring and let out a small grin. Before I could ask, Cedric and Alicia came in together. Both of their hair looked wild and untamed. If I had to guess, I would say that they had been flying around on broomsticks practicing for their upcoming tryouts. "When are you guys trying out for your teams?" I asked. Fixing her hair, Alicia replied, "Mine is later today, and I think Cedric is trying out tomorrow." Cedric nodded, indicating that she was right. Turning to Anna, he asked, "Are you sure you don't want to try out for the Slytherin team? I know Alex had no intention of joining, but I bet your dad would like it you tried out." Anna vigorously shook her head, sending her blonde hair flying. "No," she declared. "I've already made up my mind. Besides, I'm going to be busy this year." Anna reached over and slid up her robe on her right arm, revealing a solid black tattoo that looked like a fang of a great beast running down her forearm. "I joined a dueling club called the Dragon Fangs," she declared with a grin on her face. Her lavender eyes sought mine expectantly. Before I could say anything, Alicia squealed in shock, "Merlin's beard. Anna, you got a tattoo." Coming out of her seat, she leaned over and carefully inspected Anna's arm. "Aren't your parents going to be pissed?" Anna smirked, "They would if they could find it," she gloated. "Check this out." Pulling out her wand, she touched the tattoo with the tip of her wand and murmured, "Abscondidum." The black fang faded away, leaving behind clear pale skin. "It's not a real tattoo. It's an enchantment that I can make fade away," she explained. As I looked at her tattoo, I felt a small pang of jealousy rise within me. I shot my new ring a disgruntled look. Where was my magical tattoo? Clearly, the silver spears are behind the times. Secret rings that designate membership have gone out of style. "Could we join?" Alicia asked. "I don't know," Anna replied, "but they mentioned that they don't recruit Quidditch players because they have to spend so much of their free time practicing Quidditch." Alicia shook her head. "Never mind," she said. "There is no way Cedric or I would be willing to give up playing Quidditch. Maybe Alex can join." Anna smiled at Alicia's suggestions, and her lavender eyes sought my grey expectantly. "I also found out that there are several different dueling clubs at Hogwarts. One of them only recruits people who have aspen wands." She mused with a smile on her face. Cedric and Alicia's eyes quickly darted back towards me. Holding up the hand with my new ring on it, I confirmed, "Guilty, I just joined the Silver Spears last night." Anna's eyes twinkled with happiness. "It's nice that we're both in dueling clubs. We'll be able to practice together," she remarked with a smile on her face. Thinking of my less than impressive performance against Zach, I replied, from what I learned this morning, we're going to need a lot of practice to compete competitively. A little curious about how Anna got into her dueling team, how did you come to the attention of the Dragon Fangs? I asked. A small blush slowly appeared on her face while she explained, apparently, I came to the attention of some of the members last year when we were feuding with Michael and his friends. They really thought my bowel-exploding hex that I hit Ray with was impressive. I chuckled at the memory, that was the hex that turned our fight into more of a cold war. No one wanted to walk around Hogwarts with the chance of being hit with explosive diarrhea. I guess this means that you will be competing against one another this December, Alicia remarked. It's possible, but at least I know there will be some good competition in our age group, I mused out loud while Zach's explanation of how one could choose a higher age group came to mind. While I wasn't on the same level as a fifth-year student, I believed that I should be able to mount a decent challenge to third or possibly even fourth-year students. Once the conversation on dueling was finished, we started talking about other topics. Cedric turned to Alicia and asked, so, how many open spots are on the Gryffindor team this year? 4 spots, she explained. A pair of chaser positions and both of the beater positions as well. Well, at least you have a better chance of making it than me, Cedric grumbled with his eyebrows scrunched up in worry. There is only one seeker position, and if I'm not the best, I won't make it onto the team. As I saw the worried look on Cedric's face, I wished I could comfort him on this issue. While I didn't know precisely when Cedric would make the Hufflepuff team, in Prisoner of Azkaban, Cedric was both the seeker and the captain of the Hufflepuff team. Locking eyes with Cedric and with as much conviction in my voice as I could manage, I declared, Cedric. You've got this. There is zero doubt in my mind that you will be on the Hufflepuff team. Weighing in as well, Anna and Alicia both assured him he would make it. Not like it matters too much, she teased with a smile. If I make it on the team this year, Gryffindor is definitely winning the House Cup. Alicia's declaration set off a new round of arguments about who would win the Quidditch Cup this year. If I remember correctly, it should be Slytherin, unless things have changed. The rest of the day went by quickly, and soon we were all headed down to the Quidditch stadium. Alicia was all decked out in her gold and red Quidditch robes that she usually wore during practice. As she took to the field meeting up with the other contenders, the rest of us made our way up to the stands. Charlie Weasley, the muscular, red-headed Gryffindor captain, apparently decided to test the beaters first. Anna groaned when she saw Fred and George take off into the sky. She wasn't their biggest fan. While they generally subjected everyone to their pranks, I cannot deny that a more significant number of them ended up being on Slytherins. Around 15 hopefuls rose into the air, each one of them had a wooden beater bat clutched in their hands. What are they doing? Anna questioned as Charlie Weasley unsealed a pair of bludgers from a Quidditch trunk. The round, dark bludgers took off with vengeance, determined to start smashing anyone on a broomstick. As the Gryffindors began a mad scramble to avoid being smashed, I guessed out loud, I think it's going to come down to the last man standing. My prediction seemed to be proven right when one of the Weasley twins swung and hit a well-timed bludger towards another Gryffindor which nearly unseated him when it smashed into his back. 14 of the remaining hopefuls continued flying around dodging bludgers. The whole scene was incredibly chaotic. I'll bet that this is why Fred and George seemed to be doing so well. They are chaos incarnate. 14 was soon whittled down to 7. The remaining 7 Gryffindors proved to be more talented than the rest, but their biggest problem was a lack of teamwork. However, Fred and George were the sole exceptions. They worked in seamless unity as they smashed their fellow Gryffindors one by one. When it came down to the last one remaining, I almost felt sorry for him when I heard Fred and George cackling madly while mercilessly cornering him with the angry bludgers. Unsurprisingly, the twins were the last 2 standing. I couldn't tell if Charlie was pleased or worried about how his little brothers ruthlessly hunted down their fellow Gryffindors. Soon, it was time for the chasers to try out. Their method of selection was much more straightforward. They were each given 10 chances to score against the Gryffindor keeper, Oliver Wood. The 2 candidates who racked up the highest number of goals would be selected. Around 20 hopefuls were wanting to be chosen for the team. It seemed like they were going in order by grade, so Alicia was one of the few second years confident enough to try out. The first 2 who went first set the bar extremely low, neither one of them were able to make a score on during their 10 attempts. I could tell by everyone's faces that they expected Alicia to perform the same. I smirked, they had no idea how good she was. I spent the entire summer playing keeper against her, so I knew from experience how tricky she could be when trying to score. Not to mention, some of our practices were overseen by Anna's dad, who played Quidditch professionally. He had given Cedric and Alicia plenty of advice over the summer. As she took off into the sky on her clean sweep broom, she surprised everyone on the Quidditch field when she scored on her first attempt. That's it, Alicia, show him what you're made of. Anna cheered, happy that their friend scored. Not to be out-cheered, both Cedric and I started yelling our support as well. I smiled when I saw Oliver Wood straighten up on his broom. Clearly, he hadn't been expecting a second year to score on him. Oliver blocked the next 2 attempts, and just as he seemed to start thinking it was a fluke that Alicia scored, she scored twice in a row. By now, I could tell Oliver was getting annoyed at himself. Of her remaining 5 shots she ended up scoring 3 more, for a total of 6. As Alicia started descending to the field, we all made our way down, eager to congratulate her on an excellent performance. Alicia smoothly landed on the green Quidditch field with a happy grin on her face. By the time Alicia made it to us, Charlie had meandered over and said with a smile, "Alicia, right?" Alicia nodded eagerly, and Charlie continued, "You did a great job, make sure you stick around until the end." A sneering voice cut in, "She wasn't that impressive. I think that the keeper just sucks. He let a 12-year-old score 6 points. I'll bet when it's my turn. I'll make all my shots." Turning in annoyance, I saw Ray Sullivan, Michael's black-haired toady, sneering down at Alicia. Before I could angrily retort, Charlie remarked, "I've always found that deeds speak louder than words." Motioning towards the field, he continued, "Since you've taken it upon yourself to judge your fellow housemates, you can go next and show everyone your talent." While Charlie didn't raise his soft-spoken voice, there was no mistaking the anger contained within his words. For a moment, it seemed like Ray sensed that he had made a mistake. Shooting a condescending look towards Alicia, he scathingly said, "Let me show you what a real contender looks like." As he took off into the air, I noticed Anna glaring daggers at his back. If Ray wasn't careful, he might find himself being hit with the bowl exploding hex again. When Ray took his first shot at the goal, Oliver quickly blocked it. Red in the face, Ray tried again. After he missed his third, the Gryffindors started jeering at him. They had heard his bragging, and they didn't appear to like it any more than we did. The whole ordeal snowballed. The more he missed, the more furious he became, which caused him to miss again. After he missed on his 10th try, he bolted away on his broom, too embarrassed to return to the field, not having made a single point. The rest of the tryout went more smoothly, and soon it was finished. There was only one other person who had scored more than Alicia, but thankfully, because there were 2 open spots, she made it on the team. As I eyed my friends celebrating, I mused that I probably had changed the timeline slightly. Not significantly, in the books, she was only supposed to make it to the reserve team her 2nd year, and then on the primary team during Harry's 1st year. I imagine that our group friendship is what changed the timeline. Us practicing together over the summer must have elevated her skill level to the point where she made the team. While I was a little worried about the change, it was only a small ripple in the timeline. It shouldn't affect the future that I knew was coming. I needed to be careful not to change too much in the beginning. If I wanted to prevent the deaths that I knew were coming, I needed Harry's first few years not to change. If they did, who knows what could happen. Squashing my worry down, I swept Alicia up in a congratulatory hug. Soon she was pulled away from our group by Charlie, who wanted to conduct a team meeting. After reassuring Alicia that we would celebrate later, the rest of us headed back to the school. Chapter 52. It seemed as if all the hard work that Cedric and Alicia put in over the summer paid off, because the following day, Cedric made it onto the Hufflepuff team as their seeker. Over the next couple of weeks, I discovered to my dismay, that it was a lot harder for all my friends to hang out together during the week. It always seemed as if 1 or 2 of us were busy with our new activities. Thankfully, we were still able to find time to get together on the weekends. As for me, I split my time alone dueling with my fellow Silver Spears, acquiring new spells that I could use in duels, and working on occlumency. Once again, I marveled at the efficiency of the Room of Requirement. It provided me with a way to learn new spells without spending countless hours hunting through the enormous library. Zach had suggested that I try to add some rarely used spells to my repertoire because it would increase the chances of forcing my opponent to dodge if he didn't recognize what spell was coming at him. I ended up finding dozens of new and interesting spells, many of which had gone out of style and hadn't been mainstream for generations. But, before I started mastering those, I needed to shore up my defenses. The shielding spell, while quite basic, was a tricky spell to learn. Many fully adult witches and wizards aren't capable of using it, but I'd imagine that part of that is due to lack of practice. While that sounds implausible that someone capable of using magic wouldn't take the time to master the shielding spell. Many of them don't put themselves in any dangerous situations, and just because someone can use magic, doesn't mean that they're badasses. If my time in the wizarding world has taught me anything, it is that plenty of people in our society are, for lack of a better term, our average people. One of the main difficulties with the shielding spell was the effort it took to form. You can't just say the incantation and expect the shield to appear. The spell was all about willpower. You had to will the shield into existence. The more focused you were, the stronger your shield would be. However, according to the book I read on the subject, the shield wasn't perfect and wouldn't protect against everything. Powerful enough magic would be able to break the shield, and extremely dark magic like the unforgivable curses wouldn't be slowed down at all and would go right through the shield like it wasn't there. The author of the book I was reading believed it had to do with the generality of the spell. This meant because it was designed to be an all-purpose spell, and it wasn't capable of stopping stronger spells. The author's belief made sense. This rule seemed to be fairly consistent with other areas of magic that I had studied, like warding. However, it doesn't explain why dark magic can penetrate the shield like it wasn't even there. There is so little known about dark magic and why it acts the way it does, and I'm not dumb enough to get caught seriously studying it at Hogwarts. But I had never really understood why the dark arts were so frowned upon. All magic could be extremely deadly when properly used. Take the severing charm. While typically used to cut mundane items, it could easily slit someone's throat, or how about the fire charm, which could burn someone to death. One day, I planned to dig in and plume the depths of dark magic. It bugged me that so little was understood about dark magic. Putting the dark arts to the back of my mind, I turned my mind back to shielding spell. As useful as the shield was, it had other downfalls. Timing, it was all about the timing. Unfortunately, the protection spell didn't last. According to the book, the shield only lasts for a few moments, just enough to block a spell, then it would fade away. Putting the book down, I brought out my wand. Concentrating on producing a shield, I said, "Protego." At the tip of my ivory-colored wand, silvery wisps seemed to form a shield for a moment before fading away. I glared at my wand in frustration. I had been working on this spell for the last couple of weeks. I could tell I was getting closer, but trying to will a shield into existence was challenging. Zach had told me that most duelers don't master the shield until their 3rd or 4th year and not to worry about it. But I was planning on competing at a higher level, and if I wanted to get far in the tournament, I would need to master this spell. 30 minutes later and no closer to mastering the spell, Athena chuffed her displeasure at being cooped up. I know, I comforted. Being so busy with everything had stopped me from taking her out into the grounds and letting her stretch her wings. Motioning towards my shoulder, I said, "Come on. Let's go for a stroll. Maybe we can find Hagrid." Athena bleated with happiness and climbed up on my shoulder. Heading outside, I mused that I hadn't seen more than a glimpse or two from Hagrid so far. It was strange. Usually, he was always out and about. The last time he was so absent was when he was raising the Garmr pups in secret. As soon as the thought crossed my mind, I mentally groaned. Seeing Hagrid's hut in the distance, I decided I might as well get it over with and see what creature he had now. When I reached the hut, I could hear Hagrid crooning something inside in his deep rumbling voice. Reaching out, I knocked on the heavy wooden door. The noise vanished, and the hut became as silent as a tomb. Rolling my eyes at his attempt to be sneaky, I called out, "Hagrid, I know you're in there. It's Alex." I heard some shuffling and movement inside before the big door was suddenly pulled open, and giant hairy arms reached out and scooped me up in a hug. "Alex," Hagrid exclaimed, while I was buried in his bear hug. Hurriedly tapping him on the beefy arm, I gasped, "Can't breathe." Hagrid set me down with a wide grin on his face. Closing the door behind him, he turned to Athena. He picked her up with a surprising amount of gentleness. I tried not to frown at the difference of our treatment. Why does she get the VIP treatment and I'm nearly suffocated? "It's good to see you, Alex. I was beginning to think that you had forgotten me," Hagrid reproachfully mumbled. Reaching up, he pulled off Athena's collar, which freed up her wings and horns. "Who's a good girl?" he crooned while scratching the base of her horns. Athena purred in pleasure while I tried to explain, "Sorry, Hagrid. I've been swamped. There is so much for me to do this year." After a moment, I realized that it was a little strange that he hadn't invited me into the hut. "Hagrid, is there a reason why you haven't invited me inside?" I asked. A guilty look appeared on his face. "No, nothing to it." Breathing deep, he added, "Oh, nothing like that fresh air." Seeing my unimpressed look, he surrendered. "Fine, come on in, just don't make any sudden moves." Hearing his warning should have sent me running, but I was curious to see what he had inside. As soon Hagrid opened the door, Fang squeezed his way out, parked his butt 20 feet from the hut. "Fang, get back here," Hagrid bellowed. Fang shook his big head, sending drops of drool everywhere. After a minute of coaxing with no success, Hagrid threw his hands into the air and grumbled, "Coward." As soon as I entered the hut, my gaze was instantly drawn to the far side of the hut where Hagrid had built a makeshift fence. Behind the fence was a small creature whose makeup was jarring to the eye. I could see cloven hooves, giant fanged teeth, and with a scaly tail whose tip had a razor-sharp fin on it, the creature looked like a mishmash of several different beasts. The head was a lion, the body a goat, and the tail looked like it belonged on a dragon. Watched the beast munch on a giant slab of meat twice its size. I moaned when I heard the bone inside the meat snap like a twig. "Oh Hagrid, not again. That's a chimera. You can't possibly think you can keep it here." As I saw Hagrid eye the chimera with all the happiness of a proud parent, I realized that he indeed thought he could keep the creature. I sighed in defeat, yet another dangerous magical creature soon to be added to the Forbidden Forest. At least it was still a baby. I dreaded how dangerous it would get when it got bigger. But at least if last year was any indication, Professor Dumbledore would step in and force him to get rid of the chimera when it got too dangerous. How did you get your hands on a chimera? I asked. Your uncle put me in touch with a Greek wizard, who was able to sneak me a chimera egg. Hagrid bragged. He hatched a week ago. His name is Aegeus. As I warily watched Aegeus happily rip meat off her bone, Athena seemed to agree with me that Hagrid was crazy. She soared her way back onto my shoulder and wrapped her tail around my throat protectively. Athena hissed threateningly when he first burped flames out. Ah, his first flame, Hagrid crooned in joy. Of course, it can breathe flames. Hagrid was obsessed with dragons, and I'd imagine that a fire-breathing chimera was the next best thing. As I took a seat on Hagrid's old, lumpy, stained, maroon-colored couch, Hagrid asked, "So Alex, what have you and your little friends been up to?" "Well, Alicia and Cedric have been busy ever since they made it onto the Gryffindor and Hufflepuff Quidditch teams," I replied. Not sure if I should tell him about Anna and I joining dueling teams, so I evaded, "and I have been working on mastering the shielding spell." "That's good," Hagrid grunted. "I bet that spell would have been helpful last year." "Maybe," I replied. "But, I think it's more useful against spells rather than creatures." As soon as I said the words, a light went off in my head. I bet that's what I needed. Someone to sling spells at me. The risk of being hit would force me to dig deep and genuinely desire a shield to protect me. I spent the next hour catching up with Hagrid, on my way back to my room. Fang whined at me, pleading for me to take him away from the horror of Aegeus. The next day, I sent a message to Anna to meet me in the room of requirement. For what I needed, she would be perfect. I needed someone to force me into a situation where I needed to protect myself. When Anna arrived, I explained my idea to her. For a moment, her face was blank. Then a wicked grin seemed to emerge. Pulling out her wand, she narrowed her lavender eyes and remarked, "Do you remember when we were younger and we went to my dad's Quidditch match? You got your dad to cover me in silver and blue." Maliciously chuckling she added, "I warned you that you would pay for your sins." Seeing her expression, I started sweating. "Anna, that was a long time ago. You still can't be upset, right?" I implored. Seeing no change in her expression, my heart fell. I better master this shielding spell quick, fast, and in a hurry. The second she moved, I drew my wand out from its holster. As the first spell was sent my way, I roared, "Protego!" Pale light erupted, my wand forming a weak shield. It seemed like the fear of being hit with another spell was the slight push I needed to get the spell to work. Even though I was able to get the shield to form, I could tell from the way Anna's spell broke through that I needed to work on it. The stronger my need was, the firmer my shield would become. By the end of the night, I think I had gotten the hang of the spell. I was now able to form a decent shield on command. The practice was also good for Anna. She was getting skilled at moving from spell to spell seamlessly. I had the feeling that she was going to focus on pure offense. If she kept this up, I imagined that one day facing her would be like facing an unrelenting storm of spells. Chapter 53. As the days turned into weeks, while I found my dueling skills improving by leaps and bounds, I hadn't found success in occlumency. I was rapidly coming to the conclusion that merely making my mind blank wasn't going to work. One evening, in October, I was lounging on my bed, slowly stroking Athena's tiger-striped fur while trying to clear my mind. At first, I had thought that it was best to meditate in the lotus position, but after the first month with no success, I decided to find a more natural pose. Otherwise, I would end up straining a muscle. As I laid there, listening to Athena's satisfied purrs, my mind started slowly drifting as one of my oldest and fondest memories began to surface. Most people would assume that a reincarnated person with memories from his previous life would be born fully aware. That was not my experience. I'm not sure why, as I'm not an expert on reincarnation. My earliest, clearest memories started when I was between 1 and 2 years old. Sometimes I get flashes of earlier times, but they're more like feelings and sensations with no real substance. Like a half-forgotten dream where you remember how the dream made you feel but not what happened. I think it might have something to do with the brain of an infant not being developed enough to support a functioning consciousness, but I can't say for sure. As I floated in a sea of my fondest memories, a feeling of safety and peace enveloped me. Suddenly I felt something within me shift. It was hard to describe. It was like I discovered a new muscle, and upon activating it, I felt a band of energy spring out from the depths of my mind and envelope my head in a cocoon of protection. Opening my eyes in curiosity, I half expected to see some visual cue of the magic surrounding my head. Unfortunately, the second I opened my eyes, I lost the state of mind I was in, and the magic winked out of existence. Merlin's saggy pants. I swore in annoyance. Athena turned her head in displeasure and nudged my hand, wanting me to resume petting her. "Sorry," I apologized, "I almost had it, I'm sure of it." Athena's satisfied purring resumed after I started petting her again. I closed my eyes, determined to find the mental state that I previously discovered. However, the more I tried to find the mental clarity that I previously had, the further it slipped away. Finally, I had enough of it, and I decided that I was too frustrated to continue for the night. Over the next 2 weeks, I found success a few more times, however holding the correct mental state proved to be enormously difficult. Any distraction caused me to lose it immediately. It was like doing a complex mathematical problem, having a conversation, and writing something down at the same time. One evening towards the end of October, I was trying to reach the correct state, and for the first time upon opening my eyes, the sensation didn't fade away. Burying my excitement, I slowly turned my head towards the normally empty-looking clay pot on my dresser. The first time that I saw the bearded mushroom I was a little surprised it was really there. I'm not going to lie, part of me thought Madam you pulled a fast one and sold me an empty pot. Its head was a deep red, and it had beefy eyes that were extremely far apart, and it had a wispy whitish beard covering the rest of its face. The bearded mushroom had a look of panic on its face. I felt invisible tendrils brush up against the shield of occlumency I had up. The stupid mushroom was trying to edit my thought to pretend it doesn't exist. Dancing a small victory jig, I bragged, "Not today, today you have been bested by me." Pointing my finger at the mushroom, I continued, "No longer will you have access to the mind of the great Alexander Fawley, for I have bested you in a contest of wills." Apparently, the universe felt I was getting uppity and needed a smackdown because I tripped over one of Athena's chew toys, and I crashed down on the floor. "Merlin's balding head!" I shouted. The shock made concentration slip, and the shield slipped away, and the bearded mushroom followed suit. I could swear that before the mushroom disappeared, it shot me a smug look. For a moment, I was torn between wanting to hurl something at the mushroom for its smug look or chastise Athena. I ended up going with the latter. "Athena, you know you're not supposed to leave your toys out," I complained. Athena shot a look of interest at the toy in my hand before she started grooming herself, completely unapologetic. As I sat back on the bed, I was a little disappointed, but I was still happy. I had made progress. Not only was I finding it easier to slip into the correct mental state, I finally was able to keep the shield going with my eyes open. Now, I just needed practice. My first goal was to be able to maintain the shield at all times. And that was just the beginning, before I attempted the trial. I planned on mastering to its fullest extent. Which meant that not only did my shields have to be infallible, but I also needed to learn how to craft fake memories to fool someone. After all, a true master of occlumency would be able to trick someone using legilimency into believing something that's not true. I imagine that Professor Snape has to be on this level as he had to successfully trick Voldemort into thinking that he was a faithful follower. Had he approached Voldemort with his shield raised, I'd imagine that Voldemort would have been suspicious. No, I bet he is so skilled that allowed Voldemort to pierce his shielding without any resistance and discover fake crafted memories and thoughts that led Voldemort to believe that Snape was still his faithful servant. Thankfully, the books I had on the subject actually went in depth on how to do this. But, they cautioned that it took even more mental fortitude than maintaining the shield. Supporting the shield would be the easy part, the true challenge would be crafting fake memories and thoughts, which requires mental dexterity and flexibility that is difficult to learn. The few skilled and dedicated enough to learn occlumency often are unable to progress any further than the mental shield and are content with merely safeguarding their minds from unwanted intruders. I already had future goals I wanted to accomplish with occlumency. I wanted to be able to stand in the same room as the bearded mushroom without it realizing that I could see it by making it think that it was successfully modifying my thoughts and memories. Over the following days, I found myself being able to slip into the correct mental state more easily. It seemed like the more often I found the proper mental state, the easier it became to find it again, and I was able to push the bounds of my ability to maintain the shield. I'm guessing that all this practice would help with other advanced spell work. Some of the more difficult spells required specific thoughts or feelings to be successful. For example, the Patroness charm needed a sense of extreme happiness supplied from memory, and some darker magics like the unforgivable curses required a genuine desire to inflict pain. It seems one of the keys to being a skilled wizard is the ability to force your desires out on command. While that may sound easy, it requires building mental dexterity only achieved through hard work. Over the next few weeks, once I could maintain my shield for an hour or so, I decided I wanted to test it against a wizard. Initially, I had toyed with the idea of trying to use it against Professor Dumbledore, but in the end, I decided to go with Professor Snape. Besides, this year I had felt Professor Snape's penetrating gaze on me more than once. I had the secret suspicion that I had attracted his attention from the adventure last year, and I believed he had been employing legilimency to see if I had been up to anything. I countered initially by refusing to meet his gaze, while I bet he is a master at occlumency. From the description in the 5th book, I bet that he wasn't as skilled using the Wandless version of legilimency. He had to use his wand to break into Harry's mind, whereas Dumbledore and Voldemort were so skilled that they didn't even need a wand. Now, I had moved to the point where I wanted to test my shield against his dark gaze. Grabbing a seat next to Anna in potions, I eagerly awaited our upcoming mental confrontation. Professor Snape started the class in the same no-nonsense tone he always used. Today, we will be brewing the fire-protecting potions. Motioning towards the chalkboard at the front of the room, Professor Snape continued, it's a fairly useful potion. Once consumed, the potion renders a person immune to flames until the effects wear off. Sitting at our table, Roger Davis eagerly interjected without thinking, that's awesome, I bet dragon tamers use that potion all the time. Roger's voice trailed off, realizing that he had made a mistake. Jessica, Anna, and I all unconsciously leaned away from Roger, not wanting to be anywhere near the inevitable blowback from Professor Snape. 10 points from Ravenclaw for speaking out of turn, and 20 for sheer stupidity. Professor Snape icily remarked. Mr. Davis, you will also turn in 15 inches of parchment on the magical properties of dragon fire and why it would be the height of stupidity to confront a dragon believing that a simple fire protection potion would protect you. Twisting the knife one final time, Professor Snape viciously added, I expect that kind of thinking from Gryffindors or Hufflepuffs, but not Ravenclaws. I wonder if the Sorting Hat made a mistake with you. Roger's face went deep red in embarrassment. In Ravenclaw, one of the most effective insults is being told that you are dumber than students in the other houses. It's not a logical insult as there are plenty of talented wizards in all the houses, but Ravenclaws were definitely the magical nerds of Hogwarts. As such, we considered ourselves to be smarter than the rest of the houses. As the lesson continued, I found it challenging to maintain my shield and concentrate on the potion. Unfortunately, I was pretty sure that Professor Snape didn't regularly go around employing legilimency against students. I don't believe that he cares enough about what is going on in the minds of all his students to use the mental arts consistently. My guess is that he only employs it when he comes across some shenanigans and wants to get to the bottom of whatever is going on. I will have to get him curious enough to begin using legilimency. After racking my brains for a minute, an idea appeared in my head. I glanced over at Roger, who appeared to be on track to brew the potion successfully. Part of me felt terrible, rarely did things go right for Roger in medicines, it was like he was cursed. Regardless, the other part of me squashed the part of me that felt bad. I comforted my conscience by resolving to help Roger with his essay. One of the key ingredients for this potion was salamander blood. More than once, Professor Snape warned the class that salamander blood was extremely volatile, and not to put more than 5 drops in the potion. Sweat was dripping off Roger's forehead as he was carefully adding the salamander drops into the potion. Knowing that it wouldn't take much to distract him, I casually asked, Hey Roger. What are our chances against Gryffindor in the upcoming Quidditch match? Ever since Roger made it onto the team this year, Quidditch was his favorite topic, and he loved to talk about it. Turning to me with a grin on his face, he bragged, I think our chances are pretty good, we've put one of the best teams together this year. Not taking her lavender eyes off her potion, Anna snorted condescendingly from across the table. As Roger puffed up in outrage, my eyes bulged in shock when I saw Roger dropped his entire beaker of salamander blood into the potion. I was so surprised that I almost dropped my shield of occlumency. I had been expecting Roger to add a few more drops than necessary, not drop all of his supply into the potion. What was he even doing with that much salamander blood? For a moment, it seemed as if the potion wouldn't react, but then it started angrily boiling and letting off an icy blue vapor made of flame that chilled the air. Within moments the potion boiled over the top of the cauldron, spilling its contents down the side where it immediately destroyed one of the legs stabilizing the cauldron. Consequently, it tipped and spilled its contents down the table and onto the floor. Moments later, Professor Snape appeared out of nowhere at our table, waving his wand at the remains of the potions. What was left of the potion vanished, leaving Professor Snape to glare at Roger. I was a little surprised about how badly that could have gone. Luckily, Professor Snape watches everyone like a hawk. After this experience, I have a feeling that he gives Roger even more attention. Professor Snape had a thick throbbing vein on his forehead as he turned his furious gaze from Roger to the burned out remains of his cauldron. What on earth were you doing adding that much salamander blood to the potion? He barked. I got distracted, Roger stammered. Knowing that this was my cue to let Snape know that there's some shenanigans going on, I put on my best I did something, but you can't prove it look. I picked up the expression from Fred and George. They had mastered the art of taunting someone without saying a word. As Professor Snape shifted his annoyed gaze to the rest of us. When his dark eyes took in my expression, he paused for a moment before he snapped, Mr. Davis, detention. I will see you in my office after dinner. I tried not to wince in sympathy. I hadn't meant for the potion to get that bad. Get back to your stations, he snarled, everyone excluding Mr. Davis will still be required to turn in a potion. As everyone made their way back to their cauldrons, I could feel Professor Snape's eyes on the back of my head. Sure enough, a few minutes later, I felt a mental brush against my shield. It was weaker than the psychic tendrils of the bearded mushroom. Turning my head, my grey eyes met his seemingly black eyes, and I felt the pressure slightly increase, but he was unable to get past my shields. Ha, take that Professor Snape, no rooting around in my thoughts and memories whenever the mood strikes you. As I felt the pressure slightly increase, I blew a mental raspberry at the professor and turned back to my work. Throughout the rest of the class, our mental struggle continued. Sometimes it was a straightforward assault, and others Professor Snape tried to sneak his way through. By the end of the class, sweat was running down my face, and I was mentally exhausted. A headache had formed, and I wanted nothing more than to go pass out. As I turned in my potion, Professor Snape took one look at my potion, which was slightly off color, and sneered, "Your potion is barely passable. I wonder if something was distracting you? It will be interesting to see how you cope with more distractions in the future." His remark set off all sorts of mental alarms. Surely he didn't mean that he would do this in every class I had with him. As I saw the gleeful, vindictive look in his eyes, my heart sank. That's precisely what he intended to do. I should have tested my shield against Dumbledore, at least he doesn't hold grudges. Thankfully, potions was the last class of the day. Too tired for dinner, I made my way back to my room and passed out. My final thought before oblivion was that at least I will become skilled at holding a shield of occlumency up while being mentally attacked. Chapter 54. Expecto Patronum. Not for the first time, wispy white vapors poured out of my aspen wand. During the past month, I had spent some of my free time working on the Patroness charm. I figured the better I got at manipulating my mind, the easier it would be to get a handle on occlumency. While I had finally found success with occlumency, I was still working on the Patroness charm in my spare time. I hadn't yet succeeded in creating a corporeal patroness, but I had at least managed the wispy vapors that would offer partial protection from a Dementor. Being able to handle Dementors was high on my list of priorities. Considering the mass breakout of Azkaban, the Dementors surely will follow Voldemort. Out of all the magical creatures that I have studied, Dementors are one the most dangerous. To date, not one Dementor has ever been killed. For now, they are immortal beings. Not in the sense that they don't age, but rather no known spell can kill them. Well, at least not yet. I'm sure it is theoretically possible to create a spell that would kill them, but currently, nothing phases them. Many witches and wizards have tried to bring one down in the past, from the killing curse to fiend fire. Nothing works. That's why the Ministry made a deal with the Dementors to guard Azkaban. Who knows what would have happened if they refused to cooperate. What's even more horrible about Dementors is that they were created through extremely twisted dark magic. A talented dark wizard named Ekrysdia back in the 15th century is responsible for creating them. Ekrysdia enchanted the island of Azkaban to be impossible to find and started his mad experiments. Not much is known about everything he was up to, but upon his death, other witches and wizards discovered his island and fortress where they found the horrors he left behind. Some have speculated that the origins of Dementors lie with the dark magical creature known as the Lethifold. A Lethifold resembles a black cloak roughly half an inch thick and appears slightly thicker if the creature has recently digested a victim. It glides along surfaces in an unknown form of locomotion in search of its prey, humans. It attacks at night, when the target is asleep, by suffocating and then digesting them. There are a couple of reasons why some speculate that the origins of Dementors can be found with Lethifolds. One apparent reason is that Lethifolds have an eerie similarity with the cloaks that surround Dementors. And the other is that when a Lethifold attacked Flavius Belby in his sleep, he discovered that the Patroness charm could force a Lethifold to retreat. Turning my thoughts back to the Patroness charm, I decided to concentrate on another memory. This time, I focused on an older memory, back to when Sasha and Rebecca had just been born, and I was allowed to hold them for the first time. "Hey Alex," Anna chipper voice rang out from behind me. "Expecto Patronum," I called out half a second later. For the first time, a bright silvery light shot out of my wand and zoomed across the room. Turning in surprise, I saw Anna had arrived in the room of requirement. We had planned on doing some more practice with our dueling skills. Anna was looking up towards the ceiling in wonder. "What is that?" she asked in wonder. Looking back, I saw what she was staring at, my patroness. Flying around the room in circles was a glowing silver red-tailed hawk with a 3-foot wingspan. "It's my patroness," I replied proudly. I was ecstatic that I had finally been able to summon my patroness. I hadn't been in a huge hurry to complete the spell because I knew that we wouldn't see a Dementor for a few more years. I planned to master the spell this year and teach it to my friends next year. I was confident that if Harry could learn how to summon a patroness in his 3rd year going up against a boggart pretending to be a Dementor, that my friends could also learn how to summon one in their 3rd year as well. I smiled at the sight of my patroness flying around. I had lucked out in getting such a cool animal. What was even better was that it could fly, while it may not seem like flying patroness matters at all. Most of the time, a person's patroness is the same as their animagus form. Thoughts of soaring through the sky with the wind beneath my wings appeared in my head. One day, I will become an animagus, and I hope it's the same as my patroness. Interrupting my thoughts, Anna interjected, "How in Merlin's sweaty socks are you to summon a patroness? Aren't they supposed to be incredibly difficult to summon, even for fully trained wizards?" I grunted, "The spell itself isn't difficult. What's difficult is getting your head in a certain frame of mind, which is happiness. Once you start learning how to control your emotions on command, it becomes easier to use spells that require emotions to work. What I didn't tell her was I had spent the last 5 months practicing how to control my emotions with occlumency. All that work is what helped me learn the spell in a month. Seeing how impressed she was, I added, it's not that impressive. Casting the spell in a bright room with no cause for fear isn't anything to brag about, who knows how it would have gone if an actual Dementor had been here. Anna looked taken aback. In a slightly confused tone she asked, why are you so worried about Dementors? Don't they work for the Ministry of Magic? It's not like we have any reason to come in contact with them. Thoughts of a Dementor on the Hogwarts Express came to mind. Don't be so sure, I mumbled. Besides, it never hurts to be prepared. My patroness did a few more circles before landing on my shoulder. After admiring it for a few more seconds I let it dissipate. Changing the subject, I asked, so, are you ready to practice? As Anna looked at me, a predatory look appeared on her face. Anna had taken to dueling like a fish to water, and lately, she had begun our dueling succession with a surprise attack. Seeing how it looked like she was going to draw on me, I protested, hold on, Anna. Let the room set up a ring before we start. She fluttered her lavender eyes in an attempt to act innocent like there was no way she could be up to anything, but I had little sisters. I knew that look. More than once I told her that I think her Slytherin is showing, but all she did was smirk at me. Before I knew it, a dueling ring had slowly formed around me, that little sneaky Slytherin. She must have requested the room of requirement to form the dueling ring to form around us. We both stared at each other like hawks hunting for mice. I saw Anna try to slowly and subtly twist her wrist to the right. I grinned. We had made a small game of trying to force our opponent to draw first. Her little wrist twist was a feint trying to get me to make the first move. Turning the tables back on her, I acted as I fell for her ploy and threw my arm out. She quickly responded by moving to withdraw her wand from her new dueling hostler. Once it was clear that she was drawing her wand, I brought my wand from my holster as well. I had a new one as well, as the one I got from the room of requirement was ancient. My dad had taken on the challenge of designing a new hidden holster. I had gotten him to design one for Anna as well. He had come up with a new innovative, simplistic design. Now, my dueling hostler was a small wrist strap. On the bottom side was a narrow 2-inch metal tube that had an extension charm attached inside of it. When my wand was retracted, the whole thing disappeared seamlessly into the tube. The design was a lot more comfortable and less bulky than my old design. Shooting Anna a taunting smirk, I teased, I win again. She narrowed her eyes at my remark and threatened, we'll see who has the last laugh. Done with talking, she pointed her wand at me and started casting, Dextra Firmus. A yellow burst of light came flying at me from across the room. Timing it just right, I chanted, Protego. A glowing white shield shimmered into existence surrounding me. When Anna's spell hit my shield, it went bouncing off back towards her. Lately, I had been practicing angling the shield to send the spell back at the caster. Really, I mocked, the jelly finger's curse is amateurish at best. Anna retorted, if you can't hold your wand, you can't cast spells. This time, Anna sent 2 spells at me. I think she was hoping that my shield would block the first spell and fade right as the second would hit me. Wanting to take her off guard, instead of casting the shield charm, I jumped out of the starting circle while pointing my wand at her and shouted, Orisisum dearsum. Anna, not expecting me to leave the circle, was caught off guard and got hit by my spell. For a second, she smiled, thinking that the spell must have fizzled out. Just as she was about to say something, she went tumbling to the floor with a yelp. Groaning from the floor, Anna cried, what did you hit me with? I laughed when I saw her try and push herself off the ground unsuccessfully, and a few moments of trying, she closed her eyes, gave up, and lied back down. Trying not to smirk, I explained, that was the dizzy ear hex. Once you're hit with it, it's almost impossible to remain upright. How long does it last? She pleaded. Only a few minutes. I comforted. You're going to pay for this, Anna warned. Just, once the room stops spinning. We spent another hour testing ourselves against one another. True to her word, she paid me back a few times. Her strategy revolved around a constant barrage of spells. To counter her approach, I liked to use shields and counterspells and then attack when she was least expecting it. The following day, I had my new least favorite class. True to my prediction, for the last week, Professor Snape seemed to have resolved himself to testing me each day. He kept up a constant barrage of mental attacks. Holding my shields took almost all of my concentration. As a result, my potions suffered. My only comfort is that he has shown that it is possible to multitask. At the end of the class, Jessica tapped me on the shoulder on her way out and teased, if you're not careful, Alex, you'll lose your top spot in Ravenclaw. Rather than respond, I let out a groan from the table. My head was pounding from the effort it took to maintain my shield. The only thing that brought me any comfort was that today seemed a little easier than the last time. Hopefully, I will get to the point where I can maintain the shield and function normally. Chapter 55. The remaining weeks before it was time to head home for the holiday break passed by fairly quickly. Soon, it was the last day of the semester and we were all headed home for a couple of weeks. During breakfast at the Great Hall, I was mentally going over the progress I have had over the past semester. I made great strides on mastering occlumency, and my dueling skills have greatly improved. I had developed a few unique ideas that I thought would take my opponents off guard. I was counting on occlumency and dueling to help me enact my plans in the future. On a side note, Professor Snape's continued mental intrusions have made my occlumency skills improve by leaps and bounds. By the time winter break had arrived, I was able to hold a mental shield up during his entire class, with only developing a mild headache. As such, I put aside my initial plans of revenge on hold. As frustrating as the past month has been, at least it has merited results. During the first couple of weeks of mind-numbing headaches, I had briefly toyed with the idea of poisoning Professor Snape, nothing deadly, just something to let him know that there are consequences for what he had been doing. He's lucky that when it comes to all matters relating to occlumency, my lips have been magically sealed because of the Ravenclaw trial. Shaking my head, I turned my thoughts away from the deep rabbit hole of revenge. It probably wouldn't have worked anyway. What kind of potions master walks around without a few anti-poison potions? Across the table, I could see Jessica sulking. As the headache had become more manageable, my grades in potions had started to return to normal. They weren't 100% back to where it was, but it was getting there. When it came to grades, she was within spitting distance of catching up. The only area where she struggled was in transfiguration and some other practical magics. I'm pretty sure she didn't do anything but study all the time. I bet if Hermione and Jessica met they would be the best of friends. Well, only if they didn't compete against one another academically. Now that I think about it, best to make sure they don't interact. I don't need that headache. I turned my thoughts to my efforts in spellcraft this semester. Outside of transfiguration, I'm ahead in the rest of my classes. If it weren't for Professor McGonagall's warning that anyone would be banned if she caught any student practicing transfiguration outside of class. She had given me permission to practice the spells I had already mastered, but warned me not to proceed any further. I wasn't sure about how serious she was, so I didn't take the chance. Transfiguration has the most potential to go horribly wrong. Right now, it was frustrating. It felt like I was being slowed down, at least according to her. Once we're in our third year, we will be able to work outside of her class on projects. Thankfully, there were no such restrictions in my other classes. I finished all the spells in the Standard Book of Spells Grade 3 and had moved on to the fourth year. If all goes as planned, I will finish up by the end of the school year. Interrupting my thoughts was a familiar mental poke on my mental shield. Son of a mountain troll! I cursed. Turning, I scanned the front of the hall, looking for a familiar sneering face. My eyes narrowed when I found my target, sitting up with the rest of the professors looking smug. Seeing his dark eyes glittered smugly at me, outrage welled up within me, and I mentally cursed. Damn it, Professor Snape! It's breakfast time. It's the most important meal of the day. Is there nothing sacred to you? A man should be allowed to eat in peace. Grabbing the bagel in front of me, I tore into it furiously. If there was a competition for angry eating, I'm pretty sure I would win hands down. While I sat there devouring my breakfast like a starved wolf, I brooded, and not the useless type of brooding where someone just feels sorry for themselves. No, I was mulling over how I would pay Professor Snape back. I was willing to let the classroom attacks slide as I had almost set the room on fire, and my occlumency was improving, but I refused to surrender my mealtimes to that. That monster. While I sat there, several avenues of revenge came to mind. The most satisfying included locking Professor Snape in a room with Hagrid's chimera. It had been rapidly growing in size, and after almost burning down Hagrid's hut, it was getting too dangerous to keep around. Yet another monster homeward bound to the Forbidden Forest. As amusing as it was to picture Professor Snape being chased around by a chimera, I tossed that idea to the side. He was too talented a wizard to be caught like that. No, this called for something more subtle, something he wouldn't be able to escape. Thoughts of Sirius flashed through my head, and the bare bones of a plan were hatched. Professor Snape wouldn't see this coming. It was an act of slow revenge, and it would take years to come to fruition. But, by the time he knew what hit him, it would be too late, and he would be absolutely miserable. Alex! Are you okay? Jessica's voice rang out. Turning, I saw her looking at me with concern. Giving her a wolfish smile, I'm fine, just plotting the downfall of my enemies. She gave me a nervous laugh, not sure if I was joking or not. After breakfast, everyone heading home for the holiday break, shuffled off to the Hogwarts Express eager for 2 weeks with no homework. As Jessica and I made our way through the train, I stopped when I saw Cedric waving that he had a compartment reserved. Alicia and Anna were already inside, and as I slid into the seat, Jessica asked, "Mind if I join you?" "Sure, the more, the merrier," I replied. Jessica took a seat next to me, sandwiching me in between her and Cedric. Across from me, Alicia let out a slight groan, leaned forward, and put her head in her hands. Anna narrowed her eyes, seeming displeased with something. As the train started rolling towards London, our cabin was filled with uncomfortable silence. Saving me from the growing tension, Cedric remarked, "Michael stopped by just before you got here." Grateful to take my mind of the Cold War that seemed to be developing between Anna and Jessica, I turned to Cedric. "What did that little troll turd want?" "I don't know. My guess is you. Michael took one look at us, and once he saw that you weren't here, he stormed off." Cedric explained in a low tone. "Have you had any more run-ins with him this year?" "Outside of an odd hex or two, no, not any more than usual. Which is actually strange. I've been expecting the blowback for what I did to him over the summer. It's odd that he hasn't retaliated yet." Cedric made a low murmur of agreement. It was strange the Michael hadn't retaliated. I didn't like it. While Michael is decently talented, it was offset by his impulsive and easily enraged personality. The fact that he hasn't made a move means something. Whether Michael is suddenly developing patience or receiving advice on how to react, neither option is pleasing. I will need to be on my guard. Around midway through the trip, Alicia, Cedric and I were arguing about which broomstick Cedric should get. Cedric's father had promised to buy him a new one for Christmas. While we were discussing the pro and cons of the various models, part of me was paying attention to Anna and Jessica. They seemed to be engaged in some form of verbal combat that only they knew the rules to. If one didn't know better, they might think that they were just conversing, but from their facial expressions and tones, there seemed to be some complex point system that only they understood. At one point, Jessica was innocently studying her fingernails when she remarked, "You know, I'm glad I'm in Ravenclaw." Anna narrowed her eyes, sensing a trap but not sure where it was. "Oh really, why is that? It's not like your Quidditch team is worth bragging about." Jessica stopped admiring her fingernails as she clenched her hands in anger for a moment before releasing them and answering in a sugary sweet voice, "It's nice because Alex and I get to spend a lot of time together." Jessica adopted a sympathetic expression. "It must be hard for you to spend time with your friends, considering that they're all in different houses." "It's great that all I need to do is go down to the common room." "Not at all," Anna countered. "Just because something is convenient doesn't mean it's good. Besides, I've hung out with my friends a lot. Having to put in some effort to hang out just shows how close we are. Alex and I will even be getting together over the break." Jessica's eyes flared with annoyance, and countered, "I agree, effort is important. Alex has even spent time helping me with my transfiguration." Anna ground her teeth together for a moment before a sly look appeared on her face. "You need tutoring? I thought Ravenclaws were supposed to be smart." She sneered in disdain. "We are," Jessica gritted through her teeth. Mimicking Anna's sneer, Jessica viciously returned, "And it's good that Alex is in Ravenclaw, at least there he can be around his intellectual equals." As they continued to throw verbal barbs at one another, I turned my full attention back to Cedric and Alicia. There is no way I was getting involved in their little spat. I wish that they would learn to be friends. You would think since I was friends with both of them they would be able to find some common ground. The rest of the trip seemed to pass slowly. By the time we got to London, Alicia was glaring at me like everything was somehow my fault. I don't know what her problem is. I didn't do anything. When the train stopped, Alicia and Cedric bolted from our compartment as quickly as they could. "See you in a couple of weeks," Cedric called out over his shoulder as he disappeared into the crowd. Grumbling under my breath, "Traitor." And here I thought Hufflepuffs were supposed to be loyal. Just as I was about to follow, Jessica grabbed my arm and asked, "Hey Alex, how about you introduce me to your parents and those little sisters you like to brag about?" Not seeing a way to decline, I replied, "Sure, you'll like my dad, he was in Ravenclaw as well." Making our way out to the station, I noticed Anna was following as well. Seeing me raise an eyebrow, she answered my wordless question, "I want to say hi to your parents as well." She turned to Jessica and smirked, "Our families have been friends since we were kids." Not waiting to see Jessica's reaction, I started making my way through the crowd eager to get this over with and go home. When my parents saw me, they unleashed Sasha and Rebecca, who took off like rockets and bulldozed into me, nearly bowling me over. I couldn't help but smile fondly. I had missed the little stinkers. Once I got the twins to settle, I motioned towards my friends, "Mum, Dad, this is Jessica, she is a friend of mine from Ravenclaw. She is right below me in the rankings." Dad smiled and said, "Alex has said you're brilliant. It's good to know that Alex has some competition in Ravenclaw, nothing keeps you on your toes like healthy competition." Jessica blushed, "It's all I can do to keep within sight of Alex." Shooting me a halfway annoyed look, "He's so good at everything it's annoying. Anyways, it's nice to meet you, Mr. Fawley. My parents have told me that your enchantments are of the highest quality," Jessica complimented. On the other side, Anna snorted, "Everyone knows that Fawley's wondrous enchantments is the best. Reaching down, she hugged the twins and whispered something in their ears. I don't know what she said, but Sasha gasped in surprise, and Rebecca laughed and developed naughty smirk as she eyed Jessica. You know what? I don't even want to know. Giving Dad a helpless look, I mouthed, save me. He raised an eyebrow as he took in Jessica and Anna glaring at one another before he shot me a wry grin, like he had all the answers and the whole thing was amusing to him. I would need to interrogate him later. If he knew the solution to my problem, it was his father-bound duty to help me understand. Interrupting everything was Mum. She enveloped me in one of her famous octopus-like hugs where it was nearly impossible to escape her grasp. I missed you. She whispered as she almost squeezed the life out of me. After a few more moments of greeting, Dad shook Jessica's hand. Well, we have to be going. It was nice to meet you, Jessica. Turning to Anna, he added, Anna, it's good to see you again. Tell your parents to contact us. Maybe we can have dinner soon. As we left, I waved goodbye. Anna shot Jessica one final victorious look as she called out, Alex, I'll see you in a few days. It was all I could do not to shudder. Why did that sound like a threat? I was ready for a break from those two. Being stuck in a train compartment for the better part of 6 hours with them was exhausting. Author's note. So, another comment about Alex's mental age has led me to clarify the issue. Alex's mental age is not in his mid-20s but rather a teenager. I'm sorry if you feel that way, but that is just the way it is. When he was a child, he had access to more of his previous life's memories, but as he has aged, most of them have faded. He still remembers the big stuff and he wrote a lot of info down in his secret journal, but that has no bearing on his mental age. Most of what he remembers now is like a half-forgotten dream at this point. Sometimes, a phrase or idea will pop into his head from his previous life, but he lacked the context for it. I've gone to great strides to show that Alex doesn't have it all figured out. There will be things he has to learn from experiencing them himself, including on how to deal with Jessica and Anna. As in life, expect things to be messy and far from perfect. Chapter 56. During the journey home on the night bus, other than the screeching stops, it was relatively uneventful. It was impressive how the bus maneuvered through the icy slush that covered the roadways. Best guess was that there had to be some form of enchantment involved. Athena sat nestled in Sasha's arms, glaring around at the night bus like it was her nemesis. She hated the night bus. Every time it slammed to an unceremonious stop, and tried to throw its passengers across the bus, her resentment grew. It was amusing to watch Athena, as she went from basking in the attention of Sasha to glaring at the bus like it had insulted her. Personally, I was fed up with the bus as well. Don't get me wrong, it was fun the first few times. Now? Every time the bus makes a stop and my guts feel like they're trying to leave my body. I can't help but wonder why there isn't a better way to get to King's Cross Station, where the platform 9 3/4 is hidden, or even to Hogwarts itself. For Merlin's sake, we're wizards, why aren't fireplaces at the platform? It would be easy to use the Flow network to get to the Hogwarts Express. The Ministry of Magic has them. Hell, for that matter, most of the magical community could get to Hogwarts by using the Flow network to get to Hogsmeade rather than take a 6-hour train ride. I understand the need for the train itself. How else would Muggleborns get to school? But, for the rest of the magical community, it seems unnecessary. Distracting me from my thoughts was Sasha and Rebecca. They were peppering me with questions about Hogwarts. Tell me more about the Forbidden Forest, Rebecca demanded with her blue eyes wide with anticipation. Seeing how eager she made, a feeling of unease well up within me. You know it's full of monsters, right? If anything, my warning made her eyes tingle with excitement. That's the exciting part, she explained. I'll get that giant you told me about to come with me. You know, the one who fills the forest full of creatures. Seeing the stars in her eyes made me sigh. Rebecca was the mischievous one between her and Sasha. She wasn't even at Hogwarts, and she was already planning on breaking the rules. Fred and George would be proud. I turned my attention to Sasha, who was trying to comfort Athena. At least I don't have to worry about her going off and doing something crazy. Even though they were twins, they had different personalities. While Rebecca was adventurous, Sasha was more diligent. They sorta reminded me of Dad and Uncle John. Rebecca took after Uncle John, and Sasha was more like Dad. I wonder if they will end up in the same house when they get to Hogwarts. Twins don't always make it to the same house. Fred and George were both in Gryffindor. But in the books, Padma and Parvati were in different houses. Ultimately, I bet that they end up in separate houses. Well, I'll find out in my 6th year. I had a surprise waiting for me when we all got home. Sitting on the grey sofa was Uncle John wearing his custom black leather duster. Next to him was Aunt Nefret and a banded mongoose lounging on the armrest. The mongoose's fur was dark brown with white stripes on its backside. My eyes widened in surprise when the mongoose sat up when I walked in and leaped off the couch. In midair, there was a flurry of blurry movement as the mongoose turned into my cousin Omar, who attended you Agadu. A wry grin appeared on Omar's face. Hey Alex. What do you think of my animagus form? Seeing Omar having already become an animagus even though he was only a year older made a feeling of intense jealousy well up within me. Not wanting to spoil his moment, I shoved the ugly feeling aside and grinned, "That's so awesome. When did you complete the rite?" Shifting his long dark hair to the side, Omar bragged, "Just a few weeks ago. I was one of the first ones in my class to complete the ritual." "That's so awesome," letting out a sigh. I continued, "At Hogwarts, my professor won't even let you begin the training until after your 5th year." Omar's face twisted in confusion, "Why?" I shrugged, "Animagi aren't that common in Europe." I shot Uncle John a suspicious look. I was pretty sure he was an animagus too, just that he hadn't registered. "I think officially, Europe only has 7 animagus right now." Uncle John's eyes widened in an exaggerated attempt to look innocent. Seeing my unconvinced look, Uncle John smirked, "I guess it's a good thing I live on a boat in the ocean. No government to report to out there." "I knew it," I declared. "I knew you were an animagus." Remembering how Uncle John tends to smuggle things, I wondered if European wizards had a point. Maybe animagi are a bit dodgy, come to think of it. All the animagi in the Harry Potter books other than Professor McGonagall always used their animal forms for mischief. Rebecca's blue eyes widened when she heard Uncle John was an animagus. "Show me," she demanded in an adorable bossy tone that only a little sister can manage to get away with. Hearing her demand, a pained expression appeared on my uncle's face. "What's the matter? Too embarrassed to show off your animal form?" I teased. Uncle John shot me a promising look of revenge. Aunt Netrit patted his thigh. "Come on, my love, I think your animal form suits you very well." Uncle John sighed in defeat. After a blur of movement, a set of beady eyes surrounded by darkness greeted me. Just arriving into the living room was Sasha carrying Athena in her arms. "Puppy!" Sasha screamed in excitement. Abandoning Athena, Sasha tried to grab the small little creature. The little furball dodged Sasha's grab with a quick spin, waved a tiny fist at her, and began scolding her with chittering squeaks. Barely able to breathe from holding in my laughter, "Sasha!" I gasped, "That's not a puppy." Sasha paused from taking another lunge towards Uncle John and looked at me. Not convinced, she hesitantly asked, "Are you sure?" Not able to hold it in any longer, I burst out laughing. Once I got control of myself, I mocked, "Sasha, that's a trash panda." Uncle John chittered in outrage and leaped off the couch towards me, determined to get revenge. Thankfully, Aunt Nefertiti was prepared and reached out and scooped him out of the air and brought the adorable-looking raccoon back to her side. After giving his wife a disgruntled look, Uncle John morphed back into his normal self. He shot me a look that warned me not to say a word. Unable to help myself, "Uncle John, Aunt Nefertiti was right," I praised, "your animagus form suits you perfectly. You can sneak and skulk wherever you need to." For a moment, Uncle John looked pleased, but then I added, "I can see it now, no trashkin will ever be safe again." Not waiting to see his reaction, I bolted out of the room. A few seconds later, I heard a mad scramble from behind me. "Get back here, you little rascal. I'll show you what it means to be a trash panda." Knowing that Uncle John had the transfiguration skills to back up his threat made me run even faster. Being chased through the house by Uncle John made a strong sense of déjà vu well up in me. We had done this dance before, but unlike last time, I was older and wiser. This time I would successfully get away. A plan of escape flashed through my head. I ducked into the back room and softly called out, "Lola." Appearing with a loud crack, our house elf appeared wearing her white toga with our family crest inscribed on the upper right-hand side. "Master Alex, you're back." Lola happily cried out as she wrapped her arms and buried her face into my leg as she hugged me. Knowing I had only moments, I gently pried her off my leg. "Lola," I whispered urgently, "I need you to take me to the safest place from Uncle John." She nodded, flapping her big droopy ears, "I know just where to take you to Master Alex." Outside the door to the room, I could hear Uncle John chuckle, thinking he had trapped me. "Fee du fo, I smell a brat about to become a raccoon." Uncle John slowly opened the door, no doubt wanting to relish his revenge. However, when he saw me holding Lola's hand, he protested, "That's cheating." I smirked at him and blew a loud raspberry. "Now," I commanded. Lola nodded, and we disappeared with a loud crack. Similar to the last time I operate with my grandma, it was one of the most uncomfortable sensations I had ever felt in my entire life. It was like being squeezed through a small rubber tube. What was worse about it was not being able to breathe or see anything. Just when it feels like you're about to explode, you arrive at your destination. The only thing that gave me hope about operating was it supposedly got better. I was somewhat skeptical about that. I bet you just get so used to it that it doesn't bother you as much. A little disoriented, I looked around and discovered I was in my grandmother's living room. Perfect. Grandma had always been a safe haven when I ran afoul of Uncle John and needed a shield. Knowing I wasn't in the clear quite yet as it wouldn't take Uncle John too long to figure out where I had gone, hesitantly, I called out, "Grandma, are you here?" From the back of her house, her voice rang out, "Alex, is that you? What are you doing here?" When she got out to the living room, my heart sank when I noticed that she was dressed up. She was wearing a midnight blue dress robe, on her neck was her favorite jeweled necklace that Grandpa gave her. The last time I saw her that dressed up, we went to the party full of her fellow governors. She must have plans for tonight. Trying not to give away why I was here, I said, "Can't a grandson visit his favorite grandmother?" She raised an eyebrow at my response. Maybe I laid the flattery on a little too thick. "Humph, you're decades too young to fool me. What are you hiding from? Uncle John, chasing me? He might be a tiny bit upset about a comment I made about his animagus form and possibly wants to transfigure me into a similar form." Once I explained, I put on my most innocent grandson look and pleaded, "You wouldn't let him do that to me, would you?" Seeing her thoughtfully looking at me, I felt a shiver of worry worm its way inside of me. Had I overestimated my status as her favorite grandson? I let out a sigh of relief when she replied, "No, we can't have that." However, the relief I felt slowly faded when she continued, "But, as they say, nothing in life is free." Seeing her knowing smile, she knew I had no choice but to accept my grandma. "What big teeth you have. What do you have in mind?" I asked suspiciously. Smirking, she replied, "Nothing much, I just may have you attend a few more dinners with me, and I don't want you to back out after experiencing them. They can get quite boring sometimes, and I could use the company." Seeing her knowing smile, I knew she already knew my answer. "Deal," I grumbled. "But, you have to get rid of Uncle John. I don't feel like spending the rest of the day as a raccoon." "Don't you worry about me, I know how to handle my son," she replied with a smirk. Uncle John showed up 5 minutes later. I flashed him a quick grin when he saw us seated in the living room. Grandma was sitting in her favorite red comfy chair while I had chosen the plushy couch. "Johnny," Grandma gushed. "It's so nice of you to join us for tea." Uncle John studied the situation for a second before giving me a nod and a wry smile, acknowledging that I had set up a robust defense. He walked over and hugged Grandma and then took a seat next to me on the couch. Putting his arm around me, he whispered out of the corner of his mouth, "You can't stay here forever. Want to make a bet?" I cheekily replied. I was confident that Uncle John would beg off before I did. Grandma had a way of trying to correct behavior she thought was unworthy of our house. And as much as I love him, Uncle John is a bit of a scoundrel and is a little rough around the edges. It's part of his charm, but that hasn't stopped Grandma from trying to get him to clean up his act. As Grandma sat in her favorite chair, her pose was perfect. Each movement was made to perfection as she sipped her tea. After thoroughly judging both of us with her gaze, she set her tea off to the side. "Johnny, when was the last time you had a haircut? You look like you've been living in the wild." Next to me, Uncle John shifted uncomfortably in his seat and brushed his long black hair into a more presentable condition. I hid a grin behind my hand. Sometimes it seemed as though every mum could zone in on their children and complain about them. Before Uncle John could muster a defense, Grandma shifted tactics, keeping him off his game. "And that long coat is so dreadful. It definitely could use a sprucing up." Eagerly leaning forward, she offered, "If you want, I'm sure I can make it a little more presentable." Uncle John leaned back as if her words had landed a physical blow. "I like my coat just the way it is," he defended. "Besides, my coat has plenty of useful enchantments woven inside of it, and I don't want them damaged." Grandma raised her eyebrow, and sternly asked, "John Fawley, are you saying I don't know how to weave a simple enchantment? I'll have you know I've been casting spells since before you were born." Sensing that only arguing would make it worse, Uncle John sighed in defeat. "No, Mum," he appealed, "that's not what I meant. I meant I like my coat is fine the way it is. Besides, it's very useful out on the high seas." At this point, holding in my laughter was becoming difficult. I liked how she went from pestering him about his appearance to seamlessly acting as he had somehow wronged her. Grandmother knows how to maintain control of the flow of a conversation. I need to take notes. The side of Grandma's mouth rose at his response. It seemed as though Uncle John had given her a new avenue to attack. "You, and that boat of yours. When are you going to set some roots down? I hardly ever get to see you or my other grandson. You know we have a few vacated properties you could move your family into." As Grandma continued to berate the aspects of Uncle John's life she disapproved of, I could see he was quickly becoming suspicious that we were ganging upon him. After unsuccessfully defending his choices to his mum, he glared at me and grumbled, "You win this round." Soon, he made his excuses and claimed he had to be going. On his way out, Grandma winked at me. Being his mum allowed her to know what buttons to push. Even though I required an assist, I put this down as a win in my book. It was rare that I pulled one over on Uncle John. Thankfully I got Grandma on my side. Interrupting my thoughts, Grandmother cleared her throat. "Now that I've held up my end of the bargain, I do believe you have an obligation to fulfill. Seeing her expectant look, I put the pieces together. Tonight? But I just got home. I complained. Seeing her uncompromising look, I sighed, I guess I needed to get my dress robes out. Not taking the chance of Uncle John catching me back at the house, I had Lola grab them for me. It seemed I was in for another night of rubbing elbows with some of the most connected magical families out there. Chapter 57. The dress robes I ended up going with were rather dull compared to others I had seen. Black pants, along with a white button-up shirt. Completing the ensemble was a Ravenclaw blue robe that had our family crest, which depicted a hawk surrounded by stars. What was cool about the coat of arms was that it wasn't stationary. The crest was enchanted to move and shift positions. The hawk also seemed to be alive. Sometimes it would stare at a person if they looked at it for too long. When I got downstairs, my grandma looked me over and made a small adjustment to my tie. It took enormous self-control not to roll my eyes. She always seemed to need to correct something. Everything had to be perfect. When she finished, she nodded and said, "Alex, I need to prepare you for tonight." I cocked my head in confusion. "What do you mean? I've been to dinners with you before. I thought I did fine last time." Grandma waved a hand in reassurance and placed the other on my shoulder. "You did excellent, my dear, but tonight you may bear witness to some tension. You see, tonight, we are headed to the Highlands of Scotland, to the home of the Macmillan clan." That name sounded familiar if I remember correctly. I think that there was a Macmillan in the same year as Harry Potter. But, for the life of me, I can't seem to remember his name. Damn, this was going to bug me, it's on the tip of my tongue. While I was trying to remember the name of the Macmillan, Grandma said something that distracted me from my remembrance. "Wait, say that again," I asked. Grandma gave me a stern look, not pleased I hadn't been paying attention. I said, "There may be some tension because I haven't been back home to the Macmillan clan in around 2 decades. "What do you mean home? This is your home," I argued. She gave me a sad smile and explained, "You know, I wasn't always a Fawley. I was born a Macmillan." My eyes widened. This was something I hadn't ever considered. Grandma always seemed so proud of the Fawley name. She had never mentioned her maiden name before. Seeing her melancholy, I hesitated. "You've never mentioned them before." I added, "Neither has Dad. Your father wouldn't, and neither would your uncle. Some grudges are too deep. You see, back when Henry disappeared and was rumored to be a Death Eater, it was a dark time for the Fawley family. Many of our friends stopped coming by, and while we could manage that, I didn't expect my family to turn their backs on us. You see, my birth family is obsessed with appearance, and when Henry was accused, they decided to draw a clear line between them and us. The rest of the magical community took it as a clear sign that Henry was indeed a Death Eater. This all happened when John and your father were at school. It didn't go well for them. Students back then were scared and angry and wanted someone to blame. Your uncle and father became scapegoats to many of their peers. Hearing how the Macmillan turned their back on my family when they were at their lowest, made my blood boil. Sneering with disgust, "Then why the hell are we even going back? Screw the Macmillans. We don't need them," I viciously responded. My words made a tiny wince appear on her face before it disappeared. Sighing heavily, "It's not that simple," she explained. "It wasn't all of them, but once the head of the clan made the decision, the rest of them fell in line." "Who was the clan head?" I asked, instantly adding him to my mental list of nemesis. Grandma paused for a moment as if the topic was difficult to speak on. "He was my father." For a moment, I couldn't think of anything to say. Her father? How the hell could he abandon his daughter at her darkest hour? What an utter arsehole. No matter what I did, I couldn't imagine any of my family doing anything like that. They would never abandon me. I bet I could break the law, and my family would protect me. My uncle would probably show up and give me a grin and ask when we were leaving. I guess my thoughts showed on my face, because she gave a wry smile. "You're so much like your father and uncle." They had a similar reaction, but as in life, it's more complicated. Normally, the position of the clan head is an empty title. They aren't very united, but during times of trouble, the clan bands together for protection. So during the war, my father had many responsibilities back then. Not as willing to let it go. "Like what?" I challenged. "Well, for starters, the Macmillan clan is rather extensive. There are around 6 different branches of the family that live up there in the Highlands of Scotland. Not to mention, there are dozens of other families who have intermarried with the Macmillans over the years. They all lived in the area and looked to the Macmillan clan for stability and leadership during the war. So when his daughter's husband was rumored to be a Death Eater, he made a decision that best suited the clan." Unable to help myself, I interjected with a sneer, "And this is the clan who you want us to go visit?" Grandma's eyes tightened. Not everyone in the clan was supportive of his decision. My brother was furious. She explained, "Regardless, my father died over a year ago, and my brother took over being the clan head. Pulling something out of her robe, she showed me an invitation card. Why wait so long? Grandpa Henry's name has been cleared for years. Why are they just now sending an invitation? I questioned. It's easy to forgive someone when you were in the right, but when you're in the wrong, it can be difficult to admit. My father refused to apologize for his actions. In his mind, he did nothing wrong. He just did what was best for the clan. I think he expected me to come back on my own after the war, but I never did. Eventually, the years passed, and before I knew it, he died. Hearing the bitterness in her voice, I couldn't help ask, I thought that you said you understood why he did what he did. Grandma's steely gaze met mine, and I saw hints of the wolf I knew was inside her. I said I understood he had many responsibilities. She scoffed. Not that I forgave him for what he did. She sighed, but, he's dead now, and it seems pointless to hold a grudge against the rest of my clan due to the actions of a dead man. Besides, I haven't seen the rest of my family in years. I bit back my retort on what I thought about Grandma's side of the family. It was clear that she was looking forward to this dinner, and I wouldn't be the one to spoil it for her. Ready to go, we went outside. Grandma put a hand on my shoulder. Are you ready? She asked. Wanting to get this over with, I nodded. A second later, my world went black. Unlike the time where we went to dinner at the Malfoy's Manor, which was an old-style mansion built on an enormous estate, the Macmillans' house was much more low-key. The brick two-story house was built on top of a cliff overseeing a lake and a small Muggle village and seemed to fit seamlessly with the land. The whole thing looked like it belonged in a painting. Before we entered the property, Grandma gave herself and me one final glance. After determining nothing was out of place, she took a deep breath. Come along, Alex. As soon as we entered the property, an old, scrawny house elf appeared with a crack. When I saw the elf, I was a little surprised. This was the first house elf I had ever seen with a beard. I couldn't tell if the elf was trying to bow or just hunched over from old age. Welcome to Clan Macmillan, the elf croaked with his face pointed towards the ground. Your invitation, if you please. Hoopy, is that you? Grandma asked fondly. Hoopy raised his head, rubbed his green eyes, and gave a toothy grin. Master Danielle. He rasped happily, you're back, it's been so long since you've been home. Grandma wistfully smiled, I'm afraid I haven't been very welcome here. Changing the subject, she praised, it warms my heart that you are still here serving the family. Hoopy swooned with pleasure at Grandma's compliment, then hastily replied, it's Hoopy's greatest honor to serve the Macmillan family. Eagerly waving his arms, Hoopy happily continued, come, come. Follow me. We followed the happy elf into the house. Leading us down a hallway, we passed dozens of portraits of proud-looking wizards and witches. The unique thing about them was that they refused to speak to us. Most paintings love to talk and engage with people. But, they all eyed my grandmother with wary eyes. I tried not to smirk. It looked like they all bore a grudge against her, but knew it was unwise to engage in a verbal spar. My grandmother has a razor-sharp tongue and had no issue destroying someone if she thought they deserved it. From their glares they were giving her, I bet that the paintings had been on the receiving end of one of her tongue thrashings before. Grandma momentarily paused by the last painting containing an old pompous-looking wizard in red and black robes. The wizard's eyes widened, and for a moment it looked like he was going to say something. But, the moment passed, and he turned his eyes away. As I passed the painting, I glanced at the bottom of the portrait, where it listed the name, the birth and death date. Seeing the final date was last year, I figured that this must be my great-grandfather. Unimpressed, I shot him my best look of disdain and continued behind my grandmother. Hoopy led us to a heavy oak door THST swung open with a click of Hoopy's finger. For a second, the inside threw me for a loop. It wasn't the people that threw me off. It was the size of the room. The dimensions didn't match the house. Outside, the room looked like the size of a bedroom, but the inside was nearly as big as the entire house. I had seen rooms with extension charms before, but never to this degree. Whoever laid down the charm must have been a prodigy. While the extension charm was a new requirement at Hogwarts, being able to manipulate the spell to this extent said a lot about the skills of the wizard. Most people would only be able to get the room to about half its current size. A gentle elbow from Grandma distracted me from my musings. Once I brought my attention back to the present, I could see we were the center of attention. I recognized some of the witches and wizards present from the last gathering I attended. They were all well connected in wizarding society. But, the ones paying most attention to us, were those I had never met before. Of course, when I say we were the center of attention, a more accurate description would be Grandma was the center of attention. It seems even though she received an invitation, most people assumed she wouldn't show. From their expressions, it seemed as though we were welcome. A hazel-eyed wizard whose hair had more gray than black in it approached us with wide-open arms. Danny, it's wonderful you came home. He said with a happy smile on his face. As the wizard swept Grandma up in a hug, she patted him on the back, and fondly replied, "Richie. It's good to see you." After the embrace was over, he turned his attention to me, "And who is this fine young wizard?" Grandma gave my back a slight push. "This is my grandson, Alexander." "Alex, this is my brother, Richard." My eyes widened in surprise as Richard brushed aside the arm I had extended and scooped me up in a hug. It seems as though Great Uncle Richard was a hugger. Just as I was about to try and get away, he released me. As Richard beamed down at me like he was having the time of his life, I realized that he was one of those overly expressive people. I had been expecting someone a little bit more like my grandmother. While she had no problem showing affection, she was more reserved in showing her emotions. "You must meet my grandson. He will be attending Hogwarts next year, and I'm sure you will get along." Not waiting for me to say anything, Richard called out over his shoulder, "Ernie, get over here. There is someone I want you to meet." My eyes lit up. That was his name, Ernest Macmillan. It had been bugging me all night. Out of nowhere, a well-dressed dark blonde-haired kid appeared. "Yes, grandfather," he said in a formal tone. Now, this is more like I was expecting the Macmillans to act. I could already tell that Grandma approved of his respectful nature. Widely gesturing towards Grandma, Richard introduced, "This is my sister, Danielle." Ernie's hazel eyes widened in surprise. Before Ernie could say anything, Richard continued, "And this is your cousin, Alexander." "Second cousin," I corrected without thinking. Richard looked at me like I had just kicked his puppy. After seeing his hurt expression, I muttered, "Fine, cousin." Richard's sad face melted away like it had never been there. As if he were afraid I would take it back, he shooed us away and said, "Ernie, take Alex to meet the rest of the youngsters while I speak with my sister." I shot a look at Grandma to make sure she was okay with this. Once she gave the nod, Ernest and I wandered off to the far side of the room, where it looked like a pack of kids were together. There were kids of all ages there, some were younger than me, and some were older. As we made our way over, there was an awkward wall of silence between us. Thankfully, I knew just what to say to break it. "I'll bet you are looking forward to going to Hogwarts next fall." And just like that, the silence was broken. "I can't wait," Ernest eagerly answered. I smiled at his earnest expression. Every kid below the age of 11 can always be counted on to have a conversation about Hogwarts. Ernie went on about how much he was looking forward to going to school and how he was going to be the best in his year. I tried not to smirk. "Sorry buddy, but you have the misfortune of being in the same class as Hermione. The best you can hope for is second place." While he went on, I tried my best to remember details about him from the books. I couldn't remember if he was in Ravenclaw or Hufflepuff. I was pretty sure it was Hufflepuff. While I was trying to remember details of Ernie, a familiar Scottish voice called out, "Alex." I looked over and found a familiar face of one of my roommates looking at me in surprise. "William? What are you doing here?" "Mum and I always come round to the Macmillans when they have a gathering. We live in a house on the other side of the Muggle village, and my great-something grandmother was a Macmillan. So we're always welcome." My eyebrows rose in surprise. "That would make us distantly related," I mused. Pointing a thumb towards Ernie, I explained, "This is my cousin, my grandmother was born a Macmillan." William's brown eyes enlarged. "We're related." As he tried to wrap his head around that concept, I emphasized, "Distantly. Probably like 6th or 7th cousins depending on the generation." William smiled, still kinda cool. Not wanting to be left out of the conversation, Ernest added, "If you go back far enough, many wizarding families are related." While we caught up, I heard another voice that I recognized coming from near the entryway. It was Augusta Longbottom. Her voice tended to fill up the room as she often spoke louder than necessary. I wasn't sure if it was because she was hard of hearing or just didn't feel like lowering her voice. Either way, no one called her on it. Augusta's voice rang out through the room, "Danielle, is that you? I'm surprised you came back to the Macmillan after everything they put your family through." I hid a grin behind my hand. Augusta also tended to say things others would consider impolite with no regard to her audience's feelings. I think when you get to a certain age, it brings a certain amount of freedom. You can just say whatever you want. It's not like you will have to deal with the consequences for very long. As Augusta scanned the room, she caught sight of me in the corner. "Neville," she half shouted. Pointing towards me with her cane, she said, "Go over there and make some friends." With her voice being as loud as it was, many of the eyes in the room were drawn to a round-faced, plumpy blonde-haired child who looked like he would give anything to turn invisible. Pushing him with her cane, Neville scooted his way over. I felt a little bad for him. She probably thought she was helping him, but considering his personality from the books, that was perhaps the worst thing she could have done for him. Some people can't be shoved into the deep end and survive. They need careful guidance and instruction. When he got near, I put on a welcoming smile, holding out a hand in greeting, "I'm Alex." Hesitant, he reached out, "Neville. He half whispered. I sighed, it was like his grandmother had smothered his voice. She was suffocating him while trying to force him into an image of his father. Frank Longbottom was supposed to have been an extremely talented orator. I knew from the 5th book that there was a spine within Neville, it just was waiting for the right encouragement to emerge. In the books, it was his parents' torturers breaking out of Azkaban, which transformed him into a driven wizard. Harry once remarked that Neville's transformation was so great that he was learning spells only slightly slower than Hermione. And considering Hermione's skill level, that is saying something. I wonder if I should take a hand in trying to coax out Neville's skills as a wizard. Surely it wouldn't change too much of the timeline considering that it wouldn't happen overnight, and it was already going to happen. As I watched Neville try and sink into the background of the conversation, I considered what I knew about him. My guess is 2 things are going to hold him back. The most obvious was his willpower. Magic needed a strong mental mindset. Now, while it appears he lacks in this, a strong mind can be forged over time. His other issue is his wand. In the books, he used his dad's wand. If his father's wand refused to recognize him, it would have a drastic impact on his spell-casting ability. From what I could infer from the book, his father's wand also wanted revenge and decided to work together with Neville in the 5th book. He probably chose to use the wand to please his grandmother, who was always pushing him to be like his father. Considering the touchy nature of the problem, I would need a light touch. I can't just come out and say, don't use the wand. While Neville seemed like a pushover when push came to shove, he could be quite stubborn. After examining the problem from a few angles, I had an idea. Turning to Ernest, I asked, have you gotten your wand yet? He proudly nodded, yes. I turned 11 in November and received my letter from Hogwarts. Dad took me to Ollivanders the next day. Smiling at his enthusiasm, I said, there is nothing like having a wand choose you. Is there? Ernest nodded, it was an incredible feeling. I can't wait to cast my first spell. Raising an eyebrow, you mean you haven't cast anything yet? Ernest looked scandalized, of course not, I would never break the rules regarding underage magic. Hearing his self-righteous deceleration made me roll my eyes, no wonder Harry and his friends didn't hang out this pompous kid. Seeing that we were getting off topic, I turned to Neville and asked, what about you, Neville? Have you been to Ollivanders? Stammering nervously, no, my birthday isn't until the end of July. Patting him on the shoulder, that sucks it's going to take you so long. Having your wand choose you is a rite that every wizard goes through. When you find the right one, you can feel your magic almost sing. Isn't that right, William? William shrugged, mine was more like finding a shoe that fits after wearing one that doesn't. I shot a mock glare at William, really? A shoe? I'm talking about a magical coming-of-age tradition that goes back over 1,000 years, and the best you can come up with is shoes. William crossed his arms defensively, the feeling is hard to describe. He defended, I thought it was a decent analogy. Waving off his excuse, I put my arm over Neville's shoulder, don't listen to that boring stick in the mud. The only shoe you need to worry about is some guy named Michael, but that's a whole other story. What is important is getting your first wand. It's a tradition that goes back almost 1700 years. Make sure you go to Ollivanders, he is the best. His family has been wand makers since wands were invented. I paused and looked at Neville expectantly. I think he sensed that I wasn't going to budge without some kind of reply because he stammered, I think my dad got his wand from Ollivanders' shop. I smiled at his response as it set me up perfectly, you see. All you need to do is follow in your father's footsteps and go to Ollivanders. Deciding I had pushed far enough for the night, I let the topic fade away as the conversation turned to Hogwarts. I suppressed a smirk at seeing the thoughtful expression on Neville's round face. Hopefully, this sets him on the correct path, and if not, well, I'll just have to come up with something else. Author's note. So, I want to clarify a few things. When I say Clan Macmillan, please don't think of cultivation clans like in Eastern fantasy. I hope I made that clear in the chapter. The Macmillan clan are just a extended family, that lives in a general area that keeps in touch, it only really unites in times of trouble. Second, yes, Neville is blonde just like in the books, for all those who only watched the movies, I want to say they got it wrong, just like Harry is supposed to have green eyes not blue. It's a little stupid that they couldn't get those details right, I mean, Harry's green eyes are mentioned nearly every time he meets someone new, how hard would it be to CGI green eyes? Anyways, this was interesting chapter to write, I love doing world building in the HP world. I will try not to get too bogged down and get the story back on track. I hope everyone enjoyed meeting Neville, I hope I nailed his personality. Let me know what you think.